domain. Org. Jackson Hole. Potts, former chief park naturalist. Jackson Hole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. Forward. Men's search for wealth has taken him to many out-of-the-way places. Wealth can assume many forms, depending on the person striving for it. What is now Jackson Hole was a way of life to the Indians who summered here and wintered in the lower and warmer regions to the east of Tagwoti Pass. A summer in the secluded valley meant plentiful fish and other wildlife for food, skins for clothing, and teepees, as well as a cool, well-watered environment. Snowmelt, fed streams bordered by vegetation, supported many beaver and other fur bearers that attracted men of European descent in their never-ending quest of commercial wealth. Coulter was followed by other mountain men and trappers who considered the natural resources of the area as there to be taken for their own personal gain. By 1840 beaver became scarce and fell from fashion. The land that supported bison was thought good for domestic cattle, so ranchers settled in Jackson Hole from one end to the other. Dry years and the Great Depression forced many of them to sell out. Now, millions of visitors come each year to recapture the thrill of wandering in a land still much as the Indians left it. This is a new wealth that depreciates little under protection as a national park. An increasing number of people look for ways to identify themselves with those who led the way into this new land. Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole gives you this opportunity in an easy-to-read text that takes you back to the people and events that transpired in the valley that surrounds you. The Park Staff, Grand Teton National Park. End of foreword. Chapter 1 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Colter, The Discovery of Jackson Hole and the Yellowstone by Merlin K. Potts, former Chief Park Naturalist. To John Colter, mountain man, trapper, and lone wanderer in the exploration of the Rocky Mountain wilderness, belongs the distinction of being the first white man to enter Jackson Hole and the country of the Yellowstone. His biographers record that Colter was a descendant of Micajah Colter, Scotsman, who settled in Virginia about 1700. That John was born in Virginia is not definitively known, but there is no evidence to indicate that any of the Colters, from John's great-great-grandfather to his own generation, ever lived elsewhere. He was born toward the close of the 18th century, probably about 1775. There are no records of Colter's early life other than to indicate emigration to Kentucky with other members of the family before 1803. History marks his first appearance with his enlistment in the Lewis and Clark expedition of October 15 of that year. He proved to be a skillful hunter, a faithful and reliable employee, popular with his commanders and the other men of the expedition. He served with Lewis and Clark on the westward journey and was returning to St. Louis in August 1806 when the party, commanded by Captain Clark, encountered two trappers en route to a winter's sojourn on the upper Missouri. Colter expressed a desire to join these men and was released from the expedition to do so. The partnership dissolved in the spring of 1807 after what appears to have been an unsuccessful venture insofar as peltry was concerned, but undoubtedly rewarding experience-wise. Colter again started for St. Louis by canoe down the Missouri. By now he was an experienced hand in unknown country, moving alone and matching his skills against the hazards and rigors of the land were no more than everyday occurrences. As he swept down the turbid river, swollen by spring floodwaters, his intention was to return to the civilization he had left 3 years before. Once again his plans were altered by chance. A young Spaniard, Manuel Lisa, engaged in the fur trade in St. Louis, and influenced by reports of the abundance of beaver on the upper Missouri, had determined to explore the possibilities of extending his operations in that hitherto unexploited region. Accordingly, he organized a brigade and set forth upriver. Colter met the party and was persuaded by Lisa to join him. Lisa, a shrewd trader, was not a frontiersman. He recognized in Colter exactly the type of man he needed, and quite probably the inducements he offered were considerable. Yet to a man of Colter's stamp, the financial gain possible was secondary to the prospect of further opportunity for adventure. We can surmise that Lisa experienced little difficulty in influencing the young and venturesome trapper to turn his back again on the doubtful attractions of the settlements. It was late November of that year, 1807, before Lisa selected a site for his trading post, at the confluence of the Yellowstone and Bighorn rivers, in what is now south-central Montana. Construction of the post was begun immediately. Lisa named it Fort Raymond after his son, but it was more generally known as Manuel's Fort. It was Lisa's objective not only to trap, but to engage in trade with the Indians and to learn as much as possible about the trapping territory to the west. Of his men, Colter was the best suited to seek out the tribesmen, encourage them to trade at the post, and survey the lands with an eye to its productivity in fur. Thus Lisa instructed him, outfitted him, and sent him forth. It could not have been earlier than late November when Colter set out. His equipment must have been meager: snowshoes, his gun, ammunition, a blanket or robe, and little or no food, since he would have intended to live off the land, and his pack would likely not have exceeded 30 pounds, including gewgaws for the Indians he encountered. His exact route has long been a matter of conjecture among historians. He was to venture into country unknown to any other than the Indians. He carried no maps. He followed what must have appeared to him to be the route of least resistance, insofar as he could judge the terrain he traversed. He, from force of circumstance, must have followed the water courses and game trails, sought the lowest mountain passes he could find, pursuing a devious course which led him to the south and west. In the light of Coulter's own later attempt to trace his route for Captain Clark, and through our knowledge of today's maps, it can be assumed with a fair degree of reliability that he moved across country to Pryor's Fork, up that stream and down Gap Creek to its junction with the Bighorn, thence up the Bighorn to the Shoshone (Stinking Water). He followed the course of the Shoshone upstream to the vicinity of what is now Cody, Wyoming, and along the base of the Absaroka Mountains into the Wind River Valley, striking the Wind probably some distance south and east of present-day Dubois. It appears that it was on that Stinking Water that Coulter discovered the area which his contemporaries of the trapping fraternity derisively named Coulter's Hell, after Coulter's description of the thermal features there. Historians writing many years later, perhaps more romantically than accurately, attributed Coulter's reference to one or more of the now famous geyser and hot spring sections of the Yellowstone. It makes a better story thus, but the preponderance of evidence from the accounts of the trappers themselves places Coulter's Hell in the vicinity of the Damaris Springs near Cody. Geological indications are that the area was much more active, insofar as thermal phenomena are concerned, then than now. Two excellent early authorities confirm this location of Coulter's Hell. As set forth in Burton Harris's John Coulter, His Years in the Rockies, as late as 1848, the accomplished Belgian priest, Father de Smet, placed Coulter's Hell on the Stinking Water on the strength of information obtained from the few trappers who were left in the mountains at that date. The courageous priest, known as Black Robe to the Indians, was on his way to visit the Sioux in 1848 when he wrote the following account. Near the source of the river Puante, Stinking Water, now called Shoshone, which empties into the Bighorn, and the sulphurous waters of which have probably the same medicinal qualities as the celebrated Blue Lick Springs of Kentucky, is a place called Coulter's Hell, from a beaver hunter of that name. This locality is often agitated with subterranean fires. The sulphurous gases which escape in great volumes from the burning soil infect the atmosphere for several miles, and render the earth so barren that even the wild wormwood cannot grow on it. The beaver hunters have assured me that the frequent underground noises and explosions are frightful. Washington Irving, in the Rocky Mountains, 1837, says, "The Crow country has other natural curiosities which are held in superstitious awe by the Indians, and considered great marvels by the trappers. Such is the burning mountain on Powder River, abounding with anthracite coal. Here the earth is hot and cracked, in many places emitting smoke and sulphurous vapors as if covering concealed fires. A volcanic tract of similar character is found on Stinking River, one of the tributaries of the Bighorn, which takes its unhappy name from the odor derived from sulphurous springs and streams. This last mentioned place was first discovered by Coulter, a hunter belonging to Lewis and Clark's exploring party, who came upon it in the course of his lonely wanderings, and gave such an account of its gloomy terrors, its hidden fires, smoking pits, noxious streams, and the all-pervading smell of brimstone, that it received, and has ever since retained, among the trappers, the name of Coulter's Hell." Upon reaching the Valley of the Wind, it would have been logical for Coulter's route to have been north and west over the Wind River Mountains through Union Pass, the easiest available, at an elevation of 9,210 feet. Here historians have indulged in a long-standing and unresolvable debate. some authorities contending that he would probably have followed up the Little Wind River, crossing the Wind River Mountains further north at Tagwoti Pass. Whichever route he used to the westward, Union Pass and the Grossventer River drainage, or Tagwoti Pass and Black Rock Creek, either brought him into Jackson Hole. There can be little doubt that in any event his course was a circuitous one, following the twistings and turnings of many watercourses, deviating along Indian trails to the winter encampments of the Crows. Attentive to his instructions from Manuel Lisa, quite probably the friendly Crows aided Coulter by directing him to routes of easy passage, perhaps accompanying him over parts of his journey, though history makes no mention of this. Entering Jackson Hole on its eastern margin, Coulter saw before him a scene of unsurpassed grandeur. At this season, which must have been well into December, the floor of the hole presented a broad expanse of snow-blanketed valley, broken only by the forested buttes, looming black against the glistening white, and the timbered watercourses, marked by cottonwood, willow, and spruce. No smoke of Indian village lifted above thickets. The tribesmen had moved to areas of less rigorous climate, east, south, or west, weeks before. The soaring peaks, lifting their gleaming spires across their valley, their canyons deep shadowed in blue gloom, stretched for miles to the north and south. Even his stout heart must have faltered, at least momentarily, at the grim barrier ahead. Other than the Snake River Canyon, a route which he could hardly have anticipated from any vantage point, he would logically have selected Teton Pass as the most feasible crossing of the Teton Range to the southwest. Here the historians, at least those who accept the theory of a trans-Teton route, are in almost unanimous agreement, although some would have us believe that he made a frontal assault through Cascade Canyon. This hardly seems likely, since Coulter, bold as he was, evidenced no characteristics of the foolhardy, and to his eyes the Cascade Canyon route could scarcely have appeared to offer a feasible crossing. One cannot but puzzle a bit, however, as to his reasoning for crossing the range at all. From the broad valley of the Hole, the route northward up the Snake River into the Yellowstone was to any eye an easy one. The terrain sloped gently. There were no mountain walls to scale or circle, nothing to indicate any obstacle of consequence. Indeed, many notable historical scholars have opposed the Teton Pass theory, asserting that he did avoid the Tetons by moving northward. He would certainly have fulfilled Lisa's orders to contact nearby Indian tribes by the time he had reached Jackson Hole. Accepting the Teton route, as we must in light of later evidence, we add further stature to Coulter's perseverance and venturesome spirit. He went over the mountains, perhaps because the Indians had described the route and country beyond to him, perhaps because he was seeking the reported Spanish settlements on the headwaters of the Colorado River, Green River, or perhaps for the very simple reason that he wanted to see what was on the other side. At any rate, the Idaho side of the range has given us the first really tangible clue as to Coulter's whereabouts while on his winter journey. In 1930, about 4 miles east of the Idaho village of Teutonia, was found the Coulter Stone. In the spring of that year, while plowing virgin land on his father's homestead, William Richard Beard, then a boy of 16, unearthed the stone from its resting place about 18 inches beneath the surface. His attention was first attracted by the shape of the rock. It had been roughly formed to resemble a human head, flattened, but with the unmistakable outline of forehead, nose, lips, and chin. When the stone had been cleaned, it was found to have been crudely carved. One side bore the name John Coulter, the other was inscribed with the almost illegible figures 1808. The slab of gray rhyolite lava from which the stone was shaped is soft and easily worked. It would have taken no great amount of labor to have accomplished the job. Perhaps it provided a means of passing time while Coulter was blizzard bound, or merely loafing in camp, taking a well-earned respite from days of arduous travel. Immediately after the stone was given to the National Park Service in 1933 by Mr. Aubrey C. Lyon, who had acquired it from the Beards, a controversy developed as to its authenticity. The carvings of stones and tree trunks by early trappers and explorers was a well-established practice. Several such evidences of their passing had been found. There have been hoaxes revealed also, and there were those who refused to accept the Coulter stone as valid. The evidence, what little there was to investigate, was carefully analyzed. There was no duplicity remotely connected with the finding of the stone. The Beards had never heard of John Coulter. It had rested at a depth of some several inches beneath the earth's surface. Certainly Coulter would not have carved it, then buried it, so the accumulation of soil above the stone must have been the result of some years, and the stone had weathered before burial. It could hardly have weathered after being covered by earth. In the final analysis, it seems most illogical that anyone mischievously inclined would have been sufficiently informed to perpetrate a hoax at such a remote spot. A prankster would have deposited his bogus relic in a place where he could reasonably expect its ready discovery. Else, why bother? The stone now reposes in the Fur Trade Museum at Park Headquarters, Grand Teton National Park, as mute evidence that Coulter did indeed pass this way. Coulter's route from the discovery of his stone appears to have led northward along the base of the western side of the Teton Range until he perceived the next comparatively easy route for a return toward the east. Recrossing the Tetons, he struck the western shore of Yellowstone Lake, called Lake Eustis on William Clark's Map of the West, published in 1814. Tracing the route outlined on this inaccurate map, historical scholars propound that he followed the Yellowstone River to a crossing near Tower Falls, up the Lamar River and Soda Butte Creek, and back across the Absaroka Range. By way then of Clark's Fork and Pryor's Fork, he made his way back to Manuel's Fort, arriving early in 1808. So ended a most remarkable tour of some 500 miles, most of it made during the winter months. Aside from the rigors of winter climate, foot travel on snowshoes must have proved easier, with underbrush buried beneath the snow, than hiking in summer over the same route. That Coulter made the journey, that he did traverse in one way or another Jackson Hole and the Yellowstone Park area, has been challenged by few historians, though all concede that his exact route will forever be a matter of speculation. The unprovable can hardly be proven. Though Coulter has not been celebrated in history as have other famous mountain men of a few years later, notably Jim Bridger, Bill Sublette, Joe Meek, and Jedediah Smith, to name a few, he remained a notable figure among his fellows until 1810. It was in the spring or summer of 1808, following his return to Lisa's Post, that Coulter had his first encounter with the Blackfeet. It was the custom of these fierce and warlike Indians to send war parties south and west on forays into the lands of their enemies, the Crows and other tribes. They were not, however, particularly hostile to the whites, at least at this time. Coulter had been dispatched by Lisa to drum up trade with the Indians. While traveling with a large party of Flatheads and Crows near the Three Forks of the Missouri, Coulter's band was attacked by a Blackfoot war party. In the battle that ensued, Coulter was wounded. The Blackfeet were driven off, and the crippled Coulter eventually managed to make his way back to Manuel's Fort. The Blackfeet were enraged by the presence of a white man, however accidental it may have been, fighting on the side of their traditional enemies. Coulter's participation was apparently the inspiration for the hostility of the Blackfeet toward the whites that followed, and quite probably their hatred of Coulter himself, which led to his most famous adventure. Every schoolboy has read accounts of Coulter's famous run. Early writers made much of it. Various versions have appeared in print, all essentially similar. Summarized briefly, the records indicate that Coulter, in the company of one John Potts, returned again in 1808 to the Three Forks country. Again he and his companion had a run-in with the Blackfeet. Surprised while setting their traps, Coulter was taken prisoner. Potts made the mistake of resistance against overwhelming odds and was promptly riddled with arrows and bullets after shooting one of the Indians. Coulter was disarmed, stripped, and then released by his captors, with the indication that he was to go. He had moved away from the Indians only a little way when several young braves, armed with lances, started in pursuit. He began his run for the Jefferson River 5 or 6 miles away. It is unlikely that many men ever ran better. Certainly few have run for higher stakes. After some miles, Coulter had outdistanced all save one of his pursuers, but his strength was failing. It appeared that his desperate effort had been in vain. He stopped in despair to face the oncoming savage, and as the warrior lunged, Coulter seized the lance, which broke in his hands. The Indian, off balance, fell, and Coulter killed him with the blade of the weapon. With only a mile remaining to the stream, he turned to run again and managed to reach the river ahead of his enemies. Here the accounts vary. One has it that Coulter plunged into the stream and swam under water to a nearby beaver house in which he took refuge. The other, and probably more likely version, says he swam to an island and hid beneath a mass of driftwood that had lodged against the shore. Although the Indians searched for him for the remainder of the day, probing the tangled mass of drift with poles and lances, Coulter, in his place of concealment, avoided detection. After nightfall he made his escape and began his trek of nearly 300 miles back to Lisa's post. Without weapons or any other means of attaining food, he managed to reach the fort several days later, in the last stages of exhaustion, feet lacerated and torn by rocks and cactus spines, half starved and barely alive. Coulter made 2 more trips into the area of the Three Forks. Both times he narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Blackfeet. Several of his companions were killed. In 1810 Coulter came to the decision that he had had enough of the Blackfeet, narrow escapes, and the repeated loss of furs, traps, and equipment. He left the country, this time to return to civilization without deviation or delay. He settled on a little farm in Missouri, married, and lived there for his remaining years. Coulter died in 1813, reportedly from jaundice. The legal notice of the final settlement of his estate placed its value at $229.41. So ended, at an age of only 38 years, the career of one of America's great frontiersmen, a forerunner of the famous mountain men. Nevertheless, what a lot of living and adventure Coulter crammed into the short span of his 7 years beyond the Missouri. Coulter's part in the early exploration of one of the most rugged sections of America will forever stand as a heroic achievement. He was the West's first great pathfinder, a fitting figure to set the pace for those who followed his lonely paths into the wildest areas of the far west frontier. The Coulter Memorial, dedicated in June 1957, stands on the shore of Coulter Bay, Jackson Lake, Grand Teton National Park. The memorial plaque reads, "This bay is named for John Coulter, discoverer of the Teton Mountains and scenic wonders of the upper Yellowstone. Experienced as a hunter for the 1804 to 1806 Lewis and Clark expedition, he explored this region in the winter of 1807 to 1808, in the employ of fur trader Manuel Lisa. Dedicated on the 150th anniversary of Coulter's historic passage, 1957. Wyoming Historical Society participation. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mountain Men in Jackson Hole by Merlin K. Potts, former Chief Park Naturalist. Mountain Man. The very term has an aura of romance, and the mountain man of the fur trade era was a romantic character, as he most frequently appears in the novels of the wild Far West. He also appears as an uncouth, illiterate, morally degenerate, lazy lout, addicted to prolonged debauchery, often little better, sometimes inferior, to the savages with whom he frequently associated. Between this extreme and the fearless, hardy, resourceful wanderer of the lonely plains and mountain highlands lies the true measure of these men of the mountains. Some were as bad as they were painted. Many were as fine as history describes them. They were the products of their time, neither better nor worse than any cross-section of the men of any time. They were, none the less, unique even among the pioneers of their day. Their chosen land was far beyond the outposts of the settlements. Their fellows were few. They moved through the most remote sections of America, often alone, sometimes in the company of a handful of companions. Mountain men were the first to explore the Far West, beyond the Missouri, through the Rockies, across the great American desert, from the Southwest to Canada and to the Western Sea. They came not as explorers; such intent probably never occurred to them. Their sole interest was in the quest for pelts, particularly the fine fur of the beaver. Beaver hats were the vogue during the period of the Western fur trade, roughly 1800 to 1840. Until this headpiece was supplanted by the silk hat, the trappers followed the fur, their trails crossing and recrossing virtually every area where the beaver were to be taken. Some were independent trappers. Some were attached to various fur companies. To the organizers of the trade, the businessmen behind the enterprises, fell the financial rewards. The trappers, except in rare instances, barely made a living at their profession. Their rewards were, many times, an unmarked grave, or a broken health, a maimed and crippled body, or, if they survived to a ripe old age of perhaps 60 years, memories of a lifetime of adventure multiplied many times beyond the normal conception. They were indeed a breed of men apart. It is in no way remarkable that their story is one of the most fascinating in our history. Bridger, Smith, Fitzpatrick, Carson, Meek, Sublette, Jackson, these are among the famous names engraved upon the face of the land, markers to the indomitable men who left behind these reminders of the days when the beaver was the king of the fur bearers. Jackson's Hole, the great mountain-encircled valley lying at the east base of the Teton Range, was, as that excellent historian Matz puts it so aptly, the crossroads of the Western fur trade. Trapper trails led into and out of the valley from all directions, through the passes to the east, to Ocean, Tagwotee, and Union, along the Hoback River to the south, through Teton and Conant passes, at either end of the Great Range to the west, and along the valley of the Snake and Lewis rivers northward into the Yellowstone country. From John Coulter's memorable track in 1807-08 through 1840, there was much activity throughout the region. With the decline of the fur trade, the valley became once again, and for many years thereafter, a place of solitude, unvisited, as far as history records, by white men. The name Jim Bridger is synonymous with mountain man. Few frontiersmen from the time of Daniel Boone have so captured the imagination or been so voluminously treated in Western lore. Bridger has been celebrated as the greatest of them all, his true exploits tremendous, his fancied feats fantastic. There were others who shared his fame. He was overshadowed by none, perhaps equaled by a very few. Bridger was born in Richmond, Virginia, on March 17th, 1804, his birthday antedating by less than 2 months the departure of Lewis and Clark on that first great Western exploration. The family emigrated a few years later to St. Louis, and Jim and his younger sister were left in the care of an aunt when their mother and father died in 1816 and 1817. By the time he was 14, young Jim was supporting himself and his sister by operating a flatboat ferry. Then he became an apprentice in the blacksmith's trade. This mundane life was not for him. There were too many exotic influences in the St. Louis of that time which had a tremendous attraction for a teenage youngster. Indians on their ponies jogged along the streets. Mexican muleteers and colorful Spaniards off the Santa Fe Trail strolled through the town. There were boatmen, fur traders, and plainsmen with their tales of buffalo, Indian fights, Lisa, Coulter, Lewis, and Clark. What boy could resist the lure of adventure which beckoned so importunately just beyond the skyline? Jim could not. He did not. Little sister was growing up. Expenses were mounting, and there was a fortune to be made beyond the western horizon. In March 1822, just after Jim had passed his 18th birthday, the St. Louis, Missouri Republican carried the following notice: To enterprising young men, the subscriber wishes to engage 100 young men to ascend the Missouri River to its source, there to be employed for 1, 2, or 3 years. For particulars, inquire of Major Andrew Henry, near the lead mines in the county of Washington, who will ascend with and command the party, or of the subscriber near St. Louis. Signed, William H. Ashley. No mention was made as to the employment for 1, 2, or 3 years, nor was it necessary. What else but the quest for fur? Young Jim signed on, and a month later he was on his way to the promised land. One of the enterprising young men of Henry's company, bound up the river by keelboat to become a trapper. He was in distinguished company among experienced frontiersmen. Though many of the 13 crew were raw recruits, as green as Jim himself, there were Sublette and Fitzpatrick, Davy Jackson, and old Hugh Glass, the latter to figure prominently in Jim's introduction to the frontier. The outfit lost their horses, which had been traveling overland with the party under General Ashley's command, to the Assiniboines. However, and as Ashley returned to St. Louis, the balance of the command forted up at the mouth of the Yellowstone that fall. This was Fort Union. Thus Jim became a Hivernaut. He wintered in the mountains and was a greenhorn no longer. When spring came, he was a mountain man. With the breakup of the ice that spring, Major Henry promptly started on the spring hunt, intending to combine trapping with trading with the Indians. The party was jumped by Blackfeet at or near the Great Falls of the Missouri, and the Indians drove them into retreat. They made their way back to the fort, losing 4 men killed and with several wounded. Bridger had his first taste of Injun fighting. It was not a palatable one. In the meantime, Ashley had not arrived at the fort, but some time after the return of Henry's party, Jedediah Smith, also recruited by Ashley in the spring of 1822, arrived with one companion and the most unwelcome news that the general's party had run into difficulty with the Arikaras and was in dire need of reinforcements. Henry, with about 80 of his men, including Bridger, returned with Smith to aid Ashley, arriving in time to achieve a doubtful and short-lived truce with the Indians, with the help of Colonel Leavenworth and a force of soldiers, trappers, and friendly Sioux who had moved up from Fort Atkinson. Major Henry and his men, having received their supplies from Ashley, set out at once for the fort on the Yellowstone, intending to again proceed from there into the wilderness in search of furs. Shortly after the Arikara fight occurred an incident that was to have a pronounced and lasting influence on young Jim. The aforementioned Hugh Glass was a hunter for the party, an elderly, tough Pennsylvanian. On the occasion which led to his claim to fame as a victim of one of the most tragic bear stories ever related, he was ahead of the party on a hunt, when he was attacked and mauled by a she grizzly. So severely was the old man mangled that his companions despaired of his life. Here was a knotty problem. He could not be moved. He could not be left alone. Yet the party wanted to get out of the hostile Indian country and go about the business of collecting furs as speedily as possible. Major Henry decided that 2 men must remain with old Hugh until he died. No one wanted to stay, but the major proposed that every man contribute $1 as an inducement to those left behind with the old man. The men were more than willing to subscribe to the arrangement. Jim volunteered to stay, and another, Fitzgerald by name, reluctantly consented to remain also. So it was determined, and the major and the rest of the party moved on. Old Hugh clung tenaciously to life, while Jim and Fitzgerald sat and fretted, constantly in fear of discovery and attack by the hostile Arikaras. Fitzgerald found Indian sign on the 3rd day. As far as he was concerned, that clinched it. They couldn't do the old man any good. He was certain to go under anyway. In the meantime they were in terrible danger. He finally persuaded Jim to leave the dying oldster, taking with them Glass's rifle, powder, knife, all his fixins, because it wouldn't be reasonable to show up without them. They wouldn't leave the things with a dead man, and their story to the major would have to be that Glass had died. The old fellow was barely conscious, and they slipped away, catching up to the rest of the party just before it reached the fort on the Yellowstone. Jim was worried. Memories of the old man haunted him. Suppose he hadn't died. Imagine his dismay when a few weeks later Glass appeared in the trappers' camp. Jim expected death at the hands of the hunter. He probably felt that he deserved it, but Glass seemed to be more interested in the whereabouts of Fitzgerald, placing the blame on him. Glass had an incredible story to tell. Realizing that he had been deserted, he determined to save himself, and crawling, hobbling, barely able to move at all, he started for Fort Kiowa, nearly 100 miles away. He made it, and as soon as possible thereafter he started upriver again to locate Henry's party. He wanted Fitz. When he learned that Fitzgerald had left the major and gone down river to Fort Atkinson, Glass went after him, with the avowed intention of revenge. He found him, but found also that he had joined the army. The commanding officer at Fort Atkinson heard his story, persuaded him that shooting a soldier would be a serious matter, compelled Fitzgerald to make good the old man's losses, and thus the matter was ended. Perhaps not to the complete satisfaction of the justly irate old hunter, but at least without bloodshed. Jim never forgot. The rest of his life the lesson remained with him, and his record of service to others, devotion to duty rather than self-interest, is sufficient evidence that the lesson was well learned. Bridger's exploits in the years that followed were legion. In 1824 he explored the Bear River, discovering the Great Salt Lake, which at that time he believed to be an arm of the Pacific. He advanced from a trapper in the employ of others to a partnership in the Rocky Mountain Fur Company with Fitzpatrick, Milton Sublett, Frabe, and Gravis. When in 1830 they brought out the company of Jedediah Smith, David Jackson, and Bill Sublett. He is best known for his services as a guide. As his knowledge of the Rockies increased with his years of wandering over the West, he repeatedly served as a scout for the army, in which capacity he was invaluable. His knowledge of Indians and their ways was second to none. He guided many notable expeditions, one of them, the Reynolds party, into Jackson Hole. It was said of him that he could brush clear a path of earth and inscribe thereon with a twig an accurate and detailed map of any section of the northern Rockies, depending only upon a photographic memory of the terrain. Bridger visited Jackson Hole for the first time in 1825 with Thomas Fitzpatrick and 30 trappers, following Jedediah Smith's route of the previous year, that is by way of the Hoback River from the south. They passed through the hole, going north along the Snake River into the Yellowstone. This was probably the first trapping venture with Jackson Hole as a center of operations. Matt says, in Jackson Hole, crossroads of the fur trade, 1807 to 1840, this was a notable occasion, for the full glory of the Tetons was then revealed for the first time to those two young fur trappers who were destined in later years to become famous as guides for the government explorers and the emigrant trains, and as scouts for the Indian fighting armies. Bridger's trails and those of many others crossed and recrossed the valley at the foot of the Tetons many times in the ensuing several years, as they moved to and from the rendezvous sites on Bear River, the Green, Pierre's Hole, and the Wind. Through this period the hole justified its designation as the crossroads. Traffic was heavy, and upon at least one occasion, following the Pierre's Hole rendezvous of 1832, 2 men, not with Bridger, were killed by the Blackfeet near the mouth of the Hoback. These men did not, for a time, attain even the unmarked grave reward. Their bones were discovered and buried the following August by men of the American Fur Company. Bridger's fame as a Rocky Mountain guide was well established by 1859, when he was employed by Captain W. F. Reynolds of the Corps of Engineers of the U.S. Army to assist his expedition in the exploration of the Yellowstone and all its tributaries. The Reynolds expedition left St. Louis on May 28, 1859, and included about 15 scientific men, one of whom was the later renowned Ferdinand V. Hayden. The expedition wintered on the Platte, near the present site of Glen Rock, Wyoming. During the several months that Reynolds and his men were idling away the winter, Bridger's stories of the Yellowstone aroused in Reynolds an intense desire to see these wonders for himself, and he determined to do so. The old guide and his leader were both to suffer keen disappointment. The party left the winter camp on May 6, 1860, and headed for the Wind River country, eventually reaching Union Pass, so named by Captain Reynolds because he thought it was near the geographic center of the continent, on May 31st. Bridger and the captain reconnoitered to the north, but found the route discovered by Bridger in previous years, to Ocean Pass, blocked by snow too deep to negotiate. They were thus forced, to their profound regret, to continue on down the Gros Ventre, entering Jackson Hole on June 11th. So Reynolds was unable to verify Bridger's tales of the wonders of the Yellowstone, marvels that Jim was as anxious for him to see as the captain was to see them. The Snake River was a raging torrent, but a boat was contrived of blankets and a lodgeskin of Bridger's stretched over a framework of poles. The animals were persuaded to swim the river, and the party eventually managed the crossing. One man was drowned, however, while trying to find a ford. Reynolds and his men left Jackson Hole by way of Teton Pass and proceeded north through Pierre's Hole. Although Bridger was engaged as a guide for many subsequent explorations, including a survey of a more direct stage and freight route between Denver and Salt Lake City, he did not come again to Jackson Hole. He made his last scout for the Army in 1868. Bridger's name appears on landmarks and features throughout the Rockies. In Wyoming there is Bridger's Pass across the Continental Divide, a short distance southwest of Rawlins. Fort Bridger, a small town on U.S. Highway 30, near the site of the fort established by Bridger in 1843. The Bridger National Forest, and Bridger Lake near the southeastern corner of Yellowstone National Park, to name only a few. Bridger's home was in the mountains he loved. He bought property near Kansas City, a small farm, and a home in Westport, where various members of his family lived, but Jim spent little time there until his declining years. He had a large family, was survived by 4 children from his Indian wives. Jim didn't believe in the practice of plural marriage, as many of the mountain men did. He was married 3 times, successively, to women of the Flathead, Ute, and Snake tribes. His 3rd wife died in 1858. He was a good family man. His children were sent to school in the East, except for one daughter, Mary Ann, who was placed in the Whitman Mission School at Wailatpu, Oregon, and who died tragically in the Whitman Massacre of 1847. Jim Bridger's yarns of the West have long been famous. He could supply facts when facts were needed, but he loved to embroider his facts into fanciful tales for the edification and delight of the greenhorns, to some extent because his facts were sometimes doubted. One of his greatest stories concerned the petrified forest of the Yellowstone. According to Jim, not only the trees were petrified, but they were petrified birds a-settin' on the petrified limbs a-singin' petrified songs. One time he was riding through this section when he came to a sheer precipice. He was upon it so suddenly that he was unable to check his horse, which walked off the cliff into space and proceeded on its way, because even gravity had petrified. Jim died on July 17, 1881. His last years were not pleasant. He had a gout from which he suffered. Rheumatic miseries plagued him, and his sight failed. By 1875 he was totally blind. As his old eyes grew dim, he longed for his mountains. He said a man could see so much farther in that country. His old friend, General Grenville M. Dodge, had erected above his grave in Mount Washington Cemetery in Kansas City a memorial which bears the inscription, 1804, James Bridger, 1881. Celebrated as a hunter, trapper, fur trader, and guide. Discovered Great Salt Lake, 1824. The South Pass, 1827. Visited Yellowstone Lake and Geysers, 1830. Founded Fort Bridger, 1843. Opened overland route by Bridger's Pass to Great Salt Lake. Was a guide for the U.S. exploring expeditions. Albert Sidney Johnson's Army in 1857, and G.M. Dodge and U.P. surveys and Indian campaigns, 1865-66. Jedediah Strong Smith, a contemporary of Bridger's, was another of General Ashley's enterprising young men, who came west with the general and Major Henry in 1822. He was one of the rawest of the green hands, yet was one of the first to attain stature. He was older than Bridger by 5 years, head of an Ashley party at the end of 1 year on the frontier, in 2 years a partner with the general, and in 3 the senior partner of the fur trading company of Smith, Sublette, and Jackson. To say that Smith was second only to Bridger in his prominence as a mountain man, to attempt to place any of the leaders among the trappers in any order of rank or importance, would be like trying to rate the military commanders of history. Each in his own rugged, individualistic way moved towards his own destiny. Many would have risen to even greater fame than they achieved had they not met with misfortune early in their careers. So, we may assume, It might have been with Smith. He was already a famous figure in the West at the time of his untimely death in 1831. He was an unusual type of man to be a frontiersman. Most would have said it was unlikely that he would last long or rise to any prominence in the rough, brawling, blood and thunder ways of the West of that day. He did not smoke or chew tobacco, was never profane, and rarely drank any spirituous liquor. He was a profoundly religious man, always carried his Bible with him, and allowed nothing to shake or alter his religious beliefs. For his day, he was also a well-educated man, and one of the few who kept a journal in which he recorded in some detail his experiences. For all this divergence from the usual ways of his fellows, he was respected and admired, accepted by the other trappers, affectionately known as Old Jed or Dia, and even upon occasion referred to as Mr. Smith. He was the first of the trapping fraternity to reach California overland from the Rockies, the first to cross the Sierras, and the first to reach Oregon by way of the West Coast. When Henry had established his fort at the confluence of the Yellowstone and the Missouri in 1822, Smith was sent back to St. Louis to advise General Ashley of the needs of Henry and his men for the following year. Smith then accompanied Ashley west in the spring of 1823, and as mentioned previously was sent ahead to enlist Henry's aid when Ashley ran into trouble with the Arikaras. He again returned with the general to St. Louis, and in February 1824 Ashley sent him out again with a party which traveled overland by pack train. On this occasion Smith and his party made the first crossing, east to west, of the famous South Pass at the head of the Sweetwater River, the pass which was to become the crossing of the Great Divide on the Oregon Trail. This pass had been used by the Astorians traveling in the opposite direction in 1812. General Dodge's memorial crediting discovery of the pass to Bridger in 1827 was thus an error, although various routes were being discovered and rediscovered at intervals by individuals who had no knowledge that others had preceded them. A new era in fur trade history was opened when Smith's party found the rich beaver fields at the head of Green River. As Smith and his contingent moved north from the Green, they entered Jackson Hole by way of the Hoback, passed through the valley, and crossed north of the Tetons by way of the Conant Pass into Pierre's Hole, the Teton Basin. Thus, Smith preceded Bridger into Jackson Hole by a year. Although Smith became possibly the greatest of the trapper explorers, at least with relation to the wide territory covered in the course of his journeys, he did not return to Jackson Hole. He was killed by Comanches only 7 years later on the Santa Fe Trail. Crossing desert country with a wagon train, Smith was scouting ahead for water when he was slain. His remains were never found. The story of his death came to light when Mexican traders who dealt with the Comanches brought his pistols and rifle to Santa Fe. William, Bill, Sublette, and David E. Jackson became Smith's partners in the fur trade when they bought Ashley's interest in the business at the Rendezvous near the Great Salt Lake in 1826. Both of these men had been among those who made up Ashley's 1822 expedition. Sublette at that time was 24 years of age, a Kentuckian whose family moved to Missouri in 1817. Jackson has remained throughout the years an enigma. Practically nothing is known of him before his advent into the fur trade, or following his activity as a mountain man. Sublette was the entrepreneur of the trio. It was Bill who handled the outfitting, the business contracts, the transportation of trade goods and furs. That the partnership was successful is indicated by their disposal of their interest to Bridger and his partners in 1830 for an overall sum involving some $16,000. Sublette and his partners were shrewd enough to anticipate the gradual dissolution of the fur trade, which influenced their desire to get out of the business. It was Sublette's wagon caravan from St. Louis to the Popo Agie and return in 1830 that proved the overland trail could be used by wheeled vehicles. This was the caravan that pioneered the immigrants' route to Oregon. Sublette later returned to the West as a trader, in partnership with Robert Campbell, and built Fort William, later Fort Laramie, in 1834. Sublette and Jackson first entered Jackson Hole in 1826, after the rendezvous of that year near the Great Salt Lake. They crossed the lower end of the valley on their way to Green River, while their new partner, Smith, was headed with another contingent of trappers southwest across the desert toward California. The system of trading at annual summer rendezvous, several of which have been previously mentioned, was inaugurated by Ashley in 1825. The rendezvous site of that year was on Henry's Fork of the Green River. By such a method, more flexible than the previously used fixed fort system, the trappers assembled at a previously determined place, conveniently located for the widely separated trapper bands. The trader brought his goods to the site where furs were exchanged for the trade goods. It was a time of celebration, frolic, and general carousal for all concerned. The rendezvous site can be likened to the hub of a wheel. The trails followed by the trappers as they came in from the spring hunt and departed for the fall hunt were the spokes. Thus, rendezvous sites were on the Green, Wind, Popoague rivers, at the Bear and Great Salt Lakes, in Pierre's Hole, and finally at Fort Bonneville. Jackson Hole was never a rendezvous site because of the difficulty of access for the traders over the high mountain passes surrounding the valley. There is no positive evidence of trapping activity in the valley in 1827-28, although it is quite probable that the hole received its share of attention. In 1829, however, Sublette and Jackson joined forces again in Jackson Hole, where by previous arrangement they were to meet Daya. Smith did not appear, and the partners were greatly concerned by his absence. Tradition has it that Sublette named Jackson's Hole and Jackson's Lake in honor of his associate while they were encamped on the shore of the lake waiting for Smith. Smith was eventually located in Pierre's Hole by one of the Sublette Jackson party, Joe Meek, and the partners were finally reunited there, Jackson and Sublette moving over via Teton Pass. Throughout the period 1811 to 40, nearly every mountain man prominently connected with the fur trade visited Jackson Hole. It was an area greatly favored by Jackson, which undoubtedly accounts for Sublette's most appropriate name. Following Coulter's discovery of the valley, it was traversed in 1811 by three employees of the St. Louis, Missouri Fur Company, John Hoback, Edward Robinson, and Jacob Resner. These three, en route to St. Louis in the spring, encountered the Astorian expedition, John Jacob Astor's overland party of the American Fur Company, and agreed to guide the party, commanded by Wilson Price Hunt, over a part of the westward route. This group entered Jackson Hole that fall by the way of the Hoback River, then went west over Teton Pass. Robert Stewart brought a returning band of Astorians back in the fall of 1812, following the same general way and discovering the South Pass as they moved eastward beyond the Green. British interests took the initiative in the exploration of the fur country following the War of 1812 and a general and temporary decline of American interest. In 1819, Donald Mackenzie of the Northwest Company brought a large party through Jackson Hole and on north into Yellowstone. The Americans again entered in the picture with Smith's previously mentioned venture of 1824, and from that time forward the list of Jackson Hole visitors reads like a who's who of the Western fur trade. There were James Beckworth with Sublette, all the Bridger's partners, Fitzpatrick, Milton Sublette, Frabe, and Jervis, Nathan Wyeth, Captain Benjamin L.E. Bonneville, and probably on one occasion the redoubtable Kit Carson. The era of the mountain man was brief. It is doubtful that the trapper traders and fur company men realized the significance of their exploits in the expansion westward of a new nation. Yet, without their activities, the exploration of the western lands might have been long delayed, and the claim of the United States to the Pacific Northwest much less secure. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Doane Expedition of 1876 to 77, Fort Ellis, Montana Territory to Fort Hall, Idaho, by Merlin K. Potts, former Chief Park Naturalist. Telegram, St. Paul, Minnesota, October 4, 1876. To the Commanding Officer, Fort Ellis, Montana Territory. Under authority received from the Lieutenant General, First Lieutenant G. C. Doane, 2nd Cavalry, is ordered to make exploration of Snake River from Yellowstone Lake to Colorado River. He will be furnished a mounted detail of 1 non-commissioned officer and 5 men of the 2nd Cavalry, the pack animals, 60 days of rations for the party, and the necessary camp equipage. You will cause also a small boat to be built by the quartermaster for Lieutenant Doane's use under his directions. Lieutenant Doane will send back his detachment from mouth of Snake River to Fort Ellis, and will himself return to his post via San Francisco, California, remaining at the latter place long enough to make his report. By command of General Terry, signed Edward Smith, Captain of ADC. Headquarters, Fort Ellis, Montana Territory, October 7, 1876. Special Orders Number 142, Extract. Item 2. First Lieutenant G. C. Doane, 2nd Cavalry, is hereby relieved from duty at his post and will comply with telegraphic instructions from Headquarters, Department of Dakota, St. Paul, Minnesota, date October 4th, 1876. Item 3. The following named and listed men are hereby detailed for detached service mounted, and will report to First Lieutenant G. C. Doane, 2nd Cavalry, for duty. Sergeant Fred Server, Company G, 2nd Cavalry. Private F. R. Applegate, Company G, 2nd Cavalry. Private Daniel Starr, Company F, 2nd Cavalry. Private William White, Company F, 2nd Cavalry. Private John B. Warren, Company H, 2nd Cavalry. Private C. R. Davis, Company L, 2nd Cavalry. They will be furnished with 60 days' rations. Item 4. The post quartermaster is hereby directed to furnish First Lieutenant G. C. Doane, 2nd Cavalry, with pack animals, camp equipage, and boat necessary to enable him to carry out the telegraphic instructions from Headquarters, Department of Dakota, St. Paul, Minnesota, dated October 4, 1876. By order of Captain Ball, signed Chas. B. Schofield, 2nd Lieutenant, 2nd Cavalry, Post Adjutant. The foregoing orders initiated one of the most unusual and bizarre expeditions in the history of the West. Unusual because of the lack of judgment shown in selecting late fall and winter for the journey. Bizarre in the impracticability, in fact the impossibility, of execution of the orders. Lieutenant Gustavus C. Doane, selected to lead the party, was without question as capable a leader as could have been chosen. Lieutenant Doane had been detailed with 5 cavalrymen to accompany General Henry D. Washburn, Nathaniel Pitt Langford, and their party of 1870 on the memorable exploration of the area destined to become Yellowstone National Park 2 years later. His record of service with that expedition was exemplary. He had a first-hand knowledge of much of the country to be traversed, at least over the early stages of the route. He lacked neither courage nor aptitude, and he possessed the ability to observe, describe, and record in detail the experiences and observations of the expedition. Hiram Martin Chittenden, in the biographical notes appended to his book, The Yellowstone National Park, has given us, very briefly, an impression of the man and his background. Lieutenant Doane was born in Illinois, May 29, 1840, and died in Bozeman, Montana, May 5, 1892. At the age of 5 he went with his parents in the wake of an ox team to Oregon. In 1849 his family went to California at the outbreak of the gold excitement. He remained there 10 years, in the meanwhile working his way through school. In 1862 he entered the Union service, went east with the California 100, and then joined a Massachusetts cavalry regiment. He was mustered out in 1865 as a first lieutenant. He joined the carpetbaggers and is said to have become the mayor of Yazoo City, Mississippi. He was appointed second lieutenant in the regular army in 1868 and continued in the service until his death, attaining the rank of captain. Doane's whole career was actuated by a love of adventure. He had at various times planned a voyage to the polar regions or an expedition of discovery into Africa, but fate assigned him a middle ground, and he became prominently connected with the discovery of the upper Yellowstone country. His part in the expedition of 1870 is second to none. He made the first official report to the War Department upon the wonders of the Yellowstone, and his fine descriptions have never been surpassed by any subsequent writer. Although suffering intense physical torture from a felon on his thumb, finally lanced by Mr. Langford, during the greater portion of the trip, it did not extinguish in him the truly poetic ardor with which those strange phenomena seem to have inspired him. Dr. Hayden, Ferdinand V. Hayden, United States geologist, Department of the Interior, 1871, says of this report, "I venture to state as my opinion that for graphic description and thrilling interest it has not been surpassed by any official report made to our government since the times of Lewis and Clark." Doane's record, unpublished, of his heroic attempt to lead his party through the wilderness of the Yellowstone, southward through Jackson Hole, and down the Mad River to the Columbia, is no less graphic in its vividness, no less thrilling in its expression of the hazards and the wild beauty of the land. It is marked by his absolute determination, no matter what the odds, to carry out his orders. The lieutenant, as his journal records, had previous notice that the expedition was to be ordered, and partial preparation had been made before the orders were received at Fort Ellis, near the present city of Bozeman, Montana. Ration boxes were prepared, and a boat was built, possibly the first such prefabricated craft ever constructed. It was a double-ender, 22 feet long, 46 inches in the beam, 26 inches deep, and curved strongly fore and aft. It was built entirely of inch plank and put together with screws, then taken apart again, and the lumber lashed in 2 equal bundles like the side bars of a litter, the whole forming an easy load for 2 pack mules. For shelter, the party carried an Indian lodge, constructed of army wagon covers cut to the proper pattern, and with a diameter of 14 feet. The shelter weighed but 30 pounds and sheltered the entire party. On the evening of October 10th all preparations were complete for an expedition never attempted before in the winter time and never accomplished since. The enlisted force was of picked men selected for special qualifications. In addition to those enumerated in the previous order, Private Morgan Osborne, G Troop, the carpenter who built the little boat, and John L. Ward, of L Troop, a teamster and packer, were taken along to bring back extra mules and the wagon from whatever point might be selected en route. On October 11th, the expedition moved out from Fort Ellis and southeastward toward the valley of the Yellowstone, reached that stream the following day, and thence up that wild and winding river toward the Mammoth Springs. The wagon bearing supplies was drawn by 8 mules, 2 others carried the boat material, Each man was mounted except the teamster. An extra horse was led for him. All went smoothly until the third day, when, not far from the northern boundary of the park, the wagon came to grief. An unruly wheeler failed to pull at the right time, and the heavy vehicle cramped and went over, crushing a hind wheel and reducing the body to something resembling kindling wood. As a result of this not unexpected mishap, the wagon was abandoned. The load, comparatively undamaged, was made into packs, and after a 2-day delay to rest the animals and arrange the loads, the party proceeded. In his entry of October 16, Doane enumerates the equipment carried by his party. Our outfit was an Arctic one. Omitting the stereotyped religious literature, we had buffalo coats and moccasins, rubber boots and overshoes, heavy underclothing, and plenty of robes and blankets. The detachment carried carbines only. Pistols are worthless in the mountains. In fact, they are worthless anywhere in the field. I carried a 12-pound Sharps buffalo rifle with globe sight on the stock and chambered for long-range cartridges. Our provisions did not include pemmican, biltong, lime juice, or any other of the orthodox food preparations, but consisted of plain American rations with some added commissaries and an abundance of tea and tobacco. Matches were packed on every animal, and each individual carried several boxes constantly. Each man had a good hunting knife, not the cross-hilted and murderous-looking kind, but a short one intended for cutting up game. Our cooking apparatus included 2 fry pans, 2 Dutch ovens, 4 camp kettles, and some mess pans. We had plenty of axes, and each man carried a hatchet on his saddle. To put together the boat required only a saw, a screwdriver, and a gimlet, and we had a sack of oakum with which to caulk the seams. Before starting, there had been no solemnities, but each man's personal outfit was complete, arranged with a view to meet all possible contingencies without delay. I had duplicate notebooks, one of which Sergeant Server carried, and from his, the only one left, I take my notes for this report. Of instruments, I carried a prismatic compass, aneroid barometer, max and min thermometers, and a long tape measure. None of these were provided by a generous government, but all were purchased by myself, as usual in such cases. On October 17, the party lost the first of the pack animals. The morning air broke chilly and the air filled with frosty mist. One mule, a queer slab-sided one, was down, paralyzed across the kidneys. Here was an emergency. It was unable to stand alone when lifted to its feet, and would starve to death in a few days if we left it. But one remedy was available, and that was a severe one. We heated kettles of water and scalded the animal along the spine. The first kettleful brought him to his feet without further assistance, and a few cupsful from a second restored his nerves enough so that he kicked vigorously at his kind physicians and refused further treatment. He was fearfully scalded, but restored, and returned to Fort Ellis next spring of his own volition, got entirely well, and survived all of his comrades of the pack train several years. A heavy snowstorm began on the night of October 19. The party laid over on October 20, and on October 21 made an early start for Mount Washburn, camping on its upper slopes that night, to the great relief of the lieutenant. This was the highest point to be crossed, 9,200 feet, and I was terribly uneasy lest we should find it, the gap, blocked with snow, as a depth of 30 feet is not unusual in February. Beyond, and at our feet now, lay the great basin of the Yellowstone, with its dark forests, its open spaces all wintry white, and its steam columns shooting upward in every direction. It was like coming suddenly upon the confines of the unknown, so differently did the snow landscape appear in the summer time. To us it was an enchanted land, the portals of which had just been safely passed, and we struck the downward trail full of enthusiasm. reached the open basin of Crystal Spring Creek, the lowest point in the Great Basin, and camped in snow 2 feet in depth. Distance 18 miles, elevation 7,250 feet. On October 23rd, the party reached Yellowstone Lake, camping at its outlet. En route that day, Doane encountered a tremendous elk herd. Taking light loads and leaving a man with the balance of the plunder to keep off the bearers, as these animals are affected with a childish curiosity in relation to government rations, I started in advance of the party on the lake trail, and was riding along slowly, with my eyes shaded, when my horse sheed violently, with a snort, and stood trembling. I jerked away the shade, and saw that I had ridden close up to a herd of at least 2,000 elk. They had been lying in the snow, and had all sprung up together, frightening my horse. In a minute the great herd was out of sight, crashing through the forest, the old bulls screaming their strange foghorn cry. It was a magnificent sight, as the bulls were in full growth of horns, and the calves all large enough to run freely with the herd. No game animal has the majestic presence of a bull elk when he is not frightened, and in herds they maneuver with a wonderful precision, breaking by file at a long swinging trot, and coming back into line, right, left, or front, to gaze at some object of apprehension, with a celerity and absence of confusion truly remarkable. In chasing them on horseback, the first effect is to break them into a gallop, when they move more slowly and soon tire. In deep snow, when the herd breaks the trail for the horse to follow in, there is no difficulty in catching them. I remember a chase in the Yellowstone Valley one winter day, when 2 of us killed 17 elk in less than an hour, 2 large wagon loads of meat. On this occasion I did not shoot, as we had a long march to make, and it would have caused delay, but watched them till lost to view and rode on. This sign of abundant game was exceedingly favorable, and gave a confidence which nothing else could have inspired. For the following 2 days the expedition remained in camp on the shore of the lake, preparing the outfit for double transportation by land and water, the pack animals and part of the men to follow the shoreline, the others to take the boat across the lake. The little boat was assembled, the seams pitched, and the teeps erected for the first time, bough shelters having been used previously. On October 24th the men worked until late in the night making equipment ready, and retired to rest, feeling all was well so far. During the night the stock stampeded and ran in close to the campfire. A strange, threatening voice was heard in the dense forest near by, a noise I had never heard before. A loud roaring was repeated. Applegate gathered his belt and carbine, and I the big rifle, and while the others quieted the stock, we moved out in the direction from which the sound came. It receded as we advanced, and shortly, with a continued crashing, the animal retreated out of hearing into the timber. We soon came upon its trail, and I sent back for a lantern. It was an old bull moose. It had pawed up quite a space, and barked a couple of young trees with its horns, thus producing the crashing sound we had first noticed. In accounts of moose hunting, read previously, I had never seen it stated that a moose gave any call whatever. These in the park have voices, unquestionably, and use them with the utmost freedom. Toward morning we were again roused by a flock of swans circling over us with their wild and splendid notes, harmonized to a glorious symphony. In the morning I shot and wounded a large wolverine, but did not stop him, and Star, while prowling along the river bank below camp, shot a goose, and found a small plank canoe in which he proceeded to paddle out into the lake. Doane's description of the moonlight night which followed is a classic example of his ability to portray, in words, a picture of the wilderness he loves so well. That evening the moon was in full and rising high above the lake and mountain. Its soft light bathed the splendid landscape in floods of silver. The mighty ranges of the Great Divide were sharply outlined in cold, gleaming white. Below their ragged summits, dark green forest masses filled the spaces to the margin of the water. At intervals, steam jets played along the shore, and the deep valley of the upper Yellowstone reached the farthest limit of vision in the foreground. On the left front appeared a group of ghastly hills of chalky luster by the banks of Pelican Creek, and beyond there a winding valley, constantly rising as it receded with glittering channels, from thermal springs threading its long green slopes. On the right front loomed up the yellow flank of Mount Sheridan, seemingly ready to burst forth with sulphurous flames, and flooding the space between lay the glorious lake with its rippling moonlit waters, its long sand beaches and deeply indented shores, its rocky islands of splendid coloring, its cliffs and inlets and its still lagoons, a picture indescribable, unequaled, and alone. From the distant marshes on the new-born Yellowstone came the sound of fluttering cries of restless waterfowl. From the echoing forest beyond, the mountain lions screaming and moaning at intervals while we put the finishing touches on our little vessel. Star and Applegate, both expert boatmen, paddled the little canoe far out on the sparkling waters and sang Crow Indian war songs as the work went on. The horses and mules, having stuffed themselves with luxuriant mountain grasses, came up and stood meditatively with their noses over the campfires in thorough contentment. It was a night and a scene to be remembered, a touch of nature vibrating into infinity. In this entry also, seated by the campfire in a wonderfully expansive mood of the utmost well-being, touched by the serene beauty of his surroundings, Doane takes occasion to describe the other members of his party, the picked men selected for special qualifications. Of the men who composed my party, Sergeant Fred Server was a Philadelphian of good family, a wild boy who had settled down to a splendid daring soldier, an expert horseman and a good shot, a man of perfect physique and iron constitution. Private F.R. Applegate was a small, wiry Marylander, used to hard knocks, thoroughly at home anywhere, full of expedients, and know all about managing small watercraft. Private Daniel Starr was a man of powerful voice and massive form, had served on a war vessel, could turn his hand to any work, a man of infinite jest and humor, and reckless beyond all conception. He was already a celebrity in Montana on account of his uproarious hilarity, daring, and wild adventures. He ran the first boat on the Yellowstone Lake in 1871, had piloted several parties through the park, and was always a volunteer in anything which promised a new field and a basis of new stories and the most ludicrous and most exaggerated character. Private William White was a quiet, solemn young man, useful in any service, full of romantic ideas, sober, reserved, a man of fearless disposition. Private John B. Warren was an Englishman, very set in ideas, an older man than the others, a man of intelligence, a most indefatigable fisherman, and an all-around utility man. Private C. B. Davis was a born cook. He lived for his stomach alone, and knew how to prepare food for its pacification. He saw no value in anything that was not edible, talked, thought, and dreamed of good things to eat, but came out strongly over a campfire. With a dishcloth in one hand and something dead in the other, he smiled beamingly into the yawning interior of an open Dutch oven, and inhaled with unspeakable delight the fragrant aroma of a steaming coffee pot. The above formed the regular detail of the expedition. The others, Private Morgan Osborne, a carpenter, was a careful, sober man, not used to the mountains, faithful and honest, and therefore useful. Private John L. Ward was a hardy, vigorous man, good on a trail, in a boat, or on a wheel mule, a packer and a woodsman. They were all enthusiastic on the subject of the present expedition, and were reliable, intrepid men. The little vessel was launched on October 26. No champagne christening this, but she rode on an even keel, and rose in fine style to the waves. Doane, Starr, Applegate, and Ward voyaged out to Stevenson's Island and returned. The next day the boat was carefully loaded. It carried everything except the saddle outfits on the animals. A broken down mule was left behind, and with a mule harnessed to a tow line, and one man to steer the boat off shore, she was so pulled along the beach for some 12 miles. At a rocky promontory the tow line was taken in, and 2 men rowed the craft around the point. Coming close to shore, a wave struck the little vessel under the lee quarter, and swamped her instantly. The water was shallow, and everything was saved, but camp was made at once, 15 miles from the point of launching. The rest of the afternoon and half the night was spent in keeping fires going to dry out the baggage. The following morning it was discovered that waves had knocked loose some of the caulking on the bottom of the boat. It was repaired with the remaining oakum and pitch. At this point the lieutenant was very uneasy on account of the snow in sight on the Continental Divide in front of us, so decided to leave Starr, Applegate, and Ward to complete repairs to the boat, while he and the others, with all the property, should push on, cross the divide, break a trail, and return with mules and horses to the lake shore to meet the party with the boat. Doane and his group accordingly struck through the forest for several miles on October 28, reached the lake shore again, and followed it to the lower end of the southwest arm, where the foothills come on the shore, skirted around to the east side, past the great group of Silicate Springs, probably the West Thumb area, and camped at the foot of the Great Divide, at the nearest point opposite Heart Lake. The following morning the land party remained near camp, in hopes that the men with the boat might come, and spent their time examining the springs. One crater cone still active stands in front of the main group, pouring a stream of boiling water into the cold surrounding lake. It is here that anglers catch the trout and cook them on the hook. The boat failing to appear, Doane and his men started up the slope to the divide in a heavy and blinding snowstorm through a tangled forest. The weather turned very cold. Travel was difficult up the slopes in snow some 2 feet in depth. On top of the ridge it was necessary to stop and build a fire. The animals and men were loaded with snow and ice. The party reached a hot spring basin a mile from Heart Lake long after dark, built a great fire of seasoned pines, and spent most of the night drying out. Doane was not at all satisfied with the route he had followed, and on the following day, in clear weather, the party worked its way back to Yellowstone Lake by a route which proved to be much shorter. The boat not having arrived, a watch fire to serve as a beacon was built on a bluff on the lake shore. Doane's entry in the journal for October 30 indicates his concern for the fate of the voyagers Starr, Applegate, and Ward. That was their 3rd day, and I was consumed with anxiety. A cold, wintry blast was driving down the lake in a direction at right angles to their course. The waves were running high, and on the opposite shore we could see the surf flying against the rocks, covering them with glittering masses of ice. It was growing colder every minute, and the night was intensely dark. A driving sleet began to fall. This was dangerous, as it adhered to whatever it touched. Our apprehensions were almost beyond endurance. I knew those men would start that night, no matter what perils might be encountered. They had 20 miles to come, in an eggshell boat, which had never been tried in rough water. Nothing could live in that icy flood half an hour if cast overboard. The wind and cold were both increasing constantly. Hour after hour passed. I followed the beach a couple of miles, but finding no traces, returned. The sergeant went in the other direction with like results. We were standing together on the shore, despairing, when suddenly there was borne to us, on the driving blast, the sound of boisterous and double-jointed profanity. The voice was Star's, and we knew that the daring, invincible men were safe and successful. We ran to meet them and help them beach, and unload the few articles that the boat contained. The oars were coated an inch thick, and the boat was half full of solid ice. When the three men came in front of the campfire, they were a sight to behold. Their hair and beards were frozen to their caps and overcoats, and they were sheeted with glistening ice from head to foot. The boat had nearly filled 3 times, but Applegate, who steered, threw her bow to the waves and held her there while the others bailed her out. They found that she would not bear the cross sea, so they kept her head to the wind and forced her to make leeway by pulling stronger on the opposite side and working the steering oar to correspond. Thus they battled with the storm, hour after hour, until they had drifted 20 miles and reached the other shore. We changed clothing with them, and after giving them a warm supper, made them go to bed at once. The rest of the night we put in drying their clothes as they soundly slept. On October 31, the boat was cleared of ice by chopping it out with axes. Hot ashes were thrown in to dry her out inside, and slipper poles were cut and fitted under her to serve as runners. Dragging side poles were also attached to fend her off standing trees in passing. 2 mules were hitched to the boat in tandem to drag her, and although progress was slow, because the boat frequently became wedged between trees, and the deep snow made travel very difficult for the mules, the divide was crossed, and at 9 o'clock at night we left her on the Pacific slope of the Rocky Mountains and went on with the tired stock into camp. On November 2nd, the extra men, Ward and Osborne, with their horses and the 3 poorest mules, were started back to Fort Ellis, since they were no longer needed. They were to pick up the mules and property left at different points on the way, and after an arduous trip of several days, they reached Fort Ellis safely. The lieutenant and his reduced party now had 7 horses and 4 pack mules. In camp at Heart Lake, it was necessary to make extensive repairs to the boat. The cold had shrunken the boards and opened all the seams. She was finally in order and launched on Heart Lake on November 5. During this layover the party feasted on baked porcupine, which resembled in taste young pork with a faint flavor of pine. The party moved across and around Heart Lake on November 6. The boat loaded with all the equipment, the horses and mules taken along the western shore, it was necessary to drag the boat across the frozen lower section of the lake for some 3 miles to the outlet. There, the volume of the stream was so small it would not float the craft, even unloaded, over the rocks of the stream bed. For the next several days the little vessel, the men, and the animals took a beating from the stream, the weather, and the terribly hard going. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. November 18th. Reached camp in the forenoon, with all the caulking melted out of the seams and all the ice thawed out of the interior of the boat by the floods of boiling water passed through in the river channel just above. Took her out of the water and put her on the stocks to be dried out and thoroughly repaired. Her bottom was a sight to behold. The green pine planks were literally shivered by pounding on the rocks. The tough striping of the seams, 2 inches or more in thickness, was torn away. 2 of the heaviest planks were worn through in the waist of the vessel, and 3 holes were found in her sides. The stern was so bruised and stove that we had to hew out a new one. We took out the seats, floor, and bulkheads, and this gave us lumber enough to put on a new bottom. Mended the holes with tin and leather, recaulked her, using candles and pitch mixed for the filling. Split young pines and put a heavy strip on each seam and made her stronger than ever. This occupied the 19th, which was a stormy day, and the 20th, which was clear, long enough to enable us to finish the boat. When it is remembered that the wood had to be dry before the pitch would adhere, and that we were obliged to keep a bed of coals under the boat constantly to effect this on ground saturated with snow water and with the snow falling most of the time, it can be realized that the labor was of the most fatiguing description. Half of the party worked, while the others cared for the animals and slept. Warren here came out as an invaluable member of the party. He kept the camp full of trout, and we fared sumptuously. The stream from Shoshone Lake is the true Snake River, and not the one we are on. It is twice as large as this one, and should be mapped as the main stream. From this point we feel sure of plenty of water, and will start with a partial load in the boat. The strain on the animals has been terrible, as they have had to double trip the route almost constantly, which means 3 times the distance of actual progress. We have had but little depth of snow, and this, while favorable in one sense, has been detrimental in another, as it has allowed the game to run high on the mountains, where we had not time to go. Had there been deeper snow, the water supply would have been greater, the game would have been forced down to the valleys, and we would not have been obliged to use the animals so constantly. The problem was to get where the boat would carry the property and make distance before the animals gave out. Also, to get to settlements before rations were exhausted. I knew we had the formidable Mad River Canyon of the old trappers between us and human habitations. With plenty of large game in range, this would have caused no uneasiness, but we were descending daily and leaving the game behind. I spent many an hour over this problem, studying all the chances, and endeavoring to be prepared to act instantly in any possible emergency that might arise. The party resumed their travel on November 21, Doane, Starr, Applegate, and White in the boat, Sergeant Server, Warren, and Davis with the animals. The boat was headed down the now powerful stream, Applegate steering, Starr astride the bow. Starr and White were armed with spike poles to push her off rocks and guide her into deep channels. All was lovely. Starr had just begun to sing one of his favorite missionary hymns, something about the gospel ship is sailing now, when the river made a sudden turn to the left with a boiling eddy, and the boat crashed head on against the overhanging wall of rock, smashing all the lodge poles and compelling the boisterous singer to turn a somersault backward to save himself from being instantly killed. The gallant little craft bore the shock without bursting, and we went downstream, stern foremost, a short distance, onto a shelving rock, where an examination developed the fact that nothing was damaged excepting 22 fine lodge poles. On November 23, nearing Jackson Lake, the valley of the Snake was opening before the party. Hundreds of otter were seen. These growled at us in passing from their holes in the bank, not being accustomed to boats. We shot several. An hour later we ran into Jackson's Lake and passed the train just as a mule fell under a log across the trail, stumbled a moment, and died. Camped on the lake shore 3 miles from the inlet. The following day both land and water parties progressed along the western shore of Jackson Lake. the train finding, terrible severe traveling, climbing over rocks and through tangled forests of pine, aspen, and other varieties of timber. Abandoned one horse. We were too near the mountains to get a full view, but above us rose the huge masses of glistening granites too steep to retain much snow. On the opposite shore are extensive beaver swamps and great areas of marsh, now frozen. The trout bite well, and we have a good supply. Ate our last flour today. Star cooked one of the fine otter killed the day before. The flesh was nice looking. It was very fat and tempting. Baked in a Dutch oven and fragrant with proper dressing, we anticipated a feast, were helped bountifully, and started with voracious appetites. The first mouthful went down, but did not remain. It came up without a struggle. Only Star could hold it. The taste was delicately fishy and not revolting at all, but the human stomach is evidently not intended for use as an otter trap. Like Bankow's ghost, it will not go down. We did not try otter again. November 25th. Laid over, giving the stock a rest, and repaired boat. Warren kept us well supplied with trout, which were in fine condition. In the afternoon my attention was called to an object moving in the lake. It proved to be a deer, swimming from the large island across to the opposite shore of the little bay. We had just finished with the little boat, and catching up the big rifle, while the others pushed off, Star and Applegate rowed me out to intercept the deer. It saw us coming, and turning to the left reached the shore about 300 yards away, where it stopped, shivering on the bank. We stopped and let the boat settle to steadiness, and I fired. The deer was badly hit and stood still. I fired again, and it fell into the water dead. It was the first game we had killed for a long time, and came in the nick of time. After dragging it into the boat, we found the two bullet holes about 3 inches apart, and the last one had gone through the heart of the animal. When the gun was fired first, the whole party turned out along the shore, thinking an avalanche was coming, and the noise of the second discharge had not ceased when we landed with the game. It was an echo. We spent hours testing it afterward, and surely nothing on earth can equal it. The report of the big rifle was followed by a prolonged roar that seemed to eddy in the little bay in a vast volume of condensed thunder, then charged up the great channel in a hollow deep growl, giving consecutive reports which bounded from cliff to cliff, and these re-echoed until far up in the canyon came back a rattle of musketry as on a skirmish line, mingled with mournful waves of vibratory rumbling. These were succeeded by cracks and rustlings, and a moaning sigh, which slowly receded and died away far up along the heights. Time, 1 minute and 25 seconds. We tried our voices together, and the result was deafening and overwhelming. There were 7 in the party, and we were answered back by a hoarse mob of voices in accumulating thousands from the great gorge, and these, a moment after retreating up the channel, called to each other and back at us, till the multiplied voices mingled in a harsh jargon of weird and wild receding volume of sound, ending in a long moaning sigh and a rustling as of falling leaves among the gleaming spires far away above us. I then tried Star's tremendous voice alone, and had him call, "Oh, Joe," with a prolonged rising inflection on the first and an equally prolonged falling inflection on the second word, repeating it at intervals of 30 seconds. Experience had taught us that this call could be heard more distinctly and further in the mountains than any other practiced. The sound of his voice at the first call had not ceased when 100 exact repetitions were reflected to the little bay. Then a rush of hoarse exclamations followed up the gorge, and the fusillade of calls on every rock and cliff answered, "Oh, Joe!" And these sounds echoed and re-echoed 1,000 times, reaching higher and higher along the mighty walls, till faint goblin whispers from the cold icy shafts and the spectral hollows answered back in clicking notes and hisses, but distinctly, always the words, "Oh, Joe!" A full band of music playing here would give such a concert as the world has never heard. There is a weird, unearthly volume and distinctness to the echo here, and a chasing afar off and returning of the sounds, unequaled and simply indescribable. We named this inlet Spirit Bay. The party continued along the lake shore, the usual mode of travel being 3 men in the boat, 4 with the animals on land. Doan's horse was abandoned on November 26. All of the men were violently ill from the deer meat, the lieutenant diagnosing the sickness as cholera morbus. The party was forced to lay over most of 2 days, but reached the outlet of the lake on November 30, started down river, and camped 2 miles downstream from the Buffalo Fork on that date, the boat having made about 30 miles that day. December 1st. Moved on down the river. Sergeant and myself still very weak. Camped opposite Gros Ventre Butte, which is in the middle of the valley and in front of Mount Hayden, earlier name for the Grand Teton, and its mighty canyon. From this description, this camp appears to have been opposite Blacktail Butte, in the vicinity of the present location of Moose. During the day, Warren and White followed a herd of elk till dark, but did not get one. Light snow on the ground. Weather warm. At noon 65 degrees. Distance 12 miles. The boat now carries all the property, as the animals can carry no more. The river is a fine broad stream, but the current is that of a mountain torrent, and the channel divides so often that we counted over 100 islands today. Occasionally, therefore, we came to shoal water by getting in the wrong chute and had to lift her over. The bed of the stream is entirely of coarse gravel and boulders, mostly of granite, and the banks are low. Fishing good, but fresh fish is too thin a diet to subsist on alone. We have now no coffee, sugar, tea, bacon, and worst of all, no tobacco. Nothing but a few beans left. The game is scarce and shy. I cannot hunt and keep the observations at the same time. The boat can now go faster than the stock, but we cannot separate with Mad River Canyon in front of us. A glorious night, moon in the full, but empty stomachs. We are now far enough away from the lakes to be clear of the clouds of vapor and local snowstorms. Our camp is about a central point with reference to obtaining a view of the Tetons, and at a distance of 15 miles from the nearest part of the range. Distance actually about 7 miles. Doan's estimate inaccurate. The moonlight view was one of unspeakable grandeur. There are 22 summits in the line, all of them mighty mountains, with the gleaming spire of Mount Hayden rising in a pinnacle above all. The whole range is of naked rock in vast glittering masses, mostly coarse granites, but with some carboniferous and metamorphosed rocks. The splendid colorings of these, sheeted as they were with ice, contrasted finely with the snowy masses in all places where the snow would lie, and with the somber depths of the great avalanche channels and mighty canyons. Of the latter, the grandest is the Teton, Cascade Canyon, which half surrounds Mount Hayden, is 4,000 feet deep, where it opens out into the valley in front of us, has a splendid torrent of roaring cascades in its channel, and a baby glacier still at its head. The wide valley in front, seamed with rocky channels and heaped with moraines, is a grim, ruinous landscape. There are no foothills to the Tetons. They rise suddenly in rugged majesty from the rock-strewn plain. Masses of heavy forests appear on the glacial debris and in parks behind the curves of the lower slopes, but the general field of vision is glittering, glaciated rock. The soft light floods the great expanse of the valley, the winding silvery river, and the resplendent, deeply carved mountain walls. The vast masses of névé on the upper ledges from their lofty resting places shine coldly down, and stray masses of clouds, white and fleecy, cast deep shadows over land and terrace, forest and stream. And later on, when the moon had gone down in exaggerated volume behind the glorified spire of the Grand Teton, Doane must have used the names Mount Hayden and Grand Teton interchangeably, the stars succeeded with their myriad sparkling lights, and these blazed up in setting on the sharp-cut edges of the great serrated wall like Indian signal fires in successive spectral flashes, rising and dying out by hundreds as the hours passed on. On the wide continent of North America there is no mountain group to compare in scenic splendor with the Grand Tetons. There was not a pound of food in camp. We ate the last beans for supper before going out to make notes on the Teton view. The weakened party again laid over on the following day. They hunted carefully, but to no avail, since the horses were too weak to carry the riders far afield from the camp, and the game was well up in the hills to the east. Warren, that most indefatigable fisherman, caught 16 magnificent trout, all of which were eaten for supper. Warren's horse was shot for food, since it was the weakest and poorest of the lot. He had not a particle of fat on his carcass, and we had no salt or other seasoning. Drew the powder from a package of cartridges and used it. We had been using the same old coffee and tea grounds for 2 weeks, and the decoctions derived therefrom had no power in them, no momentum. For tobacco we had smoked larb, red willow, and a rosebush bark. All these gave a mockery and a delusion to our ceaseless cravings. We chewed pine gum continually, which helped a little. We boned a quarter of the old horse and boiled the meat nearly all night, cracking the bones as well, and endeavoring to extract a show of grease therefrom, out of which to upholster a delicious and winsome gravy. The meat cooked to a watery, spongy texture, but the gravy sauce was a dead failure. Horse meat may be very fine eating when smothered with French sauces, but the worn-out U.S. cavalry plug was never intended for food. The flesh tastes exactly as the perspiration of the animal smells. It is, in addition, tough and coarse-grained. We ate it ravenously, stopping to rest occasionally our weary jaws. It went down and stayed, but did not taste good. Weather turned colder toward morning, river running ice and cakes, which screamed and crashed continually through the night. For the next several days the party continued without serious mishap, other than damage to the boat on 2 occasions when she crashed into submerged boulders. Warren continued to take trout successfully, the fish and horse meat making up the sketchy bill of fare. On December 7, moving through the open country of the southern part of Jackson Hole, Sergeant Server and Davis, while hunting, found the cabin of a trapper, John Pierce. The old man was greatly surprised to see anyone with animals in the upper Snake River basin at that time of the year, gave the men a substantial meal and some salt, which improved our regal fare by somewhat smothering the sour perspiration taste of the old horse. He also sent word to me about the settlement below Mad River Canyon. River too shallow for fishing, but we had salt on our horse for supper. December 8th. The old trapper came to our camp before we started, bringing on his shoulder a quarter of fat elk, also a little flour. He was a gigantic, raw-boned, and grizzled old volunteer soldier. We gave him in return some clothing of which he was in need, and a belt full of cartridges, as he had a big rifle with the same size chamber as mine. While talking with him, Starr and Davis were busy, and soon we had a meal. The elk meat went well. The balance of the flour was reserved for gravies. The old trapper gave me explicit and correct information about the settlements below. He was trapping for fine furs only, mink, marten, fisher, and otter. Said it would not pay to go after beaver unless one had pack animals, and these could not winter in the valley. He told me that he had not believed the sergeant's story about the boat at first, and throughout his visit was evidently completely puzzled as to what motives could have induced us to attempt such a trip in such a way and at such a season. I sent him home on horseback with Sergeant Server, who told me, after returning, that he had been given another holy meal. Meantime we worked on down the river with renewed strength among rocks and tortuous channels, worked until after dark, and camped at the head of Mad River Canyon, 15 miles. The voyage down the Grand Canyon of the Snake, Mad River Canyon, was a series of nightmares, steadily deepening and narrowing, the canyon walls closing in with oppressive gloom. The river became almost completely unnavigable. It was necessary to handline the boat down boiling rapids, drag her over the ice of frozen pools, portage the equipment. In this manner, advancing 6 to 7 miles a day, Dones writes that it was very cold in the shaded chasm. Otter, fat and sleek, played around us on the ice and snarled at us from the holes in the wall. All day long, safe from molestation in their fishy unpalatableness, we had no time to shoot for sport, nor transportation for pelts, and no desire for any game not edible. All day, and as late at night as we could see to labor, we toiled to make 6 miles. On December 11, Doane concluded to split his party. No food left but a handful of flour. Shot White's horse and feasted. It was now evident that we were not going to run the canyon with the boat, but must tug away slowly. We were about 42 miles from the first settlement, if our information was correct, but the canyon, if very crooked as it had been so far, might double that distance. I desired to get the boat through if we had to risk everything in order to do so. This canyon was the terrible obstacle, and we were more than halfway through it. Apparently the worst had been gone through with. All the men agreed to this with enthusiasm. We gathered together all the money in the possession of the party, and arranged for Sergeant Server, the most active and youngest of the party, and Warren, who could be of no assistance to those remaining, as his stomach had begun to give way, to go on next day with the 2 horses and 1 mule remaining, and bring us back rations. Sergeant Server and Warren loaded up as planned the following day, leaving the lieutenant and the other 4 men to continue with the boat. The river was becoming better, the ice foot more uniform, and the channel free from frozen pools, when all of a sudden the boat touched the icy margin, turned under it, and the next instant was dancing end over end in the swift, bold current. All of the horse meat, all the property, arms, instruments, and notebooks were in the roaring stream. A few hundred yards below there was a narrow place where the ice foot almost touched the middle of the river. We ran thither and caught whatever floated. The clothing bags, valise, bedding, bundles, and the lodge were saved. All else, excepting one hindquarter of the old horse, went to the bottom and was seen no more. All the rubber boots were gone excepting mine. The warm clothing all floated and was saved. We dragged in the boat by the tow line and pulled her out of the water and far up on a ledge of rock, 6 miles. After this mishap, the sergeant and Warren, who had been traveling along the river bank, keeping in contact with the boat party, were sent at once on their way, while Doane and his men dried out and rested. The boatmen fought their way down the river for the next 2 days, but on December 14 the boat was hauled high on the bank in an apparently secure place. The last of the horse meat had been eaten for breakfast. No food was left. The following morning the bedding was stored away in rolls with the valise, high up among the rocks, and Doane's party started. Unarmed, without food, and in an unknown wilderness to find settlements, previously described by the trapper, Pierce, 7 miles up on a stream which we had no positive assurance of being able to recognize when we came to its mouth. That day the men waded the Salt River, near the present site of Alpine, having spent 7 days in the gloomy depths of the Mad River Canyon. On December 16 they were moving at the break of day in bitterly cold weather, and about noon reached an ice-bound creek which showed signs of placer washings. They assumed, correctly as it developed, that the settlements described by Pierce were on this tributary stream. Due to crusted snow, they could make only about 1 mile an hour, but upon reaching the creek they walked on the ice and were thus able to make better progress. Some distance upstream the creek forked, and the men took the left-hand branch. By dark they had determined they were in error. They sheltered by a huge fire that night. We slept a little, but only to dream of bountifully set tables loaded with viands, all of which were abounding in fats and oils. What conversation there was turned entirely to matters pertaining to food. Davis talked incessantly on such subjects, giving all the minutest details of preparing roasts, gravies, meat pies, suet puddings, pork preparations, oil dressings, cream custards, and so on, until Star finally choked him off with the otter experience. None of us felt the pangs of hunger physically. Our stomachs were cold and numb. We suffered less than for 2 days before, but there was a mental appetite, more active than ever. It was an agony to sleep. All the party evidenced the same mental conditions, excepting Davis, who was hungry clear through, sleeping or waking. One feeling we had in common. It can be found explained in Eugene Sue's description of the Wandering Jew. We were impatient of rest, and all felt a constant impulse to go on, continually. The men did not seem to court slumber, and Star had an inexhaustible fund of his most mirth-provoking stories, which he never tired of telling. We listened, laughed, and sang. Afterward we tried to catch a couple of beaver, which splashed within a few feet of us all night long. Had not a firearm in the party, and here was the fattest of good meat, almost under our hands, enough to have fed us for 2 days. With the first gray streaks of dawn they were again on their way, working over the ridge to the other fork of the creek, which they reached a few hours later. A couple of miles further on we stopped to build a fire and warm ourselves. Davis showed signs of undue restlessness. We had to call him back from climbing the hillside several times. While we were gathering wood for the fire, I found a section of sawed-off timber blocks, such as they use for the bottom of flumes. It had been recently cut on one side with an axe. This satisfied me without farther evidence that the mines above were not old placers now deserted. The men were not so sanguine, but were cheerful, and we soon moved on again. In a couple of hours we came to an old flume. Shortly after, Applegate declared he smelled the smoke of burning pine. In half an hour more we reached a miner's cabin and were safe. We arrived at 3 p.m., having been 80 hours without food, in a temperature from 10 degrees to 40 degrees below zero, and after previously enduring privations as before detailed. 2 old miners occupied the cabin, and they were both at home, having returned from a little town above with a fresh stock of provisions. They at once produced some dried bread and made some weak tea, knowing well what to do. We had to force those things down. None of us felt hungry for anything but grease. About this time, to our unspeakable delight, Sergeant Server and Warren also arrived. They had passed the mouth of the creek on the 13th, and gone below to the next stream, which they had followed up 14 miles without finding anything, and returning to meet us had found our trail and followed it, knowing that we had nothing to eat, while they had 2 horses and a mule with them. Mr. Bailey and his partner now gave us a bountiful supper of hot rolls, roast beef, and other substantial fare, and we all ate heartily in spite of our previous resolutions not to do so. Cold, dry bread had no charms, but hot and fatty food roused our stomachs to a realization that the season of famine was over. The change affected us severely. I had an attack of inflammation of the stomach, which lasted several hours. All of the men suffered more or less, excepting Star, who seemed to be unaffected. The next day the party moved upstream to the little town, Keenan City, which consisted of a store, saloon, post office, blacksmith shop, stable, and a lot of miners' cabins. Doane found that they had followed McCoy Creek, and that the settlements were collectively known as the Caribou Mining District. The lieutenant records that his weight was down to 126 from a normal 190, and the others were similarly reduced. A jerky stage line operated between Keenan City and the Eagle Rock Bridge on the Snake above Fort Hall, and Lieutenant Doane accordingly prepared the following telegram to be forwarded by the post adjutant at Fort Hall. Commanding Officer, Fort Ellis, Montana. Arrived here yesterday. All well. Write today. Send mail to Fort Hall. Signed, Doane. It was the lieutenant's plan at this time to construct small sleds for the rations and bedding rolls, these to be drawn by the 2 horses and the mule left to the expedition, and thus proceed down river to Fort Hall. All was in readiness by December 23, and the party set out, proceeding some 20 miles through Christmas Day. While in camp on the evening of December 26, voices were heard in the river bottom nearby, where a party of troops had just gone into camp. It was Lieutenant Joseph Hall, 14th Infantry, with 4 men and a good little pack train. I shall never forget the puzzled expression on the face of this officer when he first met me. He conversed in monosyllables for a couple of minutes, and then told us that he had been sent to arrest a party of deserters, half a dozen in number, which had been advertised for in the Montana papers, as having left Fort Ellis and were supposed to have gone through the park and down Snake River. $30 each for apprehension and capture. The stage driver had read the papers, it seems, and denounced us to the post commander at Fort Hall. We first had a hearty laugh over the joke, and he then placed himself and party at my disposal. We sat by the fire and talked nearly all night. He was post adjutant at Fort Hall, and evidently knew something more than he felt at liberty to tell me, but he denounced Major Jas. S. Brisbane, 2nd Cavalry, my post commander, in unmeasured terms, and told me that I was being made a victim of infamous treachery. This was a revelation, but not a surprise. Next day Sergeant Server and 4 men were sent with fresh animals to recover the boat and the bedding cached up river. They returned the following day, reporting that it was only 15 miles by trail on the other side of the river. They brought with them the equipment, but not the boat, which had been crushed to splinters by an ice jam which had piled up in masses 20 feet high. This was a bitter disappointment, as they found the river open all the way down, and we so found it afterwards below. Here was another strange occurrence. In exploring, as in hunting, there is an element of chance which cannot be provided against. No foresight will avail, no calculations will detect, no energy will overcome. Caution might prevent, but with caution no results will be obtained. Risks must be taken, and there is such an element in human affairs as fortune, good or bad. I decided at once to make all possible speed to Fort Hall, there refit, and returning bring lumber to rebuild the boat on the ground where it had been lost, and continue to Eagle Rock Bridge on the Snake River, previously going back far enough beyond Jackson's Lake to take a renewal of the system of triangulation and notes, lost in the river when the boat capsized. At Eagle Rock Bridge it would be necessary to rebuild the boat again in a different form and much larger, to run the heavy rapids of the lower rivers to Astoria, at the mouth of the great Columbia. The hardships and greater dangers we had already passed. With food for 1 day more, we could have made the passage of Mad River Canyon, despite the loss of all our weapons, instruments, and tools. We had run all the rapids but 2, and these were easier than many others safely passed above. All the party enthusiastically endorsed this plan. Lieutenant Doane was indeed a persevering and meticulously thorough individual, so much so that he not only planned to return to run the river from the point where he had been obliged to leave off, but to retrace his route to a point above Jackson Lake in order to bring his notes to completion. It is difficult to follow his thinking when he indicates his intention of running the Columbia to Astoria, since his orders were to make exploration of Snake River from Yellowstone Lake to Columbia River. His statement that the greater dangers had already been passed seems incompatible with the Hell's Canyon of the Snake below, a section of the river about which Doane must have had some knowledge. Here indeed were risks to be taken with bad fortune certain, quite probably occurring beyond a point of no return. The party continued on December 29 toward Fort Hall, with Doane's journal describing in detail the route followed, the nature of the terrain, and the course of the river. They arrived at Fort Hall on January 4, having been met about halfway between Fort Hall and the Eagle Rock Bridge by ambulances sent to bring them. Captain Bainbridge, commanding officer at Fort Hall, received us with great kindness, and everything possible was done for the comfort of myself and party by all at the post. There followed an exchange of communications between the lieutenant and the commanding officer at Fort Ellis, Major Brisbane, with no reference therein to the charge of desertion. In the meantime, Doane records: "We put in at Fort Hall, preparing to get together materials for another boat, intending to renew the expedition from Mad River Canyon. Meantime I had made one of my centennial tents for Captain Bainbridge. While so engaged on the 8th of January, the following telegram came: dated Chicago, Illinois, January 6, 1877. Received at Fort Hall, Idaho, January 8, 1877. To Commanding Officer, Fort Hall, Idaho. You will direct Lieutenant Doane, 2nd Cavalry, with his escort, to rejoin his proper station, Fort Ellis, as soon as practicable. Acknowledge receipt. R.C. Drum, A.A.G." That Doane was very bitter at this turn of events is indicated by subsequent entries in his journal. This was the result. I simply note here an extract from Sergeant Server's journal, the only one left us when the boat capsized. "Lieutenant Doane was very mad in consequence of our having to return, and so were all the men, but we tried to make the best of it. Over a year afterward I received the key to this mystery, and here it is. It will be observed that there is some little truth in it and much that is false. And bear in mind that my letter and telegram from Keenan City were received on the 28th December, and that I had not yet been heard from at Eagle Rock or Fort Hall." Fort Ellis, January 2nd, 1877. Telegram to Assistant Adjutant General, St. Paul, Minnesota. "I hear Doane lost all his horses, 7, and mules, 3, his boat and camp equipage, even to blankets. Lived 3 weeks on horse meat straight, the last 3 days before reaching the settlement. His party being without food of any kind, I recommend that he be ordered to his post for duty with his company. Signed, Brisbane, Commanding Post." Accordingly, Doane and 4 men were returned to Fort Ellis by stage, arriving on January 20. Sergeant Server and White leaving Fort Hall on January 12th, with the expedition's baggage and the extra horse, arrived at Fort Ellis on February 2, bringing to close the final stage of the exploration. One last entry in Lieutenant Doane's journal is worthy of mention. "In December, 1878, I was told by my commanding officer, Major Jas. S. Brisbane, that he had disapproved of the expedition from the beginning, and had worked to have me ordered back, because I had not applied for the detail through him. I make no comment." A careful study of the journal reveals statements that can be questioned in light of the latter knowledge. The mellifluous descriptions, the references to hundreds of otter, and some other observations, together with the general tone of the document, may to some readers appear overdrawn. It must be borne in mind, however, that the journal was obviously written some time after Doane's return to Fort Ellis, and from Server's notes, since the lieutenant's records had been lost when the boat capsized on December 12th. Server's notes were probably sketchy at best. Much of the writing then was done from memory. That the account is colored by some imagination and a desire to make a good yarn of it is probably true, but forgivable. particularly when one considers the usual tenor adopted by writers of that day. However critical the reader's opinion may be, it cannot be denied that here is an odyssey which defies comparison with any other record of winter exploration of the region. It is fortunate beyond any reasonable doubt that Doan's expedition did not continue. That his party could have survived ultimate disaster in Hell's Canyon of the Snake is incomprehensible. That Doan, stubborn and fearless as he was, would have been turned back by any terrors of the river threw at him is equally so. Doan was an explorer in every sense of the word. He was determined to overcome all obstacles. He was, in truth, a man to ride the river with. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Dead Man's Bar by Fritjof Freixel. Jackson Hole, widely reputed to have been the favored retreat and rendezvous of cattle thieves, outlaws, and bad men in the early days, has long enjoyed the glamour which goes with a dark and sinful past, and this reputation has by no means been lost sight of by those who have been active in advertising the assets of this fascinating region. But when the dispassionate historian critically investigates the basis for this reputation, he is surprised to find so little evidence wherewith to justify it, or to indicate that pioneer times in Jackson Hole were much different from those in other nearby frontier communities, and he is forced to conclude that the notoriety of Jackson Hole, like the rumor of Mark Twain's death, has been slightly exaggerated. Doubtless, the geographic features of the valley have encouraged the popular belief, for from the standpoint of isolation and inaccessibility, Jackson Hole might well have been a paradise for the fugitive and lawless. But, in fairness to the old idea, which one is reluctant to abandon, it must be conceded that among the authentic narratives that have come down to us from pioneer times, there are one or two which hold their own with the choices that Wild West fiction has dared to offer, and these bolster up to some extent the rather faltering case for Jackson Hole's former exceptional badness. Such a narrative is the story of Dead Man's Bar. There are few residents of the Jackson Hole country who have not heard of the Dead Man's Bar affair, a triple killing which took place in the summer of 1886 along the Snake River, and which gave this section of the river the name Dead Man's Bar. It is the most grim narrative and the most celebrated in the pioneer history of the valley, and its details are sufficiently bloody to satisfy the most sanguinary tourist, thirsty for Western thrills. Emil Wolf's Narrative. When Colonel Erickson, Mr. Owen, and the writer visited Emil Wolf on August 9, 1928, we found him stricken with the infirmities of old age and confined to what proved to be his deathbed. Nevertheless, his senses were alert and his memory concerning the period in question keen and accurate. The account he gave checked in detail with one he had given Colonel Erickson a year earlier, and his recollection of names and dates agreed in most cases with evidence obtained later from other sources. In his feeble condition, however, Wolf was so weakened by the telling of his story that the interview had perforce to be cut short and certain questions left unanswered. A few questions Wolf declined to answer, with the statement that there were features of the affair he would like to forget if he could, and there were others he had never told anyone and never would. What he had told other men, he said, he would tell us. Concerning himself, Mr. Wolf stated he was 76 years old and a German by blood and birth, having been born in 1854 in Luxembourg. He received an education along medical lines in the old country. While still a very young man, only 16, he emigrated to America, where he served for some years in the United States Army in the far West, part of the time as a volunteer doctor. His first visit to the Jackson Hole region was in 1872, when he came to Teton Basin, Pierre's Hole, for a brief period. In 1878, while serving under Lieutenant Hall, he came into Jackson Hole, his detachment being sent to carry food to Lieutenant Doan's outfit, which had lost its supplies in the Snake River while engaged in a geological survey of the Jackson Hole area. In 1886, Wolf stated, he came to the region to stay, settling first in Teton Basin. It was in this year that the Dead Men's Bar incident took place. The account of this affair which follows is pieced together from the facts given by Wolf. No information gained from other sources has been introduced, and there have been no changes made in the story other than the rearrangement of its details into historical order. The account as set forth has been verified by both Colonel Erickson and Mr. Owen, who were present at its telling. In the spring of 1886, 4 strangers came into Jackson Hole to take up placer mining along Snake River, whose gravels were reputed to be rich in gold. The new outfit had been organized in Montana, and originally had consisted of 3 partners, Henry Welter, T.H. Tigerman, and August Kellenberger, the Germans, as they came to be called. Henry Welter, who had previously been a brewer in Montana, proved to be an old friend and schoolmate of Emil Wolf's from Luxembourg. Tigerman was a gigantic fellow who had served on the King's Guard in Germany. He seemed to be something of a leader in the project, claiming, apparently on insecure grounds, that he knew where placer gold was to be obtained. August Kellenberger, also a brewer by trade, was a small man who had 2 fingers missing from his right hand. The trio of prospective miners had added a 4th man to the unit, one John Tonner by name, also a German, under promise of grub and a split in the cleanup. The miners located near the center of Jackson Hole on the north bank of the Snake River, where that river flows west for a short distance. They erected no cabins, according to Wolf, but lived in tents pitched in a clearing among the trees on the bar, within a few hundred yards or so of the river. Occasional visits to the few ranchers then in this portion of the territory brought them a few acquaintances. Once they ran out of grub and crossed Teton Pass to Wolf's place to get supplies. Wolf recalled that they paid for their purchases with a $20 gold piece. They wanted a saw, and Wolf directed them to a neighbor who had one. This they borrowed, leaving $10 as security. On the occasion of this visit they spoke of building a raft to use in crossing the Snake at their workings, and Wolf tried to dissuade them from the project, assuring them that they did not appreciate how dangerous the Snake could be when on the rise. But they laughed off his warnings, with the statement that they had built and handled rafts before, and knew their business. Wolf learned little, until later, concerning the mutual relations of the 4 men on the bar, nor concerning what success, if any, they had in finding gold. Late that summer, when haying time was at hand in Teton Basin, Wolf was surprised to see a man approaching his cabin on foot. Seeing any man, and especially one afoot, was a rare sight in those days, commented Wolf. It proved to be the miner, Tonner, and he had asked to be given work. Curious as to what was up between Tonner and his partners, Wolf quizzed him, but received only the rather unsatisfactory statement that Tonner had left the 3 miners while they were making plans to raft the Snake in order to fetch a supply of meat for the camp. With hay ready for cutting, Wolf was glad to hire Tonner for work in the fields. For a month the 2 men slept together, and during this time Wolf noticed that Tonner invariably wore his gun or had it within reach. But while he suspected that all was not right, he made no further investigation. Wolf retained a mental picture of Tonner as being a small, dark-complexioned man of rather untrustworthy appearance and manner. Once Tonner instructed Wolf to investigate a certain hiding place in the cabin, and he would find some valuables which he asked him to take care of. Wolf did so, and claims that he found a silver watch and a purse containing $28. Then one day late in August a sheriff and posse came to the cabin and asked Wolf if he could furnish information concerning whereabouts of the miner, Jack Tonner. At the time Tonner was absent working in the fields, Briefly, the posse explained that Tonner's three partners had been found dead, that Tonner was believed guilty of their murder, and that the posse was commissioned to take him. Horrified to think that for a month he had sheltered and slept with such a desperate character, Wolf could only reply, "My God, grab him while you can." Tonner was found on a haystack and captured before he could bring his gun into play. From the posse, Wolf learned that a party boating from Yellowstone Park down the Lewis and Snake Rivers, under the leadership of one Free, had stopped at the workings of the miners, but had found them unoccupied. Just below the encampment, at the foot of a bluff where the Snake had cut into a gravel bank, they had come upon three bodies lying in the edge of the water, weighted down with stones. They had reported the gruesome find, and the arrest of Tonner on Wolf's place resulted. Wolf, Dr. W. A. Hawker, a surgeon from Evanston, and a couple of Wolf's neighbors from Teton Basin hurried to the scene of the killings, a place which has ever since been known as Dead Men's Bar. They readily identified the bodies, Tigerman by his size, and Kellenberger from the absence of two fingers on his right hand. They found that Kellenberger had been shot twice in the back, that Welter had an axe cut in the head, and that Tigerman's head was crushed, presumably also with an axe. Wolf gave it as their conclusion that the three men must have been killed while asleep, and that their bodies had been hauled up onto the rim and rolled down the gravel bluff into the river, where they had lodged in shallow water and subsequently been covered with rocks. Probably the water had fallen, more fully exposing the bodies, so that they had been discovered by Free's men. Wolf and Hawker removed the heads of Welter and Tigerman and cleaned the skulls, preserving them as evidence. Wolf denied that they buried the bodies, but claimed that they threw them back in the edge of the water and covered them again with rocks. Tonner pleaded not guilty and was taken to Evanston, the county seat of Oneida County, which then embraced the westernmost strip of Wyoming territory. And here he was tried the following spring before Judge Samuel Korn. Wolf was called to testify at the trial, mentioning, among other things, the incident of the watch and the purse, both of which he was positive Tonner had stolen from his murdered partners. To the general surprise of Wolf, Judge Korn, and others present at the trial, Tonner was acquitted by the jury, despite the certainty of his guilt. What subsequently became of him is not clear. Wolf was questioned on this point, and at first declined to speak. Later, however, expressing the belief that Tonner probably went back to the old country for fear that friends of Welter, Tigerman, and Kellenberger might take the law into their own hands since the jury had failed to convict him. Concerning the question of motive for the killing, Wolf stated that he knew Tonner and the three men quarreled. The original partners planned to turn Tonner loose when his services were no longer needed in sluice digging, etc., minus his share in the cleanup. To discourage his persisting with their outfit, they had beaten him up badly a few days prior to the murders, but instead of leaving Tonner, had stayed at camp, nursing his bruises and plans for revenge, finally carrying out the latter to the consummation already described. Wolf did not believe that robbery was a factor of much importance in instigating the crime. From parties who heard the trial, it appears that there were no eyewitnesses to the tragedy save the defendant. Therefore, the prosecution was compelled to rely solely on circumstantial evidence. The theory of the attorneys for the defendant was that the three deceased persons were prospectors, without funds, and that they represented to the defendant that they had discovered a valuable mining claim and induced him to put up considerable money to grubstake and furnish necessary funds to work the claim. That soon after these men were on their way to the Jackson Hole country, they began to pick quarrels with the defendant. That on the day of the shooting, one of the prospectors remained in camp with the defendant, and the other two went away to do some prospecting. That the one who remained in camp picked a quarrel with the defendant, and the defendant was compelled to kill him in self-defense. It was recalled that after the verdict was rendered, the defendant got out of town in a hurry, taking the first freight train. That Attorney Blake was the principal trial attorney for the defendant, and that he afterwards stated he never got a cent for saving the neck of the defendant, who had promised to send him some money as soon as he could earn it, and that he had never heard from him. Note: Dr. Freixel and Colonel Erickson, immediately following their interview with Mr. Wolf on August 9, 1928, investigated the site of Dead Man's Bar. They found unmistakable traces of the diggings, the camp, and the road constructed years before by the four prospectors. Dr. Freitzel's study of the site cleared up any uncertainty as to the exact location of this historic spot, which was placed on the north side of the Snake, in the southwest quarter of Section 23, T44N, R115W. The sluice ditch of the miners, though overgrown with brush and partially filled with gravel, was easily located. It tapped a beaver dam located just above the bar and followed along the base of the terrace, discharging into the Snake about a half mile from its source. Numerous prospect pits were found on the bar. Some of them appeared more recent than those dug by Tonner and the other Germans, thus were probably the work of later prospectors. Dr. Freitzel states, all of the workings 1928 now observable speak graphically of the expenditure of much hard labor, from which returns were never forthcoming. The statement is significant and is borne out by an old sign, crudely lettered, which was reportedly found later in the vicinity. Paying gold will never be found here, no matter how many men tries. There's some enough to beguile one, like tanglefoot paper does flies. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Affair at Cunningham's Ranch by Roald Freixel. Close against the Idaho-Wyoming border, at the headquarters of the Snake River, lies the high mountain-girt valley of Jackson Hole. Fiercely beautiful in setting and richly historic in background, Jackson Hole and the raw, jagged peaks of the Teton Mountains to the west have captured popular imagination as has no other region in the Rockies. Jackson Hole has become a fabled outpost of the vanished western frontier, the legendary last stand of the outlaws. And of all the stories which have given rise to that picture, perhaps none is more starkly simple than one which has become known as The Affair at Cunningham's Ranch. As in the case of other frontier communities, the story of the early settlers in Jackson Hole is one of isolation and hardship. When winter closed in and cut off the valley from the nearest settlements across the mountains, life was a struggle for survival against the bitter cold and drifting snow. Occupied with the task of making a home in the face of tremendous odds, the homesteaders were solid, law-abiding citizens with little time for lawlessness and less for violence. On the rare occasions when gunplay broke out between men in the valley, it was of a nature that could hardly appear heroic except through the romantic eyes of a novelist. In the harsh light of reality, violence was brutal and ugly, and dispatched with the speed and finality grimly typical of the frontier. The Cunningham Ranch affair broke with a suddenness that shocked the entire valley. It was as cold-blooded as it was simple. A posse came riding in from Montana in the spring of 1893, and at a little cabin near Spread Creek, two men were cornered and shot for horse stealing. Little news of the Spread Creek incident ever leaked out of the valley in the early days, and when the first general flow of tourist travel into Jackson Hole began, nearly 40 years later, the affair at Cunningham's Ranch was still a widely known but reticently guarded story. By then, most of the old-timers who had been members of the posse were dead, and those who were left still were not interested in discussing the matter. And so the story of the killing relies almost entirely on the memory and information of the one man who cared to talk about it, Pierce Cunningham. A quiet, weather-beaten little man, Pierce Cunningham came into Jackson Hole with the first influx of settlers during the late 1880s and early 1890s. He homesteaded in the valley, and there, on Flat Creek, he worked his ranch and married and raised his family. In the fall of 1892, while he was haying on Flat Creek, Cunningham was approached by a neighbor named White, who introduced two strangers, stating that they wished to buy hay for a bunch of horses they had with them. One of the men, named George Spencer, was about 30 and had come originally from Illinois. The other was an Oregon boy named Mike Burnett, much younger than Spencer, but already rated a first-class cattleman after having punched cattle for several years elsewhere in Wyoming. Cunningham sold them about 15 tons of hay, and incidentally arranged to let the men winter in his cabin near Spread Creek, about 25 miles to the south. Since Cunningham himself intended to remain at Flat Creek, he also arranged for his partner, a burly Swede named Jackson, to stay with them. Rumor began spreading during the winter that the two men on Cunningham's place were fugitive horse thieves. Some of the rustlers' horses, it was said, belonged to a cattleman in Montana. A valley rancher had worked for him and recognized some of the brands. Before the snow was gone, Cunningham had taken it upon himself to snowshoe to Spread Creek, investigate conditions, and warn Jackson to be on guard. Once there, his suspicions were confirmed. Cunningham spent several days with the men, went with them to search for their horses, and recognized certain stocks and changed brands that left no question in his mind as to their guilt. The die was cast, and although he could readily have warned the men of their danger, Cunningham returned home without doing so. The next spring, however, he ordered Spencer and Burnett to leave, and they did. But unfortunately for them, they returned to look for some horses on the very day they should have been absent. This was in April 1893. Across the mountains to the west, a man from Montana was organizing a posse in the little Idaho settlement of Driggs. Somehow, possibly on a tip relayed from the hole, he had got wind of the rustlers on Cunningham's place and was coming to get them. One of the valley homesteaders saw the posse leader there with a group of 15 men on saddle horses, and a few days later they came riding over the pass from Teton Basin into Jackson Hole. In the valley, the leader completed organization of the posse. Including him, there were 4 men from Montana, 2 from Idaho, and 10 or 12 recruited in Jackson Hole. Asked to join the outfit, Cunningham refused and stayed at Flat Creek. The posse elected a spokesman and then started up the valley to the Spread Creek cabin, a group of 16 men, all mounted and heavily armed. Under cover of darkness the posse approached the cabin, a low, sod-roofed log building in the dark silhouette against the night sky. Silently they surrounded it, 6 men in the shed about 150 yards northwest of the cabin. 3 took cover behind the ridge about the same distance south of the cabin, and the rest presumably scattered at intermediate vantage points, and they waited for dawn. Inside the cabin the unsuspecting men were sleeping quietly. Spencer, the older man, sandy-haired and heavily built; Burnett, the cow-puncher, slender and dark; and of course Swede Jackson, Cunningham's partner. The 2 rustlers intended to leave when it got light. Early in the morning the dog which was in the cabin with the men began to bark shrilly, perhaps taking alarm at the scent of the posse. Spencer got up, dressed, buckled on his revolver, and went out to the corral. The corral lay between the cabin and the shed, and after Spencer had entered it, one of the posse called to him to throw him up. Instead, Spencer drew with lightning speed and fired twice, one bullet passing between 2 logs and almost hitting the spokesman, the other nicking a log near by. The posse returned fire, and Spencer fell to the ground, propping himself up on one elbow and continuing to shoot until he collapsed. Meanwhile, Burnett had got up, slipped on his overalls and boots, and fastened on his revolver. Then he picked up his rifle in his right hand and came out of the cabin. As he stepped forth, one of the men behind the ridge fired at him. The bullet struck the point of a log next to the door, just in front of Burnett's eyes. Burnett swept the splinters from his face with his right hand as he reached for his revolver with his left, and fired left-handed at the top of the gunman's hat, just visible over the ridge. The shot was perfect. The bullet tore away the hat and creased the man's scalp. He toppled over backwards. Burnett then deliberately walked over to the corner of the cabin and stopped, with rifle in hand, in full view of the entire posse, taunting them to come out and show themselves. From inside the cabin, Jackson pleaded with him to come in or he would get it too. Burnett finally turned, and as he did so, one of the members of the posse shot him. The bullet killed Burnett instantly, and he pitched forward toward the cabin, discharging his rifle as he fell. Now only Jackson was left in the cabin, a big, bumbling man with a knack for trouble. Jackson had once before been taken by mistake for a horse thief and been scared almost to death. When he was now ordered to come out and surrender with his hands in the air, he did so immediately. The work of the posse was done. Mike Burnett lay face down in the dirt at the corner of the cabin, the bullet from his last shot lodged in a log beside him. George Spencer, his six-shooter empty, was sprawled inside the corral with 4 charges of buckshot and 4 or 5 bullets in his body. They were buried in unmarked graves a few hundred yards southeast of the cabin, on the south side of a draw. No investigation was ever made, no trial held, and the matter was hushed up. As years went by, the subject of the killing at Spread Creek became a touchy one, and most of the men directly involved preferred not to talk about it. Swede Jackson, apparently thoroughly shaken by the incident, left the valley and did not return. The affair at Cunningham's ranch was a closed story. What information the members of the posse did volunteer in later years was in justification of their actions. The posse leader was a Montana sheriff, they said, and he and his men had come from Evanston, Wyoming, with the proper papers, and deputized the Jackson Hole men. According to them, there had been no intention of killing. The 2 victims had been given a chance to surrender, and after the affair one of the men in the posse had gone to Evanston to report it to the police. Those in the valley who had not been in on the posse were not so sure of the legality of the shooting. Cunningham said he thought the leader was not an officer, and reiterated that the posse had been instructed not to arrest but to kill. He stated that 2 local men had previously been asked to dispose of the pair but refused. When asked who raised the posse and investigated the killing, Cunningham laughed and said he could tell but preferred not to. Asked if he cared to state whether the move was local or not, he quickly said, "Oh, no, it wasn't only local." Cunningham himself was rumored to have warned the outlaws to be on guard, having returned from the Spread Creek ranch only a short time before the killing. The story easily gained credence, since Spencer had caught the posse completely by surprise when he armed himself and started directly for the corral and shed where the men were hidden. Cunningham denied tipping them off, and Jackson later said it was unusual for the dog to bark as it did that morning. Spencer probably sensed from the dog's actions that something was amiss, and so put on his gun before leaving the cabin, a precaution which Jackson said the men had never taken during the previous winter. Cunningham seemed more favorably impressed by the behavior of the 2 horse thieves than by any heroism on the part of the posse, an attitude which was general in the valley. Members of the posse had little to say about it. In 1928, several years before his death, Pierce Cunningham recounted the story of the killing at Spread Creek, and ended by pointing out the spot where the rustlers were buried. With 2 timbers he marked the sage-covered plot, one corner of it crossed by the road then running past the cabin, where George Spencer and Mike Burnett had lain since their death in 1893. Years later, badgers threw out some of their bones into the sunlight. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prospector of Jackson Hole by Fritjof Fryxell. In the 1880s and 1890s, it was widely supposed that the Snake River gravels of Jackson Hole in Wyoming contained workable deposits of placer gold, and there were many who came to the region lured by such reports and a prospector's eternal optimism. Color, indeed, could be struck almost anywhere along the river, but the gold of which it gave promise proved discouragingly scarce and elusive. None found what in fairness to the word could be called a fortune. Few found sufficient gold to maintain for any length of time even the most frugal living. And who can live more frugally than the itinerant prospector? So through these decades prospectors quietly came and sooner or later as quietly left, leaving no traces of their visit more substantial than the scattered prospect holes still to be seen along the bars of the Snake River. Even today a prospector occasionally finds his way into the valley, and, like a ghost out of the past, may be seen on some river bar, patiently panning. Probably he, too, will drift on. It is apparent now that the wealth of Jackson Hole lies not in gold-bearing gravels, but in the matchless beauty of its snow-covered hills and the tonic qualities of its mountain air and streams. But one prospector stayed. Mysterious in life, Uncle Jack Davis has become one of the most shadowy figures in the past of Jackson Hole. Little more than a name, except to those few still left of an older generation who knew him. He deserves to be remembered. Deserves it because of his singular story, and because he has the distinction historically of having been the only confirmed prospector in Jackson Hole. He was uncle only by courtesy, for he lived a lonely hermit until his death, and so far as is known he left no relatives. He first appeared in 1887 as one of the throng of miners drawn irresistibly into that maelstrom of the gold excitements, Virginia City, Montana. In a Virginia City saloon he became involved in a brawl and struck a man down, struck him too hard and killed him. Davis, it should be remarked, was a man of Herculean strength and, at the time of this accident, he was drunk. Believing himself slated for the usual treatment prescribed by Montana justice at the time, quick trial and hanging, he fled the city. Davis reappeared shortly after this in Jackson Hole, the resort of more than one man with a past, and in the most isolated corner of that isolated region he began life anew. At the south end of the hole, a few miles down the Grand Canyon, he took out a claim on the south side of the Snake River near a little tributary known as Bailey Creek. There he built a log cabin, the humblest structure imaginable. One room, no windows, a single door hung on rawhide hinges. This primitive shack was Jack Davis's home for nearly a quarter of a century. True, more than 2 decades later he built himself a new cabin, but death knocked at the door of the old one before he could move. Down in the bottom of this magnificent canyon, which he had almost to himself, Davis plied his old trade of placer mining, putting in the usual crude system of sluice boxes and ditches. In addition, he cultivated a patch of ground which yielded vegetables sufficient for his own needs and for an occasional trade. The income from both sources was ridiculously small, but his needs were modest enough. Primarily, he wished peace and seclusion, and these he found. The Virginia City episode never ceased to trouble him. It made him a recluse for life. He lived alone, and limited his associates almost entirely to the few neighbors who, as the years passed, came to share his canyon or that of the nearby Hoback River. Trips to town were made only when necessary, and were brief. On such occasions it was his practice to cross the Snake near his cabin and hike or snowshoe up the west side to the store at Mentor's Ferry, 50 miles distant. Having made his purchases, he shouldered them and returned by the same route. In the course of his journey he saw and talked to few. He rarely went to Jackson, the only town in the region. He is said to have been a sober man, afraid of drink. Davis's solitary habits sprang from a haunting fear of pursuit, not from dislike of companionship. The presence of a stranger in the region made him uneasy, and he did not rest until his mission was known, sometimes pressing a friend into service to ascertain a stranger's business. He rarely allowed his photograph to be taken. Apparently his fears had little foundation, for no one from outside ever came in after him. Very likely Virginia City soon forgot him. Davis's past was known to only one or two of the most intimate of his neighbors. They kept it to themselves. Nor would it have mattered had the story been more generally known. Not in Jackson Hole, where such a distinction was by no means unique, and where a man was judged for what he was, not for what he had been or had done. Though a strange recluse, he was a man to be admired and respected. Physically he was tall, broad, of magnificently erect carriage, a blue-eyed, full-bearded giant. Stories of his strength still enjoy currency. According to one of these, Uncle Jack once lifted a casting which on its shipping bill was credited with weighing 900 pounds. Lifted it by slipping a loop of rope under it, passing the loop over his shoulders, and straightening his back. And it was well known that for all his solitary habits, Uncle Jack was kind and generous as he was strong. It seems as though for the remainder of his days Uncle Jack did penance for his one great mistake. He impressed one as trying hard to do the right thing by every one and everything. Such was his love for birds and animals that he would go hungry rather than shoot them. To callers at his shack he explained the absence of meat from the table by a stock alibi so lame and transparent that it fooled no one. He'd eat so much meat lately that he decided to lay off for a while. His unwillingness to kill turned him into a vegetarian. Here, in the midst of the best hunting country in America. A hermit, yet Uncle Jack was hardly lonely. In birds and beasts of the canyon he found a substitute for human companionship. The wild creatures about him soon ceased to be wild. His family of pets included Lucy, a doe who lived with him for many years, Buster, her fawn, whom the coyotes finally killed, 2 cats, Pitchfork Tillman, named for a prominent political figure of the times, and Nick Wilson, much given to the night life, so named after a prominent pioneer of the valley, and a number of tame squirrels and bluebirds, not to mention Dan, the old horse, and Calamity Jane, the inevitable prospector's burro, which had accompanied Jack in his flight to Jackson Hole, where it finally died at the advanced age of 40 years. Maintaining peace in such a family kept Uncle Jack from becoming lonely. Al Austin, who for many years was the forest ranger in this region, and who in time came to enjoy Uncle Jack's closest confidence, presents an unforgettable picture of the old man and his family. Dropping in at mealtime for a friendly call, Austin would find Uncle Jack in his cabin surrounded by his pets, each clamoring to be fed, and each jealous of attention bestowed on any creature other than itself. If the bluebirds were favored, the squirrels chattered vociferously. Buster, if irritated, would justify his name by charging and upsetting the furniture. Add to this the audible impatience of Pitchfork Tillman and Nick Wilson. Lucy was ladylike, but nevertheless insistent. To this motley circle Uncle Jack would hold forth in inimitable language, carrying on a running stream of conversation, scolding, lecturing, admonishing, or when discord became acute, threatening dire punishment if they did not mend their ways. It is hardly necessary to add that to Uncle Jack's awful threats, and the vivid profanity which it must be admitted accompanied them, the members of the household remained serenely indifferent, and there is no record that any of the promised disasters ever fell on their furry heads. Having no windows, Uncle Jack left his door open during the good weather. One spring a pair of bluebirds flew through the open door into the shack, and, having inspected the place and found it to their liking, built their nest behind a triangular fragment of mirror which Uncle Jack had stuck on the wall. Uncle Jack then cut down the door from its leather hinges and did not replace it until fall. 6 successive summers the bluebirds returned to the cabin, and, finding the door removed in anticipation of their coming, built their nest and raised their young behind Uncle Jack's mirror. Near by, Uncle Jack made a little graveyard for his pets, as they left him one by one. It was lovingly cared for. In the course of the 24 years which he spent there, the burial ground came to contain many neat mounds of strangely different sizes, but Lucy, Pitchfork Tillman, and Dan outlived Uncle Jack. He would not accept charity, even during the last year or two of his life, when he was nearly destitute. Neighbors had to resort to strategy to get him to accept help. On his periodic trips up and down the canyon, Austin brought the mail to Davis and to Johnny Counts, who lived next to the north. Counts, and Davis too, occasionally exchanged visits. On March 14th, 1911, Austin called at Counts and, finding that nothing had been heard from Uncle Jack for some time, snowshoed on down the canyon to see if all was well. The old man lay in bed, delirious. The last date checked off on the wall calendar was February 11th. Outside the cabin, elk had eaten all the hay, and the horse and Lucy were at the point of starvation. Austin stayed by his bedside for several days, then, finding it impossible to care for Uncle Jack decently in the dark old cabin, summoned Counts. Several days later they moved the old man 6 miles up the river, carrying him where they could, most of the way pulling him along in a boat from the shore. The old trail was one Jack himself had built many years before. In Count's cabin, a week later, Uncle Jack died. Austin made Uncle Jack's coffin from one of the old man's own sluice boxes. Together the two men carried Uncle Jack to the grave they had dug for him at Sulphur Springs nearby in the canyon. A wooden headboard on which Ranger Austin carved the inscription, A. L. Davis, died March 25th, 1911, marks the grave. There Uncle Jack sleeps alone. In Davis's shack was found the fortune which placer mining had brought him. $12 in cash, and about the same value in gold amalgam. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mountain River Men. The Story of Meaner's Ferry by Francis Judge. This ain't W.D. Meaner talking. This is H.H. Meaner talking. By God, Holy Savior, yes. Both Bill and Holiday carried a mouthful of oaths that spilled out whenever they spoke. They cursed their friends and neighbors, they cursed each other, and they cursed themselves. But to lighten this burden of words when women were around, Holiday would say, before a sentence, in the middle of a sentence, or at the end of one, Holy Savior, yes, or Holy Savior, no. Bill never bothered to lighten his profanity. Yet in spite of the cursing they were men of dignity. Everyone in Jackson Hole knew Bill and Holiday Miner. They were as much as part of the country as the Snake River or the Teton Mountains. The type of men they were brought them here. Then, as now, Jackson Hole had a marked collection of people. They were unshackled and they had color. Strength was intensified. Weakness was vivid. Bill and Holiday were plain-spoken, strong-dyed individualists. They belonged here. The Miner brothers came originally from Ohio. They were tall men. Bill, 11 years older than his brother, was thin and long-boned. His nose and sharp eyes were like an old eagle's. Holiday's long body sagged a little. He had a grizzled beard, long, shrewd nose, and amused gray eyes. He prospected in Montana before coming to Jackson Hole. "My partner's name was Mean, but I was meaner," he would say. He claimed to have made over $120,000 in one prospect. When asked what happened to the money, he always said, "Wine, women, and song." He talked of going off to Old Mexico, prospecting, but he never went. There was too much living to be done on the banks of the Snake River. Bill Miner, coming to this valley in 1892, settled on a homestead by squatter's right. He settled where the Snake River hauls toward the great mountains. He was first to homestead on the west bank of the Snake River, under the Tetons. He built a low log house among the cottonwoods on the shore of the river, collected a cow or two and a horse, a few chickens, plowed up some sage and made a field, planted a garden, built a blacksmith shop, and in time opened a small store where he sold a few groceries, a lot of bull durhams, overalls, tin pans, fish hooks, and odds and ends. And he immediately constructed a ferry to ply the unreliable Snake. Before settling in the valley, he spent 10 days with John Shive and John Cherry on the Buffalo. At that time he considered establishing a ferry somewhere along the Buffalo, but after talking with Cherry and Shive, he decided on the Snake River, and his decision was wise and far-sighted. Many settlers cut timber on Bill's side of the river, so the ferry was welcome. There were times when it was the only crossing within a 40-mile stretch up and down the river. Once in a while there was no crossing at all, when the river was in spate, and Bill refused to risk the ferry. At such a time people were forced to go up one side of the river to Moran, cross the toll bridge, and travel down the other side. 80 miles to travel 8. The ferry, a railed platform on pontoons, was carried directly across the river by the current, guided by ropes attached to an overhead cable. The cable was secured to a massive log called a dead man. The ferry was large enough to carry a 4-horse team, provided the lead team was unhooked and led to the side of the wagon. Bill Miner charged 50 cents for a team, 25 cents for a horse and rider. A foot passenger was carried free if a vehicle was crossing. In those early days, almost everyone who came to cross the ferry around mealtime was invited to eat. If the river was too high for safe crossing, and the persons who wanted to cross were in no particular hurry, Bill would keep them 2 or 3 days, bedding them and feeding them generously until the water subsided, and charging them only the slim ferry fee. "When you see them rollers in the middle of the river, I won't cross," he would say, apologize in his grouchy way for keeping people around. Anyone who stayed with Bill had to be washed and combed and ready to leap at the table at 12 noon and 6 sharp. Early in the morning, as soon as the fire was built, he yelled at them, saying, "Come on, get out of bed. Don't lay there until the flies blow you." Nothing angered him more than to have someone late for a meal, unless it was to put a dish or a pan in the wrong place. Bill had a place for everything, and everything had to be in place. Once the Roy Van Vlecks spent the night with Bill. They washed the morning dishes before ferrying over the river. Bill, leaning against the kitchen door casing, criticized and cursed because the frying pan shouldn't go here and the kettles shouldn't go there. Yet he did not offer to put them on their proper nails or even show where they belonged. That was Bill, and his neighbors understood. He was a man boiled down to his primary colors. Bill was generally accommodating, but if he were particularly out of humor and had a natural distaste for a person who came along after 6 in the evening, he would refuse to ferry him over the river or keep him for the night. He apparently got satisfaction out of being downright mean to a few individuals. When the snake is high, it is ferocious. It boils, seethes, growls, beats its breast, and carries with it everything it can reach. Once it got Bill. A huge uprooted tree swept against the ferry with such force that the ropes broke and the boat was carried downstream, taking Bill with it. After a quick trip, the ferry grounded on a submerged sandbar. Neighbors gathered and conferred and hurried about trying to rescue Bill. He stood on the ferry, violently cursing the rescue crew and acting, in general, as though they alone were to blame for the high water and his predicament. Holiday Miner came to Jackson Hole about 1905. He lived for a number of years with his brother Bill, but the disposition of each was cut on the bias, and the two disagreed over a neighbor. So Holiday took up land on the east shore and built his houses directly across from brother Bill, and let the river run between them. Like a great many individualists, Bill and Holiday considered strong hate a mark of character, so they did not speak to each other for over 2 years. Nevertheless, they were proud of each other, and the name of one always cropped up in the conversation of the other, mixed well with curses, and each watched across the river for the other to make sure all was right on the opposite shore. On Christmas, the brothers were invited to the Bar B.C. ranch for dinner. It was Holiday's birthday. Neither knew the other was to be there. When each arrived, he was given a strong drink of whiskey to ensure amiability. The two brothers shook hands over the Christmas table. Ever after they were on speaking terms. And sometimes they spoke too freely, shaking fists and cursing each other over the river. There was much gusto in their living. Though Bill read hardly more than the daily paper that came to him, Holiday subscribed to a number of magazines. He read 7 long months of the year and talked it out the other 5. He argued politically with everyone, whether they would argue or not. Now, mind you, I'm telling you, this ain't W.D. talking. This is H. Miner talking, by God. And for emphasis, he would bang things with a stick of stove wood. Once he came down on the red-hot stove with his bare fist, and for a short while political views were unimportant. Gradually the land was taken up by a homesteader or government leaser, and the Miners were surrounded with neighbors. Then, as now, persons living 10 or 15 miles away were considered close neighbors. Everybody in the valley knew everybody else, or at least knew stories about him. For Holiday to have a close neighbor other than Bill was intriguing. Miss Evelyn Dorman, a Pennsylvania woman, homesteaded on the east bank, and her buildings were only a quarter of a mile beyond Holiday's. She called him the patriarch of the ford, and he called her the widow down the river. To have Mrs. Dorman ask how he prepared some dish filled him with pride. He enjoyed giving away his recipes. He would say, "You take 2 handfuls of flour, that is, and a pinch of salt, that is." All his recipes were generally seasoned with lots of that is's. He was an excellent cook and loved to have his friends eat with him. But there was the rooster episode. Bill had a beautiful barred Plymouth Rock rooster, a huge single-combed domestic fowl, with graceful feathers in its tail and pride in its walk. But Holiday's rooster had only 2 feathers in its tail. Its body was completely bare, and it had no pride. It was a sad sight. The widow down the river laughed every time she looked at Holiday's rooster and wanted to take a picture of it, but Holiday said no. Holy Savior, no! I don't want that rooster shown as an example of what is raised on my ranch." Fearing Mrs. Dorman would take a picture of the fowl, he killed it, cooked it, and invited her to eat it with him. He never once thought that the bird might have been defeathered by disease. Mrs. Dorman ate rooster and pretended to enjoy it. She was an understanding neighbor. Both Bill and Holiday raised excellent gardens. To be fairly safe against frost, they never planted until the snow melted up to a certain level in the Tetons. They raised many vegetables. Their cauliflowers were as big as footstools. They raised currants and raspberries galore, and made jelly and jam. And they raised flowers. Holiday always had pansies on the north side of his buildings. He called them tansies. He and Bill always gave freely of their vegetables, berries, and flowers. During the wild berry season, Bill would charge huckleberry rates to the local people, fair one way only, when the berries were ripe along the ridges and around the lakes under the Tetons. Holiday would can between 50 and 60 quarts of huckleberries during a season, and since he drank periodically, he made wine. At any rate, that is what he called it. He would make it of berries, raisins, prunes, beets, plus whatever else was handy, and never wait for the mixture to mature. It would knock his hat off. At 5 one summer morning, neighbors stopped at Holiday's returning from a dance. They were cold. They needed a stimulant, but Holiday had no wine. He had drunk it all. So they drank a cocktail made of gin and huckleberry juice, half and half. After finishing their drinks, two young men in the party decided to go shoot a rabbit for breakfast. They did. "We shot it right in the eye," one said, holding up what was left of the rabbit. The hind parts were shot away, slick as a whistle. This is what gin and wild huckleberry juice did to a rabbit. Holy Savior, yes! What might Holiday's wine have done to it? Holiday enjoyed the summer visitors in Jackson Hole. Bill probably enjoyed them also, but they could not lift him from his natural state of grouchiness. Once, after looking over the miles of sage that covered the levels of land that rise from the river to the mountains, an Eastern lady said to Bill, "Mr. Meaner, what do you raise in this country?" Bill, a dyed-in-the-wool bachelor, looked at her and said, "Hell and kids and plenty of both." He enjoyed startling people. And he apparently knew what the outsider thought of a Jackson Holer. In 1915 he made a trip to the World's Fair with his neighbors, Jim and Mary Budge. When they had boarded a San Francisco-bound train, after a strenuous trek out of Jackson Hole, both Jim and Bill felt in need of a long drink of whiskey. Entering the smoker with their concealed bottle, they found one other man there. They did not like his looks, and they felt no need of him. Bill walked up and looked down at him with his eagle glare. "Do you know where we're from?" he said. "Jackson Hole." The man made a quick escape. Though Holiday was more jovial than Brother Bill, his neighbors steered clear of him when he was in the process of making lime. He made and sold lime to neighboring ranchers. Some of them, like Bill, whitewashed their houses inside and out with it. Holiday chinked his houses with it. He also used it as a cure-all for the man and beast. When he made lime, he had to keep a steady fire going for 30-odd hours in the kiln just behind the house in the bank. During these hours he was not fit company for man or beast, but his neighbors accepted his limy disposition as a necessary part of the process. Holy Savior, yes! What of it? When late fall brought bitter winds, heavy fogs, and snow, the ferry was beached for the winter. From then on, all teams had to ford the river. A little platform was hung from the river cable to accommodate foot passengers. It would hold 3 or 4 at one time. The passengers mounted the platform from a ladder and sat down. Bill released the car, With a quick swoosh it ran down the slack in the cable where it dipped within 10 feet of the river. Then the frightened passengers would laboriously haul themselves up the relaxed cable to the opposite shore. In later years, when travel became heavier, a winter bridge was flung across the main channel. Putting in the winter bridge was the responsibility of everyone, friend and enemy alike. When the time was ripe, word was sent to nearby ranchers. On this day of days, all cars and wagons were stopped, and the occupants asked to help with the construction. If they protested, Holiday would say, "Do you want to use the winter bridge? Well, then help put it in." Giving a hot meal to the crew that laid the winter bridge became traditional with Mrs. Dornman. While they carried logs and hammered, she baked and fried and boiled. To find a crew to lay the winter bridge was never very difficult, but to find a few who were willing to help remove it in the spring was a very different matter. The ferry was running full blast. No one needed the bridge. No one was enthusiastic. This was spring, time to plant and build and plan, no time to tear down. To get men to the river for this seemingly useless task was worse than trying to get a fresh cow on the ferry without her calf. So it came to pass that one spring there was only Holiday and one other man to move the bridge pole by pole, nail by nail, oath by oath. As a result, any log that looked too heavy for two men to lift was rolled into the river. "To hell with it," Holiday would say, and dust off his hands. "Holy Savior, yes!" In 1918, Bill sold his ranch and the ferry. The new owners raised the prices. Soon after the ferry changed hands, a Jackson Holer came along on foot. Finding the fare doubled, he leaped, fully dressed and full of anger, into the Snake River and swam across. The pilot stood on the ferry, cursing the swimmer and yelling that he hoped he would drown. Bill sold because he had enough of high water and low water. He had enough of fog, rain, wind, snow, and sunshine on the Snake. Yet he could not drag himself away. He hung around his house, and at 12 noon and 6 sharp he would pace what was no longer his floor and swear because the meal was not ready. Mrs. Dornan, who was then boarding at the meaner place, would get him to the door and say, "Go on out, Bill. The meal will be good when you get it." But this was no longer home. At last he dragged himself away from the ranch, away from the valley. He moved to California. In 1925 the Gros Ventre slide occurred, which brought tourists flocking to Jackson Hole. The great rump of Sheep Mountain had dropped away, damming the Gros Ventre River and forming a lake 4 miles long. This landslide occurred directly across the valley from Meaner's Ferry, and brought the owners a landslide of business. But Bill had sold and left the country. By 1927 a huge bridge spanned the Snake, not far from the Meaner houses, so the ferry was beached and in time dismantled. But before the bridge was completed, Holiday had sold his land and followed his brother to California. Now they were old men. Just before leaving the valley, Holiday bought a new suit and a new hat. He stayed a few days in Jackson at the Crabtree Hotel. One night, while he was in town, the ladies of some organization were having a dinner in the clubhouse, the upper floor of a huge frame building. An outside stairway led up to the hall. Holiday happened along just as a woman stepped out on the stairway with a pan full of dishwater. She threw the water all over him. Holiday walked on to the hotel, wet and violently angry. After a string of oaths that would reach from one end of the Snake River to the other and all its tributaries, he said to Mrs. Crabtree, "A man gets dressed up once in 17 years, and a woman has to climb up above him and throw dishwater all over him. Why couldn't it have been 1 minute earlier or a minute later? Hell!" And he stomped off to his room. Shortly before Bill's death, Miss Dornan found the two brothers in San Diego in a little hospital on Juniper Street. Bill was bedridden, but his mind was keen. He cursed the bed in which he lay and talked of Jackson Hole. A sympathetic nurse had pinned on the wall at the foot of his bed a crude oil painting of the Teton Mountains. Holiday was able to be up and about, but his mind had begun to fade. Mrs. Dornan took him mahogany tansies like those he once grew. Knowing he would never see her again, he gave her a handkerchief with his initials in one corner, H.H.M. She knew that never again would she hear him say, "Now mind you, I'm telling you, this ain't W.D. Meaner talking. This is H.H. Meaner talking, by God." The brothers died within a year of each other. Both living or dead, they belonged to Jackson Hole. They were vivid, strong-grained men. Holliday's buildings are gone, but Bill's low, whitewashed house still stands. And the mad snake rolls by, and the shadow of the great mountains moves over sage and building and river. End of chapter 7. End of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry.
Part 1 of The Night the Mountain Fell, the story of the Montana Yellowstone earthquake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. The Night the Mountain Fell, the story of the Montana Yellowstone earthquake by Edmund Christopherson. Part 1. Real Shook. August is a busy month in the exciting mountain vacation area that centers in West Yellowstone, Montana, and includes Yellowstone National Park, the restored ghost town of Virginia City, the nationally famous trout fishing reach of Madison Canyon that runs through the Gallatin National Forest, plus dude ranches and lakes in the parts of Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho where the three states come together. Geologically, it is a new area where enormous forces are still thrusting up mountains, where volcanic craters still exist, and where the heat of the earth still spouts its imprisoned fury through the geysers that have made Yellowstone Park's Firehole Basin famous. At 11:37 p.m. on Monday, August 17, 1959, one of the severest earthquakes recorded on the North American continent shook this area. It sent gigantic tidal waves surging down the 7-mile length of Hebgen Lake, throwing an enormous quantity of water over the top of Hebgen Dam, the way you can slosh water out of a dishpan, still keeping it upright. This water, described as a wall 20 feet high, swept down the narrow Madison Canyon full of campers and vacationers who were staying in dude ranches and at 3 Forest Service campgrounds along the 7-mile stretch from the dam to the point where the canyon opened up into rolling wheat and grazing land. Just about the time this surge of water reached the mouth of the canyon, half of a 7,600-foot high mountain came crashing down into the valley and cascaded like water up the opposite canyon wall, hurtling house-sized quartzite and dolomite boulders onto the lower portion of Rock Creek Campground. This slide dammed the river and forced the surging water, carrying trees, mud, and debris back into the campground. The campers, who had escaped being crushed under part of the 44 million cubic yards, 80 million tons, of rock, found themselves picked up and thrown against trees, cars, trailers, the side of the canyon, etc. Heavy 4,000-pound cars were tossed 40 feet and smashed against trees by the force of the ricocheting water and the near-hurricane velocity wind created by the mountain fall. Other cars were scrunched to suitcase thickness and thrown out from under the slide. And the water stayed, held by the earthquake-caused natural dam. It began to flood the lower end of the canyon. At the upper end, big sections of the road that would take the 300 people trapped in the canyon to safety crumpled and fell into Hebgen Lake, cutting them off from the world outside. When the quake hit, summer alternate rangers Fred Tim and Lamont Herbold were on duty at the West Yellowstone entrance of Yellowstone National Park. They had just cleared a semi-load of Presto logs. As the truck pulled on through the gate, the plywood gatehouse shook so violently, with the lights flashing off and on, that Herbold shouted, "Stop the truck, you blank! You've hooked the shack!" Truck drivers Jack and Lyle Tuttle thought the frantic way their truck was flopping around meant the motor had broken loose from the mounts. Driving into the park, they were halted by huge rocks blocking the road. Renewed shaking, with tons more rocks rolling down the mountainside, sent them scurrying for the cover behind trees. Lyle took refuge in a tree, where he later said the shaking seemed twice as rough. When the quaking stopped briefly, they turned the truck around and were happy to get out before more boulders blocked their exit. In the confusion that followed when the first shock hit, Jerry Yetter, who operates the Duck Creek cabins near West Yellowstone, jumped out of bed and knocked on all the cabin doors to warn the occupants of the quake. Only after he'd finished the job did he realize that he was wearing no clothes at all. His wife, Iris, ran onto the front porch. The porch dropped into the basement. She climbed out, got into the car, and didn't stop until she reached Bozeman, 90 miles to the north. Just west of the Duck Creek junction of Highways 1 and 191, the first shocks wakened Roland Whitman as it sent dishes and furniture crashing to the floor. When he couldn't reach his wife's folks in West Yellowstone, 10 miles south, by phone, he rushed his wife Margaret and their 6 children into the car, started out, and immediately crashed over a 13-foot drop-off scarp that the quake had jutted up between his home and the highway. On the night of the quake, Mrs. Grace Miller, a widow who in her 70s is still sprightly enough to run single-handed the Hillgard Fishing Lodge cabin and boat rentals on the north shore of Hebgen Lake, found herself suddenly wakened about midnight. She didn't know what was happening, but she felt she had to get out of the house. She threw a blanket around herself, the door was jammed, and she had to kick to get it open. Outside the door she saw a big 5-foot crevice. As she leaped across it, the house dropped from under her into the lake. More crevices kept opening in the moonlit ground as she walked away from the lake. Rabbits were skedaddling in every which direction, she said, but her Malamute dog Sandy was so frightened he wouldn't even notice them. After quite a spell of hiking in the nightmare-like night, she found refuge along with about 40 other people at Kirkwood Ranch, which itself was considerably damaged, but a safe distance from the lake. She was safe there, while next day skin divers, alerted by worried friends, searched her floating house for her body. Later next day she boated past her 9-room home, which contained everything she owned, floating on the lake. "I hope it stays upright," she said. "My teeth are still on the kitchen counter right next to the sink." When she arrived at the dam, she greeted an acquaintance with, "I've been a pretty tough old bird, but I wouldn't want to go through that again." In a forest fire lookout on top of 10,300-foot-high Mount Holmes in Yellowstone Park, the first shock threw Penn State College student David Bittner out of his bunk. "By golly, they'll believe me this time," he said with satisfaction as he picked himself up off the floor. Several days earlier he'd phoned a report of substantial tremors, but no one would take his report seriously. Charles Godkin, chef at the Frontier, and his wife Ruth, a waitress, were driving home at 11:37. "We must have a flat," she said, as the car thumped and shook along the road. When Godkin got out to look, the ground was bucking so strenuously that he could hardly stand up. Back at the Frontier, he found steak plates all over the floor. In the establishment's walk-in freezer, he found the floor covered with mayonnaise, a foot deep. At the Emmett J. Culligan place, dubbed the Blarney Stone Ranch, the Santa Barbara water softener tycoon spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building a refuge from the possibility of atomic attack. Ironically, the main fault of the earthquake rammed through one end of his building's cement block foundation, raising the ground 15 feet, twisting and cracking the whole 150-foot length of the building. Ironically, too, Culligan's spread was perhaps the only one reputed to be covered by earthquake insurance. His caretaking family, John and Doris Russell, were trapped in their cottage and had to crawl out and pass their children through a chin-high 15-inch square window. At the proud Dude Ranch Parade Rest, where Bud and Lou Morris capitalize on the area's superb fishing, the shock toppled chimneys atop the massive log buildings and sent the guests scurrying outdoors. Huddled around a huge campfire in the courtyard, where it seemed safer, they felt bewildered and helpless as the ground continued to heave and writhe throughout the night. For hours the shock continued at the rate of one every minute. By morning the kitchen was a shambles, like a cabin a grizzly bear had worked over. Dishes, flour, everything crashed to the floor. The only thing to do was to clean it up with a broom and shovel, Lou Morris said. Elsewhere throughout the earthquake area, crockery and goods in glass containers were at a premium. Drugstores, bars, groceries were shard-piled shambles. After the quake, the proprietor of the antique shop next to the West Yellowstone post office took one look at the disheartening spectacle of his shop and took off. The shop floor was strewn with a fortune in broken antique glass and dishware. "The ground just got up and bucked like a horse," one West Yellowstone citizen put it. The only man who was enthusiastic about the earthquake from the start was geologist Irving J. Whitkind of the U.S. Geological Survey, who was living in a trailer on a rise to the north of Hebgen Lake, above the Culligans and Parade Rest, while he surveyed and mapped the area. When the first shock hit, he figured his trailer had somehow broken loose and was rolling down the hill. He charged out, intent on stopping it. From the way the trees were swaying in the absence of any wind, he knew it was a genuine earthquake. He hopped in his Jeep and headed down toward the lake. He saw the scarp that the Whitmans soared off just in time to stop. "It's mine! It's mine!" he shouted as he got out of the Jeep and realized the full measure of his fortune. His words will echo wherever geologists gather in years to come. Professionally, his once-in-a-thousand-lifetime fortune in being on the scene of a major quake meant as much as discovering an unfound Pharaoh's tomb would to an Egyptologist. At Mammoth, the old army post which is still headquarters for Yellowstone Park, Superintendent Lon Garrison was sitting up in bed reading when the quake hit. His wife and daughter were watching TV when the big chimneys and rocks from the massive old 1909-built masonry buildings began crashing through the porches and roofs. "We got out, and fast. We prided ourselves on being cool. It wasn't for an hour or so that I remembered that I was still wearing my Park Service uniform coat over pajama pants." Every time there was a new tremor, the coyotes, abundant thereabouts, would let out a fresh howl. The phone lines to Old Faithful and West Yellowstone weren't working. The quake had taken them out. The 18,000 people who were overnighting in the park when the quake began were on the edge of panic. "What can we do? How can we get word out? Can we get out?" Everyone wanted answers to these questions at once. At Old Faithful, 800 people were in the recreation hall enjoying a college talent program. In the best entertainment tradition, the MC played it cool, continuing his patter while the park rangers opened the doors. Everyone exited in good order. But there was to be little comfort that night. Everyone who'd made it to bed got up after the first shock. At the massive, log-built Old Faithful Inn, the timbers gave out loud creaking and popping noises as the structural torment continued. "We had to evacuate the building," Superintendent Garrison said. "Hot water from a broken pipe in the attic was running down the floor of the east wing." Half an hour later the fireplace and chimney crashed through the dining room floor, activating the sprinkler system. The water damage was horrible. A few hours earlier, with the dining room full, the casualty list would have been gruesome. As it was, our only casualty was a woman who sprained her ankle leaping out of bed after the first tremor. Later in the week a ranger, exhausted from quake duty, skidded on a rain-slick pavement and went off the road. We feel that God had His arms around us all the way. The quake continued with special violence at Old Faithful. Evacuees from the inn sat out the night, wrapped in hotel blankets, in their cars, and in the big, distinctive Yellowstone Park Company buses, trembling with fear at each new quake. At the new Canyon Village, guests were reassured by the big-voiced man who, in the midst of the turmoil, marched up to the reservations desk and demanded accommodations for an additional 2 nights. Canyon, too, was the place where, they say, another guest left a note on his pillow for the chambermaid saying, "An awfully rough bear stayed under my cabin last night, had an awfully hard time sleeping, better tell the night man to do something about it." As the shocks continued, the summons to exodus was clear. Quake-broken roads blocked all the exits from West Yellowstone except the Route 191 through Idaho south to Pocatello. For the rest of the night it was bright with the lights of cars streaming away from the earthquake country to the solid security and comfort of the outside world. Trapped. For trailer and tent campers, attractive Rock Creek Campground, less than a mile from the mouth of Madison Canyon, was a favored site. So much so that it was full most of the summer season. Campers who pulled into the canyon too late to find campsites in the formal or improved area just pulled off the road and overnighted on any level spot they could find along the road. Two vacationing families, the Osts and the Fredericks, felt lucky when they found adjacent campsites at Rock Creek on Monday, August 17. Reverend Elmer Ost, who teaches psychology at Biblical Seminary in New York City and doubles as pastor at Bethany Congregational Church in Corona, Queens, his wife Ruth, youngsters Larry, 14, Geraldine, 13, Joan, 11, and Shirley, 6, had been enjoying a leisurely camping vacation in the Northwest. The Melvin Fredericks family, he's a biscuit salesman for B&B from Elyria, Ohio, included Mrs. Laura Melva, 16, Paul, 15, and George Whitmore, 15, who lives with the Fredericks in Elyria, Ohio, while his folks are missionarying in Brazil. The two families met in Columbia Falls, Montana, at the home of Reverend Ralph Werner, who was a relative of the Fredericks and a college chum of the Osts. They both toured Glacier National Park and were headed for Yellowstone Park and the Black Hills, and decided to camp together the next night. Ost told Fredericks that if you don't make it to Yellowstone Park before noon, the campsites would all be filled. But he knew of camping areas in the Madison Canyon near West Yellowstone, and not too far outside the park, where they'd be more likely to find room. The Osts got to Rock Creek Campground at 6 o'clock Monday, August 17, found a site, and stationed Larry by the road to stop the Fredericks. The two families chose a small open area near the stream and pleasant evergreen trees at the east end of the camp near the entrance. They set up camp, ate together, socialized, and made plans to get up at 6 o'clock next morning, breakfast on dry cereal, and get an early start for Yellowstone. They swapped stories about their vacation, joked about the bear that was supposed to be scavenging around the campground, and decided to walk down to the highway where they'd be away from the trees and able to see the moon, which lit the mountain behind them. But the mountain that looked high in the south side of the canyon kept them from seeing the moon directly. They turned in early, at 9 o'clock. The two younger Ost girls, mildly concerned about the bear, decided to sleep in the car, a 1950 Buick. Larry and Geraldine and their parents all slept in their tent. Mrs. Fredericks and Melva slept in their station wagon, while the men stretched out in a tent. Everyone was nicely settled at 11:37 when a thunder-like commotion outside awakened them. Ruth and Jerry Ost shouted something about bears as they jumped out of the tent. "It's a cyclone!" Mrs. Ost was screaming in half-awakened terror as Reverend Ost emerged from the tent. The sky was clear, the moon bright, as Reverend Ost looked up and to the west. There were no clouds or wind. But terror ran through the whole party as they saw tents swaying, trees shaking, as though torn in a violent wind. Then the Ost's 1950 Buick began to rock from front to rear, as if men were jumping energetically on the bumpers. The brake lights went on as one of the girls jumped on the brake. Then came a tremendous roar, like several express trains passing through the camp. The trees shut off their view of the huge 7,600-foot mountain falling, of the huge boulders, big as houses, hurling down one side of the canyon and up the other, a mile away, throwing sparks and dust as they fell. Reverend Ost sensed the rushing of the wind and water trapped by the avalanching mountain and thrown back at the dazed campers, at tornado speeds, from under the slide. "Hang on to a tree!" he shouted. Mrs. Ost ran for the car as she saw the wave of water coming. Larry was caught in the tent when the wall of water, mud, and trees hit them with such violence that it crumpled trailers and hurled the Ost's 4,000-pound car 30 feet and smashed it against a row of trees. Although Mrs. Ost was holding on to the steering wheel, the violence of the surging water threw her against the side of the car so violently that it made a pulp out of the right side of her face. In the midst of the mud, water, and floating and flying debris, Larry managed to tear his way out of the tent. Dust from the slide obscured the moon and heightened the sense of tragedy and terror. The tent was gone. The deluge of water had jammed cars and trailers together. The rocks had covered the side of a trailer where a family had been playing earlier in the day. The night rang out with the bewildered crying out for lost relatives. Stunned like the others, Reverend Ost shouted for Fran. After hitting the brake pedal, she jumped out of the car and scampered like a deer to higher ground. He found Jerry unharmed except for being wet and an injury to her hand. Sloshing through the water to his knees, he found Ruth still in the car. After several minutes hunting and shouting Larry, he found his son, soaked, clad only in shorts. The screams of the lost and losing continued. A woman handed a baby to Melva Fredericks, saying, "Comfort him." One dazed man walked around crying out for his missing wife. From the wet and dark came the cry of another woman calling out, "It's safe here," hoping to attract someone to help or keep her company. The Ost women and Mrs. Fredericks struggled to higher, safer ground. When the Fredericks men didn't show up, Ost left the women praying while he went to look for them. He heard Mr. Fredericks call for help for his son Paul. With a flashlight he borrowed, he was able to see the difficulty. The surge of water and trees had caught 15-year-old Paul and pinioned him in a sitting position in the water, with one log across the small of his back and another across his lap. The ends of the log were jammed between a smashed trailer and the Ost car so solidly they wouldn't budge. Paul cried out with pain as the two men tried to pull him loose. The water kept rising as the men tried to pry the logs apart with sticks. A 2x12 plank, 10 feet long, even though full of spikes, seemed a promising tool to pry with, but with it they were only able to gain an inch or so further separation of the logs that held Paul prisoner. The men felt Paul's and their own helpless panic as the water swelled up to his chest, his neck, his chin. Raised in a soundly religious family, Paul bravely faced the realization that he was gasps from death. In desperation, Ost called on Mel Fredericks to pull as hard as he could, not to care if Paul cried or if they pulled his arms or legs out of joint. In this last desperate straining try, they found that miraculously they could raise him 6 inches. The rising water had buoyed the trailer. In their next few feverish tries they were able to pull him loose and helped him to walk to high, dry ground. One stranded group, calling for help, included a wheelchair case, and mucking shoeless through the water, they portaged him out, chair and all. George Whitmore had a badly injured eye from running into a rope, and it looked like it might lose its sight. They all moved to the highway, which was still dry. A motley crew they were, in pajamas or almost unclothed, some shoeless. By this time the water had covered their cars. Some of the wounded were taken by car toward Hebgen Dam, away from the slide. Marooned without their cars in a strange, shaking canyon, prisoners of a night in which everything seemed mad, somehow word reached them that their ordeal might not be over. There was possibility that a dam several miles upstream, which they'd never seen, was likely to give away any minute. They scrambled up the sagebrush hillside and built a fire on a level and fairly open site. Others joined the two families. One group, whose car hadn't been flooded so suddenly, managed to save groceries, a camp stove, sleeping bags, pans, and a 9-by-12-foot plastic tarp. Without worrying about modesty, they dried themselves around the fire. There were 17 in the party. It cleared, and then clouds obscured the moon. The ground kept shaking. With almost every new tremor came sparks and puffs of dust, and the terrifying crashing echoes of another avalanche across the valley, and the realization that the valley side above them might go any time. The air was full of dust and the sickening smell of mud and torn fir trees. All through the night they heard the haunting cries of "Help! Help! We're freezing!" from the Grover Malts, who'd been marooned on top of their trailer and by this time were hanging on to a tree. They worried about forest fires and sang hymns to keep up their courage. At 3 a.m. there was a thunderstorm and a light, continuing rain. They huddled under the plastic tarp, all 21 of them, and wondered what would happen next. An elderly couple, the Grover C. Malts, a 72-year-old retired decorator, and his wife Lillian, 68, of Temple City, California, had parked their trailer at this scenic Rock Creek campground for a week before the especially beautiful, bright, moonlit night of August 17th. There were lots of bears in the area, and like many other campers, when the first jolt hit them, they figured that the bears were trying to get into their trailer. "No, it must be an earthquake," Mrs. Malt said. Looking out through the trailer window, the moon made it seem like daylight. Everything was going upside down. An instant later their trailer was tossed end over end, landing miraculously on its wheels. Then it seemed as though something picked the trailer up and hurled it into the water. Malt got his nighty-clad missus out of the trailer and lifted her on top, and went back into the trailer to get sweaters or something. It suddenly turned dark. The moon disappeared in dust. The water had risen to Malt's chin by the time he got out of the trailer. By the time he'd crawled on the trailer roof, put on trousers, a shirt and sweater, and wrapped clothing around his wife's legs, the water was beginning to cover the trailer roof and rising fast. They prayed that the trailer would drift toward a nearby tree. It did. The first branch broke as Malt grabbed it. He barely had time to get one arm around the tree and hold on to his wife with the other when the trailer was swept out from under them. "It was horrible," he said. "As I tried to pull the missus up, the limbs kept breaking off. I tried to grab higher limbs and cling to the missus with my legs. The limbs still kept breaking off. Finally we found a limb that would hold. We were surrounded by deep water. Through the night we hollered and hollered for help. People tried to get to us with ropes, couldn't reach us, and yelled that we should hang on, they were going for a boat. While we struggled to hold on, we could see the mountains sliding and falling every few minutes. There'd be a terrific roar, followed by more slides. I thought the world was coming to an end. It turned hazy, with thunder, lightning, then began to rain. As we clung to the tree, with water up to our necks, my wife slipped under 3 or 4 times. The last time she was gasping for breath. I managed to pull her out. "Let me go and save yourself," she begged. "If you go, I'll go too," I told her. About 8 or 8:30 in the morning they came for us in a boat. It was just in time. We couldn't have held out for another 10 minutes. The water was rising so fast that the rescuers had to move their truck 3 times before they could unload the boat. At first, when rescued, we could see lights, then everything went black. We couldn't hear anything over the roar of the tumbling mountains. We were froze stiff from hanging on so long. We couldn't move our legs. The men had to help us get into the boat. In contrast to those who stood around and wondered was L.D. Smith of Greeley, Colorado, who with his family was camped in a trailer at the Beaver Creek campground a couple of miles downstream from Hebgen Dam. The loud noise and rumbling woke him. Outside the trailer, he found the water rising. The ground was shaking violently. He didn't know what was causing it, but his first thought was that the dam had broken. The steep-walled canyon didn't seem like a safe place for his family. As soon as the shaking subsided temporarily, he loaded his wife and 2 youngsters into the car and drove away from the dam, the collapse of which he instinctively felt was the greatest danger, as fast as he could. A mile or 2 before he reached the slide, he ran into heavy dust. Still fearful of what the dam's collapse would mean for those trapped in the deep canyon when the slide blocked his path, he turned off the road and drove up the north side of the canyon wall to a point where he couldn't get any more traction. He then got his family out of the car and moved them to still higher ground. Later in the evening his family joined the Austs and Fredericks around the fire on the hillside. About 8 o'clock, on the same gorgeous moonlit night of August 17, the Pearlie Bennett family of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, pulled their trailer off alongside the road on the flat at the mouth of the Madison Canyon Gorge. They didn't plan to set up camp, just to rest for a few hours before continuing to the park. They talked a bit with others camped in the same informal area, then turned in. Pearlie, a 43-year-old truck driver, and his wife Irene slept in the trailer. The youngsters, Carol, 17, Philip, 15, Tom, 10, and Susan, 5, stretched out in bedrolls outside on the ground. They were awakened a little before midnight by a loud rumbling noise. They wondered what it was, but weren't concerned enough to get up or move their equipment. Some time later, in response to a much louder noise, Bennett left the trailer to see about the children. Mrs. Bennett was right behind him. As she stepped out of the trailer, she felt a strong wind coming up. There was a great rumbling, whooshing sound, and as the wind reached hurricane velocity, she saw her husband grab a small tree for support. The wind swept him off his feet. He hung on like a flag tied to a mast. After a little bit he let go and was blown away. She never saw him again. She couldn't see her children, except one flying through the air. A car was blown by, rolling over and over, and she found herself swept along with the trees, the rocks, and water. When I came to, she said, I was jammed against a tree with a log on my back. I don't know how I got out. I thought I was the only one of my family still alive. Then, over the awful moaning of the boulders grinding and crashing and the sound of the tree trunks howling through the air, she heard the voice of her son Philip calling. Slowly, painfully, in spite of crippling injuries, they dragged an inch at a time toward one another over the rocky, oozy bed of the river, which the huge slide had instantaneously stopped. Highway Patrolman Stevens, who found them several hours later, noticed how torn their hands were from this agonizing crawl. That morning, in the hospital at Ennis, Mrs. Bennett told reporters, "They say my husband and my boys are dead, but I have faith. I know they will be found." They already had been dead. End Part 1. Part 2 of The Night the Mountain Fell, the story of the Montana Yellowstone earthquake by Edmund Christopherson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. Outside World. The Montana, Idaho, Wyoming area where the quake hit is a big, sprawled-out area where it's easy to get the feeling of isolation when everything's normal, the roads open, the phone lines and lights working. In one shattering blow, the earthquake cut most of this area's access and communication. Big sections of the Yellowstone Park roads were blocked by slides and boulders. The road north of West Yellowstone was impassable. Big chunks of the road between the Duck Creek Y and Hebgen Dam had crumbled and slipped into the lake, causing 4 major breaks and several minor ones. The big slide formed an 80-million-ton block at the west exit of the canyon, and at Wade Lake, road breakup had immobilized another group of terrified campers. For the first few hours after the quake, one of the biggest problems for the trapped was to get word out, and for those outside to get some idea of just what had happened. At the instant of the quake, the Berkeley seismograph showed shock in the West Yellowstone area. The first man to get word out was amateur radio operator Warren Russell, who operates station K71CM from his trailer house in West Yellowstone, who began broadcasting news of the quake at 11:43 p.m. At 11:50, another ham, Father Francis A. Peterson of St. Anthony, Idaho, contacted Idaho State Police, who relayed the word to headquarters in Boise and thence to the National Warning System at Battle Creek, Michigan. At 12:25 a.m., on the first detailed report from the western section of the alert system, it was reported that Hebgen Dam was demolished and that there were 6 feet of mud and water in the town of Ennis. When the quake hit at 11:37 p.m., it awoke Austin Bailey, resident maintenance man for the Montana Highway Department at Duck Creek Junction, where the road takes off along the north side of Hebgen Lake and through Madison Canyon. He noticed the light overhead jumping, furniture moved from the wall, the lights weren't working. Realizing that such a shaking would topple rocks onto the highway, he knew that he should get out and clear the roads before the heavy tourist traffic got under way next morning. Outside, everything seemed normal. He got into his own station wagon to make an initial check, started out, and 30 feet later drove over the 15-foot-high scarp embankment, the main earthquake fault that had dropped off between the maintenance shed and the highway. Shaken but not hurt, he crawled out of the car, aware that something was seriously haywire and that he had to call for outside help. He went a mile to the nearest telephone. It was out. In the maintenance shed, where the heavy equipment and trucks are stored, he found the 16-ton rotary snowplow had been jolted 8 feet out of its position the night before. The radio transmitter in his pickup either wasn't working or couldn't reach the area highway department headquarters in Bozeman. The road, when he managed to reach it, was shredded by long cracks running along the length of the road. He loaded up his family and started north to get the word out that they needed help on the roads in the West Yellowstone area. At the Y, he found an overturned Cadillac that had flipped coming over a continuation of the same scarp that ran through his own yard. Driving carefully, at times it was like straddling a grease rack, he finally found a phone that worked at Almart Lodge, 40 miles north of West Yellowstone Highway. District Engineer George Barrett logged Bailey's call at 1:50 a.m. The quake caught Montana's Civil Defense Director, Hugh K. Potter, in bed. Potter, a grizzled former Montana Highway Patrol captain and Helena's police commissioner, had lived through Helena's 1935-6 earthquake. This earlier quake had logged some 3,000 recorded tremors, killed 4 people, and destroyed several buildings, including Helena's City Hall. Potter wasn't greatly impressed by the somewhat diminished by distance initial shock and went back to sleep. At 1:30 a.m., the Helena police rousted out City Fireman Ed Cottingham and reported that fragments of information about an earthquake which had caused severe damage in the state were coming in on police radio. At 1:32, Cottingham called Potter, and they went down and set up State Civil Defense headquarters in Helena City Hall, an Arabic-style former Shriners building, which also houses the capital city's fire and police department. For the next 2 hours their life was a turbulence seething with rumors. The steep-walled canyons and high mountains which obstructed normal police shortwave radio added to the problem of already disrupted communications in getting information out of the quake area. Trying to piece together just what had happened, the damage, and what help was needed, was like a horror movie about The Thing, with the exact nature of the horror emerging through the confusion and hysteria in small clues and fragments. At Civil Defense Headquarters, Potter realized the possibility of Hebgen Dam's collapse, bursting, shattering, breaking in the quake. It's an unreinforced concrete core earth-filled dam, 721 feet long, built in 1913 by the Montana Power Company to regularize the flow of the Madison for downstream power generation. Its failure would threaten the tourists in the valley and the sleepy 600-population town of Ennis, 65 miles below the canyon mouth. Conflicting rumors fill the air: that the dam was destroyed. By 2 a.m., the police and highway department radio frequencies were zinging with these and other unconfirmed reports leaking in about the plight of the dam and the canyon. In Helena, Potter struggled with a vision of a smaller reenactment of the Johnstown flood in Ennis if the dam did or had let go. First Patrol. Montana Highway Patrolman Glenn Stevens made the first probe up the Madison Valley after the quake. In response to a request for help from Madison County Sheriff Lloyd Brooks in Virginia City, Stevens and Deputy Sheriff Dutch Buell wheeled down to Ennis, arriving at about 2:30 o'clock. The telephone lines were out. It seemed important to warn people farther up the valley of the danger they were in. Some of the folks had already fled. One ranch family was still in bed. There were 3 groups of sleeping campers. They didn't argue or waste time. When Stevens suggested they get out, they just left. As Stevens and Buell proceeded up the valley, they radioed in at frequent intervals that everything seemed normal. They reported rock on the road at various intervals from 26 Mile Hill on south to the place above Hutchins Bridge, where boulders tumbling from Rock Cliff made the road impassable. Cabin camp operator Otto Kirby had got his people out, but there were 2 house trailers parked farther up, near the river. Stevens warned the occupants and got them started out. They gassed up at Kirby's ranch. It was cloudy and dark. At 3:15 o'clock, Stevens radioed in that the water was muddy but otherwise seemed okay, and that he planned to cross the bridge and drive up along the river on an old road on the south side. Sheriff Brooks tried to discourage them, shouting via radio, "Don't do it, you crazy bastard. The dam's broke, and you'll get killed too. Come back." It was this message, which picked up on the other radios and relayed to Helena, sparked Civil Defense Director Hugh Potter to order the evacuation of Ennis. With Sheriff Brooks' warning fresh in mind, Stevens said, "Every turn we got off that bench, I thought we were going to meet swimming water." As they moved up the valley, they got the message that a couple of people had been killed in the campgrounds at Cliff Lake, to the south of the Madison, so when they hit the Reynolds Pass Road, they headed that way. They got there at daybreak, about 4:45 a.m. They found that a rock cliff had fallen across the road which ran along the lake, marooning the campers. At the campground, they found 2 campers dead, killed in a bizarre and gruesome accident. The E.H. Strikers of San Mateo, California, were camped on an improved campsite with a fire site, a picnic table, and a place to park their car. Their 3 youngsters slept in a tent 100 feet away. The quake dislodged huge 8-ton chunks of rock and set them bounding downwards in a freakish crescent-shaped path, tearing the ground and toppling 60-year-old fir trees in their downward rush. Nimbly, 2 of these boulders bounded over the picnic table, stacked with food, and landed square on top of the sleeping bags in which the striker parents slept. "It wasn't pretty," Stevens said, "but there wasn't anything we could do. The rocks were too big to move, so we went down toward the Shaw Ranch and got Frank Shaw to take his 4x4 truck up and move the rocks off them. We drove back down to the highway to continue up to the canyon. In the freshening daylight on the way down from the high bench back into the valley, we could see a couple of trailers down the highway near the mouth of the canyon. A Fish and Game Commission plane flew over, radioing something about an obstruction across the lower end of the canyon, and having 2 or 3 hours to get the people out. We had no idea what they meant. We got to the trailers. They wanted to know how to get out. The next section of the highway was blocked with rocks and boulders. We routed them across the river and out Reno's Pass way into Idaho. One of the guys said he thought there were a couple of people still alive across the river. We got to the slide about 5:45 o'clock, the huge pile of millions of tons of rock where the highway used to be. You couldn't believe what you were looking at. Somebody said something about a little slide. "Little," I said to Dutch. "I'd hate like hell to see a big one." The aftershocks that kept happening, with rocks crashing down and dirt and dust blowing up, didn't contribute to our peace of mind either, but we didn't have much time to look. We struggled across the river. The slide had stopped the water, but left a muddy ooze and some water lying around in pools as much as 3 feet deep. We found Mrs. Irene Bennett lying in the rocky stream bed. She was cold and shivering. She didn't have a stitch on. Neither did her son Philip, who was lying near her. Both of them were bruised and bashed. The Bennett boy had a broken right leg, shoulder, etc. We put Mrs. Bennett on an old wooden frame canvas cot and started across the slippery river bed with her. She must have weighed 180. As we struggled through the slippery muck, she kept apologizing for causing us so much trouble, and told us about her husband and 3 other children, the other folks who were camped near her, and the tremendous spurt of wind and mud that threw them out from under the slide. She told how she'd come to, believing herself the only one of her family who had survived. Despairing, she heard Phil calling from a spot 75 feet away where the water had thrown him. Their torn hands gave the story of the agonizing effort these crippled survivors had made to drag themselves together over the rocky stream bed. By radio, we asked the Fish and Game Commission plane flying overhead to go to Ennis and get Dr. Lizzie and fly him back and land him on the highway nearby. We didn't want to disturb Mrs. Bennett by moving her off the cot, so we put her into a station wagon. Morris Staggers, who lives nearby, showed up with an old iron bedstead, older than anyone there, and heavier, too. I'll never forget the struggle we had carrying the Bennett boy across on it. We took the Bennetts up to where the plane landed on the highway and turned them over to the doctor. Returning to the slide area, the increasing light made the slide seem even more formidable. That morning, working with Fish and Game Commission, etc., we found all of the people Mrs. Bennett had told us about except one. Like Mrs. Bennett and her son, all of these bodies had been stripped of their clothing and showed the effects of being beat to hell by wind and water. The coroner said all 5 of them died by drowning. We never did find Mrs. Marilyn Stowe, wife of Sandy, Utah elementary school music teacher T. Mark Stowe, whose body we did find. She must still be under the slide. "I just don't care to go through any more mourning like that," Stevens said. End of Part 2. Part 3 of The Night the Mountain Fell, The Story of the Montana Yellowstone Earthquake, by Edmund Christopherson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. Civil Defense's Puzzle. At 2 a.m., Potter called in Montana State Highway Engineer Fred Quinnell, Don Brown of the Montana Fish and Game Department, and Captain Alex Stevenson, Chief of the Montana Highway Patrol, to help sort out the rumors in the tense hours ahead. At 2:15 a.m., George Barrett, highway engineer in Bozeman, radioed to Helena Austin Bailey's report on road conditions in the West Yellowstone area. Another report from a road maintenance man in the Ennis area brought some word of a rise in the Madison way downstream from the canyon. When asked by phone, Jack Corrett, president of the Montana Power Company, said he felt it unlikely that the dam had gone out. As a precautionary measure to protect communities farther downstream on the Madison, an immediate drawdown of Meadow Lake and Canyon Ferry reservoirs was begun. At 2:53, Bozeman Sheriff Don Skerritt reported that through the ham radio net that was rapidly taking up the slack in communications, he had messaged his deputy, Everett Biggs, in West Yellowstone. A short time later he'd received word that there was still much violent shaking in the area, that the lake had gone down substantially, and the dam was still holding. Associated Press sent a man over to Civil Defense Headquarters in Helena at 2:55 a.m. to keep in touch with developments. At 3:15 o'clock, when out of the communications box came the cry, "It's gone! It's gone!" it was difficult to keep the press from rushing to the phones and announcing nationally that the dam had collapsed. There was no confirmation, but the impact of the moment impressed Potter to the extent that he immediately called the marshal, George Hibbert, at Ennis, the first settlement downstream from Hebgen Dam, and urged him to get the people out. The sirens blasted 15 times. As one crusty old Ennis evacuee, Ray Tuffy Coles, put it, "They wake you up in the middle of the GD night with the story that the dam's going to go. Still, the people packed up and got out in pretty good order. Of course, there was some confusion. One guy grabbed a flashlight and a thermos of coffee. His wife got into the car wearing a coat over her nightgown and carrying a girdle she'd been sewing on that evening." Some of the evacuees drove over the hill to Madison County's exciting historical county seat town of Virginia City to wait out the expected flood. But most Ennis folks spent the rest of the night perched in their parked cars on a hillside overlooking the town, like penitents waiting for Judgment Day. Rescue First Medical Doctor. August 17 was the first time that Dr. Raymond G. Bales, an active Bozeman medical doctor, had got to bed at a decent hour in weeks. The tremors he felt in Bozeman were strong enough to damage buildings on Montana State College campus in Bozeman. Recently, Bales had bought the 50-room Stagecoach Inn at West Yellowstone, and he was concerned about the inn and its employees. The phone service to West was out. As the night dragged on, the radio brought him the news that the West Yellowstone was close to the center of the quake and that the road to West was impassable. He chartered a plane at daybreak. On the way to West, he had the pilot fly down over the Madison Canyon. The dust had pretty much settled, so they could see the massive slide in detail. Just above it, a group of people, the Ost, Fredericks, Smiths, etc., were waving for help. The lake was beginning to form in the canyon behind the slide. More people were standing near their cars and trailers halfway between the slide and the dam. Just below the dam was another caravan, which included many station wagons. On the dam spillway, someone had spelled out OK SOS with pancake flour in big white letters, and marked a big cross on the highway in a spot suitable for a helicopter landing. Dr. Bales realized that there were injured among those trapped in the canyon. As they flew low over the lake, they saw where buildings and big sections of highway had dropped into the lake. On the usually clear surface of the lake, somehow as a result of the quake, thousands of logs appeared, probably submerged logs shaken off the bottom. There were virtually no boats visible. At the Stagecoach Inn he found the staff huddled around a bonfire under the trees across the street, where they'd been since the heavy tremors began cracking plaster in the building. The exception was Jane Winton, a nurse, who managed the hotel and had bravely stayed on duty at the desk. They gathered splints, medicines, whatever emergency material they could find, and went to the airport. The pilot flew to a field big enough to land on at the Watkins Creek Ranch on the south side of the lake, about 2 miles from the dam. In walking toward the dam, they found debris where the tidal wave had thrown it half a mile up from the shore. The entire south shore of the lake had risen about 8 feet. After a mile's walking, they came to a spot where people were dragging their boats higher out of the water. They believed the dam was going out, and at first didn't want to lend Dr. Bales a boat, but he finally persuaded them. Dodging the many logs in the lake made the trip difficult. As they approached the dam, Jane Winton was frightened at the big crack at the dam's concrete core. "Just you keep watching that crack," Dr. Bales told her. "If it gets bigger, you'll know what's going to happen. If not, you'll be telling your grandchildren about all this." To reach the bank, we had to land through a lot of debris that had gathered at the dam. "We went over the top of the concrete at 9, Dr. Bales said. We were met by a girl who seemed to have more authority, Mildred, Mrs. Ramon Green, of Billings, Montana, a former nurse who was one of the real heroes of the disaster. She told us that no one had been there, and that they'd had no word from outside since the quake more than 9 hours earlier. Mrs. Green had the injured, there were 16 serious cases, in the back of station wagons, 2 to a wagon, except for one elderly couple who were in their fishing trailer. Ray Painter, 46, a service station operator from Ogden, Utah, and his wife Myrtle, 42, they were perhaps the most seriously injured. She had flesh torn off her arms, a crushed chest, a punctured lung, and hemorrhages from an arm artery. Her husband had deep lacerations over 90% of his legs. Like the other injured, they were suffering terribly, yet not one of them was complaining. As Mrs. Green took us around and gave the case histories, we saw what a resourceful job she and another nurse, Mrs. Fred Donegan of Vandalia, Ohio, had done in the absence of drugs, medications, and even proper bandages. We helped with the dressings we'd brought and the medicines for pain and shock. We were there an hour to an hour and a half. These injured needed hospital care, and there were no plans as yet to get them out. They couldn't travel by boat, so we got in our boat and went back to West Yellowstone to arrange for the injured to get from there to Bozeman and to the hospital when the helicopters did arrive. Shortly after noon, the first helicopter, a 2-rotor Silver Air Force H-21 from Hill Air Force Base, Utah, took its first load of 4 injured from the dam. At West Yellowstone Airport, as arranged by Dr. Bales, these injured, in sleeping bags, were immediately loaded onto the floor of a converted B-18, which had brought cargo to West and flown to Bozeman. There Dr. Bales had organized a fleet of station wagons to rush them to the hospital for the care that was to save most of their lives. Civil Defense Wrap-Up. By 3:45 o'clock, the Highway Department was in full action. Major road repair help was on the way to get the roads open. George Barrett, at the department's Bozeman headquarters, called Spike Narantz of the Naranch and Conda contracting outfit, which was building a big stretch of road in the Gallatin Valley, about 40 miles north of West Yellowstone, and got their big-scale road-building equipment rolling toward West Yellowstone and the Hebgen Dam area. There was still no definite idea of the exact damage or the road blockage, but they'd begun to suspect major damage to the dam, the roads, or both. If the Highway Department couldn't use the equipment for road repairs, the power company could for dam repair. Pilot Ralph Cooper took off in the Fish and Game Commission plane at 3:45 a.m. from Helena to reconnoiter the Madison area. Shortly thereafter, Quinnell and Alex Stevenson took off in the Highway Department's plane. With daybreak came the first word on just what had happened. At 6 o'clock, the planes reported, CA-1, as recorded in the Highway Department's log. Slide area 43 miles south of Ennis. White sign on the top of dam reading OK SOS. Road has gone into the lake on the road side. Mountain has gone into lake on opposite side. Cracks 6 to 8 feet across the road. Slide is estimated to be 1/2 mile long and 300 to 500 feet deep. Water rising fast. About 50 cars stranded in the area. Estimated 150 to 200 people. The only way out by helicopter. Potter immediately called Johnson Flying Service, a pioneer regional flying outfit in Missoula, 200 miles from the slide, and ordered a helicopter for rescue work. He also asked for helicopter assistance from Malmstrom Air Force Base in Great Falls, Montana, 190 miles to the north. Malmstrom's rescue copter had blown a tire the day before, so they sent a jet to Salt Lake for a new one. Potter hollered for helicopters on the National Alert Warning System hotline. "How many do you need?" he was asked. "All you can get," he answered. In response, everything, flying, amphibians, transports, in addition to helicopters, started moving toward the quake area, from the 41st Air Rescue Squadron, Hamilton Air Force Base in California, the 2849th Air Base Wing Rescue, Hill Air Force Base, Utah, the 3638th Flying Training Squadron, Stead Air Force Base, Nevada, and the 4061st Support Group, Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana. The Forest Service began moving in its well-organized rescue organization that morning under the direction of Harvey Robe. 8 of the Forest Service's elite smoke jumpers, trained in first aid, jumped in the canyon at 10:30 o'clock with rescue equipment under the leadership of Al Hammond. "When we made our parachute landings," Hammond remembers, "the folks we came to rescue asked us solicitously if we were okay." The rescue of the people trapped in the canyon, it turned out there were close to 300, proceeded smoothly. The Ost, Fredericks, and Smiths, all ambulatory if shoeless, were helicoptered out to the highway on the Ennis side of the slide and taken in highway patrol cars to the hospital or to the dormitory improvised in the high school gym. The injured, who'd been gathered at the Hebgen Dam end of the canyon, were helicoptered out to West and flown to the hospital in Bozeman. Working continuously throughout the day, without provisions for meals, etc., the road repair crews barbered a shoe-fly substitute exit road along the steep mountainside parallel to the shore where the road had collapsed into the lake. By 6 p.m. they'd completed a passable road. The State Highway Patrol registered the cars as they exited from their entrapment in the Madison Canyon. When all the unencumbered cars had passed through, the bulldozers helped pull those with trailers over the most difficult portions of the substitute road. That night, the refugees were welcomed to food and beds in the Montana State College gym in Bozeman. Within 18 hours after the initial shock, the last of those trapped by the earthquake in the difficult-to-reach Madison Canyon were on their way to safety. The wounded had been rescued hours before. As George Syme, information guide for the Highway Department and for the Civil Defense, said, "That day, anyone would have been proud to be a member of the Highway Department." The whole operation ran smoothly. It was a tremendous example of government service in the finest tradition, a demonstration of agencies working together to do an important job. Nobody held back. They put in all the personnel and spent all the money needed to get it done. When we knew lives were at stake, Forest Service Region 1 Chief Charles Tebb said, "We didn't worry about the cost or what appropriation it would come from. We just went ahead and did the job." Quinnell, head of the Montana Highway Department, took the same attitude. It wasn't until 3 days after the quake that anyone mentioned the fact that no one, including Potter, actually had authority for much of the work they'd done. It belonged to the sheriffs of the counties involved. By this time, the emergency job was practically done. All that remained was to figure up the damage. Untrapped. All through the night, the Osts, the Fredericks, and others trapped above the slide shuddered with each new quake, and then listened for the repeated thunderous crashings of the avalanches, which echoed loudly against the canyon walls. Every 15 to 20 minutes, all that morning, there would be another shock. They were thankful that their families were complete. Fredericks, nearly exhausted from his work in helping rescue those trapped by the rapidly advancing water above the slide, tried to sleep, but the excitement and uncertainty kept the whole group awake. At dawn, which came at about 5, the first of the many small planes flew over the canyon. The light gave the group a clear view of the opposite side of the canyon, and they could see how the mountain had turned loose, crashing down onto the canyon floor, surging up the other side of the canyon to a height 2/3 of the height of its original location, and then shooting both up and down the canyon. They could now see the mud, debris, and the accumulating water which had covered their cars and camp. In the early light they used methiolate and dressings from a first aid kit to treat the worst of the previous night's injuries. The 24 eggs, somehow rescued intact in their flight up the canyon side, fried with canned potatoes and served on bread, plus coffee, made a heartening breakfast. The Smiths, who had fled the Beaver Creek campground at the time of the quake, joined them, making a total of 21 in the group. A small orange and silver plane swooped low, circled, and waved its wings, flew east toward the dam. They took heart in the fact that they had been discovered. Half an hour later the plane flew over again, very low, dropping an orange streamer fastened to an envelope. The envelope was torn open by a branch, and the message floated down by itself. With fresh horror they read it. It said, "Fire down by River Bridge on Ridge Top. Get going." It was signed simply Ost. Hurriedly they looked around for smoke. Seeing none, frightened, trapped in a strange wild country, with all nature seeming to turn against them, they knew not where to turn. In an effort to find out about the fire, Ost borrowed the hip boots a woman had given Fredericks and started off in the direction of the slide. The plane circled over him and wagged its wings, an action he interpreted to mean that he was going in the right direction. He continued, climbing the muddy lower end of the slide, the rubble, the great cube-shaped boulders, big as cars, all mixed in with trees, some stripped bare, others still complete with all their branches. On the slide he met 2 men walking in from the outside. They told Ost that the river bridge was 15 miles upstream, past the dam, and advised him to keep the group where it was until helicopter help came. The plane message about the fire was still a mystery. It remained so for several months, until Ost finally got it explained. The message had been one of several dropped from a plane by a Forest Service guy, Otto H. Ost, in 1957, to instruct a ground crew to proceed to a fire a couple of 100 miles from the Madison Canyon. The streamer Otto Ost figured had been found, returned, and sent out without removing the 2-year-old message. The note from Ost to Ost was a powerful coincidence. "Doesn't it strike you as almost planned?" Reverend Ost said when he got the explanation. At 11:30 a.m., the 2 Forest Service smoke jumpers, part of a group of 8 who jumped farther up the canyon, hiked in. They had first aid equipment and food. They reassured the group that a helicopter was on its way to rescue them. Shortly after noon, the Johnson Flying Service helicopter arrived, landing precariously on the canyon side slope. Mrs. Ost and George Whitmore, the Fredericks' nephew, both with eye injuries, were the first 2 taken out. The helicopter ferried them over the slide to a point on the highway where highway patrol cars sped them, at 80 miles an hour where rocks hadn't made the road hazardous, to Ennis, to medical care, comfort, and safety. By the time the helicopter had taken 17 of the group over, the turbulence of an oncoming storm made the air so treacherous that the 4 remaining men walked up the canyon, were driven to a safer landing point at the upper end of the canyon. They saw the cracks and damage at Hebgen Dam. The helicopter picked them up, and they joined their families in Ennis. "We'd lost our money, our cars, our clothes," Mrs. Fredericks said. "The Red Cross didn't ask any questions about whether we had any money or not. They just helped. They sent us to stores and got us all 2 complete outfits. They told us to make any calls home, to our relatives, that we wanted to, and they're flying us home." We're certainly going to be ardent Red Cross workers from now on." That night they stayed, dormitory style, in the Ennis High School gym, as Mrs. Fredericks puts it, an anvil chorus, each snoring in his own language. Conditioned by the quake of the night before, when the town siren blasted off at 9 p.m., the quake victims jumped out of bed in alarm and hastily dressed. Even after the siren was explained as the regular nightly curfew signal, Mrs. Fredericks slept the rest of the night in her clothes. "I'm damned if I'm going to be caught in my pajamas again," she said. The Osts moved up to the Shermont Motel in Sheridan, where Mrs. Ost recuperated from her face and eye injury. Miraculously, though the whole side of her face was massively bruised, no bones were broken. That Saturday they were guests of the Madison County Fair at Twin Bridges. On Sunday the Red Cross flew them from Butte back to their homes in New York. The Fredericks moved to the Finland Hotel in Butte, where George Whitmore had treatment for his more serious eye injury. Everyone was so wonderful. A bellhop drove us all around, showing us this exciting town. The people at the hotel took up a collection and gave us some money. You couldn't have better people. The Fredericks flew back to Elyria that same Sunday, leaving George Whitmore in the hospital for further treatment. "The irony of it all," Mrs. Fredericks said, "is that we still didn't get to see Yellowstone Park." End of Part 3. Part 4 of The Night the Mountain Fell, the story of the Montana Yellowstone earthquake, by Edmund Christopherson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. Mystery. Who got it? With the primary emergency, rescuing the injured and freeing the trap, contained, there still remained the perplexing problem of trying to figure out just how many were still buried under the 80-million-ton rock slide. Early guesses put the figure in the hundreds. The infeasibility of moving 43 million cubic yards of collapsed mountain in quest of this gruesome total was almost immediately apparent. Aerial photos taken that next morning showed that the slide hadn't covered the improved portion of Rock Creek Campground, the section with 5 formally laid-out campsites, each with parking spot, fireplace, picnic tables, etc. But this didn't help much toward an estimate of the total buried, because of the informal fashion in which both trailer and tent campers would set up for the night anywhere they could find a level spot. Fred Brower of the Forest Service Fire Control Division in Region 1 headquarters in Missoula spent quite a bit of time talking to survivors and others who might help to establish a probable total. Reverend Ost, who'd been camped in Rock Creek Campground, said that he had counted 21 trailers between the mouth of the Madison Canyon and the spot he camped. The undertaker in Ennis, Charles Raper, put his estimate at 100 to 160. Brower found that Marshal George Hibbert of the town of Ennis had been on a fishing trip in the vicinity of the slide area on Monday, August 17, and for some inexplicable reason decided to cut the trip short, leaving the area at 9:30 o'clock that night, about 2 hours before the quake. He guessed from his observations that there could be 100 people under the slide. Guy Hansen, a West Yellowstone 5th and 6th grade school teacher who was working that summer as a fire prevention guard for the Forest Service, had periodically checked the Madison Valley campgrounds. In one survey shortly before the quake, he'd found 5 tents, 8 trailers, and 42 people in the Rock Creek campground. In the adjacent unimproved area, he'd counted another 25 people. At noon, the Monday of the quake, he'd helped police the improved area and found 6 trailers parked there at midday. He did not check the unimproved area. From his familiarity with the campground, Hansen felt that 40 campers were probably trapped under the slide. Brower chilled as Hansen told him that the occupancy could be higher if there were groups, such as Boy Scouts, camped there. He described how often he'd found scout encampments at Rock Creek, and how one scoutmaster had told him that this was a favorite camping objective for many Utah scout troops. While Brower was trying for an answer as to how many, others were working on the question of just who was buried under the slide. Mrs. T. Mark Stowe of Sandy, Utah, was considered a probable from the first. Her husband was washed out from under the lower end of the slide, and it was logical to deduce that she had been caught under the rock mass. Volunteers from Ennis, Butte, Virginia City, and elsewhere walked over the rugged slide for days, searching for any kind of a clue which might help. They turned up everything from fishing creels, camp equipment, and souvenir pillows to kids' shoes. One slide walker found an exposed roll of film, which was immediately heralded as a hot lead. But when developed, the film turned out to have been ruined by the water. Their findings were kept in a county warehouse in Ennis. Much of it was claimed by those who escaped. The debris, so painstakingly gathered, helped little in the search for identity. The quest evolved into the painful job of waiting, keeping lists, sifting names. From the moment the quake occurred and the fact that there were casualties became known, phone calls, telegrams, and letters began surging in from all over the U.S., wanting to know about friends and relatives who might be in the area or among the victims. The disaster service of the American Red Cross did a tremendous job through their teletype and telephone by taking over these inquiries and sending back information through the home service chapters. Don Scarrett, sheriff of Gallatin County, said, "One of the leads was a spaniel discovered wandering in the slide area the day after the quake. The animal wore a Salt Lake dog license tag. This seemed like a certain clue to the identity of some of the victims." In response to Scarrett's teletype inquiry, Salt Lake police found that the dog supposed to be wearing the tag had been killed months before. Someone had hung the collar in a gas station. Subsequently, this collar was put on another dog. Further probing developed that the dog in the quake area belonged to the Ray Painters of Ogden, Utah. Mrs. Painter, one of the casualties, died in the Bozeman Hospital a couple of days after the quake. Scarrett, who's like a quieter, shorter version of Kefauver, worked all that week and for months afterwards on the identity problem. During the first weeks, Red Cross volunteers and personnel worked around the clock to answer the flood of inquiries. There were some 3,000 of them. They felt fortunate that no scout troops turned up missing. These queries they painstakingly sifted, sorted, and winnowed down. With tireless persistence they kept at it, writing to the source of each of the thousands of inquiries to find out if the missing had turned up. New inquiries kept coming in, and still do, asking about people that just plain haven't been heard from, and their relatives or friends have thought of the slide as a possible explanation. Through tangible tie-ins like postcards, letters, the use of credit cards in the area just before the quake, phone calls from the area, they finally got down to a list of those highly probable as slide victims whose bodies will never be uncovered. Take the case of Roger Provost, an official at the California State Prison at Soledad, California. He had been in touch with his office up to the date of the quake. He was a methodical type. Upon leaving California, he left a planned vacation itinerary stating that the family was to proceed from Yellowstone down the Madison River, August 18, 19, 20, and 21, and to Bozeman, etc. Several cards to friends and relatives, postmarked August 16 at West Yellowstone, Montana, stated that the family was at a trailer campsite on the Madison River about 30 miles from Yellowstone. Another family, Robert J. Williams and wife Coy, children Michael 7, Stephen 11, and Christy 3 of Idaho Falls, had told relatives they planned on fishing the Madison River. They registered as visitors at the museum in Virginia City on August 17, 1959, and were not heard of again. Dr. Merle Edgerton and his wife Edna, in their car and trailer, were traveling with Harmon Woods and his wife Edna, who also brought their car and trailer. Dr. Edgerton kept in daily contact with his hospital in Coalinga, California, up to the time of the slide. He was last heard from on August 15, giving the family's location as on the Madison River outside Ennis, 35 miles from Yellowstone. The complete list of those who on such evidence are considered buried under the monumental Madison Canyon slide totaled 19. They are Sidney D. Ballard, wife and son, of Nelson, B.C., Bernie L. Boynton and wife Inez of Billings, Montana, Dr. Merle Edgerton and wife Edna of Coalinga, California, Roger Provost and wife Elizabeth, and sons Richard, 16, and David, 1½ of Soledad, California, Mrs. Thomas Mark Stowe of Sandy, Utah, Robert J. Williams and wife Coy, and children Stephen, 11, Michael, 7, Christy, 3, of Idaho Falls, Idaho, Harmon Woods and wife Edna of Coalinga, California. The other quake casualties include Mr. Pearlie Bennett and children, Tommy, Carol, and Susan of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, who, along with Thomas Stowe of Sandy, Utah, were found below the slide. Mr. and Mrs. E. H. Stryker of San Mateo, California, were killed by the boulders at the Cliff Lake campground. Mrs. Myrtle Painter of Ogden, Utah, and Mrs. Margaret Holmes of Billings, Montana, died of quake injuries in the Bozeman Hospital. The final Montana-Yellowstone earthquake death toll stands at 28. Civil Defense and Natural Disasters. Natural disasters, like the Montana-Yellowstone earthquake, are perhaps the best test of our civil defense readiness. Until the quake, Civil Defense Director Hugh Potter wasn't at all sure that he had an outfit at all. Operating on a short budget of $21,000 a year, with all of the third biggest sprawled-out state to organize, he'd set up, at least on paper, statewide and county civil defense groups. He'd compiled an exhaustive inventory of state facilities, resources, etc., complete to each minutiae as the number of aspirins in the state, 1,657,000, 5 grain tablets, and the amount of meat Montana's abundant wildlife represented, 58,517,725 pounds, including 1,000 bisons, 415 grizzly bears. The alerts he'd organized weren't notable successes, and he'd caught some hell from the higher-ups for not being current on the statewide alerts, which are supposed to be held at least once a year. Our people just aren't too enthusiastic about practice alerts, Potter says. Frankly, they feel it's a waste of time. They're busy. They don't want to play war. A guy will say, "I want to go fishing," or put up a hay crop, or something. But let a real emergency happen, and they're right there. During the first day, Ed Cottingham and I were busy pulling triggers. I realized then that the most important thing I'd done during my 7 years as Civil Defense Director was getting around and getting to know who to phone, the people you can count on to get something done in an emergency. You can get the heck of a lot done if you know the right guy to call. There isn't a Civil Defense Department that didn't check in right away to find out if they were needed. We're especially lucky to have the U.S. Forest Service, the big slide happened in the Beaverhead National Forest, in our area. Their experience and constantly organized readiness to meet the threat of forest fire right now makes them an ideal outfit for any emergency. Forest Service firefighting squads, transport, equipment, and information about the area are all set up to move in a matter of minutes. They're most adaptable to the kind of crisis the earthquake threw at us. You can tell the Forest Service your problem and quit worrying. Another important outfit is the Montana Forestry Department, which is set up to administer and protect the state's forests. Its boss, Gareth Moon, is head of the Civil Defense's Rural Firefighting Section. We have a good mobile law enforcement outfit in the Montana Highway Patrol. The Montana Fish and Game Department men in emergency serve as an excellent backwoods force. Frank Wiley, Montana Department of Aeronautics Director and one of the real pioneer pilots who can still fly anything from a jet to a Jenny, took over our flying problems. At 8:45 a.m., as part of a civil defense emergency plan called Operation Bulldozer, set up by the Associated General Contractors, Jack Marlowe, secretary of the Montana Contractors Association, had completed a list and location of all heavy construction equipment in the area and reported that all contractors were on standby in case they were needed. The State Department of Health was on the ball, too. They were moving in personnel to test water in Ennis, West Yellowstone, and throughout the quake area by 9 the morning after the quake. At 9:15, word came in that the Red Cross was flying in emergency personnel from the West Coast. Potter was thrilled by the offers of help that kept Civil Defense Headquarters phones busy. General Keith R. Barney of the Army Corps of Engineers called, offering any help needed. The governors of Idaho and Wyoming and 3 Canadian provinces asked if there was anything they could do. Idaho's Highway Patrol actually came up and helped keep things under control in the West Yellowstone area. Several search and rescue outfits called, offering aid. A combined Army, Navy, and Marine Corps reserve unit from Butte gathered their medical equipment and ambulances and sped to the Ennis side of the slide as a voluntary, unpaid action. There were offers from the crack mine rescue teams from the famous Anaconda Company mines in Butte. When a call went out on the regular radio for housing for the Ennis evacuees, several hundred accommodations were phoned in to a local Butte station. Another abortive suggestion that men on horseback might be needed to search some of the impassable backcountry brought over 100 volunteers in less than an hour. A Bozeman station was overwhelmed with offers in response to an announcement that station wagons would be needed at the airport to ambulance the wounded to the hospital. Nurses, doctors, National Guardsmen, skin divers, they all called in wanting to help. At Great Falls, where the Montana Red Cross Blood Bank was holding a regularly scheduled drawing when word came that they were flying blood to Bozeman to help the victims, so many volunteers showed up that the total exceeded 450 pints, and at closing time 150 donors were still in line. We had special problems. Distance from any sizable town was one. I'd hate to think of the casualties if the quake hit a really populated area, Potter said. The mountains, which obstruct shortwave signals and set up all sorts of radio blind spots, made it difficult to get any sort of ground radio communications going. It was impossible from the ground to signal to Ennis or to Hebgen Dam from West Yellowstone. The radio amateurs did a tremendous job of helping those first few hours. They set up a standby network and kept it clear for emergency messages. One ham, Father Francis A. Peterson, W7RKI, from St. Anthony, Idaho, one of the first to report the quake, loaded up his gear, drove to West Yellowstone, and by 7:45 a.m. the morning after the quake, had set up radio control at the otherwise radio-less West Yellowstone Airport. Another ham, Harold L. Bedder, W7JPD, of Dillon, Montana, handled emergency communications from Dillon the day after the quake, then flew his equipment to the West Yellowstone Airport to help out too. The problem was complicated by the multiplicity of wavelengths on which the various civilian and military agencies were operating. We discovered that the high-frequency bands the Civil Defense uses, 150 megacycles, are useless in mountain country, especially in the daytime. Lower frequencies, 34.82 and 46.86 megacycles, did get through. All that day or so, we relied on the Highway Department plane, which was radio-equipped to get messages across the quake area. It stayed in the air all day. The mountain altitude at the dam, the elevation is 6,550 feet, presented aviation difficulties, too. Smaller helicopters couldn't make it, and some of the bigger jobs were tricky to fly in the less dense mountain air. We had difficulty with aerial sightseers. In spite of our announcement that the fields at West Yellowstone and Ennis were closed to all but emergency aircraft, planes flew in from all over. Charter pilots flew in from as far away as Arizona and did a brisk business in flying the curious over the quake area at $6 a head. Including the Air Force ships, during the first few days, the West Yellowstone Airport was as busy as Chicago's Midway Field, with planes taking off and landing at the rate of one a minute. With all the traffic over the slide area, it was a miracle that we got through the first week without a crash. But as a result of the quake, we know that any area which has this kind of emergency will make out okay with the wonderful spirit of people helping and wanting to help. Aftermath. Among the cataclysms of nature, none is more terrifying than an earthquake, and huge slides, like the one triggered by the Madison Canyon earthquake, are perhaps the most dramatic type of geological change. In one sudden, spectacular moment, changes take place that make us think of the tremendous energy released by atomic fission, the Earth's mass moves in a volume that rocks the imagination, and its effect on the people who are near or in the path of nature's huge, impulsive-seeming change helps us to realize how infinitesimal we are before the forces and laws of nature. In 1903, a 40 million cubic yard rock slide crashed down from the crest of Turtle Mountain onto the coal mining town of Frank, Alberta, killing 70 people. But the consequences of such huge slides aren't completed when the cliff toppling cease. Take the case of the famous June 23, 1925, Gros Ventre slide in northwestern Wyoming, 40 miles south of Yellowstone Park. An estimated 50 million cubic yards of rock and debris plunged down the steep canyon wall, shot across the valley floor, and rushed some 350 feet up the opposite wall of the canyon before it settled back like water sloshing in a huge bowl. Nobody was killed when this slide choked the Gros Ventre River. It covered parts of 2 ranches and buried 6 head of cattle. But 2 years later, in May 1927, the water dammed by the slide pushed out a big section of the slide, and the sudden wave of water and debris washed away the town of Kelly, Wyoming, killing 7 people. This kind of possibility was in the mind of Army Corps of Engineers Missouri River Chief Keith R. Barney as he and Lieutenant Colonel Walter H. Holgrefe of the Corps District Offices at Garrison Dam in North Dakota discussed the Montana earthquake's action. The slide represented a double threat to people in the Madison Valley below. As an immediate effect of the slide, the water flowing over Hebgen Dam was stopped by the slide. The formation of a lake behind the slide began the moment of the slide. When it filled, this 240-foot deep impoundment, called Earthquake or Quake Lake, would exert an enormous pressure on the slide. If the slide was composed of unstable material, its collapse could, in a repeat of the Gros Ventre tragedy, bring death and destruction to the valley towns of Ennis, Three Forks, and Trident below. The second and greater threat was the discovery that when Quake Lake filled, its impounded water would lap at the foundations of Hebgen Dam and quite possibly undermine it, releasing a volume of water 7 times that of the earthquake-caused reservoirs, which could also sweep part of the slide along in its mad rush. Like the threat of a time bomb, the rising level of Quake Lake and the increasing pressure of the water against the slide, augmented by rumor, kept the downstream towns in constant anxiety. The Army Corps of Engineers rushed into emergency action. They flew in a 50-man staff and set up headquarters in the Stagecoach Inn at West Yellowstone. The mines in Butte were on strike, and huge earth-moving equipment from the open pit operations, along with rigs from other contractors, worked around the clock to cut a 250-foot wide and 14-foot deep channel across the 1.5-mile long slide and armor it with rock so that the water couldn't cause sudden erosion of the rest of the slide before the water topped the huge natural dam. On September 10, water licked over the new spillway, running into the riverbed just below, which had been dry since the quake. To the Corps' great surprise, severe erosion tore the downstream face of the slide. To remedy this, they launched another crash program to cut a 50-foot deep channel across the top of the slide. It was completed October 29. The Corps' operations on the slide took a total of close to $1,700,000 of funds set up for such emergencies. As a result, the towns below the slide are safe from the flood threat the slide might represent. End of Part 4. Part 5 of The Night the Mountain Fell, The Story of the Montana Yellowstone Earthquake by Edmund Christopherson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. Living Geology. Just how common are mass earth shake-ups like the Montana Yellowstone earthquake anyhow? Geologists tell us they're frequent, with a dozen or more major quakes and thousands of minor tremors happening each year. Earthquakes are the natural outcome of the fact that the earth, while seeming substantial and changeless, is constantly, if most gradually, in the process of change. Mountains are thrust up, glaciers carve them down, volcanoes pour out their molten rock, rivers and floods scour their erosive paths, sediments slide and settle. The enormous masses which great internal earth forces have raised up to mountain height create counterstresses. These forces build up for years, sometimes for centuries or longer. Eventually something has to give. When this happens on a grand or spectacular scale, we call it an earthquake. Whether you're a connoisseur, expert, or not, the spectacular 1959 Montana Yellowstone earthquake was a beaut. Geologists call it a textbook earthquake because it included nearly all of the classic actions or results which quakes are likely to cause. It ranked right along with San Francisco's 1906 shakedown as among the severest earthquakes on the North American continent. In seismic measurements, it rated 7.8 on the Richter scale as compared with San Francisco's 8.2. It set up so-called tidal waves or seiches on Hebgen Lake. There were at least 3 of these huge waves, 20 foot high, which overtopped the entire 721-foot length of the dam by 4 feet. Eyewitnesses' statements relate that the velocity of the tidal wave was so great that it caused the water literally to leap over the top of the dam. It filled the small generating plant with 2 to 4 feet deep layer of rocks. Although the dam stood, the quake caused several fractures in the core wall, one of which showed a 3 to 4 inch separation and shattered the dam's concrete spillway. The earthquake created 3 major faults, with displacement on the Red Canyon Fault running as much as 20 feet, which stacks up impressively alongside the 26-foot maximum displacement resulting from San Francisco's quake. These 2 earthquakes differed, however, in that the Montana displacement was vertical, while the San Francisco's was horizontal. According to the Society of Military Engineers, surveys from benchmarks outside the earthquake-affected areas show that the earth in the Hebgen Dam quake area near Hebgen Dam has settled between 18 and 19 feet from its level before the quake. It wasn't uniform, though. The quake caused tilting, which showed up in the way the north side of Hebgen Lake had sunk 8 feet, while the south side of the lake, docks, boats, etc., were sticking 8 feet out of the water. The quake also caused many sink, or more properly, blowholes. These phenomena are also known as sandspouts. Water compressed and forced up and out by quake action washes out layers of sand substrata. The overhead surface areas naturally drop into the hole, leaving a puzzling hunk of slumped ground, separate from the normal scarps, as big as 15 by 50 feet in area. The Montana Yellowstone quake sent seismographs jiggling as far away as New Zealand. It caused fluctuation of water level in wells as much as 10 feet in nearby Idaho, a tenth of a foot in Hawaii, 3,200 miles away, and .01 feet in Puerto Rico. The huge concrete Hungry Horse Dam near Columbia Falls, Montana, 250 miles northwest of the quake area, showed measurable displacement as a result of the quake. In remote Seattle, the diminished tremors were still strong enough to break loose the floating amphitheater in Lake Washington. But by far the most spectacular effect of Montana's earthquake was the huge landslide at the mouth of the Madison Canyon. At the site of the slide, a relatively strong and nearly vertical layer of dolomite rock supported a huge bank or mountain of comparatively unstable schist, and kept it from sliding into the valley in the same way that a retaining wall keeps a hillside terrace from slipping downhill. The tremendous shock waves of the earthquake fractured this dolomite buttress, and some 43 million cubic yards, or 80 million tons, of rock, timber, and other mountainside debris cascaded off the slope, hurtled into the canyon, and surged up the opposite side, carrying huge trees and house-sized boulders as if they were weightless hollow toys. When this huge mass whumped down onto the riverbed, it forced out the water and air trapped underneath at hurricane velocity. The huge slide spurted mud, air, and water with such force as to send 2-ton cars sailing through the air, and to grind others to suitcase thickness against the rocks. All this happens in seconds. It would take 8 seconds for the mass at the top of the mountain to fall to the valley floor 1,200 feet below. At the time it reached this point, the mass would be traveling 174 miles per hour. The time it took to zoom half a mile across the valley, up the opposite canyon wall, then split and flow 3/4 of a mile up and down the valley (the slide lies 1½ miles long in the valley), was less than 30 seconds. The fact that timber from the face of the mountain is spread in relatively uniform fashion over the entire surface of the slide is interpreted to mean that there was little tumbling action, that the slide moved as a single, if shattered, mass. One important scientific controversy has emerged from the earthquake. It relates to the time relationship or sequence between the initial shock, the tidal waves or seiches, how fast the huge quantities of water which overtopped the dam moved down the valley, and whether these slugs of water had rushed through the canyon in time to reach the site of the slide before the mountain fell. The stretch of the Madison running through the canyon is fresh, fast water, but normally it takes up to 2 hours for an object to run the sparkling 7-mile trout-rich stretch from Hebgen Dam to the mouth of the canyon. The big surges of water, the seiches overtopping the dam, could make it a lot faster. There are 2 big related questions. Could the big surges of water reach the point of the slide soon enough? And just how soon after the first shock did the mountain fall? For the first couple of days after the quake, the theory persisted that the slide must have happened quite some time after the first shock, as late as 5 a.m. according to some theories. But as the facts and the testimony of folks trapped near the slide, the Osts, Fredericks, Smiths, and Mrs. Bennett, became available, it was apparent that the slide must have closely followed the initial shock. Even if you discount the disrupted time sense of people under stress, when a minute can seem like an hour and vice versa, it's difficult to imagine that more than 20 minutes elapsed between the first shock and the slide. According to one set of calculations, big waves could have swept from the dam to the slide site in 18 minutes or so. Although the quake caused much settling of the earth, packed against the downstream side of Hebgen Dam's concrete core, the relatively slight displacement of the sod cover is interpreted to mean that all 3 tidal waves passed over the dam before this earth subsided and separated from the core. Thus the water would have begun its race down the valley before the heavy earth-settling shocks hit the dam area. Those who support the high water at the moment of the slide theory point to the great volume of water damage way below the slide. If the slide had come first, it would have dammed off the tidal waves and prevented such damage. They feel there just wasn't enough water in the river bed's normal content to cause the water damage done both upstream and downstream by the slide. And they argue the mud and dust in the composition of the slide would have taken up most of the water normally found in the reach of the river buried under the slide. There's further evidence in the numerous fish found high and dry on the flat along the river bank several feet higher than the stream bed. Most of them were small catfish-like chubs. There were numerous trout and one 18-inch carp. There is no place in the river below the pool at the toe of the dam where carp would likely be found. Also, there was further confirmation in the fact that 3 of the specially made 11-inch squared timbers 8½ feet long with notched ends and 2 U-bolts used as stop logs in the Hebgen Dam spillway were found below the slide. Some shadow was cast on this as absolute confirmation by the Montana Power Company's explanation that stop logs have been lost from time to time before the quake. Those who, in spite of such evidence, oppose the theory that the high water reached the slide area first just don't feel that the water could have made it all the way down the canyon in so short a time. They feel that it would have taken at least 40 minutes for the big waves to traverse the 7 miles. They have some support in L.D. Smith's testimony that in driving down Beaver Creek to Rock Creek right after the shocks, he saw no such waves. At any rate, this is one argument that geologists and hydrologists will be batting around for a long time. Now you can see. It's unusual when an event so spectacular as the Montana Yellowstone earthquake doesn't produce some exploitable possibilities, and this one did. The month after this August 17, 1959 series of quakes, the U.S. Forest Service, which is a proprietor of the vast and tumultuous real estate on which the major portion of the immediate quake action happened, announced that it was underway with plans to set up a geological area to help visitors get to earthquake interest points and to understand the tremendous earth forces which operated there. They held the inaugural of the Madison River Canyon Earthquake Area, the first of its kind anywhere, on August 17, 1960, the first anniversary of the quake. Relatives of the 28 quake victims sat on the gigantic slide as they unveiled the bronze memorial plaque mounted on the huge dolomite boulder which had floated across the valley atop the surging debris. This awesome and fascinating earthquake area quickly became one of the region's top tourist attractions, with close to 500,000 visitors in attendance during each of the first 2 post-quake summers. In spite of miserable to nearly impassable access roads, this popularity is especially fitting because the quake that's on display here was essentially a tourist earthquake. It happened in the scenic mountain area, which draws a brisk vacation traffic from all over the U.S. and Canada during the height of the tourist season, and those who went through the adventure, the thrills, the terror, the heroes and the helped, the survivors and the casualties, could nearly all be classed as tourists. Superb trout fishing has always been one of the area's most important features, and understandably there was much post-quake concern as to how this would be effected. When Hebgen Lake was drained to repair the quake-damaged Hebgen Dam, Montana's Fish and Game Department poisoned the trash fish and stocked the refilled lake with millions of rainbow trout, running in size from fingerlings to 9 inches. Today, both Hebgen and Quake Lake, formed by the damming action of the slide at the mouth of Madison Canyon, afford top fishing, either from shore or from boat. Quake Lake has a made-to-order launching ramp at Cabin Creek, where the flooded-out road runs right into the lake. In spite of the concern by fish biologists that silting from the slide would take the edge off fishing in the Madison below the slide area, it kept right on providing fishermen the top-notch action that had long earned its reputation as a blue-ribbon trout stream that compares with fishing anywhere in the world. Today there are excellent roads to and through the earthquake area. Route 287, south from Ennis, leads directly to the huge slide at the mouth of Madison Canyon. Here the Forest Service has built a surfaced road up onto the slide. On top is the best vantage point to view the whole panorama of the mountain fall, where it dropped from, how in a matter of seconds 80 million tons of rock cut off the valley, the sparkling blue lake it created, and the open stretch of the Madison below the canyon. Besides, on the slide there are interpretive exhibits, and the huge monolith bearing the plaque to the Quake dead, 21 of whom still lie somewhere beneath the mammoth pile of rock. The relocated route runs eastward down the slide along Quake Lake and through Madison Canyon. Several Forest Service people staff the formally designated earthquake area during the summer season to help explain and interpret what happened here. Definite plans for the area include a formal visitor center and at least one first-class campground in the Slide Lake Canyon area. Hebgen Dam, the dam that held, straddles the upper end of Madison Canyon. The road from here along Hebgen Lake to the Duck Creek Y has been much improved over its pre-quake status. The quake area is just as easily approachable from West Yellowstone by taking 191 north 10 miles to the Duck Creek Y and then driving west along Hebgen Lake. Near the Y, the big fault runs close to the road through the Culligan Ranch, etc. The magnificent Reynolds Pass Road, which runs south from its junction with the Madison Canyon Road 3 miles west of the slide, has become an important new route for the earthquake area. The morning after the slide, highway crews were at work on this alternate route, which for 2 years substituted for the blocked, flooded, and destroyed road through the Madison Canyon and along the north shore of Hebgen Lake, while the regular route between Ennis and West Yellowstone remained blocked. With its exciting mountain backdrop, this new improved road provides an enjoyable alternative which should be included in any circle tour of quake features. In the spring of 1959, as he tells it, Lemuel Garrison, superintendent of Yellowstone National Park, looked at some bids for new housing in the park, which included extra steel as a protection against the possibility of earthquakes. "Heck," he said, "we're not an earthquake area." Today, Yellowstone's famous earthquake has become an important addition to its already fabulous attractions. The park took the quake in its stride. By June 1, 1960, in spite of road damage of $2,600,000 and building damage of $1,700,000 resulting from the quake, Yellowstone Park, its roads, and other facilities were ready for its normal summer rush. In clearing a slide which blocked the road near Firehole Falls, south of Madison Junction, the road crew discovered one near casualty, a bear. The Bruin had evidently sought shelter in a hollow below the road shoulder and became trapped when the slide closed his exit. It was several days after the quake when the crew heard the bear's attempts to crawl out of his artificial cave. They lowered a tree trunk, still bearing branches, into the hole and retreated while the bear scrambled out. Word of the quake, plus the initial belief that the epicenters of 7 of the 11 major shocks were located in the famous Firehole Basin, caused widespread anxiety as to whether the tremendous forces loosed might have interfered with nature's intricate underground plumbing, which keeps the geysers, hot pools, and mud pots spouting, burbling, and burping. Studies by a horde of seismologists, geologists, and other earth scientists who swarmed into the Firehole Basin in the months after the quake show that during the night of August 17, the hot spring activity in this area changed more than during the 87 years since a park was created out of the mysterious steaming country which had been known as Coulter's Hell. The scientist termed these changes as profound and far-reaching. These changes in thermal features are, and will be in years to come, tremendously interesting. The majority of these changes came with or just after the initial quakes. The earthquake acted as a trigger to start eruption in hundreds of springs, nearly half of them erupting for the first time in their known histories. The whole place blew, then subsided. There was considerable juggling of the intervals and playing times of some of the better-known geysers. Great Fountain, Riverside, Daisy Castle, and Oblong shortened the length of their eruption intervals, but they play nearly twice as frequently as they did prior to the quake. Sapphire, a minor geyser, became a major geyser, but has subsided to a status somewhere in between. Clepsydra Geyser went frantically wild and has erupted continuously since the quake. Steady Geyser just up and quit. So did Grand Geyser. Giantess Geyser, located just across the river from Old Faithful, habitually shook the ground in the vicinity every time it erupted. Right after the quake, it blasted off and kept blowing for a continuous 100 hours, instead of its usual 30-hour run. The fountain paint pots became so active and spread so that they took over what used to be an asphalt-paved parking area. In the midst of these changing patterns, Old Faithful goes on in much the same way, except for perhaps a slight increased interval between blasts. Studies of 14,317 eruptions were clocked, with an average interval of 63.8 minutes. The shortest interval was 33 minutes in 1948-51. The longest is 93 minutes, measured in 1955. But none of these changes are static. Just when Grand Geyser, having been dormant for 5 months, was considered dead, it moved into a sporadic blasting phase. These quake-caused fluctuations in thermal features, plus strong curiosity as to the earthquake's effects in the surrounding area, Superintendent Long Garrison feels will make Yellowstone's post-quake years bigger than ever. About the author. Ed Christopherson was a professional author and magazine writer whose articles about Montana, the Northwest, and other subjects appear in the Saturday Evening Post, Holiday, This Week Magazine, Mademoiselle, Reader's Digest, the New York Times, Congressional Record, etc. Born in Ohio, he began his writing career in New York. His introduction to the mountain Northwest came through a season as a Forest Service smoke jumper. After several years in New York, he picked exciting and scenic western Montana as the center of his regional writing activities. Christopherson went to West Yellowstone, they called it Shookville, the day after the quake. He got first-hand accounts from survivors there, and in Ennis flew and walked over the slide and elsewhere in the quake area, and since has spent months researching and correlating what turned out to be The Night the Mountain Fell. End of Part 5. End of The Night the Mountain Fell, the story of the Montana Yellowstone earthquake, by Edmund Christopherson. Part 1 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. Part 1. Ferdinand Vanderveer Hayden and the Founding of the Yellowstone National Park. One of the prime movers among the many explorers of the West who played key roles in establishing the Yellowstone National Park was Ferdinand Vanderveer Hayden of the U.S. Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories, a predecessor of today's U.S. Geological Survey. His signal accomplishments in 1871-72 were among the many highlights of a long and distinguished career in public service. Hayden's professional training was as a doctor of medicine. It is a tribute to his determination and energy that he reached this professional status. Born in Westfield, Massachusetts, on September 7, 1829, he was, in his early youth, sent by his widowed mother to live with an uncle on a farm in Rochester, New York. Following an unusually studious childhood, he began teaching school when he was 16 years old. He soon became discontented with what he considered an inadequate education, and made his way to Oberlin, Ohio. There he persuaded the president of Oberlin College to allow him to enroll in medical school, although he was virtually penniless. Young Hayden proved to be a diligent and dedicated student, and won the respect of classmates and professors alike for his hard-working attitude. None, however, foresaw the great success that he later achieved. While working his way through college, Hayden formed a close association with a young geologist named John Strong Newberry, who persuaded Hayden to pursue his studies under his own former teacher, James Hall of Albany, New York. Soon after, Hayden enrolled at Albany Medical College, and though he graduated with an M.D. in 1853, it is during this time that his interest in geology was fostered under the influence of Professor Hall. Shortly after his graduation from medical school, Hayden set out on his first geographical expedition under the sponsorship of Hall. Accompanied by the paleontologist Fielding Bradford Meek, Hayden headed up the Missouri River to explore the Dakota Badlands and to collect fossil specimens. Returning in 1854, he and Meek began to acquire reputations of their own, and, as a team, they added significant geological information to what was known about the nation's western frontier. During the war between the states, Hayden practiced medicine for the only time in his career, serving with the Army as a surgeon. Following the war, he received his first formal degree in geology when he was elected Professor of Geology and Mineralogy at the University of Pennsylvania in 1865, a post he held mainly in absentia for 7 years. For the next several years, much of his time was spent studying and reporting on the geology of the Nebraska Territory and Rocky Mountain region. In 1869, Hayden's activities became officially organized under the Department of the Interior as the United States Geological and Geographical Survey of the Territories. In that same year he completed a highly successful expedition through the western mountains from Denver to Santa Fe. This expedition set the pattern for those to follow, for his team studied not only the geology, but virtually all natural phenomena which they encountered, including wildlife, water resources, and mineral deposits. Hayden's historic expedition into the Yellowstone area in 1871 was preceded by 2 expeditions which fired the imagination of those interested in that largely unknown region. The Folsom Cook group penetrated the Yellowstone country in 1869, followed by the Washburn-Langford Doane expedition in 1870. Lieutenant Gustavus C. Doane, who served as the leader of the military escort for this latter expedition, as well as for the later Hayden survey, filed a detailed report which was published as a congressional document and became a landmark of the Yellowstone story. The following is taken from his report. Quote, "We kept the Yellowstone to our left, and finding the canyon impassable, passed over several high spurs coming down from the mountains, over which the way was much obstructed by fallen timber, and reached at an elevation of 7,331 feet, an immense rolling plateau extending as far as the eye could reach. This elevated slope of country is about 30 miles in extent, with a general declivity to the northward. Its surface is an undulated prairie dotted with groves of pine and aspen. Numerous lakes are scattered throughout its whole extent, and great numbers of springs, which flow down the slopes and are lost in the volume of the Yellowstone. The river breaks through this plateau in a winding and impassable canyon and trachyte lava over 2,000 feet in depth. The middle canyon of the Yellowstone, rolling over volcanic boulders in some places, and in others forming still pools of seemingly fathomless depth. At one point it dashes here and there, lashed to a white foam upon its rocky bed. At another it subsides into a crystal mirror, wherever a deep basin occurs in the channel. Numerous small cascades are seen tumbling from the lofty summits, a mere ribbon of foam in the immeasurable distance below. This huge abyss, through walls of flinty lava, has not been worn away by the waters, for no trace of fluvial agency is left upon the rocks. It is cleft in the strata brought about by volcanic action plainly shown by that irregular structure which gives such a ragged appearance to all such igneous formations. Standing on the brink of the chasm, the heavy roaring of the imprisoned river comes to the ear in a sort of hollow, hungry growl, scarcely audible from the depths, and strongly suggestive of demons in torment below. Lofty pines on the bank of the stream dwindle to shrubs in dizziness of distance. Everything beneath has a weird and deceptive appearance. The water does not look like water, but like oil. Numerous fish hawks are seen busily plying their vocation, sailing high above the waters, and yet 1,000 feet below the spectator. In the clefts of the rocks, hundreds of feet down, bald eagles have their eyries, from which we can see them swooping still further into the depths to rob the ospreys of their hard-earned trout. It is grand, gloomy, and terrible, a solitude peopled with fantastic ideas, and empire of shadows and of turmoil." Spurred on by these reports, Hayden organized his expedition with the support of a $40,000 appropriation from Congress. On June 1, 1871, a team of 34 men and 7 wagons set out from Ogden, Utah. Among the group were geologist and managing director James Stevenson, mineralogist A.C. Peel, topographer Antoine Schoenborn, artists Henry W. Elliott and Thomas Moran, and photographer William H. Jackson. The latter two proved to be invaluable members of the expedition, for their work served as dramatic and effective publicity in favor of establishing the park. Moran's famous landscapes were afterwards hung in the halls of Congress, and Jackson's equally famous photographs, portraying the primeval grandeur of the Yellowstone, were widely distributed. After several weeks' travel, the Hayden expedition reached Butler's Ranch in the Yellowstone River Valley. There they were joined by the Barlow Heap military party of engineer explorers, who also planned a reconnaissance of the upper Yellowstone. This latter group intermittently explored with the Hayden expedition during the next several weeks. The results of the Barlow Heap explorations were published as a modest Senate document, which proved to be of material help in establishing the Yellowstone National Park. The joint Hayden-Barlow Heap expeditions departed from Butler's on July 20, 1871. The journey through the wilderness was by no means an easy one. The wagons had to be abandoned and the gear packed on mules. Progress was slow, and the difficulty of moving through the dense forest was compounded by the great number of trees felled by fires that periodically swept the region. The Yellowstone Basin, however, proved to be an ideal open-air laboratory for the geologist, and perhaps one of the best places on earth for studying active volcanic processes, because of the wide variety of geological features. Each of the scientists accompanying the expedition found unique opportunities for observation and study. Hayden recorded his thoughts as his party advanced up the river. "But the objects of the deepest interest in this region are the falls and the Grand Cañon of the Yellowstone. I will attempt to convey some idea by a description, but it is only through the eye that the mind can gather anything like an adequate conception of them. But no language can do justice to the wonderful grandeur and beauty of the cañon below the lower falls. The very nearly vertical walls, slightly sloping down to the water's edge on either side, so that from the summit of the river appears like a thread of silver foaming over its rocky bottom. The variegated colors of the sides, yellow, red, brown, white, all intermixed and shading into each other. The Gothic columns of every form standing out from the sides of the walls with greater variety and more striking colors than ever adorned a work of human art." Hayden continued to describe the falls, "standing near the margin of the lower falls and looking down the canyon, with its sides 1,200 to 1,500 feet high, and decorated with the most brilliant colors that the human eye ever saw, with the rocks weathered into an almost unlimited variety of forms, the whole presents a picture that would be difficult to surpass in nature." From any point of view, the upper falls are most picturesque and striking. The entire volume of water seems to be, as it were, hurled off the precipice with the force which it has accumulated in the rapids above, so that the mass is detached into the most beautiful snow-white, bead-like drops, and as it strikes the rocky basin below, it shoots through the water with a sort of ricochet for the distance of 200 feet. Of the Yellowstone itself, Hayden said, "The river, by its width, its beautiful curves and easy flow, moves on down towards its wonderful precipices with a majestic motion that would charm the eye of an artist." However, not all was majestic beauty, for there was also the power and mystery of the geysers and the grotesque forms of the hot mud springs. Hayden described these phenomena, such as one geyser he named the Grotto. "A vast column of steam issues from a cavern in the side of the hill, with an opening about 5 feet in diameter. The roaring of the waters in the cavern, and the noise of the waters as they surge up to the mouth of the opening, are like that of the billows lashing the seashore. The water is as clear as crystal, and the steam is so hot that it is only when the breeze wafts it aside for a moment one can venture to take a look at the opening. Located higher up on the side of the hill, not far from the grotto, is the most remarkable mud spring we have ever seen in the West. It may not improbably be called the Giant's Cauldron. It does not boil with an impulse like most of the mud springs, but with a constant roar, which shakes the ground for a considerable distance, and may be heard for half a mile. All the indications around this most remarkable cauldron show it has broken out at a recent period." Examining the mud springs and geysers was hazardous business, and could be a painful experience, as Hayden discovered. "The entire surface is perfectly bare of vegetation and hot, yielding in many places to slight pressure. I attempted to walk among these simmering vents, and broke through to my knees, covering myself with hot mud to my great pain and subsequent inconvenience." Finally, the expedition reached Yellowstone Lake, the focal point of their exploration, causing Hayden to remark, "On the 28th of July we arrived at the lake and pitched our camp on the northeast shore in a beautiful grassy meadow or opening among the dense pines. The lake lay before us, a vast sheet of quiet water, of a most delicate ultramarine hue, one of the most beautiful scenes I have ever beheld. The entire party was filled with enthusiasm. The great object of our labors has been reached, and we were amply paid for all our toils. Such a vision is worth a lifetime, and only one of such marvelous beauty will ever greet human eye. From whatever point of view one may behold it, it presents a unique picture." Hayden's party split into groups, with some continuing to explore the perimeter of the lake, while Hayden, Schönborn, and other members of the expedition went on towards the Firehole Geyser Basin. Eventually, the entire party arrived back at Butler's ranch, having spent 38 days in the wilderness. The most important product of the expedition, in addition to Jackson's photos, was a 500-page report by Hayden documenting findings of his party. Hayden presented this report and photos to senators, congressmen, his superiors in the Interior Department, and nearly anyone else who could possibly influence the founding of a park. He also wrote articles in magazines with national circulation, and spent much personal time and effort in trying to convince Congress to establish the park. On December 18, 1871, a bill was introduced simultaneously in the Senate by Senator Pomeroy of Kansas, and in the House of Representatives by Congressman Clagett of Montana, for the establishment of a park at the headwaters of the Yellowstone River. The bill in each case was referred to the respective committees on public lands. Upon reporting the bill back to the Senate on January 22, 1872, Senator Pomeroy advised that body, "Professor Hayden and party have been there, and this bill is drawn on the recommendation of that gentleman to consecrate for public uses this country for a public park." Be it enacted, and so forth, that the tract of land in the territories of Montana and Wyoming, lying near the headwaters of the Yellowstone River, and described as follows, to wit, commencing at the junction of Gardner's River with the Yellowstone River, and running east to the meridian, passing 10 miles to the eastward of the most eastward point of the Yellowstone Lake, thence south along said meridian to the parallel of latitude, passing 10 miles south of the most southern point of Yellowstone Lake, thence west along said parallel to the meridian, passing 15 miles west of the most western point of Madison Lake, thence north along said meridian of the latitude of the junction of the Yellowstone and Gardner's River, thence east of the place of beginning, is hereby reserved and withdrawn from settlement, occupancy, or sale under the laws of the United States, and dedicated and set apart as a public park or pleasuring ground for the benefit and enjoyment of the people, and all persons who shall locate or settle upon or occupy the same, or any part thereof, except as hereinafter provided, shall be considered trespassers and removed therefrom. Section 2. That said public park shall be under the exclusive control of the Secretary of the Interior, whose duty it shall be, as soon as practicable, to make and publish such rules and regulations as he may deem necessary or proper for the care and management of the same. Such regulations shall provide for the preservation from injury or spoliation of all timber, mineral deposits, natural curiosities, or wonders within said park, and their retention in their natural condition. The Secretary may in his discretion grant leases for building purposes, for terms not exceeding 10 years, of small parcels of ground at such places in said park as shall require the erection of buildings for the accommodation of visitors. All of the proceeds of said leases, and all other revenues that may be derived from any source connected with said park, to be expended under his direction in the management of the same, and the construction of roads and bridle paths therein. He shall provide against the wanton destruction of the fish and game found within said park, and against their capture or destruction for the purpose of merchandise or profit. He shall also cause all persons trespassing upon the same, after the passage of this act, to be removed therefrom, and generally shall be authorized to take all such measures as shall be necessary or proper to fully carry out the object and purposes of this act." On January 23, 1872, Senator Pomeroy, in response to questioning during consideration of the bill, stated, "This bill originated as the result of the exploration made by Professor Hayden under an appropriation of Congress last year. With a party he explored the headwaters of the Yellowstone and found it to be a great natural curiosity, great geysers as they are termed, water spouts, and hot springs, and having plotted the ground himself, and having given me the dimensions of it, the bill was drawn up as it was thought best to consecrate and set apart this great place or national resort, as it may be in the future, for the purpose of public enjoyment." The Senate, sitting as Committee of the Whole, gave its final consideration to the bill on January 30. There was limited floor discussion, basically concerning whether or not the land was suitable for agricultural development. The bill's chief supporters convinced their colleagues that the region's real value was as a park area to be preserved in its natural state, and the bill passed by a comfortable margin. The House considered the same bill on February 27. Again the question was raised as to whether the region should be left open for agricultural development. However, as in the Senate, the obvious value of the region as a scenic preserve made the task of the park's advocates an easy one. The bill was readily passed with 115 yeas to 65 nays and 60 not voting. On March 1, 1872, President Grant signed the bill into law establishing the Yellowstone region as a public park, thus setting a major conservation precedent. The nation had its first national park. An area of unique beauty was set aside for the enjoyment of generations to come, and a tradition of preserving other such areas was established. End of Part 1. Part 2 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, The Wonders of the Yellowstone, Part 1. I had indulged for several years a great curiosity to see the wonders of the upper valley of the Yellowstone. The stories told by trappers and mountaineers of the natural phenomena of that region were so strange and marvelous that as long ago as 1866 I first contemplated the possibility of organizing an expedition for the express purpose of exploring it. During the past year, meeting with several gentlemen who expressed like curiosity, we determined to make the journey in the months of August and September. The Yellowstone and Columbia, the first flowing into the Missouri and the last into the Pacific, divided from each other by the Rocky Mountains, have their sources within a few miles of each other. Both rise in the mountains which separate Idaho from the new territory of Wyoming, but the headwaters of the Yellowstone are only accessible from Montana. The mountains surrounding the basin from which they flow are very lofty, covered with pines, and on the southeastern side present to the traveler a precipitous wall of rock several thousand feet in height. This barrier prevented Captain Reynolds from visiting the headwaters of the Yellowstone while prosecuting an expedition planned by the government and placed under his command for the purpose of exploring that river in 1859. The source of the Yellowstone is in a magnificent lake nearly 9,000 feet above the level of the ocean. In its course of 1,300 miles to the Missouri, it falls about 7,200 feet. Its upper waters flow through deep canyons and gorges and are broken by immense cataracts and fearful rapids, presenting at various points some of the grandest scenery on the continent. This country is entirely volcanic and abounds in boiling springs, mud volcanoes, huge mountains of sulphur, and geysers more extensive and numerous than those of Iceland. Old mountaineers and trappers are great romancers. I have met with many, but never one who was not fond of practicing upon the credulity of those who listened to his adventures. Bridger, than whom perhaps no man has experienced more of wild mountain life, has been so much in the habit of embellishing his Indian adventures that they are received by all who know him with many grains of allowance. This want of faith will account for the skepticism with which the oft-repeated stories of the wonders of the upper Yellowstone were received by people who had lived within 120 miles of them, and who at any time could have established their verity by 10 days' travel. Our company, composed of some of the officials and leading citizens of Montana, felt that if the half was true, they would be amply compensated for all the troubles and hazards of the expedition. It was, nevertheless, a serious undertaking, and as the time drew near for our departure, several who had been foremost to join us, upon the receipt of intelligence that a large party of Indians had come into the upper Yellowstone Valley, found excuse for their withdrawal in various emergent occupations, so that when the day for our departure arrived, our company was reduced in numbers to 9, and consisted of the following named gentlemen: General H. D. Washburn, who served with distinction during the War of the Rebellion and subsequently represented the Clinton District of Indiana in the Congress of the United States; Samuel T. Hauser, president of the First National Bank of Helena; Cornelius Hedges, a leading member of the Bar of Montana; the Hon. Truman C. Evarts, late United States Assessor for Montana; Walter Trumbull, son of Senator Trumbull; Ben Stickney, Jr., Warren C. Gillette, Jacob Smith, and the writer. The preparation was simple. Each man was supplied with a strong horse, well equipped with California saddle, bridle, and cantinas. A needle gun, a belt filled with cartridges, a pair of revolvers, a hunting knife, added to the usual costume of the mountains, completed the personal outfit of each member of the expedition. When mounted and ready to start, we resembled more a band of brigands than sober men in search of natural wonders. Our provisions, consisting of bacon, dried fruit, flour, etc., were securely lashed to the backs of 12 bronchos, which were placed in charge of a couple of packers. We also employed 2 colored boys as cooks. Major General Hancock, in favorable response to our application for a military escort, had given orders for a company of cavalry to accompany us, which we expected to join at Fort Ellis in the Gallatin Valley, a distance of 120 miles from Helena. We were none the less obliged to General Hancock for his prompt compliance with our application for an escort, because of his own desire, previously expressed, to learn something of the country we explored, which would be of service to him in the disposition of the troops under his command for frontier defense. And if the result of our explorations in the least contributed to that end, we still remain the debtor of that officer for his courtesy and kindness, without which we might have failed altogether in our undertaking. Our ride to Fort Ellis, through a well-settled portion of the territory, was accomplished in 4 days. That portion of the valleys of the Missouri and Gallatin through which we passed, dotted with numerous ranches, presented large fields of wheat, oats, potatoes, and other evidences of thrift common in agricultural districts. Large droves of cattle were feeding upon the bunch grass which carpeted the valleys and foothills. Even the mountains, so wild, solemn, and unsocial a few years ago, seemed to be domesticated as they reared their familiar summits in long and continuous succession along the bordering uplands. At the 3 forks, where the Jefferson, Madison, and Gallatin unite and form the Missouri, a thriving agricultural community has sprung up, which must eventually grow into a town of considerable importance. Entering the magnificent valley of the Gallatin at this point, our course up the river lay through one of the finest agricultural regions on the continent. The soil is remarkably fertile, and the valley stretches away on either side, a distance of 20 miles, to immense mountain ranges, which traverse its entire length, enclosing a territory as large as one of the larger New England states, every foot of which is susceptible of the highest cultivation. Bozeman, a picturesque village of 700 inhabitants, situated at the foot of the Belt Range of mountains, is considered one of the most important prospective business locations in Montana. It is near the mouth of one of the few mountain passes of the territory deemed practicable for railroad improvement. Its inhabitants are patiently awaiting the time when the cars of the Northern Pacific will descend into their streets. The village is neatly built of wood and brick. Its surroundings are magnificent. The eye can distinctly trace the mountains by which it is encircled, a distance of 400 miles. Fort Ellis, 3 miles distant, is built upon a table of land, elevated above the valley, and which overlooks it for a great distance. Our party was welcomed by Colonel Raker, the commandant, and we pitched our tent near the post. On the morning succeeding our arrival, we were informed that owing to the absence on duty of most of the soldiers, a fraction of a company, 5 cavalrymen and a lieutenant in command, were all that could be afforded for our escort. But realizing that a small body of white men can more easily elude a band of Indians than can a large party, and without hesitating to consider the possible defense which we could make against a war party of hostile Sioux with this limited number, we declared ourselves satisfied and took our departure for the terra incognita as fully assured of a successful journey as if our number had been multiplied by hundreds. Our pack horses were brought up and their loads fastened to them with that incredible rapidity and skill which is the result only of lifelong practice. The dexterity with which a skillful packer will load and unload his horse is remarkable. The rope is thrown around the body of the animal and securely fastened in less time than it takes to tell it. No matter what the character of the beast, wild or tame, it is under the perfect control of its master. The bronco is, however, a refractory customer. He has many tricks, unknown to his well-trained brother of the East. Bucking is a frequent vice for which there is small remedy, but as was proved in a single instance on the morning we left the fort, that horse must be more expert than was any of our train who can foil an experienced packer. Every leap of the enraged brute only increased the tension of the cord which bound and finally subdued him and rendered him tractable. Once under way, our little company, now increased to 19, presented quite a formidable appearance, as by dint of whip and spur our steeds gaily wheeled across the plain towards the mountains. After a tedious ride of several hours up steep acclivities, over rocks, and through dark defiles, we at length passed over the summit of the mountain range, took a last look of the beautiful valley of the Gallatin, and descended into a ravine coursed by the waters of Trail Creek. Following this 2 days, we came to the Yellowstone, up which we rode to the solitary ranch of the brothers Boteler, the last abode of civilized man in the direction of our travels. These hardy mountaineers received and entertained us in hardy mountain style, giving us the best of everything their ranch afforded, together with a great deal of information and advice about the country, which we afterwards found to be invaluable. The Botelers belong to that class of pioneers, of which there are many in the new territories, who are only satisfied when their location and field of operations are a little in advance of civilization, exposed to privation and danger, and yet unite with these discomforts some advantages of hunting, trapping, and fishing not enjoyed by men contented to dwell in safety. Free-hearted, jolly, and brave, living upon such means as the country afforded, accustomed to roam for days and weeks in the mountains in pursuit of game and furs, their experience renewed our courage, and the descriptions which they gave us of the wonders they had seen increased our curiosity. It was not pleasant, however, to learn that 25 lodges of Crows had gone up the valley a few days before our arrival, or to be told by a trapper whom we met that he had been robbed by them and, in common parlance, been set on foot by having his horse and provisions stolen. In anticipation of possible trouble from this source, we organized our company and elected General H. D. Washburn, Surveyor General of Montana, commander. It was understood that we should make but one march each day, starting at 8 a.m. and camping at 3 p.m. This obviated the necessity of unpacking and cooking a dinner. At night the horses were to be carefully picketed, a fire built beyond them, and 2 of the company to keep guard until 1 o'clock, then to be relieved by 2 others who were to watch until daylight. This divided the labor among 14, who were to serve as picket men twice each week. These precautionary measures being fully understood, we left Boteler's, plunging at once into the vast unknown which lay before us. Following the slight Indian trail, we traveled near the bank of the river amid the wildest imaginable scenery of river, rock, and mountain. The foothills were covered with verdure, which an autumnal sun had sprinkled with maroon-colored tints, very delicate and beautiful. The path was narrow, rocky, and uneven, frequently leading over high hills, in ascent and descent more or less abrupt and difficult. The increasing altitude of the route was more perceptible than any over which we had ever traveled, and the river, whenever visible, was a perfect mountain torrent. While descending a hill into one of the broad openings of the valley, our attention was suddenly arrested by half a dozen or more mounted Indians, who were riding down the foothills on the opposite side of the river. 2 of our company, who had lingered behind, came up with the information that they had seen several more making observations from behind a small butte, from which they fled in great haste on being discovered. They soon rode down on the plateau to a point where their horses were hobbled, and for a long time watched our party as it continued its course of travel up the river. Our camp was guarded that night with more than ordinary vigilance. A hard rainstorm, which set in early in the afternoon and continued through the night, may have saved us from an attack by these prowlers. When we started the next morning, General Washburn detailed 4 of our company to guard the pack train, while he, with 4 others, rode in advance to make the most practicable selection of routes. 6 miles above our camp we ascended the spur of a mountain, which came down boldly to the river's edge. From its summit we had a beautiful view of the valley stretched out before us, the river fringed with cottonwood trees, the foothills covered with luxuriant, many-tinted herbage, and over all the snow-crowned summits of the mountains, many miles away, but seemingly rising from the midst of the plateau at our feet. Looking up the river, the valley opened widely, and from the rock on which we stood was visible the train of pack-horses slowly winding their way along the sinuous trail which followed the inequalities of the mountainside. The whole formed a scene of great interest. Pursuing our course a few miles further, we camped just below the lower canyon of the river. Our hunters provided us with a sumptuous meal of antelope, rabbit, duck, grouse, and trout. The night was very cold, the mercury standing at 40 degrees when we broke camp at 8 o'clock the next morning. We remained some time at the lower canyon of the Yellowstone, which, as a single isolated piece of scenery, is very beautiful. It is less than a mile in length and perhaps does not exceed 1,000 feet in depth. Its walls are vertical, and seen from the summit of the precipice, the river seems forced through a narrow gorge, and is surging and boiling at a fearful rate, the water breaking into millions of prismatic drops against every projecting rock. After traveling 6 miles over the mountains above the canyon, we again descended into a broad and open valley, skirted by a level upland for several miles. Here an object met our attention which deserves more than a casual notice. It was 2 parallel vertical walls of rock, projecting from the side of a mountain to the height of 125 feet, traversing the mountain from base to summit, a distance of 1,500 feet. These walls were not to exceed 30 feet in width, and their tops for the whole length were crowned with a growth of pines. The sides were as even as if they had been worked by line and plumb, the whole space between and on either side of them having been completely eroded and washed away. We had seen many of the capricious works wrought by erosion upon the friable rocks of Montana, but never before upon so majestic a scale. Here an entire mountainside, by wind and water, had been removed, leaving, as the evidence of their protracted toil, these vertical projections which, but for their immensity, might as readily be mistaken for works of art as of nature. Their smooth sides, uniform width and height, and great length, considered in connection with the causes which had wrought their insulation, excited our wonder and admiration. They were all the more curious because of their dissimilarity to any other striking objects in natural scenery that we had ever seen or heard of. In future years, when the wonders of the Yellowstone are incorporated into the family of fashionable resorts, there will be few of its attractions surpassing in interest this marvelous freak of the elements. For some reason, best understood by himself, one of our companions gave to these rocks the name of the Devil's Slide. The suggestion was unfortunate, as, with more reason perhaps, but with no better taste, we frequently had occasion to appropriate other portions of the person of His Satanic Majesty, or of his dominion, in signification of the varied marvels we met with. Some little excuse may be found for this in the fact that the old mountaineers and trappers who preceded us had been peculiarly lavish in the use of the infernal vocabulary. Every river and glen and mountain had suggested to their imaginations some fancied resemblance to portions of a region which their pious grandmothers had warned them to avoid. It is common for them, when speaking of this region, to designate portions of its physical features as Fire Hole Prairie, the Devil's Glen, Hell Roaring River, and so forth; and these names, from a remarkable fitness of things, are not likely to be speedily superseded by others less impressive. We camped at the close of this day's travel near the southwestern corner of Montana, at the mouth of Gardner's River. Crossing this stream the next morning, we passed over several rocky ridges into a valley which for a long distance was crowded with the spires of protruding rocks, which gave it such a dismal aspect that we named it the Valley of Desolation. The trail was so rough and mountainous that we were able to travel but 6 miles before the usual hour for camping. Much of the distance was through fallen timber, almost impassable by the pack train. A mile before camping we discovered on the trail the fresh tracks of unshod ponies, indicating that a party of Indians had recently passed over it. Lieutenant Doane, with one of our company, had left us in the morning and did not come into camp this evening. One of our horses broke his lariat during the night and galloped through the camp, rousing the sleepers, who grasped their guns, supposing the Indians were really upon them. We started early the next morning and soon struck the trail which had been traveled the preceding day by Lieutenant Doane. It led over a more practicable route than the one we left. The marks made in the soil by the travois (lodge holes) on the side of the trail showed that it had been recently traveled by a number of lodges of Indians, and a little colt, which we overtook soon after making the discovery, convinced us that we were in their immediate vicinity. Our party was separated, and if we had been attacked, our pack train, horses, and stores would have been an easy conquest. Fortunately, we were unmolested, and when again united, made a fresh resolution to travel as much in company as possible. All precautionary measures, however, unless enforced by the sternest discipline, are soon forgotten, and danger, until actually impending, is seldom borne in mind. A day had scarcely passed when we were as reckless as ever. From the summit of a commanding range, which separated the waters of Antelope and Tower Creeks, we descended through a picturesque gorge, leading our horses to a small stream flowing into the Yellowstone. 4 miles of travel, a great part of it down the precipitous slopes of the mountain, brought us to the banks of Tower Creek, and within the volcanic region where the wonders were supposed to commence. On the right of the trail our attention was first attracted by a small hot sulphur spring, a little below the boiling point in temperature. Leaving the spring, we ascended a high ridge, from which the most noticeable feature, in a landscape of great extent and beauty, was Column Rock, stretching for 2 miles along the eastern bank of the Yellowstone. At the distance from which we saw it, we could compare it in appearance to nothing but a section of the Giant's Causeway. It was composed of successive pillars of basalt, overlying and underlying a thick stratum of cement and gravel resembling pudding stone. In both rows the pillars, standing in close proximity, were each about 30 feet high and from 3 to 5 feet in diameter. This interesting object, more from the novelty of its formation and its beautiful surroundings of mountain and river scenery than anything grand or impressive in its appearance, excited our attention, until the gathering shades of evening reminded us of the necessity of selecting a suitable camp. We descended the declivity to the banks of Tower Creek, and camped on a rocky terrace 1 mile distant from and 400 feet above the Yellowstone. Tower Creek is a mountain torrent flowing through a gorge about 40 yards wide. Just below our camp it falls perpendicularly over an even ledge 112 feet, forming one of the most beautiful cataracts in the world. For some distance above the falls the stream is broken into a great number of channels, each of which has worked a tortuous course through a compact body of shale to the verge of the precipice, where they reunite and form the fall. The countless shapes into which the shale has been wrought by the action of the angry waters add a feature of great interest to the scene. Spires of solid shale, capped with slate, beautifully rounded and polished, faultless in symmetry, raise their tapering forms to the height of from 80 to 150 feet, all over the plateau above the cataract. Some resemble towers, others the spires of churches, and others still shoot up as lithe and slender as the minarets of a mosque. Some of the loftiest of these formations, standing like sentinels upon the very brink of the fall, are accessible to an expert and adventurous climber. The position attained on one of their narrow summits amid the roar of waters and at a height of 250 feet above the boiling chasm, as the writer can affirm, requires a steady head and strong nerves. Yet the view which rewards the temerity of the exploit is full of compensations. Below the fall the stream descends in numerous rapids with frightful velocity through a gloomy gorge to its union with the Yellowstone. Its bed is filled with enormous boulders against which the rushing waters break with great fury. Many of the capricious formations wrought from the shale excite merriment as well as wonder. Of this kind, especially, was a huge mass 60 feet in height, which, from its supposed resemblance to the proverbial foot of His Satanic Majesty, we called the Devil's Hoof. The scenery of mountain, rock, and forest surrounding the falls is very beautiful. Here, too, the hunter and fisherman can indulge their tastes with the certainty of ample reward. As a halfway resort to the greater wonders still farther up the marvelous river, the visitor of future years will find no more delightful resting place. No account of this beautiful fall has ever been given by any of the former visitors to this region. The name of Tower Falls, which we gave it, was suggested by some of the most conspicuous features of the scenery. Early the next morning, several of our company left in advance to explore a passage for our pack train over the mountains, which were very steep and lofty. We had been following a bend in the river, but as no sign of a change in its course was apparent, our object was, by finding a shorter route across the country, to avoid several days of toilsome travel. The advance party ascended a lofty peak, by barometrical measurement 10,580 feet above ocean level, which, in honor of our commander, was called Mount Washburn. From its summit, 400 feet above the line of perpetual snow, we were able to trace the course of the river to its source in Yellowstone Lake. At the point where we crossed the line of vegetation, the snow covered the side of the apex of the mountain to the depth of 20 feet, and seemed to be as solid as the rocks upon which it rested. Descending the mountain, we came upon the trail made by the pack train at its base, which we followed into camp at the head of a small stream flowing into the Yellowstone. Following the stream in the direction of its mouth, at the distance of a mile below our camp, we crossed an immense bed of volcanic ashes, 30 feet deep, extending 100 yards along both sides of the creek. Less than a mile beyond, we suddenly came upon a hideous-looking glen filled with the sulphurous vapor emitted from 6 or 8 boiling springs of great size and activity. One of our company aptly compared it to the entrance to the infernal regions. It looked like nothing earthly we had ever seen, and the pungent fumes which filled the atmosphere were not unaccompanied by a disagreeable sense of possible suffocation. Entering the basin cautiously, we found the entire surface of the earth covered with the encrusted cinder thrown from the springs. Jets of hot vapor were expelled through 100 natural orifices with which it was pierced, and through every fracture made by passing over it. The springs themselves were as diabolical in appearance as the witch's cauldron in Macbeth, and needed but the presence of Hecate and her weird band to realize that horrible creation of poetic fancy. They were all in a state of violent ebullition, throwing their liquid contents to the height of 3 or 4 feet. The largest had a basin 20 by 40 feet in diameter. Its greenish-yellow water was covered with bubbles, which were constantly rising, bursting, and emitting sulphurous gas from various parts of its surface. The central spring seethed and bubbled like a boiling cauldron. Fearful volumes of vapor were constantly escaping it. Near it was another, not so large, but more infernal in appearance. Its contents of the consistency of paint were in constant noisy ebullition. A stick thrust into it, on being withdrawn, was coated with lead-colored slime 1/4 of an inch in thickness. Nothing flows from this spring; seemingly it is boiling down. A fourth spring, which exhibited the same physical features, was partly covered by an overhanging ledge of rock. We tried to fathom it, but the bottom was beyond the reach of the longest pole we could find. Rocks cast into it increased the agitation of its waters. There were several other springs in the group, smaller in size, but presenting the same characteristics. The approach to them was unsafe, the incrustation surrounding them bending in many places beneath our weight, and from the fractures thus created would ooze a sulphury slime of the consistency of mucilage. It was with great difficulty that we obtained specimens from the natural apertures with which the crust is filled, a feat which was accomplished by one only of our party, who extended himself at full length upon that portion of the incrustation which yielded the least, but which was not sufficiently strong to bear his weight while in an upright position, and at imminent risk of sinking into the infernal mixture, rolled over and over to the edge of the opening, and with the crust slowly bending and sinking beneath him, hurriedly secured the coveted prize. There was something so revolting in the general appearance of the springs and their surroundings, the foulness of the vapors, the infernal contents, the treacherous incrustation, the noisy ebullition, the general appearance of desolation, and the seclusion and wildness of the location, that, though awestruck, we were not unreluctant to continue our journey without making them a second visit. They were probably never before seen by white men. The name of Hell Broth Springs, which we gave them, fully expressed our appreciation of their character. Our journey the next day still continued through a country until then untraveled. Owing to the high lateral mountain spurs, the numerous ravines, and the interminable patches of fallen timber, we made very slow progress, but when the hour for camping arrived, we were greatly surprised to find ourselves descending the mountain along the banks of a beautiful stream in the immediate vicinity of the great falls of the Yellowstone. This stream, which we called Cascade Creek, is very rapid. Just before its union with the river it passes through a gloomy gorge of abrupt descent, which on either side is filled with continuous masses of obsidian that have been worn by the water into many fantastic shapes and cavernous recesses. This we named the Devil's Den. Near the foot of the gorge, the creek breaks from fearful rapids into a cascade of great beauty. The first fall of 5 feet is immediately succeeded by another of 15, into a pool as clear as amber, nestled beneath overarching rocks. Here it lingers as if half reluctant to continue its course, and then gracefully emerges from the grotto, and, veiling the rocks down an abrupt descent of 84 feet, passes rapidly on to the Yellowstone. It received the name of Crystal. The Great Falls are at the head of one of the most remarkable canyons in the world, a gorge through volcanic rocks 50 miles long, and varying from 1,000 to nearly 5,000 feet in depth. In its descent through this wonderful chasm, the river falls almost 3,000 feet. At one point, where the passage has been worn through a mountain range, our hunters assured us it was more than a vertical mile in depth, and the river, broken into rapids and cascades, appeared no wider than a ribbon. The brain reels as we gaze into this profound and solemn solitude. We shrink from the dizzy verge appalled, glad to feel the solid earth under our feet, and venture no more, except with forms extended and faces barely protruding over the edge of the precipice. The stillness is horrible. Down, 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 we see the river attenuated to a thread, tossing its miniature waves and dashing with puny strength the massive walls which imprison it. All access to its margin is denied, and the dark gray rocks hold it in dismal shadow. Even the voice of its waters in their convulsive agony cannot be heard. Uncheered by plant or shrub, obstructed with massive boulders and by jutting points, it rushes madly on its solitary course, deeper and deeper into the bowels of the rocky firmament. The solemn grandeur of the scene surpasses description. It must be seen to be felt. The sense of danger with which it impresses you is harrowing in the extreme. You feel the absence of sound, the oppression of absolute silence. If you could only hear that gurgling river, if you could only see a living tree in the depth beneath you, if a bird would fly past, if the wind would move any object in the awful chasm to break for a moment the solemn silence that reigns there, it would relieve that tension of the nerves which the scene has excited, and you would rise from your prostrate condition and thank God that He had permitted you to gaze unharmed upon this majestic display of natural architecture. As it is, sympathizing in spirit with the deep gloom of the scene, you crawl from the dreadful verge, scared lest the firm rock give way beneath and precipitate you into the horrid gulf. We had been told by trappers and mountaineers that there were cataracts in this vicinity 1,000 feet high. But if so, they must be lower down the cañon in that portion of it which, by our journey across the bend in the river, we failed to see. We regretted, when too late, that we had not made a fuller exploration, for by no other theory than that there was a stupendous fall below us, or that the river was broken by a continued succession of cascades, could we account for a difference of nearly 3,000 feet in altitude between the head and the mouth of the cañon. In that part of the cañon which we saw, the inclination of the river was marked by frequent falls 15 and 20 feet in height, sufficient, if continuous through it, to accomplish the entire descent. The fearful descent into this terrific cañon was accomplished with great difficulty by Messrs. Hauser and Stickney at a point about 2 miles below the falls. By trigonometrical measurement they found the chasm at that point to be 1,190 feet deep. Their ascent from it was perilous, and it was only by making good use of hands and feet and keeping the nerves braced to the utmost tension that they were enabled to clamber up the precipitous rocks to a safe landing place. The effort was successfully made, but none others of the company were disposed to venture. From a first view of the cañon we followed the river to the falls. A grander scene than the lower cataract of the Yellowstone was never witnessed by mortal eyes. The volume seemed to be adapted to all the harmonies of the surrounding scenery. Had it been greater or smaller, it would have been less impressive. The river, from a width of 200 feet above the fall, is compressed by converging rocks to 150 feet, where it takes the plunge. The shelf over which it falls is as level and even as a work of art. The height, by actual line measurement, is a few inches more than 350 feet. It is a sheer, compact, solid, perpendicular sheet, faultless in all the elements of grandeur and picturesque beauties. The cañon, which commences at the upper fall, half a mile above this cataract, is here 1,000 feet in depth. Its vertical sides rise gray and dark above the fall to shelving summits, from which one can look down into the boiling, spray-filled chasm, enlivened with rainbows and glittering like a shower of diamonds. From a shelf protruding over the stream 500 feet below the top of the cañon, and 180 above the verge of the cataract, a member of our company, lying prone upon the rock, let down a cord with a stone attached into the gulf, and measured its profoundest depths. The life and sound of the cataract, with its sparkling spray and fleecy foam, contrast strangely with the somber stillness of the cañon a mile below. There all was darkness, gloom, and shadow. Here all was vivacity, gaiety, and delight. One was the most unsocial, the other the most social scene in nature. We could talk and sing and whoop, waking the echoes with our mirth and laughter in presence of the falls, but we could not thus profane the silence of the cañon. Seen through the cañon below the falls, the river for a mile or more is broken by rapids and cascades of great variety and beauty. Between the lower and upper falls, the canyon is 200 to nearly 400 feet deep. The river runs over a level bed of rock and is undisturbed by rapids until near the verge of the lower fall. The upper fall is entirely unlike the other, but in its peculiar character equally interesting. For some distance above it, the river breaks into frightful rapids. The stream is narrowed between the rocks as it approaches the brink, and bounds with impatient struggles for release, leaping through the stony jaws in a sheet of snow-white foam over a precipice nearly perpendicular, 115 feet high. Midway in its descent, the entire volume of water is carried by the sloping surface of an intervening ledge 12 or 15 feet beyond the vertical base of the precipice, gaining therefrom a novel and interesting feature. The churning of the water upon the rocks reduces it to a mass of foam and spray, through which all the colors of the solar spectrum are reproduced in astonishing profusion. What this cataract lacks in sublimity is more than compensated by picturesqueness. The rocks which overshadow it do not veil it from the open light. It is up amid the pine foliage which crowns the adjacent hills, the grand feature of a landscape unrivaled for beauties of vegetation as well as of rock and glen. The two confronting rocks overhanging the verge at the height of 100 feet or more could be readily united by a bridge, from which some of the grandest views of natural scenery in the world could be obtained, while just in front of, and within reaching distance of the arrowy water, from a table 1/3 of the way below the brink of the fall, all its nearest beauties and terrors may be caught at a glance. We rambled around the falls and canyon 2 days, and left them with the unpleasant conviction that the greatest wonder of our journey had been seen. We indulged in a last and lingering glance at the falls on the morning of the first day of autumn. The sun shone brightly, and the laughing waters of the upper fall were filled with the glitter of rainbows and diamonds. Nature, in the excess of her prodigality, had seemingly determined that this last look should be the brightest, for there was everything in the landscape illuminated by the rising sun to invite a longer stay. Even the dismal canyon, so dark and gray and still, reflected here and there on its vertical surface patches of sunshine, as much as to say, "See what I can do when I try." Long vistas of light broke through the pines which crowned the contiguous mountains, and the snow-crowned peaks in the distance glistened like crystal. Catching the spirit of the scene, we laughed and sung and whooped as we rambled hurriedly from point to point, lingering only when the final moment came to receive the very last impression. At length we turned our backs upon the scene and wended our way slowly up the river bank along a beaten trail. The last vestige of the rapids disappeared at the distance of half a mile above the upper fall. The river, expanded to the width of 400 feet, rolled peacefully between low, verdant banks. The water for some distance was of that emerald hue which is so distinguishing a feature of Niagara. The bottom was pebbly, and but for the treacherous quicksands and crevices of which it was full, we could easily have forded the stream at any point between the falls and our camping place. We crossed a little creek strongly impregnated with alum, and 3 miles beyond found ourselves in the midst of volcanic wonders of great variety and profusion. The region was filled with boiling springs and craters. 2 hills, each 300 feet high, and from a quarter to half a mile across, had been formed wholly of the sinter thrown from adjacent springs, lava, sulphur, and reddish-brown clay. Hot streams of vapor were pouring from crevices scattered over them. Their surfaces answered in hollow intonations to every footstep, and in several places yielded to the weight of our horses. Steaming vapor rushed hissingly from the fractures, and all around the natural vents large quantities of sulphur in crystallized form, perfectly pure, had been deposited. This could be readily gathered with pick and shovel. A great many exhausted craters dotted the hillside. One, near the summit, still alive, changed its hues like steel under the process of tempering, to every kiss of the passing breeze. The hottest vapors were active beneath the encrusted surface everywhere. A thick leathern glove was no protection to the hand exposed to them. Around these immense thermal deposits, the country, for a great distance in all directions, is filled with boiling springs, all exhibiting separate characteristics. The most conspicuous of the cluster is a sulphur spring 12 by 20 feet in diameter, encircled by a beautifully scalloped sedimentary border, in which the water is thrown to a height of from 3 to 7 feet. The regular formation of the border and the perfect shading of the scallops forming it are among the most delicate and wonderful freaks of nature's handiwork. They look like an elaborate work of art. This spring is located at the western base of Crater Hill, above described, and the gentle slope around it for a distance of 300 feet is covered to considerable depth with a mixture of sulphur and brown lava. The moistened bed of a small channel leading from the spring down the slope indicated that it had recently overflowed. A few rods north of the spring, at the base of the hill, is a cavern whose mouth is about 7 feet in diameter, from which a dense jet of sulphurous vapor explodes with a regular report like a high-pressure engine. A little farther along we came upon another boiling spring 70 feet long by 40 wide, the water of which is dark and muddy and in unceasing agitation. About 100 yards distant we discovered a boiling alum spring, surrounded with beautiful crystals, from the border of which we gathered a quantity of alum, nearly pure, but slightly impregnated with iron. The violent ebullition of the water had undermined the surrounding surface in many places, and for the distance of several feet from the margin had so thoroughly saturated the incrustation with its liquid contents that it was unsafe to approach the edge. As one of our company was unconcernedly passing near the brink, the incrustation suddenly sloughed off beneath his feet. A shout of alarm from his comrades aroused him to a sense of his peril, and he only avoided being plunged into the boiling mixture by falling suddenly backward at full length upon the firm portion of the crust and rolling over to a place of safety. His escape from a horrible death was most marvelous, and in another instant he would have been beyond all human aid. Our efforts to sound the depths of this spring with a pole 35 feet in length were fruitless. Beyond this we entered a basin covered with the ancient deposit of some extinct crater, which contained about 30 springs of boiling clay. These unsightly cauldrons varied in size from 2 to 10 feet in diameter, their surfaces being from 3 to 8 feet below the level of the plain. The contents of most of them were of the consistency of thick paint, which they greatly resembled, some being yellow, others pink, and others dark brown. This semi-fluid was boiling at a fearful rate, much after the fashion of a hasty pudding in the last stages of completion. The bubbles, often 2 feet in height, would explode with a puff, emitting at each time a villainous smell of sulphuretted vapor. Springs 6 and 8 feet in diameter, but 4 feet asunder, presented distinct phenomenal characteristics. There was no connection between them, above or below. The sediment varied in color, and not unfrequently there would be an inequality of 5 feet in their surfaces. Each, seemingly, was supplied with a separate force. They were embraced within a radius of 1,200 feet, which was covered with a strong incrustation, the various vents in which emitted streams of heated vapor. Our silver watches and other metallic articles assumed a dark leaden hue. The atmosphere was filled with sulphurous gases, and the river opposite our camp was impregnated with the mineral bases of adjacent springs. The valley through which we had made our day's journey was level and beautiful, spreading away to grassy foothills which terminated in a horizon of mountains. We spent the next day in examining the wonders surrounding us. At the base of adjacent foothills we found 3 springs of boiling mud, the largest of which, 40 feet in diameter, encircled by an elevated rim of solid tufa, resembles an immense cauldron. The seething, bubbling contents, covered with steam, are 5 feet below the rim. The disgusting appearance of this spring is scarcely atoned for by the wonder with which it fills the beholder. The other two springs, much smaller, but presenting the same general features, are located near a large sulphur spring of milder temperature, but too hot for bathing. On the brow of an adjacent hillock, amid the green pines, heated vapor issues in scorching jets from several craters and fissures. Passing over the hill, we struck a small stream of perfectly transparent water flowing from a cavern, the roof of which tapers back to the water, which is boiling furiously at a distance of 20 feet from the mouth, and is ejected through it in uniform jets of great force. The sides and entrance of the cavern are covered with soft green sediment, which renders the rock on which it is deposited as soft and pliable as putty. About 200 yards from this cave is a most singular phenomenon, which we call the Muddy Geyser. It presents a funnel-shaped orifice in the midst of a basin 150 feet in diameter, with sloping sides of clay and sand. The crater or orifice at the surface is 30 by 50 feet in diameter. It tapers quite uniformly to the depth of about 30 feet, where the water may be seen when the geyser is in repose, presenting a surface of 6 or 7 feet in breadth. The flow of this geyser is regular every 6 hours. The water rises gradually, commencing to boil when about halfway to the surface, and occasionally breaking forth in great violence. When the crater is filled, it is expelled from it in a splashing, scattered mass 10 or 15 feet in thickness to the height of 40 feet. The water is of a dark lead color and deposits the substance it holds in solution in the form of miniature stalagmites upon the sides and top of the crater. As this was the first object which approached a geyser, we naturally enough regarded it with intense curiosity. The deposit contained in the water of this geyser comprises about 1/15 of its bulk, and an analysis of it, made by Professor Augustus Stites of Montana, gives the following result: silica 36.7, alumina 52.4, oxide of iron 1.8, oxide of calcium 3.2, oxide of magnesia 1.8, soda and potassa 4.1 and 100. While returning by a new route to our camp, dull, thundering sounds, which General Washburn likened to frequent discharges of a distant mortar, broke upon our ears. We followed their direction and found them to proceed from a mud volcano, which occupied the slope of a small hill, embowered in a grove of pines. Dense volumes of steam shot into the air with each report, through a crater 30 feet in diameter. The reports, though irregular, occurred as often as every 5 seconds, and could be distinctly heard half a mile. Each alternate report shook the ground a distance of 200 yards or more, and the massive jets of vapor which accompanied them burst forth like the smoke of burning gunpowder. It was impossible to stand on the edge of that side of the crater opposite the wind, and one of our party, Mr. Hedges, was rewarded for his temerity in venturing too near the rim, by being thrown by the force of the volume of steam violently down the outer side of the crater. From hasty views, afforded by occasional gusts of wind, we could see at a depth of 60 feet the regurgitating contents. This volcano, as is evident from the freshness of the vegetation and the particles of dried clay adhering to the topmost branches of the trees surrounding it, is of very recent formation. Probably it burst forth but a few months ago. Its first explosion must have been terrible. We saw limbs of trees 125 feet high encased in clay, and found its scattered contents 200 feet from it. We closed this day's labor by a visit to several other springs, so like those already described that they require no special notice. To be continued. End of Part 2. Part 3 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces, by Various. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Part 3, The Wonders of the Yellowstone, Part 2, Section 1. The writer, in company with General Washburn, rode back 3 miles the next morning to resurvey Crater Hill and the spring in its vicinity. The large sulphur spring was overflowing and boiling with greater fury than on the previous visit, the water occasionally leaping 10 feet high. On our return, we followed the trail of the train fording the river a short distance above the camp. Here we found the first evidence, since leaving Butler's, that the country had been long ago visited by trappers and hunters. It was a bank of earth 2 feet high, presenting an angle to the river ingeniously concealed by interwoven willows, thus forming a rifle pit from which the occupant, without discovery, could bring down geese, ducks, swans, pelicans, and the numerous furred animals with which the river abounds. Near by, we stopped a moment to examine another spring of boiling mud, and then pursued our route over hills covered with artemisia (sagebrush), through ravines and small meadows, into a dense forest of pines filled with prostrate trunks which had piled upon each other for years to the height of many feet. Our passage of 2 miles through this forest to the bank of the lake, unmarked by any trail, was accomplished with great difficulty, but the view which greeted us at its close was amply compensatory. There lay the silvery bosom of the lake, reflecting the beams of the setting sun, and stretching away for miles, until lost in the dark foliage of the interminable wilderness of pines surrounding it. Secluded amid the loftiest peaks of the Rocky Mountains, 8,337 feet above the level of the ocean, possessing strange peculiarities of form and beauty, this watery solitude is one of the most attractive natural objects in the world. Its southern shore, indented with long, narrow inlets, not unlike the frequent fjords of Iceland, bears testimony to the awful upheaval and tremendous force of the elements which resulted in its creation. The long pine-crowned promontories, stretching into it from the base of the hills, lend new and charming features to an aquatic scene full of novelty and splendor. Islands of emerald hue dot its surface, and a margin of sparkling sand forms its jeweled setting. The winds, compressed in their passage through the mountain gorges, lash it into a sea as terrible as the fretted ocean, covering it with foam. But now it lay before us, calm and unruffled, save by the gentle wavelets which broke in murmurs along the shore. Water, one of the grandest elements of scenery, never seemed so beautiful before. It formed a fitting climax to all the wonders we had seen, and we gazed upon it for hours, entranced with its increasing attractions. This lake is about 25 miles long and 75 or 80 in circumference. Doubtless it was once the mighty crater of an immense volcano. It is filled with trout, some of gigantic size and peculiar delicacy. Waterfowl, in great variety, dot in flocks its mirrored surface. The forests surrounding it are filled with deer, elk, mountain sheep, and lesser game, and in the mountain fastnesses the terrible grizzly and formidable amis make their lairs. In form it was by one of our party not inaptly compared to a human hand with the fingers extended and spread as much as possible. The main portion of the lake is the northern, which would represent the palm of the hand. There is a large southwest bay, nearly cut off, that would represent the thumb, while there are about the same number of narrow southern inlets as there are fingers on the hand. Enclosing this watery palm is a dense forest of pines, until now untraversed by man. It was filled with trunks of trees in various stages of decay, which had been prostrated by the mountain blasts, rendering it almost impassable. But as the beach of the lake was in many places impracticable, there was no alternative but to recede altogether or work our way through it. Our course for the first 6 miles lay along the beach, passing a number of hot sulphur springs and lukewarm ponds. 3 steam jets, from encrusted apertures, discharged with a hissing noise resembling the sound of steam escaping from an engine. The water of the lake was thoroughly impregnated with sulphur, and the edges, at a distance of 20 to 50 feet from the beach, bubbled with springs, which, like those on the bank, discharged through pipes of siliceous sinter. These pipes, though completely submerged, were intensely hot, while the water of the lake was too cold for a pleasant bath. At one point along the shore are scattered curiously wrought objects of slate, varying in size from a gold dollar to a locomotive. We gathered specimens of cups which had been hollowed out by the elements, discs, long pestles, resemblances to legs and feet, and many other objects which Nature, in her most capricious mood, had scattered over this watery solitude. So strikingly similar were many of these configurations to works of art, that a fanciful old trapper who had seen them told us that we would find on the borders of the lake the drinking cups, stone war clubs, and remains of the idols of an extinct race which had once dwelt there. These are doubtless the joint production of fire and water, the former roughly fashioning and the latter beautifully polishing and depositing them where they could be easily obtained. We gave to this locality the name of Curiosity Point, and added to our collection a number of specimens from its ample store. Ascending the plateau from the beach, we became at once involved in all the intricacies of a primeval wilderness of pines. Difficulties increased with our progress through it, severely trying the amiability of every member of the company. Our pack horses would frequently get wedged between the trees or caught in the traps of a network of fallen trunks, from which labor, patience, and ingenuity were severely taxed to extricate them. The ludicrous sometimes came to our relief, proving that there was nothing so effectual in allaying excitement as hearty laughter. We had a remarkable pony in our pack train, which, from the moment we entered the forest, by his numerous acrobatic performances and mishaps, furnished amusement for the company. One part of the process of travel through this forest could only be accomplished by leaping over the fallen trunks, an exploit which, with all the spirit needful for the purpose, our little bronco lacked the power always to perform. As a consequence, he was frequently found with the feat half accomplished, resting upon the midriff, his fore and hind feet suspended over the opposite sides of some huge log. His ambition to excel was only equalled by the patience he exhibited in difficulty. On one occasion, while clambering a steep, rocky ascent, his head overtopping his haunches, he literally performed 3 of the most wonderful backward head springs ever recorded in equine history. A continued experience of this kind, after 3 weeks' toilsome travel, found him as sound as on the day of its commencement, and we dubbed him the Little Invulnerable. After 15 miles of unvarying toil, we emerged from the forest to the pebbly beach of the lake. Here we found carnelians, agates, and chalcedony in abundance. The lake was rolling tumultuously, its crested waves rising at least 4 feet high. The scene was very beautiful and exhilarating. Our route the next day was divided between the beach of the lake and the forest, and so much impeded by fallen timber that we traveled but 10 miles. Part of this distance was along the base of a brimstone basin, which stretched from the lake to a semicircular range of mountains. In company with Lieutenant Doane, the writer ascended this range, traversing its slopes a distance of 3 or 4 miles, and found it covered halfway to the summit with a mixture of carbonate of lime and flowers of sulphur. Exhalations, issuing from all parts of the surface, impregnated the atmosphere with strong sulphurous odors. Small rivulets of warm water, holding sulphur in solution, coursed their way down the mountain, uniting at its foot in a considerable stream. The surface over which we rode was strongly encrusted, and sounded hollow beneath the tread of our horses. It was filled with vents and fissures surrounded with sulphur deposits nearly washed away. This mountain exhibited the same general phenomena as Crater Hill, though not in an equal state of activity. Our course during the 2 following days was nearly southeast, on a line parallel with the Wind River Mountains, that remarkable range which forms so conspicuous a feature in Mr. Irving's Astoria and Bonneville's Adventures. The faint outline of their distant peaks had been visible on the northeastern horizon for several days. On our right, 75 miles distant, were the towering summits of the Three Tetons, the great landmarks of the Snake River Valley. The close of the day on September 6th found us near the southeastern arm of the lake, into which a large river flows. The ground was low and marshy, and being unable to find a fording place, we were compelled to make our camp at the base of a range of bluffs half a mile away. During the night we were startled by the shrill and almost human scream of an amos, or mountain lion, which sounded uncomfortably near. This terrible animal is much larger than the panther of the eastern forests, but greatly resembles it in shape, color, and ferocity. It is the terror of mountaineers, and furnishes them with the staple for many tales full of daring exploits. Early the next morning our commander and several others left camp in search of a ford, while the writer and Lieutenant Doane started in the direction of a lofty mountain, from the summit of which we expected to obtain a satisfactory observation of the southern shore of the lake. At the expiration of 2 hours we reached a point in the ascent too precipitous for further equestrian travel. Dismounting, we led our horses for an hour longer up the steep side of the mountain, pausing every few moments to take breath until we arrived at the line of perpetual snow. Here we unsaddled and hitched our horses, and climbed the apex to its summit, passing over a mass of congealed snow more than 30 feet in thickness. The ascent occupied 4 hours. We were more than 600 feet above the snow line, and by barometric calculations 11,350 feet above the ocean level. The grandeur and vast extent of the view from this elevation beggar description. The lake and valley surrounding it lay seemingly at our feet within jumping distance. Beyond them we saw with great distinctness the jets of the mud volcano and geyser. But beyond all these, stretching away into a horizon of cloud-defined mountains, was the entire Wind River range, revealing in the sunlight the dark recesses, gloomy canyons, stupendous precipices, and glancing pinnacles which everywhere dotted its jagged slopes. Lofty peaks shot up in gigantic spires from the main body of the range, glittering in the sunbeams like solid crystal. The mountain on which we stood was the most westerly peak of a range which, in long extended volume, swept to the southeastern horizon, exhibiting a continuous elevation more than 30 miles in width. Its central line, broken into countless points, knobs, glens, and defiles, all on the most colossal scale of grandeur and magnificence. Outside of these, on either border, along the entire range, lofty peaks rose at intervals, seemingly vying with each other in the varied splendors they presented to the beholder. The scene was full of majesty. The valley at the base of this range was dotted with small lakes and cloven centrally by the river, which in the far distance we could see emerging from a canyon of immense dimensions, within the shade of which 2 enormous jets of steam shot to an incredible height into the atmosphere. This range of mountains has a marvelous history. As it is the loftiest, so it is the most remarkable lateral ridge of the Rocky Range. The Indians regard it as the crest of the world, and among the Blackfeet there is a fable that he who attains its summit catches a view of the land of souls, and beholds the happy hunting grounds spread out below him, brightening with the abodes of the free and generous spirits. In the expedition sent across the continent by Mr. Astor in 1811, under command of Captain Wilson P. Hunt, that gentleman met with the first serious obstacle to his progress at the base of this range. After numerous efforts to scale it, he turned away and followed the valley of the Snake, encountering the most discouraging disasters until he arrived at Astoria. Later, in 1833, the indomitable Captain Bonneville was lost in this mountain labyrinth, and after devising various modes of escape, finally determined to ascend the range. Selecting one of the highest peaks, in company with one of his men, Mr. Irving says, "After much toil he reached the summit of a lofty cliff, but it was only to behold gigantic peaks rising all around, and towering far into the snowy regions of the atmosphere. He soon found that he had undertaken a tremendous task, but the pride of man is never more obstinate than when climbing mountains. The ascent was so steep and rugged that he and his companions were frequently obliged to clamber on hands and knees with their guns slung upon their backs. Frequently, exhausted with fatigue and dripping with perspiration, they threw themselves upon the snow and took handfuls of it to allay their parching thirst. At one place they even stripped off their coats and hung them upon the bushes, and thus lightly clad proceeded to scramble over these eternal snows. As they ascended still higher, there were cool breezes that refreshed and braced them, and springing with new ardor to their task, they at length attained the summit." As late as 1860, Captain Reynolds, the commander of the expedition sent by government to explore the Yellowstone, from his camp at the base of this formidable range, writes, "To our front and upon the right the mountains towered above us to the height of from 3,000 to 5,000 feet, in the shape of bold, craggy peaks of basaltic formation, their summits crowned with glistening snow. It was my original desire to go from the head of Wind River to the head of the Yellowstone, keeping on the Atlantic slope, thence down the Yellowstone, passing the lake, and across by the Gallatin to the three forks of the Missouri. Bridger said at the outset that this would be impossible, and that it would be necessary to pass over to the headwaters of the Columbia, and back again to the Yellowstone. I had not previously believed that crossing the main crest twice would be more easily accomplished than the transit over what was in effect only a spur, but the view from our present camp (head of Wind River) settled the question adversely to my opinion at once. Directly across our route lies a basaltic ridge, rising not less than 5,000 feet above us, its walls apparently vertical, with no visible pass or even cañon. On the opposite side of this are the headwaters of the Yellowstone." We were an hour and a half making the descent of the mountain. At its base we struck the trail of our pack train, which we followed to a point where the direction it had taken would have been lost, but for the foresight of one of our companions, who had formed a tripod of poles, one of which, longer than the others, pointed to the right. Obeying this Indian indication, we descended the bank and crossed the bottom to the river, fording which, we followed the trail through a beautiful pine forest, free from undergrowth and other obstructions, the distance of a mile. Here night overtook us, and mistaking for the trail a dark serpentine line, we soon found ourselves clambering up the side of a steep mountain. The conviction that we were following a band of Indians, and possibly were near their lodges, suggested no pleasant reflections. Alighting from our horses, we built a fire upon the track, and carefully examining it, could not find the impression of a single horseshoe. Further investigation revealed the fact that we had been for some time pursuing the path worn by a gang of elk that had crossed the trail of the pack train since the twilight set in. A night on the mountain, without supper or blankets, was not to be endured. We retraced our route to the base of the mountain, and struck out boldly in the darkness for the beach of the lake, where we supposed our party had camped. Our ride through fallen timber and morass until we reached the shore was performed more skillfully than if we had seen the obstacles which lay in our path. We reached the lake in safety, and after a ride of 2 miles on the smooth beach, rounded a point from which we saw the welcome watch-fire of our company. A loud halloo was responded to by a dozen sympathetic voices, showing that our anxiety had been shared by our companions. Our camp was on the eastern inlet of the south shore of the lake, distant but 4 miles from the camp of the preceding night. 13 miles of toilsome travel, zigzagged into only 7 of progress, found us encamped at the close of the next day, 2 miles from the mouth of a small stream flowing into the lake. Our party was separated nearly all day, searching for routes. 2 members, after suffering all the early sensations incident to a conviction of being lost in the wilderness, came into camp at a late hour, full of glee at their good fortune. At one of their halts, after they had dismounted to reconnoiter, a huge grizzly jumped at one of them from the bushes, frightening his horse so that he broke his bridle and ran away. They caught him with difficulty. Our commander and Mr. Hauser, in company while seeking a route for future travel, came suddenly upon a female grizzly and 2 cubs about half a mile from camp. On their return, 6 of the party started in pursuit, but Madame Brune, meanwhile, had made good her retreat. Our journey of 5 miles the next day was accomplished with great difficulty and annoyance. Almost the entire distance was through a forest piled full of fallen trunks. Traveling was but another name for scrambling, and as man is at times the least amiable of animals, our tempers frequently displayed alarming activity, not only towards the patient creatures laden with our stores, but towards each other. Once, while involved in the reticulated meshes of a vast net of branches and tree tops, each man, with varied expletive emphasis, clamorously insisting upon a particular mode of extrication, a member of the party who was always jolly, restored us to instant good humor by repeating in theatrical tones and manner those beautiful lines from Childe Harold: "There is a pleasure in the pathless woods, there is a rapture on the lonely shore." Our little invulnerable, too, was the unconscious cause of many bursts of laughter, which, like the appreciative plaudits of an audience, came in at the right time. We were glad, however, at an early hour in the afternoon, to pitch our tent on one of the small tributaries of Snake River, 3 miles distant from the lake. In the search made by every member of the party for routes, our company was unavoidably much scattered, our first care being for the pack train. When it came up, we missed therefrom the little animal whose frequent mishaps had been to us all a source of so much amusement. An instant search was instituted, and at a late hour we found him 3 miles from camp. He saluted us with a low neigh, and with hurried pace soon rejoined his companions. One of our comrades, the Hon. Truman C. Everts, late U.S. Assessor of Montana, had failed to come up with the rest of the company, but as this was a common circumstance, we gave it little heed until the lateness of the hour convinced us he had lost his way. We increased our fire, and fired our guns as signals, but all to no purpose. It had been a sort of tacit agreement among us only the night before that should any one get parted from the company, we would at once go to the southwest arm of the lake, that being our objective point, and await there the arrival of the train. The belief that we should find our companion there hastened us into the commission of an error, which was designed by all as a measure of speedy relief. If we had not continued our journey with all possible expedition towards the point indicated, Mr. Everts would probably have joined us within 3 or 4 days, as he has informed us since that he visited our camp, but the falling foliage of the pines had entirely obliterated our departing trail. The narrative of this gentleman of 37 days spent in this terrible wilderness will furnish a chapter in the history of human endurance, exposure, and escape, as incredible as it must be painfully instructive and entertaining. 7 miles of struggling took us through the timber to another inlet, 5 miles further on our way. No sign of our missing comrade. We built a large fire on a commanding ridge, and ascended a mountain overlooking the north and west shores of the lake, where we kindled another fire, which could be seen at a great distance. 800 feet above Yellowstone Lake, nestled in a dark mountain glen, we found two small lakes, completely environed with frightful masses of basalt and brown lava, seemingly thrown up and scattered by some terrible convulsion. Two of our company took the backward trail at night, searching for Mr. Evarts, and our anxieties were greatly increased lest they too should meet with some disaster. We rose early the next morning, after passing a sleepless night. While at breakfast our two companions came in. They had followed the beach to a point east of our camp of 2 days before, and found no trace of Mr. Evarts. More than ever assured that we should find him at the west arm of the lake, we struck out for that point. 3 of our party, Mr. Hauser, Lieutenant Doane, and myself in advance, to explore a route for the train and make all possible search by the way. We posted notices on the trees to indicate the route we had taken, and made caches of provisions at several points. Late in the afternoon, at the close of a fatiguing day's travel, mostly through forest, we arrived at our objective point and were greatly distressed to find there no trace of our lost friend. While gathered around our campfire in the evening, devising a plan for more systematic search, our ears were saluted with a screech so terribly human that, for a moment, supposing it to be our missing comrade, we hallooed in response, and would have started to his relief, but that a minatory growl warned us of the near approach of a mountain lion. 3 parties of 2 each struck out the next morning in different directions in pursuit of our companion. One followed the lake shore, one the back trail through the forest, and the third southerly from the lake to a large brown mountain. The party following the lake shore returned to camp early in the afternoon with the report that they had seen Indians. The story of their adventures written by one of them runs thus: "He and his companion, having penetrated several miles through the inhospitable wilds of that region, dismounted and unsaddled their horses. Mr. T. commenced to fish and prepare them a little dinner, while Mr. S. went ahead with his gun to continue the search on foot. The former had just caught 4 fishes and kindled a fire, when the latter returned in some haste, but perfectly cool and self-possessed, and stated that there were 6 Indians on a point jutting out into the lake about a mile distance. They concluded that neither had a mouth for fish, which they left sweltering in the noonday sun, and saddling their horses they advanced towards the foe. Mr. S. saw them distinctly, but Mr. T. could not, probably because he was somewhat nearsighted. Finally, the former gentleman saw them flitting, phantom-like, among the rocks and trees, at which juncture the party retired to camp in platoons and in good order, at the rate of a mile in every 3 minutes." This tribe of Indians, being one of the curiosities of the expedition, and hitherto unknown, was named after the person who discovered it. Both of the other parties returned after a fruitless search. In their trip to the Brown Mountain, the 2 who went south crossed the main range of the Rocky Mountains through a very low pass, which on the western side terminated in a brimstone basin containing 40 or 50 sulphur and mud springs, and a large number of craters, from which issued jets of vapor. This slope of the mountain was covered with a hollow incrustation through which the water from the springs, percolating in different channels, had spread out over the little patches of soil with which they came in contact, covering them with bright green verdure. In crossing one of these, the horse of one of the party broke through to his haunches, and being extricated, he plunged more deeply into another trap, throwing headlong his rider, whose arm as he fell was thrust violently through the treacherous surface into the scalding morass, from complete submersion in which both men and beast were with great difficulty saved. At the base of the Brown Mountain the party saw a lake of considerable size, which they believed to be the headwaters of Snake River, the Lewis Fork of the Columbia. They could not approach it nearer than a mile, on account of the treacherous character of the soil. The other party were absent 2 days. They had visited all the camps of the 6 preceding days, following the trail between them mostly obliterated by the falling foliage of the pines with great difficulty, but without discovering the slightest indication that Mr. Evarts had come upon it. On full consultation we came to the conclusion that he had either been shot from his horse by an Indian, or had returned down the Yellowstone, or struck out upon some of the headwaters of Snake River with the intention of following it to the settlements. It was agreed that we should pursue the search 3 days longer from this point before renewing our journey. Snow began to fall early in the evening. Through the hazy atmosphere we beheld, on the shore of the inlet opposite our camp, the steam ascending in jets from more than 50 craters, giving it much the appearance of a New England factory village. End of Part 3. Part 4 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4, The Wonders of the Yellowstone, Part 2, Section 2. Snow continued to fall all night and the next day, and we made our camp as comfortable as possible. At night the snow was more than 2 feet deep. It turned to rain the following morning. Showers, alternated with sunshine through the day, removed the snow rapidly. We were now so completely environed by forest, and so far away from any recognized trail, that all our fear of molestation by Indians, or of danger from any other cause, was thoroughly dissipated. With true Falstaffian philosophy, we felt that we could take our ease in our inn, and the figure one of us presented has been graphically delineated by our artist upon the spot. We made a circuit round the head of the inlet to the springs we had seen the next day. They were widely different from any we had visited before. In all, they numbered 150 and were scattered along the lake shore about a mile, at a distance of 100 yards from the beach. Those farthest inland resembled boiling mud of various degrees of consistency, some not thicker than paint, others so dense that as they boiled over, the contents piled into heaps, which gradually spread over the ground, forming an extensive vitrified surface. This sediment varies in color, that flowing from some of the apertures being white as chalk, that from others of a delicate lavender hue, and from others of a brilliant pink color. The following are the results of analyses of the various specimens which we gathered by Professor Augustus Steitz of Montana. Here follows a table which the reader has not reproduced. In close proximity to these springs are others of pure, odorless water. Near the shore were several boiling springs, around which the sedimentary increment had formed into mounds of various sizes and heights. The deposit around one of these springs resembles a miniature forest of pines. The most remarkable springs of this group, 6 or 7 in number, are of pure ultramarine hue, very large and wonderfully transparent. The largest is 40 feet wide by 70 feet long. The sides are funnel-shaped, converging regularly to the depth of 40 feet, where they present a dark and apparently unfathomable chasm. From the surface to this opening, the sides of the funnel are furrowed and sinuous, coated with a white sediment, which contrasts vividly with the dark orifice at its base. This group of springs exhibit in their deposits a great variety of shades and colors, no 2 of them being alike. Their constant overflow has fashioned a concrete bank of commingled tufa, 8 feet in height and 1/4 of a mile in length, and on the margin of the lake. The waves have worn this bank into large caverns, which respond in hollow murmurs to their fierce assaults. Between the springs are numerous vents and craters, from which heated vapor is constantly rising. Along the edge of the water, and 10 or 20 feet from shore, many springs are bubbling, none of which seem to be strongly impregnated with sulphur. The beach for a mile or more is strewn with fragments of sinter of various colors, which have been worn by the waves into many fantastic forms. The 5 days during which we camped at this locality were occupied by every possible effort to find our missing friend, but the labors of each day only served to increase our fears for his safety. One hope, that of meeting him at Virginia City, was still indulged, but opposed to this were many painful conjectures as to his possible fate, not the least prevalent of which was the one that he might have been shot from an ambush by an Indian arrow. Our provisions were rapidly diminishing, and our longer stay gave promise of unfavorable results. The force of circumstances obliged us to adopt the gloomy alternative of moving forward the next day, leaving one of our own party and 2 of the cavalrymen to prosecute a further search. The loss of our comrade and friend was to us all a source of much unhappy reflection, and the hope of finding him so entirely absorbed our attention that we had little curiosity to examine, and so escaped very many of the wonders of this region which we should otherwise have seen. In our constant passing to and fro in different directions through the forest, along the lake, and over the surrounding mountains, we had glances of objects which, had we been free from a heavy charge, it would have been pleasant to visit and describe. These, however, are reserved for future investigation. The plan of our route led us in a northwesterly direction from the lake towards the headwaters of the Madison. We traveled through a dense pine forest, unmarked by trails and encumbered by fallen timber for most of the distance. The close of the first day's travel found us only 12 miles from the lake, still in the midst of the deep snow, with no place to pitch our tent, and each man seeking unsuccessfully a dry spot whereon to spread his blankets, under the shelter of the trees. The next day we reached the east bank of the Firehole River, the largest tributary of the Madison, down which we traveled, passing several cascades, many craters and boiling springs, to a large basin 2 miles above the point of the union of the Firehole and Burnt Hole rivers. We bade adieu to Yellowstone Lake, surfeited with the wonders we had seen, and in the belief that the interesting portion of our journey was over. The desire for home had superseded all thought of further exploration. We had seen the greatest wonders on the continent, and were convinced that there was not on the globe another region where, within the same limits, nature had crowded so much of grandeur and majesty with so much of novelty and wonder. Our only care was to return home as rapidly as possible. 3 days of active travel from the headwaters of the Madison would find us among the settlers in the beautiful lower valley of that picturesque river, and within 12 miles of Virginia City, where we hoped to meet with Mr. Evarts and realize afresh that all is well that ends well. Judge then what must have been our astonishment, as we entered the Basin at mid-afternoon of our second day's travel, to see in the clear sunlight, at no great distance, an immense volume of clear, sparkling water projected into the air to the height of 125 feet. "Geysers! Geysers!" exclaimed one of our company, and spurring our jaded horses, we soon gathered around this wonderful phenomenon. It was indeed a perfect geyser. The aperture through which the jet was projected was an irregular oval 3 feet by 7 feet in diameter. The margin of center was curiously piled up, and the exterior crust was filled with little hollows full of water, in which were small globules of sediment, some having gathered around bits of wood and other nuclei. This geyser is elevated 30 feet above the level of the surrounding plain, and the crater rises 5 or 6 feet above the mound. It spouted at regular intervals 9 times during our stay, the columns of boiling water being thrown from 90 to 125 feet at each discharge, which lasted from 15 to 20 minutes. We gave it the name of Old Faithful. In our journey down the valley, looking down through a crevice in the crust upon which we were traveling, we discovered a stream of hot water of considerable size, running nearly at right angles with and away from the Firehole River. On the summit of a cone 20 feet high was a boiling spring 7 feet in diameter, surrounded with beautiful incrustations, on the slope of which we gathered twigs and pine tree cones encased in a siliceous crust a quarter of an inch in thickness. But all of the curiosities of this basin sink into insignificance in comparison with the geysers. We saw during our brief stay of but 22 hours 12 in action. 6 of these, from vents varying from 3 to 5 feet in diameter, threw water to the height of from 15 to 25 feet, but in the presence of others of immense dimensions these soon ceased to attract attention. One, which we named the Fan, has an orifice which discharges 2 radiating jets of water to the height of 60 feet, the falling drops and spray resembling a feather fan. It is very beautiful. Its eruptions are very frequent, lasting usually from 10 to 30 minutes. A vent connected with it, about 40 feet distant, expels dense masses of vapor 50 or 60 feet high, accompanied by loud, sharp reports during the time the geyser is in action. The grotto was so named from its singular crater of vitrified center, full of large, sinuous apertures. Through one of these, on our first visit, one of our company crawled to the discharging orifice, and when, a few hours afterwards, he saw a volume of boiling water 4 feet in diameter shooting through it to the height of 60 feet, and a scalding stream of 200 inches flowing from the aperture he had entered a short time before, he concluded he had narrowly escaped being summarily cooked. The discharge of this geyser continued for nearly half an hour. The castle, situated on the summit of an encrusted mound, has a turreted crater through which a large volume of water is expelled at intervals of 2 or 3 hours to the height of 50 feet, from a discharging orifice about 3 feet in diameter. The architectural features of the siliceous center surrounding it, which is very massive and compact, indicating that at some former period the flow of water must have been much greater than at present, suggested its name. A vent near it is constantly discharging a large stream of boiling water, and when the geyser is in action the water in this vent boils and bubbles with great fierceness. The giant has a rugged crater 10 feet in diameter on the outside, with an irregular orifice 5 or 6 feet in diameter. It discharges a vast body of water, and the only time we saw it in eruption, the flow of water in a column 5 feet in diameter and 140 feet in vertical height continued uninterruptedly for nearly 3 hours. The crater resembles a miniature model of the Colosseum. Our search for new wonders leading us across the Firehole River, we ascended a gentle encrusted slope, and came suddenly upon a large oval aperture with scalloped edges, the diameters of which were 18 and 25 feet, the sides corrugated and covered with a grayish-white siliceous deposit, which was distinctly visible at the depth of 100 feet below the surface. No water could be discovered, but we could distinctly hear it gurgling and boiling at a great distance below. Suddenly it began to rise, boiling and spluttering, and sending out huge masses of steam, causing a general stampede of our company, driving us some distance from our point of observation. When within about 40 feet of the surface, it became stationary, and we returned to look down upon it. It was foaming and surging at a terrible rate, occasionally emitting small jets of hot water nearly to the mouth of the orifice. All at once it seemed seized with a fearful spasm, and rose with incredible rapidity, hardly affording us time to flee to a safe distance, when it burst from the orifice with terrific momentum, rising in a column the full size of this immense aperture to the height of 60 feet. And through and out of the apex of this vast aqueous mass 5 or 6 lesser jets, or round columns of water, varying in size from 6 to 15 inches in diameter, were projected to the marvelous height of 250 feet. These lesser jets, so much higher than the main column and shooting through it, doubtless proceed from auxiliary pipes leading into the principal orifice near the bottom, where the explosive force is greater. If the theory that water by constant boiling becomes explosive when freed from air be true, this theory rationally accounts for all irregularities in the eruptions of the geysers. This grand eruption continued for 20 minutes, and was the most magnificent sight we ever witnessed. We were standing on the side of the geyser nearest the sun, the gleams of which filled the sparkling column of water and spray with myriads of rainbows, whose arches were constantly changing, dipping and fluttering hither and thither, and disappearing, only to be succeeded by others, again and again, amid the aqueous column, while the minute globules into which the spent jets were diffused, when falling, sparkled like a shower of diamonds, and around every shadow which the denser clouds of vapor, interrupting the sun's rays, cast upon the column, could be seen a luminous circle, radiant with all the colors of the prism, and resembling the halo of glory represented in paintings as encircling the head of divinity. All that we had previously witnessed seemed tame in comparison with the perfect grandeur and beauty of this display. 2 of these wonderful eruptions occurred during the 22 hours we remained in the valley. This geyser we named the Giantess. 100 yards distant from the Giantess was a siliceous cone, very symmetrical, but slightly corrugated upon its exterior surface, 3 feet in height and 5 feet in diameter at its base, and having an oval orifice 24 by 36½ inches in diameter, with scalloped edges. Not one of our company supposed that it was a geyser, and among so many wonders it had almost escaped notice. While we were at breakfast upon the morning of our departure, a column of water entirely filling the crater shot from it, which, by accurate triangular measurement, we found to be 219 feet in height. The stream did not deflect more than 4 or 5 degrees from a vertical line, and the eruption lasted 18 minutes. We named it the Beehive. How many more geysers there are in this locality it would be impossible to conjecture. Our waning stores admonished us of the necessity for a hurried departure, and we reluctantly left this remarkable region less than half explored. In this basin, which is about 2 miles in length and 1 mile in width, more than 1,000 pipes or wells rise to the surface, varying in diameter from 2 to 120 feet, the water in which varies in temperature from 140 degrees to the boiling point, upwards of 100 of which give evidence, by the calcareous and siliceous deposits surrounding them, that they are geysers, and to all appearances they are as likely to be as any we saw in action. The sides of these wells were covered with siliceous incrustations and were funnel-shaped, and in many of the larger ones gradually converged for a distance of from 20 to 50 feet from the edge, below which point the apertures enlarged laterally in all directions like a jug below the neck, and were apparently unfathomable. None of the springs in this locality appear to be impregnated with sulphur. In this basin there are to be found no mud springs, of which we discovered so many in the valley of the Yellowstone, and we found but 1 spring of cold water. This entire country is seemingly under a constant and active internal pressure from volcanic forces, which seek relief through the numberless springs, jets, volcanoes, and geysers exhibited on its surface, and which, but for these vents, might burst forth in one terrific eruption and form a volcano of vast dimensions. It is undoubtedly true that many of the objects we saw were of recent formation, and that many of the extinguished craters recently ceased their condition of activity. They are constantly breaking forth, often assuming new forms, and attesting to the active presence of volcanic force. A mountaineer who visited a portion of this region a year ago found at one place a small volcano which was constantly overflowing with liquid sulphur and lava, and emitting smoke. showing that the genuine volcanic elements were there and needed but the concentration of the forces now dissipated through thousands of vents to present a spectacle of grandeur surpassing that of Vesuvius or Etna. The geyser is a new and perhaps the most remarkable feature in our scenery and physical history. It is found in no other countries but Ireland and Tibet. The geysers of the country last named are inconsiderable when compared with either those of Iceland or the Firehole or Madison Basin, and those of Iceland, even, dwindle into significance by the side of those of the Madison. Until the discovery of the Madison geysers there were but two of any note known to the world, the Great Geyser and the Stoker of Iceland. The phenomena presented by these have been sufficient at various periods during the past century to invite the personal investigation of some of the most distinguished of European savants. Von Troll, Stanley, Olsen, Hooker, Mackenzie, and, at a later day, Bunsen, have visited Iceland for the purpose of witnessing these aqueous eruptions and forming some satisfactory conclusion relative to the causes in which they originate. The theory published by Sir George Mackenzie that the outbursts were produced by pressure on the air contained in cavernous recesses underground for many years received the sanction of the scientific world. The periods intervening between the eruptions of the Great Geyser of Iceland have been very irregular until within the past 40 or 50 years, since when it has generally projected a small jet to the height of 20 feet every 2 hours, and a large one to the height of 80 feet every 6 hours. Mackenzie's theory was that there were two subterranean cavities connected with the main pipe, one much deeper and larger than the other, which rapidly filled with water after each eruption, and that the pressure of the vapors upon them produced these periodic explosions. Ingenious as this theory appeared to be, it was dissipated by the experiments made upon water by Mr. Doney of Ghent. He discovered that water long boiled became more and more free from air, by which its molecular cohesion is so greatly increased, and that when it is exposed to a heat sufficient to overcome the force of cohesion, the production of steam is so instantaneous and so considerable as to cause explosion. Bunsen ascribes the eruption of the geysers to this cause. He found the water at the bottom of the well of the Great Geyser to be of a constantly increasing temperature up to the moment of an eruption. On one occasion it was as high as 261 degrees Fahrenheit. His idea is that on reaching some unknown point above that temperature ebullition takes place, vapor is suddenly generated in enormous quantities, and an eruption of the superior column of water is the consequence. The geysers of the Madison exhibit precisely the same physical features and doubtless originate in the same causes. They are surrounded, too, as are those of Iceland, by innumerable springs of hot water. The bursting of a column into millions of particles resembles an explosion more than a mere eruption, and the vast clouds of vapor which enshroud them and mingle with them in their ascent sometimes give an appearance of bulk to the upper part of the columns much greater than their real magnitude. The water of the Madison geysers, like that of the geysers of Iceland, appears perfectly pure and doubtless could be used for cooking or drinking. We had not the means of analyzing it on the spot. The center was both carboniferous and siliceous, the latter characteristic predominating, but both prevailing sufficiently to have produced large encrusted mounds and numerous illustrations of petrification in various stages of progress. All this, where such immense volumes of water are being constantly ejected, could be effected with a moderate infusion of silica or soda. Dr. Black gives the following result of an analysis of a quantity of 10,000 grains (about 1/6 of a gallon) of water from the Great Geyser of Iceland. Soda 0.95, alumina 0.48, silica 5.40, muriate of soda 2.46, dry sulfate of soda 1.46, total 10.75. That the same elements are held in solution in the waters of the Madison geysers we have abundant proof in the vast encrusted field by which they are surrounded. They are but a reproduction upon a much grander scale of the phenomena of Iceland. A wider field for the investigation of the chemist than that presented by the geysers may be found in the many tinted springs of boiling mud and the mud volcano. These were objects of the greatest interest to Humboldt, who devotes to a description of them one of the most fascinating chapters of Cosmos. It would be rash in us to speculate where that great man hesitated. We can only say that the field is open for exploration, illimitable in resource, grand in extent, wonderful in variety, in a climate favored of heaven, and amid scenery the most stupendous on the continent. By means of the Northern Pacific Railroad, which will doubtless be completed within the next 3 years, the traveler will be able to make the trip to Montana from the Atlantic seaboard in 3 days, and thousands of tourists will be attracted to both Montana and Wyoming in order to behold with their own eyes the wonders here described. Besides these intervals of the upper Yellowstone, one may look upon the strange scenery of the lower valley of that great river, the great falls of the Missouri, the grotesque groups of eroded rocks below Fort Benton, the beautiful cañon of the Prickly Pear, and the stupendous architecture of the vast chains and spurs of mountains which everywhere traverse that picturesque and beautiful country. End of Part 4. Part 5 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. More about the Yellowstone. The interesting accounts that have been given in this monthly from time to time of the remarkable natural phenomena in the valley of the Yellowstone have created a general interest throughout the country. During the past summer the writer enjoyed unusual facilities for exploring this singular region, and he gladly bears witness that the statements of Mr. Langford were in no respect exaggerated. Indeed, it is quite impossible for anyone to do justice to the remarkable physical phenomena of this valley by any description, however vivid. It is only through the eye that the mind can form anything like an adequate conception of their beauty and grandeur. We may make our story more clear to our readers if we take as our starting point Fort Ellis, a beautiful frontier military post located near the head of the fertile valley of the Gallatin. By the great kindness of the officers of that post, we were provided with all the outfit that was necessary for our adventurous journey to the Yellowstone. On the 15th of July last, we commenced our winding way over the grassy hills that form the divide between the waters of the Missouri and the Yellowstone. Our course was nearly due east for about 30 miles, when we came to the valley of the Yellowstone, and then we ascended the valley for 10 miles farther, and pitched our permanent camp near Butler's Ranch, close to the lower cañon and at the farthest point to which it would be safe to go with our wagons. From this point we changed our mode of travel to pack animals. Here began the more difficult part of our journey. The whole party were filled with enthusiasm to catch a glimpse of the wonderful visions of which we had already heard so much. Opposite our camp were the Yellowstone Mountains, with peaks rising 12,000 feet above sea level and 6,000 feet above the valley. For beauty and symmetry of outline, I have never seen this range equaled in the far west, and several members of the party, who were familiar with the mountains of Central Europe, were struck at once with the resemblance to the Alps. But we will continue our way up the valley, leaving behind us the lofty volcanic hills which wall us in on each side and enter the lower cañon. Here granite walls rise on either side to the height of 1,000 feet or more, and through the narrow gorge the river dashes with great velocity. The bright green color of the water and the numerous ripples capped with white foam, as the roaring torrent rushes around and over the multitude of rocks that have fallen from above into the channel, give a most picturesque view to the eye as we look from our lofty heights. Not the least attractive feature, and one that to us amounted to a wonder, was the abundance of fine trout which the river afforded. There seemed to be no limit to them, and hundreds of pounds weight of the speckled beauties were caught by the different members of our party. But we cannot linger here, although the scenery is very attractive, so we hasten on to the Devil's Slide, or Cinnabar Mountain, as it is usually called. It is one of the singular freaks of nature which occur very seldom in the West, is formed of alternate beds of sandstone, limestone, and quartzites, elevated to a nearly vertical position by those internal forces which acted in ages past to lift the mountain ranges into their present heights. As we stand at the base and look up the sides of the mountains, we are filled with wonder at the apparent evidences of the convulsions of nature which could have thrown 3,000 to 5,000 feet in thickness of rocks into their present position. Ridge after ridge extends down the steep sides of the mountain like lofty walls, the intervening softer portions having been washed away, leaving the harder layers projecting far above. At one locality the rocks incline in every possible direction, and are crushed together in the utmost confusion. Between the walls at one point is a band of bright brick-red clay, which has been mistaken for cinnabar, and hence the name of the mountain. The most conspicuous ridge is composed of basalt, and the igneous material was poured out on the surface when all the rocks were in a horizontal position during the Jurassic period. Indeed, all the rocks are either of the Carboniferous, Jurassic, or Cretaceous stage. During the day we passed many examples of volcanic action, which in any other region would have excited attention. Small lakes, covered with wild fowl and fringed with a luxuriant growth of vegetation, occupied the old volcanic craters. On the evening of the third day, as we came to the junction of Gardner's River, the warm springs began to appear near the edge of the stream. The white calcareous deposit, which always indicates that those springs do exist or have existed, covered the bottom, and from underneath this crust a stream poured a volume of water into the river 6 feet wide and 2 feet deep, with a temperature of 130 degrees. A little farther up the stream were a number of hot springs of about the same temperature, with nearly circular basins 6 to 10 feet in diameter and 2 to 4 feet deep. Around them had already gathered a number of invalids who were living in tents, and their praises were enthusiastic in favor of the sanitary effects of the springs. Some of them were used for drinking and others for bathing purposes. From the river our path led up the steep sides of the hill for about 1 mile, when we came suddenly and unexpectedly in full view of the springs. This wonder alone, our whole company agreed, surpassed all the descriptions which had been given by former travelers. Indeed, the Langford party saw nothing of this. Before us arose a high, white mountain, looking precisely like a frozen cascade. It is formed by the calcareous sediment of the hot springs, precipitated from the water as it flows down the steep declivities of the mountainside. The upper portion is about 1,000 feet above the waters of Gardner's River. The surface covered with the deposit comprises from 3 to 4 square miles. The springs now in active operation cover an area of about 1 square mile, while the rest of the territory is occupied by the remains of springs which have long since ceased to flow. We pitched our camp upon a grassy terrace at the base of the principal group of active springs. Just in the rear of us were a series of reservoirs or bathing pools, rising one above the other, semicircular in form, with most elegantly scalloped margins, composed of calcareous matter, the sediment precipitated from the water of the spring. The hill, which is about 200 feet high, presents the appearance of water congealed by frost as it quickly flows down a rocky declivity. The deposit is as white as snow, except when tinged here and there with iron or sulphur. Small streams flow down the sides of the snowy mountain in channels lined with oxide of iron colored with the most delicate tints of red. Others present the most exquisite shades of yellow, with a deep, bright sulphur to a dainty cream color. In the springs and in the little channels is a material like the finest cashmere wool, with its slender fibers floating in the water, vibrating with the movement of the current, and tinged with various shades of red and yellow as bright as those of our aniline dyes. These delicate wool-like masses are undoubtedly plants, which seem to be abundant in all the hot springs of the West, and are familiar to the microscopist as diatoms. Upon a kind of terrace, covering an area of 200 yards in length and 15 in width, are several large springs in a constant state of agitation, but with a somewhat lower temperature than the boiling point. The hottest spring is 162 degrees, others are 142 degrees, 155 degrees, and 156 degrees, respectively. Some of them give off the odor of sulphuretted hydrogen quite perceptibly. A qualitative analysis shows the water to contain sulphuretted hydrogen, lime, soda, alumina, and a small amount of magnesia. It is beautifully clear and slightly alkaline to the taste. The water, after rising from the spring basins, flows down the sides of the declivity, step by step, from one reservoir to the other, at each one of them losing a portion of its heat until it becomes as cool as spring water. Within 500 feet of its source, our large party camped for 2 days by the side of the little stream formed by the aggregated waters of these hot springs, and we found the water most excellent for drinking as well as cooking purposes. It was perfectly clear and tasteless, and harmless in its effects. During our stay here, all the members of our party, as well as the soldiers comprising our escort, enjoyed the luxury of bathing in these most elegantly carved natural bathing pools, and it was easy to select, from the hundreds of reservoirs, water of every variety of temperature. These natural basins vary somewhat in size, but many of them are about 4 by 6 feet in diameter, and 1 to 4 feet in depth. With a foresight worthy of commendation, 2 men have already preempted 320 acres of land covering most of the surface occupied by the active springs, with the expectation that upon the completion of the Northern Pacific Railroad this will become a famous place of resort for invalids and pleasure seekers. Indeed, no future tourist in traveling over the far West will think of neglecting this most wonderful of the physical phenomena of that most interesting region. The level or terrace upon which the principal active springs are located is about midway up the sides of the mountain covered with the sediment. Still farther up are the old ruins of what must have been at some period of the past even more active springs than any at present known. The sides of the mountain, for 200 or 300 feet in height, are covered with a thick crust of the calcareous deposit, which was originally ornamented with the most elegant sculpturing all over the surface, like the bathing pools below. But atmospheric agencies, which act readily on the lime, have obliterated all their delicate beauty. Chimneys, partially broken down, are scattered about here and there, with apertures varying in size from 2 inches to 2 feet in diameter. Long rounded ridges are also quite numerous, with fissures extending the entire length, from which the boiling water issued forth and flowed over the sides. Thus the sediment was continually precipitated in thin oval layers, so that a section of these oblong chimneys presents the appearance of layers of hay in a stack, or the thatched cabin of a peasant. Some of these chimneys were undoubtedly formed by geysers now extinct; others by what may be called spouting springs, as those which are in a constant state of violent ebullition, throwing the water up 2 to 4 feet, a phenomenon intermediate between a boiling spring and a true geyser. The water is forced up through an orifice in the earth by hydrostatic pressure, and, overflowing, precipitates the sediment around it; and thus, in time, it builds up a mound varying in height according to the force of this pressure. One of these cones is very remarkable, surpassing any observed in any other portion of the West. From its peculiar form we almost involuntarily named it the Liberty Cap. It is entirely composed of carbonate of lime, in flexible cap-like layers, with a diameter at the base of 15 feet and a height of about 40 feet. It is completely closed over at the summit. This is probably an extinct geyser, and was the most powerful one of this group. Sometimes the orifice is in the form of a fissure 100 to 300 feet in length, and the mound built up by the deposition of the sediment will be of oblong shape. As the mound rises, the hydrostatic force diminishes, until finally the spring entirely conceals itself at the summit and either becomes extinct or flows out through fissures in the sides. Classed with reference to their chemical constituents, there are two kinds of springs in the valley of the Yellowstone, viz., those in which lime predominates and those in which silica is most abundant. In respect to beauty of form, the calcareous springs build up monuments that far surpass the others. The stalactites and beautiful fresco work of the Mammoth Cave of Kentucky are precipitated from springs holding a great amount of lime in solution. The remarkable forms which lime is caused to assume through the influence of water is well shown in all limestone regions. The scenery in the vicinity of these hot springs is varied and beautiful beyond description. I have already stated that they are located 1,000 feet above the channel of the Yellowstone, and thus command a very extended view up and down the valley. To the north the Devil's Slide can be distinctly seen, while on either side the mountains rise to the height of 2,000 feet, enclosing the valley as with gigantic walls. From the summit still higher, piercing the clouds, are numerous basaltic peaks presenting a great variety of unique forms. To the eastward is the bluff wall composed of 1,200 to 1,500 feet of strata, revealing one of the most perfect geological sections observed in the West. On the summit is a thick cap of basalt which extends up Gardner's River and forms the floor over which the waters of the east, middle, and west forks of that stream flow and dash down in most beautiful cascades. In the sides of the canyons of these branches are rows of basaltic columns as perfect as those so familiar to all who have visited Fingal's Cave in Staffa. In all my explorations in the far west I have never seen such exquisite exhibitions of this semi-crystallized structure. Between the middle and west forks stands the dome-like form of Mount Everts, clothed with a dense growth of pines, its summit covered with fragments of basalt. From its top the view is grand, reaching over a radius of 50 to 100 miles in every direction. On the west are the higher ranges of mountains about the sources of the Gallatin and Missouri forks, with their loftiest peaks covered with perpetual snow. We must not linger here, however, amid these impressive scenes, but wind our way up the valley in search of more wonders. These will meet us in rapid transition from step to step. We can only stop a moment to glance at one of the greatest beauties of the valley, Tower Falls, or Tower Creek, where the water makes a vertical descent of 156 feet. On either side the somber brecciated columns stand like gloomy sentinels. But an excellent description of these falls has been given in a former number of this monthly. Near this point the Grand Cañon of the Yellowstone River commences and continues about 30 miles to the Great Falls. In some respects this cañon is the greatest wonder of all. The river has carved out a channel through the basalt, volcanic breccia, and hot springs deposit, 1,000 to 1,200 feet deep and 1 to 2,000 feet in width, at the bottom of which the water foams along with torrent-like rapidity. But the striking feature of this remarkable view is the effect of colors derived from the hot spring deposits, which have a brilliancy like the most delicate of our aniline dyes. None but an artist with the most delicate perception of colors could do justice to the picture. The well-known landscape painter Thomas Moran, who is justly celebrated for his exquisite taste as a colorist, exclaimed with a sort of regretful enthusiasm that these beautiful tints were beyond the reach of human art. Between the upper and lower falls a fine stream, called Cascade Creek, empties into the Yellowstone. Standing upon the east margin of the cañon, one can look up the channel of this little creek a few hundred feet and enjoy a full view of Cascade Falls, which have given the name to the creek. The water, as it pours over a succession of basaltic steps, separates into a number of little streams, giving to the whole a most pleasing effect. Above the falls, the river seems to flow quietly along over the surface but little below the general level, and here it may be said to present some of its finest and most attractive views. If below the falls this river surpasses all others in the West for its rugged grandeur, above the falls it excels in picturesque beauty. About half a mile above the falls on this creek, the gorge is so narrow and deep that the traveler looks down from the margin above into an abyss so dark and forbidding that a very appropriate name comes almost involuntarily to one's lips, the Devil's Den. The sides of the gorge are very rugged, composed of angular masses of basalt and obsidian cemented with volcanic ashes. There is also a large amount of sulphur mingled with the ashes, so that the debris looks like the remains of an old furnace. On either side of the river, as we ascend the valley, are remarkable groups of hot springs. There is a singular group on the south side of Mount Washburn, which is well worthy of the attention of the traveler. The deposit formed by these springs extends across the Yellowstone River and occupies a large area. Most of these springs contain clear water, but there are several which are called mud springs. These mud springs do not differ in their origin from the others. Some are what may be called dead springs, as those which have passed the period of their activity and now are filled with turbid water. Others are in a constant state of agitation, and may be called living springs, while others at certain periods throw out great quantities of mud and may be called mud geysers. There is every grade from simply turbid water to thick mud. The superficial deposits here are composed of basalts and hot spring deposits as silica and feldspar. And as the aperture through which the hot water reaches the surface sometimes extends a considerable distance through this material, it is dissolved from the sides of the passage and mingled with the boiling water, becomes in due time much like boiling mush. Whenever the mud becomes so thick as to close up the orifice for any length of time, a sort of explosion takes place, which sometimes hurls masses of the mud to the height of 50 or 100 feet. At Mud Springs and Crater Mountains there are several of these mud springs with basins varying in size from a few inches to 30 feet in diameter, mostly with circular rims and funnel-shaped orifices. The most interesting of the mud springs occur in the valley of the Fire Hole Creek. Some of them are filled with very black mud, others a brownish clay, but in a few instances the mud has the snowy whiteness which is due to the decomposition of the silica deposited from the hot waters. To heighten the effect, it is also tinged with the bright red from the oxide of iron. Some of these may be called alum springs, from the fact that the mud is composed largely of alum. Sometimes there will be a group of 15 or 20 of these little mud springs with orifices from 2 to 6 inches in diameter, all of them operating at the same time with a low thud-like noise. We make our first camp on the northeast shore of the lake near the point where the river takes its departure from it. Here we had one of the finest views of this beautiful sheet of water. This portion of the lake is about 10 miles wide. Our camp was located in a broad, open meadow-like space, with the grass 2 feet or more in height, adorned with bright flowers having a great variety of colors. A dense growth of pines surrounded it, and to the eastward the range of forest-covered hills was 1,200 to 1,800 feet above the lake. At this place we launched our little boat, which was destined to perform most excellent service. We had transported the framework on the back of a mule from Fort Ellis. We covered the frame with a heavy canvas, which rendered it perfectly watertight, and with this little craft, 12 feet long, 3½ feet wide, and 22 inches high, the entire length and breadth of the lake was navigated many times. Soundings of the lake were made in every direction, and the greatest depth discovered was 300 feet. Messrs. Elliott and Carrington made a survey of the shore line from the boat, and with the numerous bays and indentations, they estimated the distance to be about 175 miles. So far as beauty of scenery is concerned, it is probable that this lake is not surpassed by any other on the globe. There is not space in the present article to make more than this passing allusion to it, but we hope at some future time to do more ample justice to this region, and trust that the few isolated facts which we now skim from the surface will sharpen curiosity for the complete account. While some were making an exploration of this beautiful lake, the writer with a small party made a trip over the high divide between the waters of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers into the Firehole Basin. We had already encountered many of the difficulties attendant upon traveling in this rocky and densely wooded region, but we were not prepared for the impediments which seemed to block our pathway everywhere. We were without a guide, and endeavored to make our courses with a compass. The autumnal fires sweep through the dry pines at times, so that many square miles are covered with dead trees. These are soon blown down by the winds, and their long bodies are lodged upon each other in every possible direction. Sometimes these fallen pines are piled up in a sort of irregular network for 6 or 8 feet in height, presenting insurmountable obstacles in the way of the traveler. Then again the small pines grow so thickly that it seems almost impossible to find an interval between so wide as to admit a pack animal with his load. The traveler may thus wind about among the fallen pines or the dense growth of living trees for an entire day, and yet at night find that he has not made a distance of more than 5 or 6 miles in a straight line. After encountering many obstructions, we arrived at the Firehole Basin, and spent 5 days in exploring its wonders, making charts, sketches, photographs, and taking the temperatures of the springs. The boiling point of water at this elevation is about 192 to 196 degrees. We ascertained the temperatures of more than 600 hot springs in this valley, and there were as many more that were dying out, to which we did not think it worth while to give our attention. Many also must have been overlooked by us, so that within an area of about 5 miles square we may estimate the existence of about 1,200 to 1,500 springs, with basins of all sizes, from a few inches in diameter to 300 feet. The springs in this valley are of 3 kinds, but varying much in their active power. First, those in which the ebullition occurs only at intervals, and which may therefore be called intermittent springs. Second, such as are constantly boiling and bubbling up, therefore permanent springs. Third, those whose surface is always undisturbed, and in which there is no bubbling or boiling up. The first class reach the boiling point only when in operation, when in a state of repose the temperature of the water is as low as 150 degrees. The second class have a temperature equal to boiling water, or not far below it, in this region varying from 180 to 196 degrees. Some of the largest of the springs are in a constant state of agitation. One of the largest in the Firehole Basin is represented in the accompanying sketch. The basin is about 200 feet in diameter, and the sides of the crater, which have been much broken down, are about 30 feet deep. The crater is so filled with dense steam that it is only at periodical times that it is cleared away so that one can catch a glimpse of the seething cauldron below. From one side of it 5 streams of water are ever flowing, which in the aggregate form a river 10 feet wide and 2 feet deep. The delicate shades of coloring from the iron and sulfur are most finely displayed upon the surface over which this water flows. But perhaps the most striking exhibition of nature's forces in this wonderful region is that of the Grand Geyser, which is well shown in the accompanying illustration. While we were in the Firehole Valley, this geyser played only at intervals of about 32 hours, but when it was in active operation, the display was grand beyond description. As we stood near the crater or basin, it threw up, with scarcely any preliminary warning, a column of hot water 8 feet in diameter to the height of 200 feet, and so steady and uniform did the force act that the column of water appeared to be held there for some minutes, returning into the basin in millions of prismatic drops. This was continued for about 15 minutes, and the rumbling and confusion attending it could only be compared to that of a charge in battle. The steam poured out in immense masses, rising in clouds 1,000 feet or more in height. After the grand geyser had ceased playing, the water of the basin retired from the surface, and the temperature fell gradually to 150 degrees. Another geyser in the same group, and named by the Langford party Old Faithful, was far more accommodating, and played at intervals of only an hour, throwing up a column of water at least 6 feet in diameter and 150 feet high, for a period of about 15 minutes. The ease with which this column of water was sustained at the great height during the period of its operation rendered it a marvel of beauty as well as of power. We may say, in conclusion, that we have been able in this article to do little more than to allude to a few of the wonderful physical phenomena of this marvelous valley. We pass with rapid transition from one remarkable vision to another, each unique of its kind and surpassing all others in the known world. The intelligent American will one day point on the map to this remarkable district with the conscious pride that it has not its parallel on the face of the globe. Why will not Congress at once pass a law setting it apart as a great public park for all time to come, as has been done with that not more remarkable wonder, the Yosemite Valley? End of Part 5. Part 6 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces, by various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6, Yellowstone National Park, Part 1. On certain portions of our globe, Almighty God has set a special imprint of divinity. The Alps, the Pyrenees, the Mexican volcanoes, the solemn grandeur of Norwegian fjords, the sacred mountain of Japan, and the sublimity of India's Himalayas, at different epochs in a life of travel, have filled my soul with awe and admiration. But since the summer of 1896, there has been ranked with these in my remembrance the country of the Yellowstone. 2/3 across this continent, hidden away in the heart of the Rocky Mountains, 8,000 feet above the level of the sea, there lies a marvelous section of our earth, about 1/2 as large as the state of Connecticut. On 3 sides this is guarded by lofty, well-nigh inaccessible mountains, as though the Infinite himself would not allow mankind to rashly enter its sublime enclosure. In this respect our government has wisely imitated the Creator. It has proclaimed to all the world the sanctity of this peculiar area. It has received it as a gift from God, and as His trustee holds it for the welfare of humanity. We, then, as citizens of the United States, are its possessors and its guardians. It is our national park. Yet, although easy of access, most of us let the years go by without exploring it. How little we realize what a treasure we possess is proven by the fact that, until recently, the majority of tourists here were foreigners. I thought my previous store of memories was rich, but to have added to it the recollection of the Yellowstone will give a greater happiness to life while life shall last. Day after day, yes, hour after hour, within the girdle of its snow-capped peaks, I looked upon a constant series of stupendous sights, a blending of the beautiful and terrible, the strange and the sublime, which were, moreover, so peculiar that they stand out distinct and different from those of every other portion of our earth. To call our national park the Switzerland of America would be absurd. It is not Switzerland, it is not Iceland, it is not Norway, it is unique, and the unique cannot be compared. If I were asked to describe it in a dozen lines, I should call it the arena of an enormous amphitheater. Its architect was nature, the gladiators that contended in it were volcanoes. During unnumbered ages those gladiators struggled to surpass one another in destruction by pouring forth great floods of molten lava. Even now the force which animated them still shows itself in other forms, but harmlessly, much as a captive serpent hisses though its fangs are drawn. But the volcanoes give no sign of life. They are dead actors in a fearful tragedy, performed here countless centuries before the advent of mankind, with this entire region for a stage, and for their only audience the sun and stars. I shall never forget our entrance into this theatre of sublime phenomena. The Pullman car, in which we had taken our places at St. Paul, had carried us in safety more than 1,000 miles, and had left us at the gateway of the park. Before us was a portion of the road, 8 miles in length, which leads the tourist to the Mammoth Springs Hotel. On one side an impetuous river shouted a welcome as we rode along. Above us rose gray, desolate cliffs. They are volcanic in their origin. The brand of fire is on them all. They are symbolic, therefore, of the entire park, for fire and water are the two great forces here which have for ages struggled for supremacy. No human being dwells upon those dreary crags, but at one point, as I looked up at them, I saw, poised statue-like above a mighty pinnacle of rock, a solitary eagle. Pausing with outstretched wings above its nest, it seemed to look disdainfully upon us human pygmies crawling far below. Living at such a height, in voluntary isolation, that king of birds appeared the very embodiment of strength and majesty. Call it a touch of superstition if you will, yet I confess it thrilled me to the heart to find that here, above the very entrance to the wonderland of our Republic, there should be stationed midway between earth and heaven, like a watchful sentinel, our national bird, the bird of freedom. At length a sudden turn revealed to us our first halting place within the park, the Mammoth Springs Hotel. The structure in itself looked mammoth as we approached it, for its portico exceeds 400 feet in length. Our first impressions were agreeable. Porters rushed forth and helped us to alight, and on the broad piazza the manager received us cordially. Everything had the air of an established summer resort. This, I confess, surprised me greatly, as I had expected primitive accommodations, and supposed that though the days of camping out had largely passed away, the resting places in the park were still so crude that one would be glad to leave them. But I lingered here with pleasure long after all the wonders of the park had been beheld. The furniture, though simple, is sufficient. To satisfy our national nervousness, the halls are so well stocked with rocking chairs that European visitors look upon them with alarm, and try to find some seats that promise a more stable equilibrium. The sleeping rooms are scrupulously clean. Soft blankets, snow-white sheets, and comfortable beds assure a good night's rest, and the staff of colored waiters in the dining room, steam heat, a bellboy service, and electric lights made us forget our distance from great cities and the haunts of men. Moreover, what is true of this is true as well of the other hotels within the park. And when I add that well-cooked food is served in all of them, it will be seen that tourists need not fear a lengthy sojourn in these hostelries. Standing on the veranda of the Mammoth Hot Springs Hotel, I saw between me and the range of mountains opposite a broad plateau on which were grouped a dozen neat and tasteful structures. With the exception of the photographer's house in the foreground, these constitute Fort Yellowstone. "A fort!" the visitor exclaims. "Impossible! These buildings are of wood, not stone. Where are its turrets, battlements, and guns?" Nevertheless, this is a station for 2 companies of United States cavalry, most of the houses being residences for the officers, while in the rear are barracks for the soldiers. No one who has visited the national park ever doubts the necessity of having soldiers there. Thus, one of the most important duties of the United States troops stationed within its area is to save its splendid forests from destruction. To do this calls for constant vigilance. A fire started in the resinous pines, which cover many of the mountain sides, leaps forward with such fury that it would overtake a horseman fleeing for his life. To guard against so serious a calamity, soldiers patrol the park continually to see that all the campfires have been extinguished. Thanks to their watchful care, only one notable conflagration has occurred here in the last 8 years, and that the soldiers fought with energy for 20 days, till the last vestige of it was subdued. The tourist comprehends the great importance of this work when he beholds the rivers of the park threading, like avenues of silver, the sombre framework of the trees, and recollects that just such forests as adjoin these streams cover no less than 84% of its entire area. In a treeless country like Wyoming, these forests are of priceless value because of their utility in holding back, in spring, the melting snow. Some of the largest rivers of our continent are fed from the well-timbered area of the Yellowstone, and if the trees were destroyed, the enormous snowfall in the park, unsheltered from the sun, would melt so rapidly that the swollen torrents would quickly wash away roads, bridges, and productive farms, even far out in the adjacent country, and subsequently cause a serious drought for many months. Another very important labor of the United States soldiers here is to preserve the game within the park. It is the purpose of our government to make this area a place of refuge for those animals which man's insatiate greed has now almost destroyed. The remoteness of this lofty region, together with its mountain fastnesses, deep forests, and sequestered glens, make it an almost perfect game preserve. There are at present 30,000 elk within the park. Its deer and antelopes are steadily increasing, and bears, foxes, and small game roam unmolested here. Buffaloes, however, are still few in number. They have become too valuable. A buffalo head, which formerly could be bought for a mere trifle, commands today a price of $500. Hence, daring poachers sometimes run the risk of entering the park in winter and destroying them. It is sad to reflect how the buffaloes of this continent have been almost exterminated. As late as 30 years ago, trains often had to halt upon the prairies, and even steamboats were occasionally obliged to wait an hour or two in the Missouri River until enormous herds of buffalo had crossed their path. Now, only about 200 of these animals are in existence, the sole survivors of the millions that once thundered over the western plains and disputed with the Indians the ownership of this great continent. Until very recently, travelers on our prairies frequently beheld the melancholy sight of laborers gathering up the buffalo bones which lay upon the plains like wreckage floating on the sea. Hundreds of carloads of these skeletons were shipped to factories in the East. Now, to protect the few remaining buffaloes, as well as other animals, our troops patrol the park even in winter. The principal stations are connected by telephone, and information given thus is promptly acted on. No traveler is allowed to carry firearms, and anyone who attempts to destroy animal life is liable to a fine of $1,000 or imprisonment for 2 years, or both. Still another task, devolving upon the military governor of the park, is the building and repairing of its roads. No doubt the superintendent is doing all he can with the amount of money that the government allows him, but there is room for great improvement in these thoroughfares if Congress will but make a suitable appropriation for the purpose. At present, a part of the coaching route is of necessity traveled over twice. This should be obviated by constructing one more road by which the tourist could be brought to several interesting features of the park that are now rarely seen. Everyone knows how roads in Europe climb the steepest grade in easy curves, and are usually as smooth as a marble table, free from obstacles, and carefully walled in by parapets of stone. Why should not we possess such roads, especially in our national park? Dust is at present a great drawback to the traveler's pleasure here, but this could be prevented if the roads were thoroughly macadamized. Surely the honor of our government demands that this unique museum of marvels should be the pride and glory of the nation, with highways equal to any in the world. Only a few hundred feet distant from the Mammoth Springs Hotel stands a strange, naturally molded shaft of stone, 52 feet in height. From certain points its summit calls to mind the headdress of the Revolution, and hence its name is Liberty Cap. It is a fitting monument to mark the entrance into Wonderland, for it is the cone of an old geyser, long since dead. Within it is a tube of unknown depth. Through that, ages since, was hurled at intervals a stream of boiling water precisely as it comes from active geysers in the park today. But now the hand of time has stilled its passionate pulsations, and laid upon its stony lips the seal of silence. At only a little distance from this eloquent reminder of the past, I peered into a cavern hundreds of feet deep. It was once the reservoir of a geyser. An atmosphere of sulphur haunts it still. No doubt this whole plateau is but the cover of extinguished fires, for other similar caves pierce the locality on which the hotel stands. A feeling of solemnity stole over me as I surveyed these dead or dying agents of volcanic power. In the great battle of the elements, which has been going on here for unnumbered centuries, they doubtless took an active part. But time has given them a mortal wound, and now they are waiting patiently until their younger comrades, farther up the park, shall one by one, like them, grow cold and motionless. Not more than 50 feet from Liberty Cap rise the famous Hot Spring Terraces. They constitute a veritable mountain, covering at least 200 acres, the whole of which has been for centuries growing slowly through the agency of hot water issuing from the boiling springs. This, as it cools, leaves a mineral deposit, spread out in delicate thin layers by the soft ripples of the heated flood. Strange, is it not? Everywhere else the flow of water wears away the substance that it touches, but here, by its peculiar sediment, it builds as surely as the coral insect. Moreover, the coloring of these terraces is, if possible, even more marvelous than their creation; for, as the mineral water pulsates over them, it forms a great variety of brilliant hues. Hot water, therefore, is to this material what blood is to the body. With it the features glow with warmth and color; without it they are cold and ghost-like. Accordingly, where water ripples over these gigantic steps, towering one above another toward the sky, they look like beautiful cascades of color; and when the liquid has deserted them, they stand out like a staircase of Carrara marble. Hence, through the changing centuries, they pass in slow succession, from light to shade, from brilliancy to pallor, and from life to death. This mineral water is not only a mysterious architect, it is also an artist that no man can equal. Its magic touch has intermingled the finest shades of orange, yellow, purple, red, and brown; sometimes in solid masses, at other places diversified by slender threads, like skeins of multicolored silk. Yet in producing all these wonderful effects, there is no violence, no uproar. The boiling water passes over the mounds it has produced with the low murmur of a sweet cascade. Its tiny wavelets touch the stonework like a sculptor's fingers, moulding the yielding mass into exquisitely graceful forms. The top of each of these colored steps is a pool of boiling water. Each of these tiny lakes is radiant with lovely hues, and is bordered by a colored coping resembling a curb of jasper or of porphyry. Yet the thinnest knife blade can be placed here on the dividing line between vitality and death. The contrast is as sudden and complete as that between the desert and the valley of the Nile. Where Egypt's river ends its overflow, the desert sands begin, and on these terraces it is the same. Where the life-giving water fails, the golden colors become ashen. This terraced mountain, therefore, seemed to me like a colossal checkerboard, upon whose colored squares the two great forces, life and death, were playing their eternal game. There is a pathos in this evanescent beauty. What lies about us in one place so gray and ghostly was once as bright and beautiful as that which we perceive 100 feet away. But nothing here retains supremacy. The glory of this century will be the gravestone of the next. Around our feet are sepulchres of vanished splendor. It seems as if the architect were constantly dissatisfied. No sooner has he finished one magnificent structure than he impatiently begins another, leaving the first to crumble and decay. Each new production seems to him the finest, but never reaching his ideal, he speedily abandons it to perish from neglect. It cannot be said of these terraces that distance lends enchantment to the view. The nearer you come to them, the more beautiful they appear. They even bear the inspection of a magnifying glass, for they are covered with a bead-like ornamentation worthy of the goldsmith's art. In one place, for example, rise pulpits finer than those of Pisa or Siena. Their edges seem to be of purest jasper. They are upheld by tapering shafts resembling richly decorated organ pipes. From parapets of porphyry hang gold stalactites side by side with icicles of silver. Moreover, all its marvelous fretwork is distinctly visible, for the light film of water pulsates over it so delicately that it can no more hide the filigree beneath than a thin veil conceals a face. It is a melancholy fact that, were it not for United States troops, these beautiful objects would be mutilated by relic hunters. Hence, another duty of our soldiers is to watch the formations constantly, lest tourists should break off specimens and ruin them forever, and lest still more ignoble vandals, whose fingers itch for notoriety, should write upon these glorious works of nature their worthless names and those of the towns unfortunate enough to have produced them. All possible measures are taken to prevent this vandalism. Thus, every tourist entering the park must register his name. Most travelers do so, as a matter of course, at the hotels, but even the arrivals of those who come here to camp must be duly recorded at the superintendent's office. If a soldier sees a name, or even initials, written on the stone, he telephones the fact to the military governor. At once the lists are scanned for such a name. If found, the superintendent wires an order to have the man arrested, and so careful is the search for all defacers that the offending party is, usually, found before he leaves the park. Then the superintendent, like the Mikado, makes the punishment fit the crime. A scrubbing brush and laundry soap are given to the desecrator, and he is made to go back, perhaps 40 miles or more, and with his own hands wash away the proofs of his disgraceful vanity. Not long ago a young man was arrested at 6 o'clock in the morning, made to leave his bed, and march without his breakfast several miles, to prove that he could be as skillful with a brush as with a pencil. After spending several days at the Mammoth Hot Springs, we started out to explore the greater marvels that awaited us in the interior. The mode of travel through the park is a succession of coaching parties over a distance of 180 miles. The larger vehicles are drawn by 6, the smaller ones by 4 strong horses, well fed, well groomed, high-spirited, yet safe. This feature of our national park astonished me. I had formed no idea of its perfection or its magnitude. Here, for example, are vehicles enough to accommodate 700 tourists for a continuous journey of 5 days. Here, too, are 500 horses, all of which can be harnessed at 24 hours' notice, and since the park is so remote, here also are the company's blacksmith and repair shops. Within the stables also are the beautifully varnished coaches, varying in cost from $1,000 to $2,000, and made in Concord, New Hampshire, 2,500 miles away. On one of these I read the number 13½. "Why did you add the fraction?" I inquired of the manager of transportation. "Because," he replied, "some travelers would not take a number 13 coach. They feared a breakdown or a tumble into the river, so I put on the half to take ill luck away." I dwell at length upon these practical details because I have found that people in general do not know them. Most Americans have little idea whether the driving distance in the park is 10 miles or 100. Especially are they ignorant of the fact that they may leave the coaches at any point, remain at a hotel as long as they desire, and then resume their journey in other vehicles, without the least additional expense for transportation, precisely as one uses a stopover ticket on a railroad. The fact that it is possible to go through the park in 4 or 5 days is not a reason why it is best to do so. Hundreds of tourists make the trip 3 times as rapidly as they would were they aware that they could remain comfortably for months. When this is better known, people will travel here more leisurely. Even now, parents with little children sometimes leave them at the Mammoth Springs Hotel in charge of nurses, and receive messages by telephone every day to inform them how they are. An important consideration also for invalids is the fact that 2 skilled surgeons, attendant on the Army, are always easily accessible. Moreover, the climate of the park in summer is delightful. It is true the sun beats down at noonday fiercely, the thin air offering scant resistance to its rays, but in the shade one feels no heat at all. Light overcoats are needed when the sun goes down. There is scarcely a night here, through the year, which passes without frost. To me the pure dry air of that great height was more invigorating than any I had ever breathed, save possibly that of Norway, and it is, probably, the tonic of the atmosphere that renders even the invalid and aged able to support long journeys in the park without exhaustion. In all these years no tourist has been made ill here by fatigue. A few miles after leaving the hot springs, we reach the entrance to a picturesque ravine, the tawny color of whose rocks has given it the name of Golden Gate. This is, alike, the entrance to and exit from the inner sanctuary of this land of marvels. Accordingly, a solitary boulder, detached from its companions on the cliff, seems to be stationed at this portal like a sentinel to watch all tourists who come and go. At all events, it echoes to the voices of those who enter almost as eager as seekers after gold, and, a week later, sees them return, browned by the sun, invigorated by the air, and joyful in the acquisition of incomparable memories. Emerging from this Golden Gate, I looked about me with surprise, as the narrow walls of the ravine gave place to a plateau surrounded everywhere by snow-capped mountains, from which the Indians believed one could obtain a view of Paradise. Across this area, like a railroad traversing a prairie, stretched the driveway for our carriages. "Do tourists usually seem delighted with the park?" I asked our driver. "Invariably," he replied. "Of course, I cannot understand the words of the foreigners, but their excited exclamations show their great enthusiasm. I like the tourists," he continued. "They are so grateful for any little favor. One of them said to me the other day, 'Is the water here good to drink?' 'Not always,' I replied. 'You must be careful.' At once he pressed my hand, pulled out a flask, and said, 'Thank you.' While crossing the plateau, we enjoyed an admirable view of the loftiest of the mountains, which form around the park a rampart of protection. Its sharply pointed summit pierces the transparent air more than 11,000 feet above the sea, and it is well named Electric Peak, since it appears to be a storage battery for all of the Rocky Mountains. Such are the mineral deposits on its sides that the best instruments of engineers are thrown into confusion and rendered useless, while the lightning on this favorite home of electricity is said to be unparalleled. Presently a turn in the road revealed to us a dark-hued mountain rising almost perpendicularly from a lake. Marvelous to relate, the material of which this mountain is composed is jet-black glass, produced by volcanic fires. The very road on which we drove between this and the lake also consists of glass too hard to break beneath the wheels. The first explorers found this obsidian cliff almost impassable, but when they ascertained of what it was composed, they piled up timber at its base and set it on fire. When the glass was hot, they dashed upon the heated mass cold water, which broke it into fragments. Then, with huge levers, picks, and shovels, they pushed and pried the shining pieces down into the lake, and opened thus a wagon road 1,000 feet in length. The region of the Yellowstone was to most Indian tribes a place of horror. They trembled at the awful sights they here beheld, but the obsidian cliff was precious to them all. Its substance was as hard as flint, and hence well suited for their arrowheads. This mountain of volcanic glass was therefore the great Indian armory, and as such it was neutral ground. Hither all hostile tribes might come for implements of war, and then depart unharmed. While they were here, a sacred intertribal oath protected them. An hour later, those very warriors might meet in deadly combat and turn against each other's breasts the weapons taken from that laboratory of an unknown power. Can we wonder that, in former times, when all this region was still unexplored and its majestic streams rolled nameless through a trackless wilderness, the statements of the few brave men who ventured into this enclosure were disbelieved by all who heard them? One old trapper became so angry when his stories of the place were doubted, that he deliberately revenged himself by inventing tales of which Munchausen would have been proud. Thus he declared that one day when he was hunting here he saw a bear. He fired at it, but without result. The animal did not even notice him. He fired again, yet the big bear kept on grazing. The hunter, in astonishment, then ran forward, but suddenly dashed against a solid mountain made of glass. Through that, he said, he had been looking at the animal. Unspeakably amazed, he finally walked around the mountain, and was just taking aim again when he discovered that the glass had acted like a telescope, and that the bear was 25 miles away. Not far from the volcanic cliff which gave the trapper inspiration for his story, we reached one of the most famous basins of the park. In briefest terms, these basins are the spots in the arena where the crust is thinnest. They are the trap doors in a volcanic stage, through which the fiery actors in the tragedy of nature, which is here enacted, come upon the scene. Literally, they are the vents through which the steam and boiling water can escape. In doing so, however, the water, as at the Mammoth Springs, leaves a sediment of pure white lime or silica. Hence, from a distance, these basins look like desolate expanses of white sand. Beside them always flows a river which carries off the boiling water to the outer world. No illustration can do justice to what is called the Norris Basin, but it is horrible enough to test the strongest nerves. Having full confidence in our guide, the park photographer, we ventured with him outside the usual track of tourists, and went where all the money of the Rothschilds would not have tempted us to go alone. The crust beneath our feet was hot and often quivered as we walked. A single misstep to the right or left would have been followed by appalling consequences. Thus, a careless soldier only a few days before had broken through, and was then lying in the hospital with both legs badly scalded. Around us were 100 vats of water, boiling furiously. The air was heavy with the fumes of sulphur, and the whole expanse was seamed with cracks and honeycombed with holes from which a noxious vapor crept out to pollute the air. I thought of Dante's walk through hell, and called to mind the burning lake, which he describes, from which the wretched sufferers vainly sought to free themselves. Leaving at last this roof of the infernal regions, just as we again stood apparently on solid ground, a fierce explosion close beside us caused us to start and run for 20 feet. Our guide laughed heartily. "Come back," he said. "Don't be afraid. It is only a baby geyser, 5 years old." In fact, in 1891, a sudden outburst of volcanic fury made an opening here, through which, at intervals of 30 minutes, day and night, hot water now leaps forth in wild confusion. "This, then, is a geyser!" I exclaimed. "Bah!" said the guide contemptuously. "If you had seen the real geysers in the upper basin, you would not look at this." Meantime, for half an hour, we had been hearing, more and more distinctly, a dull, persistent roar, like the escape of steam from a transatlantic liner. At last we reached the cause. It is a mass of steam which rushes from an opening in the ground, summer and winter, year by year, in one unbroken volume. The rock around it is as black as jet, hence it is called the Black Growler. Think of the awful power confined beneath the surface here, when this one angry voice can be distinctly heard 4 miles away. Choke up that aperture, and what a terrible convulsion would ensue as the accumulated steam burst its prison walls. It is a sight which makes one long to lift the cover from this monstrous cauldron, learn the cause of its stupendous heat, and trace the complicated and mysterious aqueducts through which the steam and water make their way. Returning from the Black Growler, We halted at a lunch station, the manager of which is Larry. All visitors to the park remember Larry. He has a different welcome for each guest. "Good day, Professor." "Come in, my lord." "The top of the morning to you, Doctor." These phrases flow as lightly from his tongue as water from a geyser. His station is a mere tent, but he will say with most amusing seriousness, "Gentlemen, walk one flight up and turn to the right. Ladies, come this way and take the elevator. Now then luncheon is ready. Each guest take one seat and as much food as he can get." "Where did you come from, Larry?" I asked. "From Brooklyn, sir," was his reply, "but I'll never go back there, for all my friends have been killed by the trolley cars." Larry is very democratic. The other day a guest, on sitting down to lunch, took too much room upon the bench. "Please move along, sir," said Larry. The stranger glared at him. "I am a Count," he remarked at last. "Well, sir," said Larry, "here you only count one." "Hush!" exclaimed a member of the gentlemen's suite. "That is Count Shoulaloff." "I'll forgive him that," said Larry, "if he won't shuffle off his seat." Pointing to my companion, Larry asked me, "What is that gentleman's business?" "He is a teacher of singing," I answered. "Faith," said Larry, "I'd like to have him try my voice. There is something very strange about my vocal cords. Whenever I sing, the black growler stops. One tourist told me it was a case of professional jealousy, and said the black growler was envious of my forte tones. 'I have not 40 tones,' I said. 'I've only one tone.' 'Well,' says he, 'make a note of it.'" Only once in his life has Larry been put to silence. 2 years ago a gentleman remarked to him, "Well, Larry, good bye. Come and visit me next winter in the East. In my house you shall have a nice room, and if you are ill, still enjoy a doctor's services free of all expense." "Thank you," said Larry. "Please give me your card." The tourist handed it to him, and Larry, with astonishment and horror, read beneath the gentleman's name these words: "Superintendent of the Insane Asylum, Utica, New York." Some hours after leaving Larry's lunch station, we reached another area of volcanic action. Our nerves were steadier now. The close proximity to Hades was less evident. Yet here hot mineral water had spread broadcast innumerable little mounds of silica, which look so much like biscuits grouped in a colossal pan that this is called the Biscuit Basin. But they are not the kind that Mother used to make. If a tourist asked for bread here he would receive a stone, since all these so-called biscuits are as hard as flint. We walked upon their crusts with perfect safety, yet in so doing our boots grew warm beneath our feet, for the water in this miniature archipelago is heated to the boiling point. "Show me a geyser!" I at last exclaimed impatiently. "I want to see a genuine geyser." Accordingly, our guide conducted us to what he announced as the fountain. I looked around me with surprise. I saw no fountain, but merely a pool of boiling water, from which the light breeze bore away a thin transparent cloud of steam. It is true, around this was a pavement as delicately fashioned as any piece of coral ever taken from the sea. Nevertheless, while I admired that, I could not understand why this comparatively tranquil pool was called a geyser, and frankly said I was disappointed. But even as I spoke, I saw to my astonishment the boiling water in this reservoir sink and disappear from view. "Where has it gone?" I inquired eagerly. "Stand back!" shouted the guide. "She's coming!" I ran back a few steps, then turned and caught my breath. For at that very instant, up from the pool, which I had just beheld so beautiful and tranquil, there rose in one great outburst of sublimity such a stupendous mass of water as I had never imagined possible in a vertical form. I knew that it was boiling, and that a deluge of those scalding drops would probably mean death, but I was powerless to move. Amazement and delight enchained me spellbound. Talk of a fountain! This was a cloudburst of the rarest jewels, which till that moment had been held in solution in a subterranean cavern, but which had suddenly crystallized into a million radiant forms on thus emerging into light and air. The sun was shining through the glittering mass, and myriads of diamonds, moonstones, pearls, and opals mingled in splendid rivalry 200 feet above our heads. End of Part 6. Part 7 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7, Yellowstone National Park, Part 2. We soon approached another of the many geysers in the basin. They are all different. Around one, a number of colored blocks, exquisitely decorated by the geyser's waves, appeared to have been placed artistically in an oblong frame. When I first beheld them, they looked like huge sea monsters, which, startled by our footsteps, were about to plunge into the depths. What is there in the natural world so fascinating and mysterious as a geyser? What, for example, is the depth of its intensely colored pool of boiling water? No one can tell. One thing, however, is certain. The surface of the pool is but the summit of a liquid column. Its base is in a subterranean reservoir. Into that reservoir there flows a volume of cold water, furnished by the rain or snow, or by infiltration from some lake or river. Meantime, the walls of the deep reservoir are heated by volcanic fire. Accordingly, the water, in contact with these walls, soon begins to boil, and a great mass of steam collects above it. There must, of course, be some escape for this, and finally it makes its exit, hurling the boiling water to a height of 100 or 200 feet, according to the force of the explosion. Imagine, then, the amount of water that even one such reservoir contains, for some of these volcanic fountains play for more than half an hour before their contents are discharged. Think also that in this basin there are no less than 30 geysers, 17 of which have been observed in action simultaneously. Thus far we have seen merely geysers which arise from pools, but presently we approached one which in the course of ages has built up for itself a cone or funnel for its scalding waves. That, said our guide, is the Castle Geyser. It looks like an old ruin, without a single indication of activity, save possibly the little cloud of steam that hangs above it, as if it were the breath of some mysterious monster sleeping far below. If you doubt it, he replied, go nearer and examine it. We did so. I scrambled up its flinty sides, and found an opening in the summit 3 feet wide. I touched the rock. It was still warm, and yet no water was discernible. No sound was audible within its depths. If this be really a geyser, I remarked, it is no doubt a lifeless one like Liberty Cap. My comrade smiled, looked at his watch, then at his notebook, and finally replied, wait half an hour and see. Accordingly, we lingered on the massive ledges of the Castle Geyser, and learned that it is the largest, probably the oldest, of all the active geyser cones within the park. Once its eruptions were no doubt stupendous, but now its power is waning. The gradual closing up of its huge throat and the increasing substitution of steam for water prove that the monster has now entered on the final stage of its career. For here, as on the terraces, we are surrounded by specimens of life, decay, and death. The young, the middle-aged, the old, the dead, they are all here. The fiery agitation of the pool and the impulsive spurts of water are indicative of youth. A steady, splendid outburst proves maturity. The feebler action of the castle shows the waning powers of old age. Last of all comes the closed cone, like a sealed sarcophagus, and that is death. Meantime, the 30 minutes of expectancy had passed, and suddenly, with a tremendous rush of steam, the castle proved that its resources were by no means exhausted. At the same instant, half a mile away, the Beehive Geyser threw into the air a shaft of dazzling spray fully 200 feet in height. I realized then, as never before, the noble action of our government in giving this incomparable region to the people. If this had not been done, the selfishness and greed of man would have made a tour here almost unbearable. A fence would doubtless have been built around every geyser, and fees would have been charged to witness each wonderful phenomenon, whereas today, thanks to the generosity of Congress, the park itself and everything that it contains are absolutely free to all, rich and poor, native and foreigner, forever consecrated to the education and delight of man. But no enumeration of the geysers would be complete without a mention of the special favorite of tourists, Old Faithful. The opening through which this miracle of nature springs is at the summit of a beautifully ornamented mound, which is itself a page in nature's wonder book. The lines upon its wrinkled face tell of a past whose secrets still remain a mystery. It hints of an antiquity so vast that one contemplates it with bated breath, for this entire slope has been built up, atom after atom, through unnumbered ages; during which time, no doubt, the geyser, hour by hour, has faithfully performed its part, without an eye to note its splendor or a voice to tell its glory to the world. Old Faithful does not owe its popularity entirely to height or beauty, though it possesses both. It is beloved for its fidelity. Whatever irregularities other geysers show, Old Faithful never fails. Year in, year out, winter and summer, day and night, in cold and heat, in sunshine and in storm, Old Faithful every 70 minutes sends up its silvery cascade to the height of about 180 feet. Of all the geysers known to man, this is the most reliable and perfect. Station yourself before it, watch in hand, and punctual to the moment, it will never disappoint you. Few realize on how large a scale the forces of nature work here. At each eruption Old Faithful pours forth about 1,500,000 gallons, or more than 33 million gallons in one day. This geyser alone, therefore, could easily supply with water a city the size of Boston. Within this area of active geysers is a place called Hell's Half Acre. It is rightly named. Rough, perpendicular ledges project over a monstrous gulf of unknown depth, from which great clouds of steam are constantly emerging. When the wind draws back for a moment a portion of this sulphur-laden curtain, the visitor perceives a lake below, seething and boiling from internal heat. For years no one suspected this to be a geyser, but suddenly, in 1881, the underlying force hurled the entire lake up bodily to the height of 250 feet, and even repeated frequently. After some months the exhibition ceased, and all was calm again for 7 years. In 1888, however, it once more burst forth with prodigious energy, ejecting at each explosion more boiling water than all the other geysers in the park combined. Even the surrounding ledges could not withstand this terrible upheaval, and tons of rock were sometimes thrown up with the water, more than 200 feet. It is not strange, therefore, that this is called Excelsior, the king of geysers. It is the most tremendous, awe-inspiring fountain in the world. When it will be again aroused, no one can tell. Its interval would seem to be from 7 to 10 years. Said an enthusiastic traveler to me, "If the Excelsior ever plays again, I will gladly travel 3,000 miles to see it." I have a vivid remembrance of my last night at the Upper Basin. The hush of evening hallowed it. Alone and undisturbed, we looked upon a scene unequaled in the world. Around us liquid columns rose and fell with ceaseless regularity. The cooler air of evening made many shafts of vapor visible which in the glare of day had vanished unperceived. So perfect were their images in the adjoining stream that it was easy to believe the veil had been at last withdrawn, and that the hidden source of all this wonderful display had been revealed. No sound from them was audible, no breeze disturbed their steadfast flight toward heaven, and in the deepening twilight the slender white-robed column seems like the ghost of geysers long since dead, revisiting the scene of their activity. But geysers do not constitute the only marvels of these volcanic basins. The beauty of their pools of boiling water is almost inconceivable to those who have not seen them. No illustration can do them justice, for no photographer can adequately reproduce their clear, transparent depths, nor can an artist's brush ever quite portray their peculiar coloring, due to the minerals held in solution or else deposited upon their sides. I can deliberately say, however, that some of the most exquisitely beautiful objects I have ever seen in any portion of the world are the superbly tinted cauldrons of the Yellowstone. Their hues are infinitely varied. Many are blue, some green, some golden, and some wine-colored, in all gradations of tone; and could we soar aloft and take of them a bird's-eye view, the glittering basin might seem to us a silver shield, studded with rubies, emeralds, turquoises, and sapphires. Moreover, these miniature lakes are lined with exquisite ornamentation. One sees in them, with absolute distinctness, a reproduction of the loveliest forms that he has ever found in floral or in vegetable life. Gardens of mushrooms, banks of goldenrod, or clusters of asparagus appear to be growing here, created by the architect and colored by the artist of these mineral springs. The most renowned of all these reservoirs of color is called the Emerald Pool. Painters from this and other lands have tried repeatedly to depict this faithfully upon canvas, but finally have left it in despair. In fact, its coloring is so intense that, as the bubbles rising to its surface lift from this bowl their rounded forms, and pause a second in the air before they break, they are still just as richly tinted as the flood beneath. Accordingly, this pool appeared to me like a colossal casket filled with emeralds, which spirit hands from time to time drew gently upward from its jeweled depths. Close by this is another boiling pool called the Sunlight Lake. On this I saw one of the most marvelous phenomena I have ever looked upon. The colors of this tiny sheet of water appeared not only in concentric circles, like the rings of a tree, but also in the order of the spectrum. The outer band was crimson, and then the unbroken sequence came: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet in the center. Moreover, the very steam arising from it, reflecting as it did the varied tints beneath, was exquisitely colored, and vanished into air like a dissolving rainbow. All these prismatic pools are clasped by beautifully decorated curbs of silica, and seem to be set in rings of gold, with mineral colors running through them like enamel. So delicate are the touches of the magic water, as the persistent heartbeats of old Mother Earth propel it over their ornamental rims, that every ripple leaves its tiny mark. Hence it is no exaggeration, but literal truth, to say that beautiful mosaic work is being formed each time the films of boiling water are dimpled by the passing breeze. The great variety of wonders in our national park was a continual source of pleasure and surprise to me. Thus, in the midst of all the pools and geysers in the upper basin is one known as the Mammoth Paint Pot. The earth surrounding it is cracked and blistered by heat, and from this rises a parapet 5 feet high, enclosing a space resembling a circus ring. Within this area is a mixture of soft clay and boiling water, suggesting an enormous cauldron of hot mush. This bubbling slime is almost as diversely tinted as the pools themselves. It seemed to me that I was looking into a huge vat, where unseen painters were engaged in mixing colors. The fact is easily explained. The mineral ingredients of the volcanic soil produce these different hues. In a new form, it is the same old story of the Mammoth terraces. Fire supplies the pigments, and hot water uses them. All other features of the park are solemn and impressive, but the Mammoth Paint Pot provokes a smile. There is no grandeur here. It seems a burlesque on volcanic power. The steam which oozes through the plastic mass tosses its substance into curious Lilliputian shapes, which rise and break like bubbles. A mirthful demon seems to be engaged in moulding grotesque images in clay, which turn a somersault and then fall back to vanish in the seething depths. Now it will be a flower, then a face, then possibly a mannequin, resembling toys for children. Meanwhile, one hears constantly a low accompaniment of groanings, hiccups, and expectorations, as if the aforesaid demon found this pudding difficult to digest. Soon after leaving the upper geyser basin, we approached a tiny lake, which has in some respects no equal in the world. With the exception of some isolated mountain peaks, it marks the highest portion of our country. In winter, therefore, when encircled by mounds of snow, it rests upon the summit of our continent like a crown of sapphire set with pearls. So evenly is it balanced that when it overflows, one part of it descends to the Atlantic, another part to the Pacific. This little streamlet, therefore, is a silver thread connecting two great oceans 3,000 miles apart. Accordingly, one might easily fancy that every drop in this pure mountain reservoir possessed a separate individuality, and that a passing breeze or falling leaf might decide its destiny, propelling it with gentle force into a current which should lead it eastward to be silvered by the dawn, or westward to be gilded by the setting sun. On either side of this elevation, known as the Continental Divide, the view was glorious. In one direction, an ocean of dark pines rolled westward in enormous billows. The silver surfaces of several lakes gleamed here and there like whitecaps on the rolling waves. Far off upon the verge of the horizon, 50 miles away, three snow-capped, sharply pointed mountains looked like a group of icebergs drifting from the polar sea. They did not move, however, nor will they move, while this old earth shall last. They antedate by ages the pyramids which they resemble. They will be standing thus in majesty when Egypt's royal sepulchres shall have returned to dust. Forever anchored there, those three resplendent peaks rise 14,000 feet above the sea, and form the grand tiara of our continent, the loftiest summits of the Rocky Mountains. As we began the descent from this great elevation, another splendid vision greeted us. We gazed upon it with delight. Beyond a vast expanse of dark green pines we saw, 300 feet below us, Lake Yellowstone. It stirred my heart to look at last upon this famous inland sea, nearly 8,000 feet above the ocean level, and to realize that if the white mountain monarch, Washington, were planted in its depths, its base line on a level with the sea, there would remain 2,000 feet of space between its summit and the surface of this lake. In this respect it has but one real rival, Lake Titicaca, in the Andes of Peru. Descending to the shore, however, we found that even here, so far from shipyards and the sea, a steamboat was awaiting us. Imagine the labor of conveying such a vessel 65 miles from the railroad to this lake, up an ascent of more than 3,000 feet. Of course, it was brought in several sections, but even then, in one or two mountain gorges, the cliffs had to be blasted away to make room for it to pass. It is needless to add that this steamer has no rivals. It was with the greatest interest that I sailed at such a height on this adventurous craft, and the next time that I stand upon the summit of Mount Washington and see the fleecy clouds float in the empyrean 1/3 of a mile above me, I shall remember that the steamer on Lake Yellowstone sails at precisely the same altitude as that enjoyed by those sun-tinted galleons of the sky. To appreciate the beauty of Lake Yellowstone, one should behold it when its waves are radiant with the sunset glow. It is, however, not only beautiful, it is mysterious. Around it, in the distance, rise silver-crested peaks whose melting snow descends to it in ice-cold streams. Still nearer, we behold a girdle of gigantic forests, rarely, if ever, trodden by the foot of man. Oh, the loneliness of this great lake! For 8 long months scarcely a human eye beholds it. The wintry storms that sweep its surface find no boats on which to vent their fury. Lake Yellowstone has never mirrored in itself even the frail canoes of painted savages. The only keels that ever furrow it are those of its solitary steamer and some little fishing boats engaged by tourists. Even these lead a very brief existence. Like summer insects, they will float here a few weeks and disappear, leaving the winds and waves to their will. In sailing on this lake, I observed a distant mountain whose summit bore a strange resemblance to an upturned human face, sculptured in bold relief against the sky. It is appropriately called the Sleeping Giant. for it has slept on undisturbed while countless centuries have dropped into the gulf of time, like leaves in the adjoining forest. How many nights have cast their shadows like a veil upon that giant silhouette? How many dawns have flooded it with light and found those changeless features still confronting them? We call it human in appearance, and yet that profile was the same before the first man ever trod this planet. Grim, awful model of the coming race, did not its stern lips smile disdainfully at the first human pigmy fashioned in its likeness? This lake has one peculiarity which in the minds of certain tourists eclipses all the rest. I mean its possibilities for fishing. We know that sad experience has taught mankind to invent the proverb, "Once a fisherman, always a liar." I wish, then, at the start, to say that I am no fisherman, but what I saw here would inevitably make me one if I should remain a month or two upon these shores. Lake Yellowstone is the fisherman's paradise. Said one of Isaac Walton's followers to me, "I would rather be an angler here than an angel." Nor is this strange. I saw 2 men catch from this lake in 1 hour more than 100 splendid trout, weighing from 1 to 3 pounds apiece. They worked with incredible rapidity. Scarcely did the fly touch the water when the line was drawn, the light rod dipped with graceful curve, and the revolving reel drew in the speckled beauty to the shore. Each of these anglers had 2 hooks upon his line, and both of them once had 2 trout hooked at the same time, and landed them; while we poor Eastern visitors at first looked on in dumb amazement, and then enthusiastically cheered. Can the reader bear something still more trying to his faith? Emerging from the lake is a little cone containing a boiling pool, entirely distinct from the surrounding water. I saw a fisherman stand on this and catch a trout, which, without moving from his place or even unhooking the fish, he dropped into the boiling pool and cooked. When the first scientific explorers of this region were urging upon Congress the necessity of making it a national park, their statements in regard to fishing were usually received with courteous incredulity. But when one of their number gravely declared that trout could there be caught and boiled in the same lake within a radius of 15 feet, the House of Representatives broke forth into roars of laughter, and thought the man a monumental liar. We cannot be surprised, therefore, that enthusiastic fishermen almost go crazy here. I have seen men, after a ride of 40 miles, rush off to fish without a moment's rest, as if their lives depended on it. Some years ago General Wade Hampton visited the park, and came as far as Lake Yellowstone. On his return some one inquired what he thought of nature's masterpiece, the Cañon of the Yellowstone. "The cañon!" cried the General. "No matter about the cañon, but I had the most magnificent fishing I ever saw in my life." One day, while walking along the shore, my comrade suddenly pressed my arm and pointed toward the lake. "An Indian!" I cried in great astonishment. "I thought no Indians ever came here." Our guide laughed heartily, and as he did so I perceived my error. What I had thought to be an Indian was but a portion of a tree, which had been placed upright against a log. The only artificial thing about it was a bunch of feathers. Everything else was absolutely natural. No knife had sculptured it; no hand had given a support to its uplifted arm. Even the dog which followed us appeared deceived, for he barked furiously at the strange intruder. There was to me a singular fascination in this solitary freak of nature, and surrounded though I was by immeasurably greater wonders, I turned again and again to take a farewell look at this dark, slender figure, raising its hand as if in threatening gesture to some unseen foe. Leaving the lake, we presently entered the loveliest portion of the park, a level, sheltered area of some 50 square miles, to which has been given the appropriate name of Hayden Valley, in commemoration of the distinguished geologist Dr. Ferdinand V. Hayden, who did so much to explore this region and to impress upon the government the necessity of preserving its incomparable natural features. Even this tranquil portion of the park is undermined by just such fiery forces as are elsewhere visible, but which here manifest themselves in different ways. Thus, in the midst of this natural beauty is a horrible object known as the Mud Geyser. We crawled up a steep bank and shudderingly gazed over it into the crater. 40 feet below us the earth yawned open like a cavernous mouth, from which a long black throat, some 6 feet in diameter, extended to an unknown depth. This throat was filled with boiling mud, which rose and fell in nauseating gulps as if some monster were strangling from a slimy paste which all its efforts could not possibly dislodge. Occasionally the sickening mixture would sink from view, as if the tortured wretch had swallowed it. Then we could hear, hundreds of feet below, unearthly retching, and in a moment it would all come up again, belched out with an explosive force that hurled a boiling spray of mud so high that we rushed down the slope. A single drop of it would have burned like molten lead. 5 minutes of this was enough, and even now, when I reflect that every moment, day and night, the same regurgitation of black slime is going on, I feel as I have often felt when, on a stormy night at sea, I have tried to sit through a course dinner on an ocean steamer. Not far from this perpetually active object is one that has been motionless for ages, a granite boulder enclosed by trees, as by the bars of a gigantic cage. It is a proof that glaciers once ploughed through this region, and it was, no doubt, brought hither in the glacial period on a flood of ice, which, melting in this heated basin, left its burden, a grim reminder of how worlds are made. Think what a combination of terrific forces must have been at work here, when the volcanoes were in full activity, and when the mass of ice which then encased our northern world strove to enclose this prison house of fire within its glacial arms. One of our party remarked that the covering of this seething, boiling area with ice must have been the nearest approach to hell's freezing over that our earth has ever seen. Another striking feature of our national park is its petrified forest, where, scattered over a large area, are solitary columns which once were trunks of trees, but now are solid shafts of agate. The substance of the wood, however, is still apparent, the bark, the wormholes, and even the rings of growth being distinctly visible. But every fibre has been petrified by the mysterious substitution of a mineral deposit. No doubt these trees were once submerged in a strong mineral solution, tinted with every color of the rainbow. Still more marvelous to relate, an excavation on the hillside proves that there are 11 layers of such forests, one above another, divided by as many cushions of lava. Think of the ages represented here, during which all these different forests grew and were successively turned to stone. This, therefore, is another illustration of the conflict between life and death. Each was in turn a victor, and rested on its laurels for unnumbered centuries. Life is triumphant now, but who shall say that death may not again prove conqueror? If not immediately, death may well be patient. He will rule all this planet in the end. No one can travel through the Yellowstone Park without imagining how it looks in winter. The snowfall is enormous, some drifts in the ravines being hundreds of feet deep, and owing to the increased supply of water, the geysers throw higher streams. No traveling is possible then except on snowshoes, and it is with difficulty that some of the park hotels are reached as late as the middle of May. Of course, in such a frigid atmosphere, the steam arising from the geysers is almost instantly congealed, and eyewitnesses affirm that in a temperature of 40 degrees below zero, the clouds of vapor sent up by Old Faithful rose fully 2,000 feet and were seen 10 miles away. It can be well imagined that to do much exploration here in winter is not alone immensely difficult, but dangerous. In 1887 an expedition was formed, headed by Lieutenant Frederick Schwatka, but though he was experienced as an Arctic traveler, in 3 days he advanced only 20 miles, and finally gave out completely. Most of the exploring party turned back with him, but 4 kept heroically on, one of whom was the photographer, Mr. F. J. Haines of St. Paul. Undismayed by Schwatka's failure, he and his comrades bravely persisted in their undertaking. For 30 days the mercury never rose higher than 10 degrees below zero. Once it marked 52 degrees below. Yet these men were obliged to camp out every night and carry on their shoulders provisions, sleeping bags, and photographic instruments. But finally they triumphed over every obstacle, having in midwinter made a tour of 200 miles through the park. Nevertheless, they almost lost their lives in the attempt. At one point, 10,000 feet above the sea, a fearful blizzard overtook them. The cold and wind seemed unendurable even for an hour, but they endured them for 3 days. A sharp sleet cut their faces like a rain of needles and made it perilous to look ahead. Almost dead from sheer exhaustion, they were unable to lie down for fear of freezing. Chilled to the bone, they could make no fire, and although fainting, they had not a mouthful for 72 hours. What a terrific chapter for any man to add to the mysterious volume we call life! One might suppose by this time that all the marvels of our national park had been described. But, on the contrary, so far is it from being true that I have yet to mention the most stupendous of them all, the world-renowned Cañon of the Yellowstone. The introduction to this is sublime. It is a waterfall, the height of which is more than twice as great as that of Niagara. To understand the reason for the presence of such a cataract, we should remember that the entire region for miles was once a geyser basin. The river was then near the surface and has been cutting down the walls of the cañon ever since. The volcanic soil, decomposed by heat, could not resist the constant action of the water. Only a granite bluff at the upper end of the cañon has held firm, and over that the baffled stream now leaps to wreak its vengeance on the weaker foe beneath. Through a colossal gateway of vast height, yet only 70 feet in breadth, falls the entire volume of the Yellowstone River. It seems enraged at being suddenly compressed into that narrow space, for with a roar of anger and defiance, and without an instant's hesitation, it leaps into the yawning gulf in one great flood of dazzling foam. When looked upon from a little distance, a clasp of emerald apparently surmounts it, from which descends a spotless robe of ermine, nearly 400 feet in length. The lower portion is concealed by clouds of mist, which vainly try to climb the surrounding cliffs, like ghosts of submerged mountains, striving to escape from their eternal prison. We ask ourselves instinctively, what gives this river its tremendous impetus, and causes it to fill the air with diamond-tinted spray, and send up to the cliffs a ceaseless roar, which echoes and re-echoes down the cañon? How awe-inspiring seems the answer to this question when we think upon it seriously! The subtle force which draws this torrent down is the same power which holds the planets in their courses, retains the comets in their fearful paths, and guides the movements of the stellar universe. What is this power? We call it gravitation. But why does it invariably act thus with mathematical precision? Who knows? Behind all such phenomena there is a mystery that none can solve. This cataract has a voice. If we could understand it, perhaps we could distinguish after all but one word: God. As for the gorge through which this river flows, imagine, if you can, a yawning chasm 10 miles long and 1,500 feet in depth. Peer into it and see if you can find the river. Yes, there it lies, 1,500 feet below, a winding path of emerald and alabaster dividing the huge cañon walls. Seen from the summit, it hardly seems to move, but in reality it rages like a captive lion springing at its bars. Scarcely a sound of its fierce fury reaches us, yet could we stand beside it, a quarter of a mile below, its voice would drown our loudest shouts to one another. Attracted to this river, innumerable little streams are trickling down the colored cliffs. They are cascades of boiling water, emerging from the awful reservoir of heat which underlies this laboratory of the infinite. One of them is a geyser, the liquid shaft of which is scarcely visible, yet in reality is 150 feet in height. From all these hot additions to its waves, the temperature of the river, even a mile or two beyond the cañon, is 20 degrees higher than at its entrance. Are there not other canyons in the world as large as this, it may be asked? Yes, but none like this. For see, instead of sullen granite walls, these sides are radiant with color. Age after age and eon after eon, hot water has been spreading over these miles of masonry its variegated sediment, like pigments on an artist's palette. Here, for example, is an expanse of yellow 1,000 feet in height. Mingled with this are areas of red resembling jasper. Beside these is a field of lavender, 500 feet in length and soft in hue as the down upon a pigeon's breast. No shade is wanting here, except the blue, and God replaces that. It is supplied by the overspreading canopy of heaven. Yet there is no monotony in these hues. Nature, apparently, has passed along this canyon, touching the rocks capriciously, now staining an entire cliff as red as blood, now tinging a light pinnacle with green, now spreading over the whole face of a mountain a vast Persian rug. Hence both sides of the canyon present successive miles of oriental tapestry. Moreover, every passing cloud works here almost a miracle, for all the lights and shades that follow one another down this gorge vary its tints as if by magic, and make of it one long kaleidoscope of changing color. Nor are these cliffs less wonderful in form than color. The substance of their tinted rocks is delicate. The rain has therefore plowed their faces with a million furrows. The wind has carved them like a sculptor's chisel. The lightning's bolts have splintered them, until, mile after mile, they rise in a bewildering variety of architectural forms. Old castles frown above the maddened stream, 1,000 times more grand than any ruins on the Rhine. Their towers are 500 feet in height. Turrets and battlements, portcullises and drawbridges rise from the deep ravine, sublime and inaccessible, yet they are still 1,000 feet below us. What would be the effect could we survey them from the stream itself, within the gloomy crevice of the canyon? Only their size convinces us that they are works of nature, not of art. Upon their spires we see a score of eagles' nests. The splendid birds leave these at times and swoop down toward the stream, not in one mighty plunge, but gracefully in slow, majestic curves, lower and lower, till we can follow them only through a field glass, as they alight on trees which look to us like shrubs. But many of these forms are grander than any castles. In one place is an amphitheatre. Within its curving arms 100,000 people could be seated. Its foreground is the Emerald River, its drop curtain the radiant canyon wall. Cathedrals, too, are here, with spires twice as high as those which soar above the Minster of Cologne. Fantastic gargoyles stretch out from the parapets. 100 flying buttresses connect them with the mountain side. From any one of them as many shafts shoot heavenward as statues rise from the Duomo of Milan, and each of these great canyon shrines, instead of stained glass windows, has walls, roof, dome, and pinnacles, one mass of variegated color. The awful grandeur of these temples, sculptured by the Deity, is overpowering. We feel that we must worship here. It is a place where the finite prays, the infinite hears, and immensity looks on. Two visions of this world stand out within my memory, which, though entirely different, I can place side by side in equal rank. They are the Himalayas of India and the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. On neither of them is there any sign of human life. No voice disturbs their solemn stillness. The only sound upon earth's loftiest mountains is the thunder of the avalanche. The only voice within this canyon is the roar of its magnificent cascade. It is well that man must halt upon the borders of this awful chasm. It is no place for man. The infinite allows him to stand trembling on the brink, look down, and listen spellbound to the anthem of its mighty cataract. But beyond this he may not, cannot go. It is as if Almighty God had kept for his own use one part of his creation, that man might merely gaze upon it, worship, and retire. End of Part 7. Part 8 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8, 37 Days of Peril, Part 1. I have read with great satisfaction the excellent descriptive articles on the wonders of the Upper Yellowstone in the May and June numbers of your magazine. Having myself been one of the party who participated in many of the pleasures and suffered all the perils of that expedition, I can not only bear testimony to the fidelity of the narrative, but probably add some facts of experience which will not detract from the general interest it has excited. A desire to visit the remarkable region, of which during several years' residence in Montana I had often heard the most marvelous accounts, led me to unite in the expedition of August last. The general character of the stupendous scenery of the Rocky Mountains prepared my mind for giving credit to all the strange stories told of the Yellowstone, and I felt quite as certain of the existence of the physical phenomena of that country on the morning that our company started from Helena as when I afterwards beheld it. I engaged in the enterprise with enthusiasm, feeling that all the hardships and exposures of a month's horseback travel through an unexplored region would be more than compensated by the grandeur and novelty of the natural objects with which it was crowded. Of course the idea of being lost in it, without any of the ordinary means of subsistence, and the wandering for days and weeks in a famishing condition alone in an unfrequented wilderness, formed no part of my contemplation. I had dwelt too long amid the mountains not to know that such a thought, had it occurred, would have been instantly rejected as improbable. Nevertheless, man proposes and God disposes, a truism which found a new and ample illustration in my wanderings through the Upper Yellowstone region. On the day that I found myself separated from the company, and for several days previous, our course had been impeded by the dense growth of the pine forest and occasional large tracts of fallen timber, frequently rendering our progress almost impossible. Whenever we came to one of these immense windfalls, each man engaged in the pursuit of a passage through it, and it was while thus employed, and with the idea that I had found one, that I strayed out of sight and hearing of my comrades. We had a toilsome day. It was quite late in the afternoon. As separation like this had frequently occurred, it gave me no alarm, and I rode on, fully confident of soon rejoining the company, or of finding their camp. I came up with the pack horse, which Mr. Langford afterwards recovered, and tried to drive him along, but failing to do so, and my eyesight being defective, I spurred forward, intending to return with assistance from the party. This incident tended to accelerate my speed. I rode on in the direction which I supposed had been taken, until darkness overtook me in the dense forest. This was disagreeable enough, but caused me no alarm. I had no doubt of being with the party at breakfast the next morning. I selected a spot for comfortable repose, picketed my horse, built a fire, and went to sleep. The next morning I rose at early dawn, saddled and mounted my horse, and took my course in the supposed direction of the camp. Our ride of the previous day had been up a peninsula jutting into the lake, for the shore of which I started, with the expectation of finding my friends camped on the beach. The forest was quite dark, and the trees so thick that it was only by a slow process I could get through them at all. In searching for the trail, I became somewhat confused. The falling foliage of the pines had obliterated every trace of travel. I was obliged frequently to dismount and examine the ground for the faintest indications. Coming to an opening, from which I would see several vistas, I dismounted for the purpose of selecting one leading in the direction I had chosen, and leaving my horse unhitched, as had always been my custom, walked a few yards into the forest. While surveying the ground, my horse took fright, and I turned around in time to see him disappearing at full speed among the trees. That was the last I ever saw of him. It was yet quite dark. My blankets, gun, pistols, fishing tackle, matches, everything except the clothing on my person, a couple of knives, and a small opera glass were attached to the saddle. I did not realize the possibility of a permanent separation from the company. Instead of following up the pursuit of their camp, I engaged in an effort to recover my horse. Half a day's search convinced me of its impracticability. I wrote and posted in an open space several notices, which, if my friends should chance to see, would inform them of my condition and the route I had taken, and then struck out into the forest in the supposed direction of their camp. As the day wore on, without any discovery, alarm took the place of anxiety at the prospect of another night alone in the wilderness, and this time without food or fire. But even this dismal foreboding was cheered by the hope that should soon rejoin my companions, who would laugh at my adventure and incorporate it as a thrilling episode into the journal of our trip. The bright side of a misfortune, as I found by experience, even under the worst possible circumstances, always presents some features of encouragement. When I began to realize that my condition was one of actual peril, I banished from my mind all fear of an unfavorable result. Seating myself on a log, I recalled every foot of the way I had traveled since the separation from my friends, and the most probable opinion I could form of their whereabouts was that they had, by a course but little different from mine, passed by the spot where I had posted the notices, learned of my disaster, and were waiting for me, the rejoin of them there, or searching for me in that vicinity. A night must be spent amid the prostrate trunks before my return could be accomplished. At no time during my period of exile did I experience so much mental suffering from the cravings of hunger as when, exhausted from this long day of fruitless search, I resigned myself to a couch of pine foliage in the pitchy darkness of a thicket of small trees. Naturally timid in the night, I fully realized the exposure of my condition. I peered upward through the darkness, but all was blackness and gloom. The wind sighed mournfully through the pines. The forest seemed alive with the screeching of night birds, the angry barking of coyotes, and the prolonged dismal howl of the grey wolf. These sounds, familiar by their constant occurrence throughout the journey, were now full of terror, and drove slumber from my eyelids. Above all this, however, was the hope that I should be restored to my comrades the next day. Early the next morning I rose unrefreshed, and pursued my weary way over the prostrate trunks. It was noon when I reached the spot where my notices were posted. No one had been there. My disappointment was almost overwhelming. For the first time I realized that I was lost. Then came a crushing sense of destitution. No food, no fire, no means to procure either, alone in an unexplored wilderness 150 miles from the nearest human abode, surrounded by wild beasts and famishing with hunger. It was no time for despondency. A moment afterwards I felt how calamity can elevate the mind in the formation of the resolution not to perish in that wilderness. The hope of finding the party still controlled my plans. I thought by traversing the peninsula centrally I might be enabled to strike the shore of the lake in advance of their camp, and near the point of departure for the Madison. Acting upon this impression, I rose from a sleepless couch and pursued my way through the timber-entangled forest. A feeling of weakness took the place of hunger. Conscious of the need of food, I felt no cravings. Occasionally, while scrambling over logs and through thickets, a sense of faintness and exhaustion would come over me, but I would suppress it with the audible expression, "This won't do. I must find my company." Despondency would sometimes strive with resolution for the mastery of my thoughts. I would think of home, of my daughter, and of the possible chance of starvation, or death in some more terrible form. But as soon as these gloomy forebodings came, I would strive to banish them with reflections better adapted to my immediate necessities. I recollect at this time discussing the question whether there was not implanted by Providence in every man a principle of self-preservation equal to any emergency which did not destroy his reason. I decided this question affirmatively 1,000 times afterwards in my wanderings, and I record this experience here, that any person who reads it, should he ever find himself in like circumstances, may not despair. There is life in the thought. It will revive hope, allay hunger, renew energy, encourage perseverance, and, as I have proved in my own case, bring a man out of difficulty when nothing else can avail. It was midday when I emerged from the forest into an open space at the foot of the peninsula. A broad lake of beautiful curvature, with magnificent surroundings, lay before me, glittering in the sunbeams. It was full 12 miles in circumference. A wide belt of sand formed the margin which I was approaching, directly opposite to which, rising seemingly from the very depths of the water, towered the loftiest peak of a range of mountains apparently interminable. The ascending vapour from innumerable hot springs, and the sparkling jet of a single geyser, added the feature of novelty to one of the grandest landscapes I ever beheld. Nor was the life of the scene less noticeable than its other attractions. Large flocks of swans and other waterfowl were sporting on the quiet surface of the lake. Otters in great numbers performed the most amusing aquatic evolutions. Mink and beaver swam around unscared, in the most grotesque confusion. Deer, elk, and mountain sheep stared at me, manifesting more surprise than fear at my presence among them. The adjacent forest was vocal with the songs of birds, chief of which were the chattering notes of a species of mocking bird, whose imitative efforts afforded abundant merriment. Seen under favourable circumstances, this assemblage of grandeur, beauty, and novelty would have been transporting; but, jaded with travel, famishing with hunger, and distressed with anxiety, I was in no humour for ecstasy. My tastes were subdued and chastened by the perils which environed me. I longed for food, friends, and protection. Associated with my thoughts, however, was the wish that some of my friends of peculiar tastes could enjoy this display of secluded magnificence, now, probably for the first time, beheld by mortal eyes. The lake was at least 1,000 feet lower than the highest point of the peninsula, and several hundred feet below the level of Yellowstone Lake. I recognized the mountain which overshadowed it as the landmark which a few days before had received from General Washburn the name of Mount Everts; and as it was associated with some of the most agreeable and terrible incidents of my exile, I feel that I have more than a mere discoverer's right to the perpetuity of that christening. The lake is fed by innumerable small streams from the mountains, and the countless hot springs surrounding it. A large river flows from it, through a canyon 1,000 feet in height, in a southeasterly direction, to a distant range of mountains, which I conjectured to be Snake River; and with the belief that I had discovered the source of the great southern tributary of the Columbia, I gave it the name of Bessie Lake, after the sole daughter of my house and heart. During the first 2 days, the fear of meeting with Indians gave me considerable anxiety; but when conscious of being lost, there was nothing I so much desired as to fall in with a lodge of Bannocks or Crows. Having nothing to tempt their cupidity, they would do me no personal harm, and with the promise of reward would probably minister to my wants and aid my deliverance. Imagine my delight, while gazing upon the animated expanse of water, at seeing sail out from a distant point a large canoe, containing a single oarsman. It was rapidly approaching the shore where I was seated. With hurried steps I paced the beach to meet it, all my energy stimulated by the assurance it gave of food, safety, and restoration to friends. As I drew near to it, it turned towards the shore, and, oh, bitter disappointment! the object which my eager fancy had transformed into an angel of relief stalked from the water an enormous pelican, flapped its dragon wings as if in mockery of my sorrow, and flew to a solitary point farther up the lake. This little incident quite unmanned me. The transition from joy to grief brought with it a terrible consciousness of the horrors of my condition. But night was fast approaching, and darkness would come with it. While looking for a spot where I might repose in safety, my attention was attracted to a small green plant of so lively a hue as to form a striking contrast with deep pine foliage. For closer examination I pulled it up by the root, which was long and tapering, not unlike a radish. It was a thistle. I tasted it. It was palatable and nutritious. My appetite craved it, and the first meal in 4 days was made on thistle roots. Eureka! I had found food. No optical illusion deceived me this time. I could subsist until I rejoined my companions. Glorious counterpoise to the wretchedness of the preceding half hour. Overjoyed at this discovery, with hunger allayed, I stretched myself under a tree, upon the foliage which had partially filled a space between contiguous trunks, and fell asleep. How long I slept I know not, but suddenly I was roused by a loud, shrill scream, like that of a human being in distress, poured seemingly into the very portals of my ear. There was no mistaking that fearful voice. I had been deceived by and answered it a dozen times while threading the forest, with the belief that it was a friendly signal. It was the screech of a mountain lion, so alarmingly near as to cause every nerve to thrill with terror. To yell in return, seize with convulsive grasp the limbs of the friendly tree, and swing myself into it, was the work of a moment. Scrambling hurriedly from limb to limb, I was soon as near the top as safety would permit. The savage beast was snuffing and growling below, apparently on the very spot I had just abandoned. I answered every growl with a responsive scream. Terrified at the delay and pawing of the beast, I increased my voice to its utmost volume, broke branches from the limbs, and in the impotency of fright madly hurled them at the spot whence the continued howlings proceeded. Failing to alarm the animal, which now began to make a circuit of the tree, as if to select a spot for springing into it, I shook, with a strength increased by terror, the slender trunk until every limb rustled with the motion. All in vain. The terrible creature pursued his walk around the tree, lashing the ground with his tail, and prolonging his howlings almost to a roar. It was too dark to see, but the movements of the lion kept me apprised of its position. Whenever I heard it on one side of the tree, I speedily changed to the opposite, an exercise which, in my weakened state, I could only have performed under the impulse of terror. I would alternately sweat and thrill with horror at the thought of being torn to pieces and devoured by this formidable monster. All my attempts to frighten it seemed unavailing. Disheartened at its persistency, and expecting every moment it would take the deadly leap, I tried to collect my thoughts, and prepare for the fatal encounter which I knew must result. Just at this moment it occurred to me that I would try silence. Clasping the trunk of the tree with both arms, I sat perfectly still. The lion, at this time ranging around, occasionally snuffing and pausing, and all the while filling the forest with the echo of his howlings, suddenly imitated my example. This silence was more terrible, if possible, than the clatter and crash of his movements through the brushwood, for now I did not know from what direction to expect his attack. Moments passed with me like hours. After a lapse of time which I cannot estimate, the beast gave a spring into the thicket and ran screaming into the forest. My deliverance was effected. Had strength permitted, I should have retained my perch till daylight, but with the consciousness of escape from the jaws of the ferocious brute came a sense of overpowering weakness which almost palsied me, and made my descent from the tree both difficult and dangerous. Incredible as it may seem, I lay down in my old bed, and was soon lost in a slumber so profound that I did not awake until after daylight. The experience of the night seemed like a terrible dream. But the broken limbs which in the agony of consternation I had thrown from the tree, and the rifts made in fallen foliage by my visitant in his circumambulations, were too convincing evidences of its reality. I could not dwell upon my exposure and escape without shuddering, and reflecting that probably like perils would often occur under less fortunate circumstances, and with a more fatal issue. I wondered what fate was in reserve for me, whether I should ultimately sink from exhaustion and perish of starvation, or become the prey of some of the ferocious animals that roamed these vast fastnesses. My thoughts then turned to the loved ones at home. They could never know my fate, and would indulge 1,000 conjectures concerning it, not the least distressing of which would be that I had been captured by a band of hostile Sioux, and tortured to death at the stake. I was roused from this train of reflections by a marked change in the atmosphere. One of those dreary storms of mingled snow and rain, common to these high altitudes, set in. My clothing, which had been much torn, exposed my person to its pitiless peltings. An easterly wind, rising to a gale, admonished me that it would be furious and of long duration. None of the discouragements I had met with dissipated the hope of rejoining my friends; but foreseeing the delay, now unavoidable, I knew that my escape from the wilderness must be accomplished, if at all, by my own unaided exertions. This thought was terribly afflicting, and brought before me, in vivid array, all the dreadful realities of my condition. I could see no ray of hope. In this condition of mind I could find no better shelter than the spreading branches of a spruce tree, under which, covered with earth and boughs, I lay during the 2 succeeding days; the storm, meanwhile, raging with unabated violence. While thus exposed, and suffering from cold and hunger, a little benumbed bird, not larger than a snowbird, hopped within my reach. I instantly seized and killed it, and, plucking its feathers, ate it raw. It was a delicious meal for a half-starved man. Taking advantage of a lull in the elements, on the morning of the 3rd day I rose early and started in the direction of a large group of hot springs which were steaming under the shadow of Mount Everts. The distance I travelled could not have been less than 10 miles. Long before I reached the wonderful cluster of natural cauldrons, the storm had recommenced. Chilled through, with my clothing thoroughly saturated, I lay down under a tree upon the heated incrustation until completely warmed. My heels and the sides of my feet were frozen. As soon as warmth had permeated my system, and I had quieted my appetite with a few thistle roots, I took a survey of my surroundings, and selected a spot between 2 springs, sufficiently asunder to afford heat at my head and feet. On this spot I built a bower of pine branches, spread its encrusted surface with fallen foliage and small boughs, and stowed myself away to await the close of the storm. Thistles were abundant, and I had fed upon them long enough to realize that they would, for a while at least, sustain life. In convenient proximity to my abode was a small round boiling spring, which I called my dinner pot, in which, from time to time, I cooked my roots. This establishment, the best I could improvise with the means at hand, I occupied 7 days, the first 3 of which were darkened by one of the most furious storms I ever saw. The vapour which supplied me with warmth saturated my clothing with its condensations. I was enveloped in a perpetual steam bath. At first this was barely preferable to the storm, but I soon became accustomed to it, and before I left, though thoroughly parboiled, actually enjoyed it. I had little else to do during my imprisonment but cook, think, and sleep. Of the variety and strangeness of my reflections it is impossible to give the faintest conception. Much of my time was given to devising means for escape. I recollected to have read, at the time of their publication, the narratives of Lieutenant Strain and Dr. Kane, and derived courage and hope from the reflection that they struggled with, and survived, perils not unlike those which environed me. The chilling thought would then occur that they were not alone. They had companions in suffering and sympathy. Each could bear his share of the burden of misery, which it fell to my lot to bear alone, and make it lighter from the encouragement of mutual counsel and aid in a cause of common suffering. Selfish as the thought may seem, there was nothing I so much desired as a companion in misfortune. How greatly it would alleviate my distress! What a relief it would be to compare my wretchedness with that of a brother sufferer, and with him devise expedients for every exigency as it occurred. I confess to the weakness, if it be one, of having squandered much pity upon myself during the time I had little else to do. Nothing gave me more concern than the want of fire. I recalled everything I had ever read or heard of the means by which fire could be produced, but none of them were within my reach. An escape without it was simply impossible. It was indispensable as a protection against night attacks from wild beasts. Exposure to another storm like the one just over would destroy my life, as this one would have done but for the warmth derived from the springs. As I lay in my bower, anxiously awaiting the disappearance of the snow, which had fallen to the depth of a foot or more, and impressed with the belief that for want of fire I should be obliged to remain among the springs, it occurred to me that I would erect some sort of monument, which might, at some future day, inform a casual visitor of the circumstances under which I had perished. A gleam of sunshine lit up the bosom of the lake, and with it the thought flashed upon my mind that I could, with a lens from my opera glasses, get fire from heaven. Oh, happy, life-renewing thought! Instantly subjecting it to the test of experiment, when I saw the smoke curl from the bit of dry wood in my fingers, I felt, if the whole world were offered me for it, I would cast it all aside before parting with that little spark. I was now the happy possessor of food and fire. These would carry me through. All thoughts of failure were instantly abandoned. Though the food was barely adequate to my necessities, a fact too painfully attested by my attenuated body, I had forgotten the cravings of hunger, and had the means of producing fire. I said to myself, I will not despair. My stay at the Springs was prolonged several days by an accident that befell me on the third night after my arrival there. An unlucky movement while asleep broke the crust on which I reposed, and the hot steam, pouring upon my hip, scalded it severely before I could escape. This new affliction, added to my frost-bitten feet, already festering, was the cause of frequent delays and unceasing pain through all my wanderings. After obtaining fire, I set to work making preparations for as early departure as my condition would permit. I had lost both knives since parting from the company, but I now made a convenient substitute by sharpening the tongue of a buckle which I cut from my vest. With this I cut the legs and counters from my boots, making of them a passable pair of slippers, which I fastened to my feet as firmly as I could with strips of bark. With the ravellings of a linen handkerchief, aided by the magic buckle tongue, I mended my clothing. Of the same material I made a fish line, which, on finding a piece of red tape in one of my pockets better suited to the purpose, I abandoned as a bad job. I made of a pin that I found in my coat a fish hook, and, by sewing up the bottoms of my boot legs, constructed a good pair of pouches to carry my food in, fastening them to my belt by the straps. Thus accoutred, on the morning of the 8th day after my arrival at the Springs, I bade them a final farewell, and started on my course directly across that portion of the neck of the peninsula between me and the south-east arm of Yellowstone Lake. It was a beautiful morning. The sun shone bright and warm, and there was a freshness in the atmosphere truly exhilarating. As I wandered musingly along, the consciousness of being alone, and of having surrendered all hope of finding my friends, returned upon me with crushing power. I felt, too, that those friends, by the necessities of their conditions, had been compelled to abandon all efforts for my recovery. The thought was full of bitterness and sorrow. I tried to realize what their conjectures were concerning my disappearance, but could derive no consolation from the long and dismal train of circumstances they suggested. Weakened by a long fast and the unsatisfying nature of the only food I could procure, I know that from this time onward to the day of my rescue, my mind, though unimpaired in those perceptions needful to self-preservation, was in a condition to receive impressions akin to insanity. I was constantly travelling in dreamland, and indulging in strange reveries, such as I had never before known. I seemed to possess a sort of duality of being, which, while constantly reminding me of the necessities of my condition, fed my imagination with vagaries of the most extravagant character. Nevertheless, I was perfectly conscious of the tendency of these morbid influences, and often tried to shake them off; but they would ever return with increased force, and I finally reasoned myself into the belief that their indulgence, as it afforded me pleasure, could work no harm while it did not interfere with my plans for deliverance. Thus I lived in a world of ideal happiness and in a world of positive suffering at the same time. A change in the wind and an overcast sky, accompanied by cold, brought with them a need of warmth. I drew out my lens and touchwood, but alas, there was no sun. I sat down on a log to await his friendly appearance. Hours passed. He did not come. Night, cold, freezing night, set in and found me exposed to all its terrors. A bleak hillside sparsely covered with pines afforded poor accommodation for a half-clad, famished man. I could only keep from freezing by the most active exertion in walking, rubbing, and striking my benumbed feet and hands against the logs. It seemed the longest, most terrible night of my life, and glad was I when the approaching dawn enabled me to commence retracing my steps to Bessie Lake. I arrived there at noon, built my first fire on the beach, and remained by it, recuperating, for the succeeding 2 days. The faint hope that my friends might be delayed by their search for me until I could rejoin them now forsook me altogether. I made my arrangements independent of it. Either of 3 directions I might take would effect my escape, if life and strength held out. I drew upon the sand of the beach a map of these several courses with reference to my starting point from the lake, and considered well the difficulties each would present. All were sufficiently defined to avoid mistake. One was to follow Snake River a distance of 100 miles or more to Eagle Rock Bridge. Another to cross the country between the southern shore of Yellowstone Lake and the Madison Mountains, by scaling which I could easily reach the settlements in the Madison Valley; and the other to retrace my journey over the long and discouraging route by which I had entered the country. Of these routes the last mentioned seemed the least inviting, probably because I had so recently traversed it, and was familiar with its difficulties. I had heard and read so much concerning the desolation and elemental upheavals and violent waters of the upper valley of the Snake, that I dared not attempt to return in that direction. The route by the Madison Range, encumbered by the single obstruction of the mountain barrier, was much the shortest, and so, most unwisely, as will hereafter appear, I adopted it. Filling my pouches with thistle roots, I took a parting survey of the little solitude that had afforded me food and fire the preceding 10 days, and with something of that melancholy feeling experienced by one who leaves his home to grapple with untried adventures, started for the nearest point on Yellowstone Lake. All that day I travelled over timber heaps, amid tree tops, and through thickets. At noon I took the precaution to obtain fire. With a brand which I kept alive by frequent blowing and constant waving to and fro, at a late hour in the afternoon, faint and exhausted, I kindled a fire for the night on the only vacant spot I could find amid a dense wilderness of pines. The deep gloom of the forest, in the spectral light which revealed on all sides of me a compact and unending growth of trunks, and an impervious canopy of sombre foliage, the shrieking of night birds, the supernaturally human scream of the mountain lion, the prolonged howl of the wolf, made me insensible to all other forms of suffering. The burn on my hip was so inflamed that I could only sleep in a sitting posture. Seated with my back against a tree, the smoke from the fire almost enveloping me in its suffocating folds, I vainly tried, amid the din and uproar of this horrible serenade, to woo the drowsy god. My imagination was instinct with terror. At one moment it seemed as if, in the density of a thicket, I could see the blazing eyes of a formidable forest monster fixed upon me, preparatory to a deadly leap. At another I fancied that I heard the swift approach of a pack of yelping wolves, through the distant brushwood, which in a few minutes would tear me limb from limb. Whenever, by fatigue and weakness, my terror yielded to drowsiness, the least noise roused me to a sense of the hideousness of my condition. Once, in a fitful slumber, I fell forward into the fire, and inflicted a wretched burn on my hand. Oh, with what agony I longed for day! A bright and glorious morning succeeded the dismal night, and brought with it the conviction that I had been the victim of uncontrollable nervous excitement. I resolved henceforth to banish it altogether, and in much better spirits than I anticipated resumed my journey towards the lake. Another day of unceasing toil among the tree tops and thickets overtook me, near sunset, standing upon a lofty headland jutting into the lake, and commanding a magnificent prospect of the mountains and valley over an immense area. In front of me, at a distance of 50 miles away, in the clear blue of the horizon, rose the arrowy peaks of the Three Tetons. On the right, and apparently in close proximity to the eminence I occupied, rolled the picturesque range of the Madison, scarred with clefts, ravines, gorges, and canyons, each of which glittered in the sunlight, or deepened in shadow as the fitful rays of the descending luminary glanced along their varied rocky irregularities. Above where I stood were the lofty domes of Mounts Langford and Doane, marking the limits of that wonderful barrier which had so long defied human power in its efforts to subdue it. Rising seemingly from the promontory which favoured my vision was the familiar summit of Mount Everts, at the base of which I had dwelt so long, and which still seemed to hold me within its friendly shadow. All the vast country within this grand enclosure of mountain and lake, scarred and seamed with the grotesque ridges, rocky escarpments, undulating hillocks, and miniature lakes, and steaming with hot springs, produced by the volcanic forces of a former era, lay spread out before me like a vast panorama. I doubt if distress and suffering can ever entirely obliterate all sense of natural grandeur and magnificence. Lost in the wonder and admiration inspired by this vast world of beauties, I nearly forgot to improve the few moments of remaining sunshine to obtain fire. With a lighted brand in my hand, I effected a most difficult and arduous descent of the abrupt and stony headland to the beach of the lake. The sand was soft and yielding. I kindled a fire, and removing the stiffened slippers from my feet, attached them to my belt, and wandered barefoot along the sandy shore to gather wood for the night. The dry, warm sand was most grateful to my lacerated and festering feet, and for a long time after my woodpile was supplied, I sat with them uncovered. At length, conscious of the need of every possible protection from the freezing night atmosphere, I sought my belt for the slippers, and one was missing. In gathering the wood it had become detached, and was lost. Darkness was closing over the landscape when, sorely disheartened with the thought of passing the night with one foot exposed to freezing temperature, I commenced a search for the missing slipper. I knew I could not travel a day without it. Fearful that it had dropped into the lake, and been carried by some recurrent wave beyond recovery, my search for an hour among fallen trees and bushes up the hillside and along the beach, in darkness and with flaming brands, at one moment crawling on hands and feet into a brush heap, another peering among logs and bushes and stones, was filled with anxiety and dismay. Success at length rewarded my perseverance, and no language can describe the joy with which I drew the cause of so much distress from beneath the limb that, as I passed, had torn it from my belt. With a feeling of great relief, I now sat down in the sand, my back to a log, and listened to the dash and roar of the waves. It was a wild lullaby, but had no terrors for a worn-out man. I never passed a night of more refreshing sleep. When I awoke, my fire was extinguished save a few embers, which I soon fanned into a cheerful flame. I ate breakfast with some relish, and started along the beach in pursuit of a camp, believing that if successful I should find directions what to do, and food to sustain me. The search which I was making lay in the direction of my prearranged route to the Madison Mountains, which I intended to approach at their lowest point of altitude. Part 9 of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various. This recording is in the public domain. Part 9, 37 Days of Peril. Part 2. Buoyed by the hope of finding food and counsel, and another night of undisturbed repose in the sand, I resumed my journey along the shore, and at noon found the camp last occupied by my friends on the lake. A thorough search for food in the ground and trees revealed nothing, and no notice to apprise me of their movements could be seen. A dinner fork, which afterwards proved to be of infinite service in digging roots, and a yeast-powdered can, which would hold half a pint, and which I converted into a drinking cup and dinner pot, were the only evidences that the spot had ever been visited by civilized man. Oh, thought I, why did they forget to leave me food? It never occurring to me that they might have cached it, as I have since learned they did, in several spots nearer the place of my separation from them. I left the camp in deep dejection, with the purpose of following the trail of the party to the Madison. Carefully inspecting the faint traces left of their course of travel, I became satisfied that from some cause they had made a retrograde movement from this camp, and departed from the lake at a point further down stream. Taking this as an indication that there were obstructions above, I commenced retracing my steps along the beach. An hour of sunshine in the afternoon enabled me to procure fire, which in the usual manner I carried to my camping place. There I built a fire, and to protect myself from the wind, which was blowing violently, lashing the lake into foam, I made a bower of pine boughs, crept under it, and very soon fell asleep. How long I slept I know not, but I was aroused by the snapping and crackling of the burning foliage, to find my shelter and the adjacent forest in a broad sheet of flame. My left hand was badly burned, and my hair singed closer than a barber would have trimmed it, while making my escape from the semicircle of burning trees. Among the disasters of this fire, there was none I felt more seriously than the loss of my buckle-tongue knife, my pin fish-hook, and tape fish-line. The grandeur of the burning forest surpasses description. An immense sheet of flame, following to their tops the lofty trees of an almost impenetrable pine forest, leaping madly from top to top, and sending thousands of forked tongues 100 feet or more athwart the midnight darkness, lighting up with lurid gloom and glare the surrounding scenery of lake and mountains, fills the beholder with mingled feelings of awe and astonishment. I never before saw anything so terribly beautiful. It was marvellous to witness the flash-like rapidity with which the flames would mount the loftiest trees. The roaring, cracking, crashing, and snapping of falling limbs and burning foliage was deafening. On and on travelled the destructive element until it seemed as if the whole forest was enveloped in flame. Afar up on the wood-crowned hill, the overtopping trees shot forth pinnacles and walls and streamers of arrowy fire. The entire hillside was an ocean of glowing and surging fiery billows. Favoured by the gale, the conflagration spread with lightning swiftness over an illimitable extent of country, filling the atmosphere with driving clouds of suffocating fume, and leaving a broad and blackened trail of spectral trunks shorn of limbs and foliage, smoking and burning, to mark the immense sweep of its devastation. Resolved to search for a trail no longer, when daylight came I selected for a landmark the lowest notch in the Madison range. Carefully surveying the jagged and broken surface over which I must travel to reach it, I left the lake and pushed into the midst of its intricacies. All the day, until nearly sunset, I struggled over rugged hills, through windfalls, thickets, and matted forests, with the rock-ribbed beacon constantly in view. As I advanced, it receded as if in mockery of my toil. Night overtook me with my journey half accomplished. The precaution of obtaining fire gave me warmth and sleep, and long before daylight I was on my way. The hope of finding an easy pass into the valley of the Madison inspired me with fresh courage and determination, but long before I arrived at the base of the range I scanned hopelessly its insurmountable difficulties. It presented to my eager vision an endless succession of inaccessible peaks and precipices, rising thousands of feet sheer and bare above the plain. No friendly gorge or gully or cañon invited such an effort as I could make to scale this rocky barrier. Oh, for the faith that could remove mountains! How soon should this colossal fabric open at my approach? What a feeling of helpless despair came over me with the conviction that the journey of the last 2 days had been in vain. I seated myself on a rock upon the summit of a commanding hill, and cast my eyes along the only route which now seemed tenable, down the Yellowstone. How many dreary miles of forest and mountain filled the terrible panorama! I thought that before accepting this discouraging alternative I would spend a day in search for a pass. 20 miles at most would take me into the Madison Valley, and 30 more restore me to friends who had abundance. Supposing that I should find plenty of thistles, I had left the lake with a small supply, and that was entirely spent. I looked in vain for them where I then was. While I was thus considering whether to remain and search for a passage or return to the Yellowstone, I experienced one of those strange hallucinations which many of my friends have misnamed insanity, but which to me was Providence. An old clerical friend, for whose character and counsel I had always cherished peculiar regard, in some unaccountable manner seemed to be standing before me, charged with advice which would relieve my perplexity. I seemed to hear him say, as if in a voice and with the manner of authority, "Go back immediately, as rapidly as your strength will permit. There is no food here, and the idea of scaling these rocks is madness." "Doctor," I rejoined, "the distance is too great. I cannot live to travel it." "Say not so. Your life depends upon the effort. Return at once. Start now, lest your resolution falter. Travel as fast and as far as possible. It is your only chance." "Doctor, I am rejoiced to meet you in this hour of distress, but doubt the wisdom of your counsel. I am within 70 miles of Virginia. Just over these rocks, a few miles away, I shall find friends. My shoes are nearly worn out, my clothes are in tatters, and my strength is almost overcome. As a last trial, it seems to me I can but attempt to scale this mountain, or perish in the effort, if God so wills." "Don't think of it. Your power of endurance will carry you through. I will accompany you. Put your trust in Heaven. Help yourself, and God will help you." Overcome by these and other persuasions, and delighted with the idea of having a travelling companion, I plodded my way over the route I had come, intending at a certain point to change it so as to strike the river at the foot of the lake. Stopping after a few miles of travel, I had no difficulty in procuring fire, and passed a comfortable night. When I resumed my journey the next day, the sun was just rising. Whenever I was disposed, as was often the case, to question the wisdom of the change of routes, my old friend appeared to be near with words of encouragement, but his reticence on other subjects both surprised and annoyed me. I was impressed at times during the entire journey with the belief that my return was a fatal error, and if my deliverance had failed should have perished with that conviction. Early this day I deflected from my old route, and took my course for the foot of the lake, with the hope, by constant travel, to reach it the next day. The distance was greater than I anticipated. Nothing is more deceptive than distance in these high latitudes. At the close of each of the 2 succeeding days, my point of destination was seemingly as far from me as at the moment I took leave of the Madison Range. And when, cold and hungry, on the afternoon of the fourth day, I gathered the first food I had eaten in nearly 5 days, and lay down by my fire near the debouchure of the river, I had nearly abandoned all hope of escape. At daybreak I was on the trail down the river. The thought I had adopted from the first, I will not perish in this wilderness, often revived my sinking spirits, when, from faintness and exhaustion, I felt but little desire for life. Once, while struggling through a field of tangled trunks which seemed interminable, at one of the pauses I found myself seriously considering whether it was not preferable to die there than renew the effort to proceed. I felt that all attempt to escape was but a bitter prolongation of the agony of dissolution. A seeming whisper in the air, "While there is life there is hope, take courage," broke the delusion, and I clambered on. I did not forget to improve the midday sun to procure fire. Sparks from the lighted brands had burned my hands and crisped the nails of my fingers, and the smoke from them had tanned my face to the complexion of an Indian. While passing through an opening in the forest, I found the tip of a gull's wing. It was fresh. I made a fire upon the spot, mashed the bones with a stone, and consigning them to my camp kettle, the yeast powder box, made half a pint of delicious broth. The remainder of that day and the night ensuing were given to sleep. I lost all sense of time. Days and nights came and went, and were numbered only by the growing consciousness that I was gradually starving. I felt no hunger, did not eat to appease appetite, but to renew strength. I experienced but little pain. The gaping sores on my feet, the severe burn on my hip, the festering crevices at the joints of my fingers, all terrible in appearance, had ceased to give me the least concern. The roots which supplied my food had suspended the digestive power of the stomach, and their fibres were packed in it a matted, compact mass. Not so with my hours of slumber. They were visited by the most luxurious dreams. I would apparently visit the most gorgeously decorated restaurants of New York and Washington, sit down to immense tables spread with the most appetizing viands, partake of the richest oyster stews and plumpest pies, engage myself in the labour and preparation of curious dishes, and with them fill range upon range of elegantly furnished tables until they fairly groaned beneath the accumulated dainties prepared by my own hands. Frequently the entire night would seem to have been spent in getting up a sumptuous dinner. I would realize the fatigue of roasting, boiling, baking, and fabricating the choicest dishes known to the modern cuisine, and in my disturbed slumbers would enjoy with epicurean relish the food thus furnished even to repletion. Alas! there was more luxury than life in these somnolent vagaries. It was a cold, gloomy day when I arrived in the vicinity of the falls. The sky was overcast, and the snow-capped peaks rose chilly and bleak through the biting atmosphere. The moaning of the wind through the pines, mingling with the sullen roar of the falls, was strangely in unison with my own saddened feelings. I had no heart to gaze upon a scene which a few weeks before had inspired me with rapture and awe. One moment of sunshine was of more value to me than all the marvels amid which I was famishing. But the sun had hid his face and denied me all hope of obtaining fire. The only alternative was to seek shelter in a thicket. I penetrated the forest a long distance before finding one that suited me. Breaking and crowding my way into its very midst, I cleared a spot large enough to recline upon, interlaced the surrounding brushwood, gathered the fallen foliage into a bed, and lay down with a prayer for sleep and forgetfulness. Alas, neither came. The coldness increased through the night. Constant friction with my hands and unceasing beating with my legs and feet saved me from freezing. It was the most terrible night of my journey, and when, with the early dawn, I pulled myself into a standing posture, it was to realize that my right arm was partially paralyzed, and my limbs so stiffened with cold as to be almost immovable. Fearing lest paralysis should suddenly seize the entire system, I literally dragged myself through the forest to the river. Seated near the verge of the great cañon below the falls, I anxiously awaited the appearance of the sun. That great luminary never looked so beautiful as when, a few moments afterwards, he emerged from the clouds and exposed his glowing beams to the concentrated powers of my lens. I kindled a mighty flame, and fed it with every dry stick and broken tree top I could find, and without motion, and almost without sense, remained beside it several hours. The great falls of the Yellowstone were roaring within 300 yards, and the awful cañon yawned almost at my feet, but they had lost all charm for me. In fact, I regarded them as enemies which had lured me to destruction, and felt a sullen satisfaction in morbid indifference. My old friend and adviser, whose presence I had felt more than seen the last few days, now forsook me altogether. But I was not alone. By some process which I was too weak to solve, my arms, legs, and stomach were transformed into so many travelling companions. Often for hours I would plod along conversing with these imaginary friends. Each had his peculiar wants which he expected me to supply. The stomach was importunate in his demand for a change of diet, complained incessantly of the roots I fed him, their present effect and more remote consequences. I could try to silence him with promises, beg of him to wait a few days, and when this failed of the quiet I desired, I would seek to intimidate him by declaring, as a sure result of negligence, our inability to reach home alive. All to no purpose. He tormented me with his fretful humours through the entire journey. The others would generally concur with him in these fancied altercations. The legs implored me for rest, and the arms complained that I gave them too much to do. Troublesome as they were, it was a pleasure to realize their presence. I worked for them, too, with right good will, doing many things for their comfort, which, had I felt alone, would have remained undone. They appeared to be perfectly helpless of themselves, would do nothing for me or for each other. I often wondered, while they ate and slept so much, that they did not aid in gathering wood and kindling fires. As a counterpoise to their own inertia, whenever they discovered languor in me on necessary occasions, they were not wanting in words of encouragement and cheer. I recall, as I write, an instance where, by prompt and timely interposition, the representative of the stomach saved me from a death of dreadful agony. One day I came to a small stream issuing from a spring of mild temperature on the hillside, swarming with minnows. I caught some with my hands and ate them raw. To my taste they were delicious. But the stomach refused them, accused me of attempting to poison him, and would not be reconciled until I had emptied my pouch of the few fish I had put there for future use. Those that I ate made me very sick. Poisoned by the mineral in the water, had I glutted my appetite with them as I intended, I should doubtless have died in the wilderness in excruciating torment. A gradual mental introversion grew upon me as physical weakness increased. The grand and massive scenery, which on the upward journey had aroused every enthusiastic impulse of my nature, was now tame and spiritless. My thoughts were turned in upon myself, upon the dreadful fate which apparently lay just before me, and the possible happiness of the existence beyond. All doubt of immortality fled in the light of present realities. So vivid were my conceptions of the future that at times I longed for death, not less as the beginning of happiness than as a release from misery. Led on by these reflections, I would recall the varied incidents of my journey, my escape from the lion, from fire, my return from Madison Range, and in all of them I saw how much I had been indebted to that mysterious protection which comes only from the throne of the Eternal. And yet, starving, footsore, half blind, worn to a skeleton, was it surprising that I lacked the faith needful to buoy me above the dark waters of despair, which I now felt were closing around me? In less serious moods, as I struggled along, my thoughts would revert to the single being on whom my holiest affections centred, my daughter. What a tie was that to bind me to life! Oh, could I be restored to her for a single hour, long enough for parting counsel and blessing, it would be joy unspeakable. Long hours of painful travel were relieved of physical suffering by this absorbing agony of mind, which, when from my present standpoint I contrast it with the personal calamities of my exile, swells into mountains. To return from this digression. At many of the streams on my route I spent hours in endeavouring to catch trout, with a hook fashioned from the rim of my broken spectacles, but in no instance with success. The tackle was defective. The country was full of game in great variety. I saw large herds of deer, elk, antelope, occasionally a bear, and many smaller animals. Numerous flocks of ducks, geese, swans, and pelicans inhabited the lakes and rivers. But with no means of killing them, their presence was a perpetual aggravation. At all the camps of our company I stopped and recalled many pleasant incidents associated with them. One afternoon, when approaching Tower Falls, I came upon a large hollow tree, which from the numerous tracks surrounding it, and the matted foliage in the cavity, I recognized as the den of a bear. It was a most inviting couch. Gathering a needful supply of wood and brush, I lighted a circle of piles around the tree, crawled into the nest, and passed a night of unbroken slumber. I rose the next morning to find that during the night the fires had communicated with the adjacent forest, and burned a large space in all directions, doubtless intimidating the rightful proprietor of the nest, and saving me from another midnight adventure. At Tower Falls I spent the first half of a day in capturing a grasshopper, and the remainder in a fruitless effort to catch a mess of trout. In the agony of disappointment I resolved to fish no more. A spirit of rebellion seized me. I determined that thistles should thenceforth be my only sustenance. Why is it, I asked myself, that in the midst of abundance, every hour meeting with objects which would restore strength and vigour and energy, every moment contriving some device to procure the nourishment my wasting frame requires, I should meet with these repeated and discouraging failures? Thoughts of the early teaching of a pious mother suppressed these feelings. Oh, how often have the recollections of a loved New England home, and the memories of a happy childhood, cheered my sinking spirits, and dissipated the gathering gloom of despair. There were thoughts and feelings and mental anguishes without number, that visited me during my period of trial, that never can be known to any but my God and myself. Bitter as was my experience, it was not unrelieved by some of the most precious moments I have ever known. Soon after leaving Tower Falls I entered the open country. Pine forests and windfalls were changed for sagebrush and desolation, with occasional tracts of stinted verdure, barren hillsides, exhibiting here and there an isolated clump of dwarf trees, and ravines filled with the rocky debris of adjacent mountains. My first camp on this part of the route, for the convenience of getting wood, was made near the summit of a range of towering foothills. Towards morning a storm of wind and snow nearly extinguished my fire. I became very cold. The storm was still raging when I arose, and the ground white with snow. I was perfectly bewildered, and had lost my course of travel. No visible object, seen through the almost blinding storm, reassured me, and there was no alternative but to find the river and take my direction from its current. Fortunately, after a few hours of stumbling and scrambling among rocks and over crests, I came to the precipitous side of the cañon through which it ran, and with much labor, both of hands and feet, descended it to the margin. I drank copiously of its pure waters, and sat beside it for a long time, waiting for the storm to abate, so that I could procure fire. The day wore on, without any prospect of a termination of the storm. Chilled through, my tattered clothing saturated, I saw before me a night of horrors unless I returned to my fire. The scramble up the side of the rocky cañon, in many places nearly perpendicular, was the hardest work of my journey. Often while clinging to the jutting rocks with hands and feet, to reach a shelving projection, my grasp would unclose and I would slide many feet down the sharp declivity. It was night when, sore from the bruises I had received, I reached my fire. The storm, still raging, had nearly extinguished it. I found a few embers in the ashes, and with much difficulty kindled a flame. Here on this bleak mountain side, as well as I now remember, I must have passed 2 nights beside the fire in the storm. Many times during each night I crawled to a little clump of trees to gather wood and brush and the broken limbs of fallen tree tops. All the sleep I obtained was snatched from the intervals which divided these labors. It was so harassed with frightful dreams as to afford little rest. I remember, before I left this camp, stripping up my sleeves to look at my shrunken arms. Flesh and blood had apparently left them. The skin clung to the bones like wet parchment. A child's hands could have clasped them from wrist to shoulder. Yet, thought I, it is death to remain. I cannot perish in this wilderness. Taking counsel of this early formed resolution, I hobbled on my course through the snow, which was rapidly disappearing before the rays of the warm sun. Well knowing that I should find no thistles in the open country, I had filled my pouches with them before leaving the forest. My supply was running low, and there was several days of heavy mountain travel between me and Bertler's ranch. With the most careful economy it could last but 2 or 3 days longer. I saw the necessity of placing myself and imaginary companions upon allowance. The conflict which ensued with the stomach, when I announced this resolution, required great firmness to carry through. I tried wheedling and coaxing and promising. Failing in these, I threatened to part company with a comrade so unreasonable, and he made no further complaint. 2 or 3 days before I was found, while ascending a steep hill, I fell from exhaustion into a sagebrush, without the power to rise. Unbuckling my belt, as was my custom, I soon fell asleep. I have no idea of the time I slept, but upon awakening I fastened my belt, scrambled to my feet, and pursued my journey. As night drew on, I selected a camping place, gathered wood into a heap, and felt for my lens to procure fire. It was gone. If the earth had yawned to swallow me, I would not have been more terrified. The only chance for life was lost. The last hope had fled. I seemed to feel the grim messenger who had been long pursuing me knocking at the portals of my heart as I lay down by the side of the wood-pile and covered myself with limbs and sagebrush, with the dreadful conviction that my struggle of life was over, and I should rise no more. The floodgates of misery seemed now to be opened, and it rushed in living tide upon my soul. With the rapidity of lightning I ran over every event of my life. Thoughts doubled and trebled upon me until I saw, as if in vision, the entire past of my existence. It was all before me, as if painted with a sunbeam, and all seemingly faded like the phantoms of a vivid dream. As calmness returned, reason resumed her empire. Fortunately the weather was comfortable. I summoned all the powers of my memory, thought over every foot of the day's travel, and concluded that the glass must have become detached from my belt while sleeping. 5 long miles over the hills must be retraced to regain it. There was no alternative, and before daylight I had staggered over half the distance. I found the lens on the spot where I had slept. No incident of my journey brought with it more of joy and relief. Returning to the camp of the previous night, I lighted the pile I had prepared, and lay down for a night of rest. It was very cold, and towards morning commenced snowing. With difficulty I kept the fire alive. Sleep was impossible. When daylight came I was impressed with the idea that I must go on despite the storm. A flash, momentary but vivid, came over me that I should be saved. Snatching a lighted brand, I started through the storm. In the afternoon the storm abated and the sun shone at intervals. Coming to a small clump of trees, I set to work to prepare a camp. I laid the brand down, which I had preserved with so much care, to pick up a few dry sticks with which to feed it, until I could collect wood for a campfire, and in a few minutes thus employed it expired. I sought to revive it, but every spark was gone. Clouds obscured the sun, now near the horizon, and the prospect of another night of exposure without fire became fearfully imminent. I sat down with my lens, and the last remaining piece of touchwood I possessed, to catch a gleam of sunshine, feeling that my life depended upon it. In a few minutes the cloud passed, and with trembling hands I presented the little disc to the face of the glowing luminary. Quivering with excitement lest a sudden cloud should interpose, a moment passed before I could hold the lens steadily enough to concentrate a burning focus. At length it came. The little thread of smoke curled gracefully upwards from the heaven-lighted spark, which, a few moments afterwards, diffused with warmth and comfort my desolate lodgings. I resumed my journey the next morning with the belief that I should make no more fires with my lens. I must save a brand or perish. The day was raw and gusty. An east wind, charged with storm, penetrated my nerves with irritating keenness. After walking a few miles, the storm came on, and a coldness unlike any other I had ever felt seized me. It entered all my bones. I attempted to build a fire, but could not make it burn. Seizing a brand, I stumbled blindly on, stopping within the shadow of every rock and clump to renew energy for a final conflict for life. A solemn conviction that death was near, that at each pause I made my limbs would refuse further service, and that I should sink helpless and dying in my path, overwhelmed me with terror. Amid all this tumult of the mind, I felt that I had done all that man could do. I knew that in 2 or 3 days more I could effect my deliverance, and I derived no little satisfaction from the thought that, as I now was in the broad trail, my remains would be found, and my friends relieved of doubt as to my fate. Once only the thought flashed across my mind that I should be saved, and I seemed to hear a whispered command to struggle on. Groping along the side of a hill, I became suddenly sensible of a sharp reflection, as of burnished steel. Looking up, through half-closed eyes, 2 rough but kindly faces met my gaze. "Are you Mr. Evarts?" "Yes, all that is left of him." "We have come for you." "Who sent you?" "Judge Lawrence and other friends." "God bless him and them and you. I am saved." And with these words, powerless of further effort, I fell forward into the arms of my preservers, in a state of unconsciousness. I was saved. On the very brink of the river which divided the known from the unknown, strong arms snatched me from the final plunge, and kind ministrations wooed me back to life. Baronet and Pritchett, my 2 preservers, by the usual appliances, soon restored me to consciousness, made a camp upon the spot, and while one went to Fort Ellis, a distance of 70 miles, to return with remedies to restore digestion and an ambulance to convey me to that post, the other sat by my side, and, with all the care, sympathy, and solicitude of a brother, ministered to my frequent necessities. In 2 days I was sufficiently recovered in strength to be moved 20 miles down the trail to the cabin of some miners who were prospecting in that vicinity. From these men I received every possible attention which their humane and generous natures could devise. A good bed was provided, game was killed to make broth, and the best stores of their larder placed at my command. For 4 days at a time, when every day's labor was invaluable in their pursuit, they abandoned their work to aid in my restoration. Owing to the protracted inaction of the system, and the long period which must transpire before Pritchett's return with remedies, my friends had serious doubts of my recovery. The night after my arrival at the cabin, while suffering the most excruciating agony, and thinking that I had only been saved to die among friends, a loud knock was heard at the cabin door. An old man in mountain costume entered, a hunter whose life was spent among the mountains. He was on his way to find a brother. He listened to the story of my sufferings, and tears rapidly coursed each other down his rough, weather-beaten face. But when he was told of my present necessity, brightening in a moment, he exclaimed, "Why, Lord bless you, if that is all, I have the very remedy you need. In 2 hours' time all shall be well with you." He left the cabin, returning in a moment with a sack filled with the fat of a bear, which he had killed a few hours before. From this he rendered out a pint measure of oil. I drank the whole of it. It proved to be the needed remedy, and the next day, freed from pain, with appetite and digestion re-established, I felt that good food and plenty of it were only necessary for an early recovery. In a day or two I took leave of my kind friends, with a feeling of regret at parting, and gratitude for their kindness as enduring as life. Meeting the carriage on my way, I proceeded to Bozeman, where I remained among old friends, who gave me every attention until my health was sufficiently restored to allow me to return to my home in Helena. My heartfelt thanks are due to the members of the expedition, all of whom devoted 7, and some of them 12 days to the search for me before they left Yellowstone Lake, and to Judge Lawrence of Helena, and the friends who cooperated with him in the offer of reward which sent Baronet and Pritchett to my rescue. My narrative is finished. In the course of events the time is not far distant when the wonders of the Yellowstone will be made accessible to all lovers of sublimity, grandeur, and novelty in natural scenery, and its majestic waters become the abode of civilization and refinement. And when that arrives, I hope in happier mood, and under more auspicious circumstances, to revisit scenes fraught for me with such thrilling interest, to ramble along the glowing beach of Bessie Lake, to sit down amid the hot springs under the shade of Mount Everts, to thread unscarred the mazy forests, retrace the dreary journey to the Madison Range, and with enraptured fancy gaze upon the mingled glories and terrors of the Great Falls and marvelous Cañon, and to enjoy, in happy contrast with the trials they recall, their power to delight, elevate, and overwhelm the mind with wondrous and majestic beauty. End of Part 9. End of Yellowstone National Park, 6 Early Pieces by Various.
Introduction of Ma's Vacation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lore. Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. Introduction. Ma. Times has changed, says Ma to herself, says she. Things ain't like what they used to be. Time was when I worked from sun up to sundown, and we didn't have no daylight saving contraptions on the old clock neither. The girls was too little then, and I done all the work myself. Cooking, sweeping, washing, and ironing, such like. I never got to church Sundays because I had to stay home and get the Sunday dinner. Like enough they'd bring the preacher home to dinner. You got to watch chicken. It won't cook itself. Weekdays was one like another, and except for shoveling snow and carrying more coal, I never knew when summer quit and winter come. There was no movies them days. A theater might come twice a winter, or sometimes a temperance lecturer that showed a picture of the inside of a drunkard's stomach all red like and awful. We didn't have much other entertainment. Of course we had church sociables now and then, or a surprise party on someone. Either way, the fun no more than paid for the extra cooking. I never seen nothing or went nowhere, and if when I was downtown after the groceries, I'd a stepped into the drugstore and bought me a lemonade, and they didn't have no nut Sundays then, they'd have had me up before the church for frivolous conduct. Of course Pa kicks about the crops and prices, but I've been living with Pa 40 years, and I don't know as I can remember a time when he didn't kick. He kicks now on the wages he pays these city boys that come out to farm. Says they're no good at all. But somehow or other, things get raised. I noticed the last few years we somehow have had more clothes and things, and more money in the bank. When Pa bought the automobile, he didn't ask the minister if it was right, and he didn't have to ask the bank for a consent neither. Cynthy's back from college, and it's all paid for somehow. Jimmy's in a mail-order store in Chicago. I've got a girl to help me that calls herself a maid, which is all right enough, though we used to call Judge Harmworth's help a girl and let it go at that. Law me. My other girls, Hattie and Rowaney, are big enough to help a lot, and Pa reasons with them considerable about it. I've always been so used to work that I think I can do it better myself. I always like to do for my children. But Pa, ever since I married him, has been one of those energetics. They call him an aggressive businessman. Some of them call him a dominant man, because of his whiskers, though he knows well enough about how scared of him I am. Only time I was ever scared of Pa was when he got the car. I thought he would break his full neck and kill Rowaney, that had him climb in with him. He did break down the fence in front of the house and run over the flower beds and all. End of introduction. Ma. Section 1 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laura. The park-bound throng of Ma's. But this summer, we allowed we all would get in the car and take a big trip out west, go right into some of the parks, if nothing happened. We borrowed our tent from the Hickory Bend outing club that Pa belongs to back home. The poles go along the fenders and stick out a good way behind. I could always cook without a stove, from experience at picnics when I was younger. The dishes goes in a box. Pa nailed a rack on top of the fenders, and we carry a lot of stuff that way. Cynthia always has her suitcase on the outside because it's the newest one. The other girls sit on the bedding on the rear seat, and I ride in front with Pa. We mostly wear overalls. Yes, times has changed, says Ma. As a dispassionate observer in one of our national parks, expressing the belief in modern speech, I'll say they have. I have met Ma this summer, 90,000 of her, concentrated on a piece of mountain scenery about 50 miles square. Ma on her first vacation in a life of 60 years. Dear old Ma. 90,000 replicas of Ma cause the rest of us to eat copiously of alkaline dust and to shiver each time we approach a turn on the roads of Yellowstone Park, which were laid out on a curling iron. You cannot escape seeing Pa and Ma and Cynthia in her pants, and Hattie and Rowaney in overalls and puttees. I have seen their campfire rising on every remaining spot of grass on all that busy 50 miles. I have photographed Ma and Cynthia and the other girls, and Cynthia has photographed me because I looked funny. Bless them all, the whole 90,000 of them. I would not have missed them on their vacation this summer for all the world. They are, I suppose, what we call the new people of America, who never have been out like this before. They've been at home, Ma has been getting the Sunday dinner. Pa has been plowing, paying the taxes which this government has spent for him. But now Pa pays income tax also, and both he and Ma construe this fact to mean that they can at last read their title clear to a rest and a car and a vacation. So they have swung out from the lane at last, after 40 years of work, and onto the roads that lead to the transcontinental highway. They have crossed their prairies and come up into the foothills, the price of gas increasing day by day, and Pa kicking but paying cash, and so they have at last arrived among the great mountains of which Ma has dreamed all her long life of cooking and washing and ironing. End of section 1. Section 2 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laura. Studies in Mountain Pants. I shall not inquire by what miracle of grace Pa has learned to find his way about these curling Iron Mountain roads. I am content to eat a barrel of dust a day rather than miss the sight of Ma, placid and bespectacled, on the front seat of the flivver. Without her, the mountain roads would never be the same for me, and my own vacation would be spoiled. Frankly, I am in love with Ma, and as for Cynthy in her pants, times has changed. Ma also wears pants today. She says that they are convenienter when she sits down round on the grass. Sometimes her pants are fastened round the ankles with large and shiny safety pins, apparently saved from the time when Jimmy was a baby. Sometimes they hang straight down a la naturel, and sometimes they stop at the knee, in which case, as Ma's a la naturel is disposed to antipose, they make a startling adjunct to the mountain scenery. But bless her heart, Ma doesn't care. She is on her way and on her vacation, the first in all her life. There rest on her soul the content and poise which her own square and self-respecting mind tells her are due her after 40 years of labor, including the Lord's days thereof. I call Ma's vacation her Lord's Day. It ought to be held a sacred thing by all who tour our national parks, where Ma is gregariously accumulated in these days. I used to own this park, you and I did. It's Ma's park now. 40 years of hard work. Has she earned a vacation? I'll say she has. Is she taking it? I'll say she is. Ma has company in the park, not always just the company she or I would select were it left to us. Some of these do not go out by motor car. Of course, Abe Klinghammer of Plasterers Union, Local Number 4, being rich, goes out by rail on a round trip. He can go to the tents and log cottages of the Camps Company. He does not kick any more than Ma kicks. To tell the truth, in spite of the front he throws, Abe is a little bit scared at all this sudden splendor in his life. He is a little uneasy about how to act, how to seem careless about it, as though he'd been used to it all his life. Abe takes it out in neckties. Having bought a swell one of 4 colors and inserted a large cameo in it, he loses his nerve and begins to doubt whether he is getting by. You will always see Abe looking at your necktie. And there is Benjamin D. O'Cleve of New York, with a flourish under it on the register. He and his wife take it out in diamonds. You would never see one of the O'Cleve family at a roadside campfire such as that where Ma fries the trout and Rowena toasts the bread on a fork. The original O'Cleve came over in the Mayflower, as I am informed, but, without question in my mind, came steerage. You will find Mr. O'Cleve in the swellest hotel, in the highest priced room. He is first in war, first in peace, and first in the dining room. Mr. O'Cleve pays a plenty ahead for all his family, for rooms with bath and meals. The hotel company would gladly charge him more, and Mr. O'Cleve gladly would pay more. he confides to the hotel clerk, who is a YMCA secretary back east, that he should not care if it was even $50 a day, he could pay it. But if so, he would already want for his money more service, which he waits 5 hours and not enough cars to get him over to see the giantess Geyser play, which the giantess may didn't play again for 8 days. And should a businessman and a taxpayer wait 8 days because of not cars enough by a hotel, which is the only place a man has to go with his family? Is it reasonable? End of section 2. Section 3 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laura. Ma in war paint. The highly specialized hotel clerk admits that it is not reasonable, that nothing is reasonable, that he has spoken to the giantess a dozen times about her irregular habits. But what can he do? I would gladly charge you $100 a day, Mr. O'Cleve, if I had the consent of the Interior Department. It isn't my fault. I wish I had a movie of the YMCA hotel clerk when he is off duty at the desk. I wonder if his faith upholds him when he recalls the threat of Benjamin D. O'Cleve to go to Europe next year. Ah, well, even if he does, Ma will remain. I know that next year I shall again see Ma leaning against a big pine as she sits upon the ground drinking real handmade coffee of her own from a tin cup with the handle cut so it will nest down in the box. Ma's meals do not cost her 4 bits a throw because they brought things along. Pa catches a trout sometimes on the cane pole that hangs alongside the car. Not always, but sometimes he catches one. And Ma, once she had conquered the notion that you ought to skin a trout the way you do a bullhead back in Iowa, she took to cooking trout naturally, and her trout with pancakes and syrup, to my notion, beat anything the hotel chef in the best hotel can do. Ma does not worry about a room with bath, though sometimes when the rain comes through the old wall tent, she gets both. The pink and green war paint which you sometimes see beneath Ma's specs when you meet her on the road represents only the mark of the bed quilts, where the colors were not too proud to run. Ma finds it wonderful in these mountains. I know she does, because she has never yet told me so. Ma throws no fits, but many a time I have seen her sitting, in the late afternoon, her hands in the first idleness they have known in all her life laying in her ample lap, her faded eyes quietly gazing through her steel-bowed far-lookers at the vast pictures across some valley she has found. It is her first valley of dreams, her first valley of rest and peace and quiet. The lights on these hills are such as she did not see in Iowa or even in Nebraska, when she went there once, time Mary's baby was born. The clouds are so strange to Ma, their upturned edges so very white against the black body of their overcolor, and the rains that come with hail, but here you don't need worry, for there are no crops for the hail to spoil. And sometimes in the afternoon, never during the splendor of the mellow morning such as Ma never before has seen, comes the lightning and rips the counterpane of clouds to let the sun shine through. I know Ma loves it all, because she never has told me so. She is very shy about her new world in this new day. She wouldn't like to talk about it. We never do like to talk about it, once we really have looked out across our valley of dreams. You can't fail to like Hattie and Rowena and Cynthia. Often I walk with Cynthia and her vassority on the Angel Terrace, when the moon is up, when it is all white, and Cynthia is almost the only angel left there. Such a moon as the Interior Department does provide for the summer here. I defy any secretary of any other department, War, Navy, Commerce, Labor, or anything, to produce any such moon as this at $6.50 a day with bath, or $4.50 a day with 2 towels, or 4 bits a day at Moss Camp on the Madison. So there I know Cynthia would prefer the young park ranger, who really is the son of a leading banker in Indianapolis, to explain the algae and the algaes. I do the best I can at my age of life with Cynthia. Rowena, the younger, 17 now, who wears hers with spirals, tells me that Cynthia keeps a diary because she herself found it in the toolbox. And once, says Rowena to me, Cynthia, after coming into the camp from a walk through the moonlit pines, wrote in her diary, August 12th, 11 p.m., trout for supper, walked with toward the Hyman Terrace, just beyond Jupiter Hill, I think it is called. The moon wonderful, what woman is there who has not at some time in her life longed to be swept off her feet by some strong man? I copy this as Rowena did, punctuation and all. Rowena has not yet gone to Vassar. Cynthia is the one who thinks a family ought to have a 6-cylinder car next year with seats that lie back and air mattresses. Ma does not agree with her, and says that 4 cylinders are plenty hard enough for Pa to keep clean. By what marvel Cynthia is always so stunning, and Hattie so nurse-like in denim and white, and Rowena always so neat in hers with spirals, which she bought ready-made at the store for $7.52. I cannot say, but when I see these marvels, I renew my faith in my country and its people, even though I do wish that Pa would pause at some geyser and have a Sunday shave. He says he forgot his razor and left it home. End of section 3. Section 4 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hough. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lore. In the grip of the law. Speaking of room with bath, Ma solved the ablutionary problem for herself the other day at Old Faithful Ranger Station. The young men who make up the ranger force there have built a simple shanty over the river's brim, which they use as their own bathhouse. As there is no sentinel station there, Ma thought it was public like everything else. She told me about it later. I went in, she said, and seen what it was. There was a long tub and a tin pail. There was a trapdoor in the floor that was right over the river. I reached down and drew up a pail of water, and it was right cold. Then I seen a turn faucet, end of a pipe that stuck out over the tub. It brought in some right hot water that come up within 6 feet of the door. It didn't take me long to figure out that was the hot water faucet. So there was hot and cold water both right on the spot, and I reckon there ain't no such natural wash tub as that in all Iowa. I got me a wash that will last me a long while. There wasn't no towels, so I took my skirt. Now Cynthia was writing notes in her diary. All college girls write notes in diaries, and sometimes they take to free verse. Of course, writing in a diary is only a form of egotism, precisely like writing on a geyser formation. They both ought to be illegal, and one is. Ma knows all about that. Sometimes, even now, she will tell me how she came to be fined by the United States Commissioner at Mammoth Hot Springs. You see, the geysers rattled Ma, there being so many, and she loving them all so much. One day, when they camped near the upper basin, Ma was looking down in the cone of Old Faithful. Just after that, Paderewski of the park had ceased playing. She told me she wanted to see where all the suds came from. But all at once she saw beneath her feet a white, shiny expanse of something that looked like chalk. At a sudden impulse, she drew a hat pin from her hair and knelt down on the geyser cone, not reflecting how long and slow had been its growth. For the first time a feeling of identity came to Ma. She never had been anybody all her life, even to herself, before this moment on her vacation. But now she had seen the mountains and the sky, and had oriented herself as one of the owners of this park. So Ma, dear old happy innocent Ma, knelt down with her hat pin and wrote Margaret D. Hannaford, Glasgow, Iowa. She was looking at her handiwork and allowing she could have done it better, when she felt a touch on her shoulder, and looked up into the stern young face, the narrow blonde mustache of the ranger from Minneapolis. The ranger was in the engineers of the AEF. When Ma saw him, she was frightened. She didn't know why. "Madam," said the ranger, "are you Margaret D. Hannaford?" "That's me," answered Ma. "I don't deny it." "Did you write that on the formation?" Ma could not tell a lie any more than George Washington when caught, so she confessed on the spot. "Then you are under arrest. Don't you know it's against the regulations to deface any natural object in the park? I'll have to telephone in the number of your car. You must see the commissioner before you leave the park." "Me arrested?" exclaimed Ma in sudden consternation. "What'll that man do to me?" "He'll fine you $10 in costs. If you had written it a little bit larger, it would have been $25 in costs. Now get down and rub it out before it sets, and do it quick, before the geyser plays again." And so Ma got down on her knees and rubbed out her first feeling of identity, and the commissioner fined her $10 in costs in due time, for Ma was honest as a day and didn't try to evade the punishment that she thought was hers. "I ought to have knew better," she said. "Me, a woman of my years, I don't begrudge the money, and I think the young man was right, and so was the judge, and I'll never do it again. The commissioner said that I looked like a woman of sense. I always did have sense before. I think it must be these mountains, or the moon, or something. I never felt that way before." It was this young man who walked down to Ma's camp to take her number. It was there that he met Cynthy, and I am inclined to think that she took his number at the time. Later on I often saw them walking together, past the great log hotel with its jazz architecture, and beyond the fringe of pine that separates the camp trippers from the O'Cleefs who live in the hotels. The young ranger was contrite about arresting Ma, but that latter was the first to exonerate him. "You only done right," she said. "I done what I knew was wrong. Now, Hattie, and you, Rony, don't let this spoil your trip none at all. It's once your Ma has allowed herself the privilege of being an old fool, the first time in her life. I don't know, but it was worth $10 at that." And so I suppose we should let Cynthy and the young ranger go out into the moonshine to learn how the algae grow of how many different colors. Consider the algae of the geysers, how they grow. Solomon in all his glory had nothing on the algae, and the Queen of Sheba nothing on Cynthy. Sometimes, even yet, Ma and I talk about the time she was fined $10 for writing her name. "It might have been worse," she said to me. "When we was coming through some place a ways back, we heard about a man there that was sentenced to be hung after he had been tried several times. His friends done what they could with the governor, but it didn't come to nothing. So after a while his lawyer come in the jail, and he says, 'Bill, I can't do nothing more for you. On next Monday at 6 o'clock you've got to be hung by the neck until you're dead, and may God have mercy on your soul.' Well, all I can say," says Bill, "that's a fine way to begin the week, ain't it now?" The time she wrote her name upon the geyser will always remain the great event in Ma's life. When she makes down her bedquilt in the pine woods, from which she can hear the music of the hotel orchestra when the nocturnal dance has begun, and can see the searchlight playing on the towering pillar of Old Faithful, once more in its 24 daily essays from the bowels of the mysterious earth, shooting up into the mysterious blackness of the night sky, Ma, on her hands and knees, says to herself, "I'm glad my name ain't on that thing. It was too little to go with that, even if for a minute I felt like somebody. Speaking of the midnight and the music, sometimes I go over to the hotel to tread a measure with Stella O'Cleve, able for a moment to forget Stella's father in the opulent beauty of Stella herself. Her mother is what is called a fine figure of a woman, and so will Stella be some day. Sometimes, when we have left the dance floor to sit along the rail where the yellow cars will line up next morning to sweep Stella away within a day after she and her putties have come into my young life, I may say that I find Stella O'Cleve not difficult to look upon. I always feel a sense of oriental luxury, as though I had bought a new rug, when Stella turns on me the slumberous midnight of her eyes. I am enamored of the piled black shadows of Stella's hair, even as displayed in the somewhat extreme Cody garages which, in the vernacular of the AEF, indicate the presence of her ears. I admire the long, sure lines which her evidently expensive New York tailor has given to hers. They are among the best I have seen in the park. I could wish that the heels on Stella's French shoes were less than 5 inches high. I could wish that she did not wrap her putties, one from the inside out and the other from the outside in. But these are details. The splendor of her eyes, the ripe redness of her lips, the softness of her voice, combined have disposed me to forgive her all. There are times, sighed Stella, that evening, beneath the moon, as we sat against the log rail and listened to the jazz, out here in these mountains, when I feel as though I were a wild creature like these others. My dear, said I can believe you. Your putties do look wild. Listen, she said to me, you do not get me. The sob of the saxophone came through the window near by, and the frou-frou of the dancers made a soft serration faintly audible. I looked into Stella's dark eyes, at her clouded brow. Come again, loved one, said I to her. What I mean to say, she resumed, is that there are times when I feel as though I did not care what I did or what became of me out here. My hand fell upon her slender fingers as they lay twitching in the twilight. Stella, I exclaimed, little one, if that is the way you really feel, or the way really you feel, or really the way you feel, why don't you go down to Jackson's Hole and try a congressional lunch? End of section 4. Section 5 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lore. Enough for 5 more. The spruce trees rustled amid their umbrageous boughs. The sob of the saxophone still came through the window. I saw Stella tremble through all her tall young body. A tear fell upon the floor and rebounded against one of the rustic posts. No, no, she said in sudden contrition, burying her face in both her shapely hands. Say anything but that. I did not mean me hasty words. My uncle is a congressman, and he has told me all. A silence fell between us. The sob of the saxophone, still doing jazz, came through the window. Once more I recalled the classic story. No doubt you know it well. A musician one evening passed a hat among the dancers after a number had been concluded. Please, sir, said he to each, would you give 50 cents to bury a saxophone player? Then out spoke one jovial guest to the clink of his accompanying coin. Here's $3, friend. Bury 6 saxophone players. Absent-mindedly recalling this story, I reached out my hand with a $5 bill in it, as I saw a quiet-looking gentleman passing by with a hat in his hand. Bury 10 saxophone players, I hissed through my set lips. He turned to me mildly. Excuse me, sir, said he. I am not an undertaker. I am only the Secretary of the Interior. Of course one will make mistakes. Still, Under our form of government, methinks the Secretary of the Interior really is responsible for the existence of saxophone players within the limits of the park. In common with Ma and others, I realize that in many ways the park might be better. It might be far more practicably administered. This morning I met a procession of 50 women, all in overalls, who all looked precisely alike. Ma was at their head. "We're going over to the store to get a loaf of bread," she said, "and a picture of Old Faithful Geyser, and a burnt leather pillow. And look at here, mister, here is a book I bought for Rowaney to read. I can stand for most of it, but here it says that the geysers is run by hot water, and when they freeze up in the winter, the men that live in the park cut the ice and use it for foot warmers. It's so hot." It might be true, and then again it might not. If it ain't, why should they try to fool the people? I referred Ma to the superintendent of the park, with the explanation that he has full control over all the natural objects, and that if any geyser proves guilty of obnoxious conduct, he is empowered to eject it. "I don't know but what that would be the best way to do," said she. "If these places ain't fit to walk on, summer or winter, neither one, something ought to be done about it. But look at here," she went on, "if you want to see people busy, come down to our camp some sundown. There ain't that many mosquitoes in all Iowa, and they call this place a national playground. It ain't no such place. And yet, when I go to the post office, store, or the superintendent's office, or the head clerk's house, or the curio store to get some mosquito dope to rub on myself, they ain't got no mosquito dope. But for $4 you can buy a lovely leather pillow with mother on it. What do I want with a leather pillow with mother on it when mosquitoes are biting, or a picture of an Indian on one side of a sheepskin, or bead bags, or moccasins that they say are made by the Indians? What I want is mosquito dope and bread, something practical. When you got a bite on your elbow, you don't care a darn about a card showing a picture of Artist Point. And I am as good a Presbyterian as anybody. I say them stores ain't practical." Quite often, when I stroll down to interview Ma and her family at their camp, I am able to obtain free expression of opinion on current matters. The other evening Pa was hammering at something which at first looked like a piece of stone. "It breaks right easy," said he. "I got this piece off the Angel Cake Terrace. Having so many in the car, I have to cut down the weight. But what I and Ma want," he said, "is a pair of them elk horns. If I can get a good pair, I allow to paint them red and black with gold round the lower ends. Ma and me think they'd look right good in the parlor." End of section 5. Section 6 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laura. Old Stanley's Story. They have visitors now and then, Pa and Ma at their camp. The local old-timers seem to gravitate toward them. One evening I found old man Stanley sitting on a log and talking to them in reminiscent mood about himself, his deeds, and his dentition. "It looks to me like a fellow could work hard enough in 3 months to last him the whole year," said old man Stanley. "Just last week the camp folks wanted me to go to work for them. I told them I wouldn't work for nobody but the government, and only 3 months in the year at that. But they persuaded me to go to work for night watchman. I said all right, only I had to go down to Gardenier and get my teeth fixed. They asked me why I didn't go to Livingston. I told them some of my friends down in Gardenier had been pulling my teeth for me for 6 or 8 years, them having a good pair of forceps. Of course they break some, but take it one way with the other, them uppers of mine get along right well. So I goes down to them friends last week and had some more teeth pulled. They mostly get nearly all the pieces out. I've got 4 teeth left now, and that's enough for anybody. I sorter wish they'd track a little better, but still 4 teeth is enough for any reasonable man." Ma spoke to me in an aside. "I wisht I could believe everything I see and hear," said she, "so to voce." Now here, this man and old Tom Newcomb, they both tell me that them and old John Yancey, which is dead now, was here so long ago, they saw the water turned into Yellowstone River. Of course, it may be true, but then again, sometimes I doubt the things I hear. The safest thing you could do is to doubt them geysers, interrupted her husband, who overheard her. I was walking round on them just the other day, right where signs said dangerous. It didn't seem to me there was no danger at all, for nothing was happening. But one of them rangers come up to me and asked if I didn't see the sign. That's all right, brother, says I. I've tried this place, and it's all right. And right then she went off. And you should have seen Pa come down off from there, commented his spouse. I didn't know he could run that fast, his time of life. If they let me have my gun, said Pa, uncrossing one leg from the other, I could mighty soon get me a pair of elk horns for myself. But what can a fellow do when they tie his gun up time he comes in the park? You ain't maybe noticed that hole in the back end of our car, explained Ma to me, pointing to an aperture in the curtain which looked as though a cat had been thrown through it with claws extended. Tell him about it, Pa. End of section 6. Section 7 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lore. Spontaneous Eruption. Well, I don't know, as it's much to tell, said that gentleman, somewhat crestfallen. This here old musket of mine is the hardest shooting gun in our country. I've kilt me a goose with it many a time, at 100 yards. She's a Harper's Ferry musket that done good service in the Civil War. She's been hanging in my room loaded for 3 or 4 years, I reckon, and when I told the ranger man coming in that she was loaded, he says, "You can't take no loaded gun through the park. We'll have to shoot her off before you can go in the park." So we took old Sue's round behind the house and snaps 6 or 8 caps on her, but she didn't go off. Finally, the ranger allowed that the gun was perfectly safe, and they let me bring her on in, of course, having wired up the working end. I think old Sue's must have got some sort of examples from these geysers. I just throwed her in back of the car, on top of the bedclothes, pointing back behind where the girls were setting. All at once, several hours later, without no warning, she just erupted. There's something eruptious in the air up here, I guess. And they do the funniest things, nodded Ma. I was saying I thought this park wasn't practical, but some ways I believe it is. For instance, they told me about how when they was making the new road from the Lake Hotel over to the canyon, the engineer run the line in the winter time, and it run right over on top a grave where a man was buried. There was a headstone there, but the snow was so deep the engineer didn't see it. Come spring, the road crew graded the road right through, grave and all. When the superintendent heard of that, he come down and complained about it. "Now," says he, "you've got built that expensive road right over that feller, and we've got to take him up and move him." There was an Irish foreman that had run the road crew, and he reasons thoughtful for a while, and then he says to the superintendent, says he, "Why can't we just move the headstone and leave him where he's at?" So they done that, and everybody is perfectly contented, his widow and all. What I don't see is why don't the yellow cars stop there and point out that for a point of interest. But they don't. I believe I'll speak to the superintendent about that. As to the latter personage mentioned by my friends, one must search far to find a more long-suffering man. As a boy, the superintendent was wild, and during a moment of unrestraint he slew a Sabbath school teacher while yet a youth. The judge, in sentencing him, said that hanging would not be severe enough, so he condemned him to a life as superintendent of a national park, a sentence barely constitutional. The park superintendent is a study in natural history. During the open season on superintendents, some 3 months in duration, he does not sleep at all. For 1 month after the first snowfall he digs a hole beneath a rock somewhere above timberline and falls into a torpor, using no food for 30 days. Then he goes to Washington to meet the director of parks, after which he gets no more sleep until next fall. It is this perpetual insomnia which gives a park superintendent his haunted look. He knows he ought not to have killed his teacher, so he suffers in silence. When the superintendent comes down to his office in the morning, Ma is sitting on the front steps, 60,000 of her. She has not got that letter with the money in it yet, and it's such things as that which keeps people away from the parks. And what has become of her dog? He was right in the car last night, and he never harmed nobody in his life, and wouldn't bite nobody's bears if left alone. And what can folks do when it rains this way and the road's so slippy? And about that man on the truck that sassed us the other day? And about the price of gas? How can folks afford it, even if they only need 2 gallons to get to the railroad? And if I couldn't make better soup than they serve at the camps, I'd resign from the church. And how far it is to Norris Geyser Basin, and why do they call it a basin, and who was Mr. Norris, and do they name all the things after people? And why not name something after Congressman Smith or the editor of some Montana paper? And what's the reason people have to pay to ride in the parks anyways? And why can't we bottle Apollinaris Spring? And would some salts help the iron spring? And what makes the pelican's mouth so funny that way? And do they eat fish? And is there any swans on Swan Lake Flats? And which way is the garage? And is there church on Sundays? And who preaches? And why don't they have a Presbyterian? And is that map up to date? And are you a married man? Or how many people does it take to run the park? And how much do the hotels make? And why is the owner of the camps always in such a hurry to get away when you want to talk with him? And who is the man who drives the sprinkler wagon with specs? And can you get pictures cheaper if you take, say, a dozen? And why can't everybody sell pictures and run hotels? We could take them right with our K-Pox anyways. And is there a place where you can get some writing paper and an envelope? And do you write all your own letters yourself? But of course, how could a stenographer stand the altitude? Why, I get out of breath sometimes. End of section 7. Section 8 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Laura. His busy day. I think Ma, 60,000 of her, does sometimes get out of breath, but not often and not for long. The superintendent, contrite because of his past, is patient when he replies. Dear Madam, he begins, the tips of his fingers together as he sits back in his chair. Your inquiry regarding this national park is noted, and in reply, I beg to state that I will answer all your questions after I have told the rangers where to let the hotels cut wood, and where to run their milk herd, and how to feed the hay crews, and where to send the road crews, and where to have the gravel crews sleep, and where to get 4 more good trucks, and 2 more garage men, and a steno, and a new man on the files, and look after the appropriations committee, and write my annual report to the Secretary of the Interior, and my weekly report to the Director of the Parks, and my daily report for the records in my personal correspondence, and see where the automobile blanks have all gone, and get the daily total of visitors classified, and find a new site for a camp, and lay out 12 miles of new road, and have the garbage moved, and get the elk counted again, and the antelope estimated, and stop the sale of elk teeth, and investigate the reasons why the bears don't come in, and look at a sick lady at the fountain, and wire the Shriners that I will meet them at the train, and write Congressman Jones that his trip is all arranged for, and pick out a campsite for the director's Chicago friends, and make my daily drive of 500 miles round the park to see if they haven't carried off the mountains, and tell the United States Commissioner to soak that party who wrote 6 names on the Castle Geyser, and get in oats for the road teams, and take up the topographic maps with the U.S. engineers, and send some photos to 12 magazines and arrange for the last movie man to photograph the bears and see about some colored prints of Old Faithful and have the bridal chambers of the hotel renovated for the party of New York editors and get a new collar for my wife's dog and explain why there are so many mosquitoes this year even under a Republican administration and a lot more things that are on the daily tickler pad. Then I have to keep my personal books and write my longhand letters until after midnight and read up some more of the geology of the park and the times of intermission for the geysers and the altitudes of all the peaks and learn the personal names of all the geysers and woodchucks and... That man wasn't right polite to me, said Ma, in commenting upon some of this. He told me he was busy. I'd like to know what he's got to do, just sitting around. Myself, I sometimes think the punishment of the superintendent is almost too severe. He is obliged, for instance, to know everything in the world that everyone else in the world does not know. He has pictures and exact measurements of all the game animals in the park, all the flowers, knows all the colors of the Grand Canyon, and the location of every sprinkling hose in 50 square miles. I have never been able to ask him any questions that he cannot answer, except perhaps my favorite question. Why do they have this curio junk in all the park stores? Moccasins, leather Indian heads, and all that sort of thing. He sobbed when I asked him that, but I thought I could hear some muttered word about there being a popular demand. As for me, I hold with Ma that if a person is being bitten on the elbow, better a bottle of marmalade, a loaf of bread, or a bottle of mosquito dope than a pair of beef hide moccasins with puckered toes. In my belief, a few paintings by Mr. Thomas Moran at a cost of $15,000 or $20,000, or sets of the works of some of our more popular authors with flexible backs would be far more appropriate in the curio stores. Ma is of the opinion that most of the merchants, storekeepers, and vendors of commodities west of the Mississippi River are robbers. Not that I mean real robbers like used to hold up the stagecoaches here in the park, she explained. They don't do that no more since the cars has come. I suppose because they go so fast that it ain't convenient for robbers no more. But in the old times, they tell me, when they run stagecoaches in here and didn't have no railroad in on the west side, there used to be a regular business of holding up the stagecoaches right over where old man Dwelly used to have his eating house for lunch. There's a clubhouse there now, instead of his old eating house, they say. I heard that when they wanted to buy old man Dwelly out for a club and asked him how much he wanted, he thought a while, and then did some counting, and then allowed that about $12,000 would be about right. The man that was buying the place, he set down and writ a check right then for $12,000, but old man Dwelly didn't take it. I don't know what that thing is, says he. When I said $12,000, I mean $12,000 in real money. End of section 8. Section 9 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hough. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lore. When Boozman was riled. They told him he had for to wait a few days, and they went over to Livingston and got $12,000 in $5 bills and brung it to Dwelly and told him to count it. He counted a little of it and then said it was all right. He'd take their word for it that there was $12,000 there. So then he put it in a sack where he had some beaver hides. They told me he sent it all by express to a fur buyer in Salt Lake after a while and told him to put it in a bank. He had $1,500 saved out, so they told me, and he put that in the bank over to Boozman. It riled them people at Boozman a good deal to think that anybody not from Boozman should have $1,500 inaccessible in their town. So one day when old man Dwelly was there, they fined him $1,500 for killing an elk out of season or something. That made him mad. Still in all, he had his $12,000 left, not mentioning what he got for his beaver hides. One thing with another, continued Ma after a period of rumination. You can't say but what this park is a fine place. Of course there's always a wonder in my mind where they get all the hot water for the geysers. It looks to me like an industrial waste. If the geysers could be used for laundries, that would be something like. Then again, they're all the same color. If they'd throw in some blue in now and then, or some red or green, they'd look prettier. That'd give more variety like. Yet they say these geysers has been running for years and no let up. Ain't it funny the things you see away from home? I like to ride along these roads up in the mountains and look down at the rivers. You get way up above a river and it looks like a long washboard down below, here in the mountains. And I'll have to say the roads is crooked. I say to Pa, we're all church members except Cynthia, which went to college, and if we go, we go. And even if we do, why, we've all had a vacation, and I'll tell it to the world that a vacation trip once in a lifetime is something no family ought to be without, no matter what the preacher says about idleness. I'm strong for vacations from this time on. Fact is, I believe Pa and me has got to have them, though this is our first, and to think we was afraid to buy ice cream once, except on the 4th of July. Now Pa goes right up to one of them stands and buys $5 of gasoline like it was nothing. Times has changed, like I said. Look at our car now. I can remember back, not so far neither, when I got a ride in a sidebar buggy. I thought I was a mighty lucky girl, and here we are traveling with every sort of comfort anybody could ask. There were many appliances which Ma gradually had installed for facilitating housekeeping in her day-to-day camps: folding beds, a cracker box pantry, a planed board for table, racks for groceries and the like, all strung alongside the car, so numerous and extensive that by the time the Hickory Bend Outing Club's great wall tent had been added, you barely could see the wheels underneath the moving mass. From the midst of all projected the steering wheel, which Pa grasped as he sat, with only the top of his hat visible to the naked eye. Ma rode beside him somewhere, and never was able satisfactorily to determine where Cynthia, Hattie, and Rowena rode. Danny, the family dog, had his seat outside on the fender, against the hood. I presume Danny's feet got hot sometimes on the upgrades, but Ma said he ought to be used to it by now. End of section 9. Section 10 of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hoff. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lore. All ready for Bud. On top of the load, with the stock projecting well forward, I quite often was able to recognize Old Seuss, the ancient firearm of geyser-like proclivities. Ma said she always felt more comfortable when there was a gun round, because she never could get used to bears, no matter how afraid they was of folks. When we come out here, we didn't know but what we could get a shot on the quiet at a buffalo, Pa never having killed one in his life. Plenty people believes the same till they get here. When we was at the ranger station, we seen one Arkansas car come in with 6 shooting irons, and they all made a kick about having their guns locked up. Then there was a deputy sheriff from Arizona with woolly pants on, and he made a holler about them locking up his 6-shooter. "This here may cost me my life," said he to the ranger. "I don't know for sure that Bud Cottrell is in this here park, but he might be, and if I should run across him, I serve notice on you right now I'm going to bust this seal." "My," says the ranger to this Arizona man, "you look to me like a sort of ferocious person. Have you killed many people?" That sort of quieted him down. "Well, no," says he, "I ain't never killed nobody, but I've saw it did, and if I ever meet Bud Cottrell, I sure am going to bust this seal. I ain't ever heard whether he busted it or not. Funniest thing to me about this here park," commented Pa, "is that they call me a sagebrusher, and the people at the hotels, dudes, and the girls in the hotel dining rooms they call savages, though some of them wear specs, and most of them school teachers, with a few stenographers throwed in. Why they should call them people savages is what I can't understand. And what do they mean by dude wrangling, mister?" I explained to Pa that this was a new industry recently sprung up in the West, among those residents of adjacent states who take out camping and hunting parties, or even such persons as desire to see mountain scenery and the footprints of large game formerly embedded in the soil and now protected by log parapets. "So that's what it is," nodded Ma, as I gave this information. "I suppose it's just part of the funny things that happen back here, such things as a person does see on a vacation. Don't it beat all? Now I caught Hattie walking off towards the electric light last night with a young man that had specs and leather leggings like the officers have, and I declare if she didn't tell me he was a professor of geology down at Salt Lake or Omaha. Once I gave a quarter for a tip to a man that brought me some gasoline, and I declare if I didn't find out he teaches law in a university somewheres. Then they tell me that the young man who peels potatoes in the kitchen back of our camp has only one more year to get through Princeton. Whoever Princeton is, I wish he was through now, because he sings things. We're making quite a stay here in the park, longer than what we allowed we would do, Pa and me. The girls seem to be having a sort of good time here, one thing with another. You can't leave a girl alone anywheres here, unless she's taken in by some professor or ranger or guide or cook or chauffeur or something, who comes along and carries her off to show her the bears or Old Faithful or Inspiration Point or something. Seems to me like we've heard them words before, too. And then there's Lover's Leap and the Devil's Slide. We even got them in Iowa, where the hills is rough. "Set down on the log here," said Ma, "and rest yourself, and I'll build up the fire. Ain't it fine outdoors? I declare, I let out my corsets 4 inches above and below. I breathe that much deeper here in the mountains, and the air makes you feel so fine. What was I saying? Oh, about my knitting. You see, at home, when I get my work done, I knit or crochet or embroider. Mary's baby is a right cute little thing, and I like to sew or knit things anyways. But Joseph said to me, 'Now, Ma, now you forget it. We're going to have a vacation now, with no work at all for no one at all, and all strings off. We're just going to have one mighty good time,' says Joseph to me. At first, having nothing to do, I felt right strange, but I'm getting used to it now, though I do think I could knit comfortable while setting, watching the geysers spout. I don't know how we happened to come out so far as this. We didn't allow to spend over $200, but I allow we've spent over $500 or $600 now. The funny thing is, Pa don't seem to care. He always was aggressive. He just drive right on west till we got here. He said his pa traveled across all that country in an ox team, and he allowed he could in an automobile. So we done it, and here we are. I don't care if we don't get home till after harvest." Many and many a talk I had with Ma. Dear old Ma, some 60,000 of her this past summer. The best of all vacations is to see someone else having a vacation who never has had a vacation before in his or her life. The delight of Ma in this new phase of her existence has been my main delight for many a week in the months spent, not so much in watching geysers as in watching Ma. Sometimes I steal away from the pleadings of the saxophone, leaving even Stella O'Cleve with the slumberous eyes sitting alone at the log rail of Old Faithful Inn. I want to see Ma once more and talk with her once again about the virtues of a vacation now and again, at least once in a lifetime spent in work for others. I do not always find the girls at home in the camp. For some reason they seem of late to be out later and later of evenings. Pa has found a crony here and there about the camps, and swaps reminiscences of this sort or that. Sometimes I find Ma alone, sitting on the log, gazing into her little campfire. Once, I recall, one of the girls was at home. "Rowaney," called out Ma suddenly, "Rowaney, where are you? Come and talk to the gentleman." A voice replied from the other side of the car, where Rowaney was sitting on the running board. I discovered her, chin in hand, looking out into the dark. "I was afraid some professor had got her," explained Ma to me. "Come on out, Rowaney, and set by the fire. This gentleman seems sort of nice, and he's old." Rowaney, 17 years of age, uncrossed her long young limbs and came out of the darkness, seating herself on the running board on our side, where the firelight shone on her clean young features, her splendid young figure of an American girl. She was comely enough in her spiral puttees and her tan boots as she sat, her small round chin on the hand whose arm was supported by a knee. Rowena appeared downcast. While Ma was busy a moment later, I asked her why. I think it must have been the mountain moon again, for Rowena, 17 years of age, once more looked gloomily out into the night. "If I thought I could ever find a man that would understand me, I believe I would marry him," said she, "as has every young girl in her time." "Tut, tut, Rowena," I replied. "I believe that I understand you, simple as I am myself, and you need not marry me at all. I understand you perfectly. You are just a fine young girl, out on almost your first vacation with your ma. It is the moon, Rowena. It is youth, Rowena, and the air of the hills. Believe me, it will all come right when the cook has finished his Princeton. Of that I'm sure. And Rowena," I added, "you will grow up after a while. You will grow up to be a wholesome, useful American woman, precisely like your ma." "Precisely," said Rowena, smiling. But I saw how softer I was. After all, when I mentioned Ma, her ma, who came out of another day, who has worked so hard she is uncomfortable now without her knitting when Old Faithful plays. "Come, Rowena," said I, and held out my hand to her. "Let us go." "Land sakes!" exclaimed Ma, just then emerging into the firelight of the sagebrush camp. "I almost got a turn. One of them two bears, Teddy and Imogene, is always hanging round us begging for doughnuts, and here it was standing on its hind legs and mooching its nose, and I stepped right into it. I declare, I can't get used to bears. There ain't none in Ioway. But if Imogene gets into my bed again tonight, I declare I'll bust her on the snoot, no matter what the park regulations is. People has got to sleep. Not that you girls seem to be troubled about sleeping. Where were you going?" She spoke as Rowena and I stood hand in hand, after so brief an acquaintance as might not elsewhere have served us, except in these vacation hills. "I was going," said I, "to take Rowena up past the camp and beyond the hotel and the electric light to the curio store. I was going to get something for Rowena to bring to you, a sort of present from a nice old man, you know." "As which?" said Ma. "I was going with Rowena, Ma," said I, "to get you a present. As which? And it shall be a leather pillow, and on it shall be the word Mother. You see, the moon on the sage makes a strange light. It may even enable you to see into the hearts of other people." End of section 10. End of Ma's Vacation by Emerson Hough.
Foreword of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. Foreword. Men's search for wealth has taken him to many out-of-the-way places. Wealth can assume many forms, depending on the person striving for it. What is now Jackson Hole was a way of life to the Indians who summered here and wintered in the lower and warmer regions to the east of Tagwoti Pass. A summer in the secluded valley meant plentiful fish and other wildlife for food, skins for clothing, and teepees, as well as a cool, well-watered environment. Snowmelt fed streams bordered by vegetation supported many beaver and other fur bearers that attracted men of European descent in their never-ending quest of commercial wealth. Coulter was followed by other mountain men and trappers who considered the natural resources of the area as there to be taken for their own personal gain. By 1840 beaver became scarce and fell from fashion. The land that supported bison was thought good for domestic cattle, so ranchers settled in Jackson Hole from one end to the other. Dry years and the Great Depression forced many of them to sell out. Now, millions of visitors come each year to recapture the thrill of wandering in a land still much as the Indians left it. This is a new wealth that depreciates little under protection as a national park. An increasing number of people look for ways to identify themselves with those who led the way into this new land. Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole gives you this opportunity in an easy-to-read text that takes you back to the people and events that transpired in the valley that surrounds you. The Park Staff, Grand Teton National Park. End of foreword. Chapter 1 of Campfire Tales of Jackson Hole by G. Brian Harry. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Coulter, The Discovery of Jackson Hole and the Yellowstone by Merlin K. Potts, former Chief Park Naturalist. To John Coulter, mountain man, trapper, and lone wanderer in the exploration of the Rocky Mountain wilderness, belongs the distinction of being the first white man to enter Jackson Hole and the country of the Yellowstone. His biographers record that Coulter was a descendant of Micajah Coulter, Scotsman, who settled in Virginia about 1700. That John was born in Virginia is not definitively known, but there is no evidence to indicate that any of the Coulters, from John's great-great-grandfather to his own generation, ever lived elsewhere. He was born toward the close of the 18th century, probably about 1775. There are no records of Coulter's early life other than to indicate emigration to Kentucky with other members of the family before 1803. History marks his first appearance with his enlistment in the Lewis and Clark expedition of October 15 of that year. He proved to be a skillful hunter, a faithful and reliable employee, popular with his commanders and the other men of the expedition. He served with Lewis and Clark on the westward journey and was returning to St. Louis in August 1806 when the party, commanded by Captain Clark, encountered two trappers en route to a winter's sojourn on the upper Missouri. Coulter expressed a desire to join these men and was released from the expedition to do so. The partnership dissolved in the spring of 1807 after what appears to have been an unsuccessful venture insofar as peltry was concerned, but undoubtedly rewarding experience-wise. Coulter again started for St. Louis by canoe down the Missouri. By now he was an experienced hand in unknown country, moving alone and matching his skills against the hazards and rigors of the land were no more than everyday occurrences. As he swept down the turbid river, swollen by spring floodwaters, his intention was to return to the civilization he had left 3 years before. Once again, his plans were altered by chance. A young Spaniard, Manuel Lisa, engaged in the fur trade in St. Louis, and influenced by reports of the abundance of beaver on the upper Missouri, had determined to explore the possibilities of extending his operations in that hitherto unexploited region. Accordingly, he organized a brigade and set forth upriver. Coulter met the party and was persuaded by Lisa to join him. Lisa, a shrewd trader, was not a frontiersman. He recognized in Coulter exactly the type of man he needed, and quite probably the inducements he offered were considerable. Yet to a man of Coulter's stamp, the financial gain possible was secondary to the prospect of further opportunity for adventure. We can surmise that Lisa experienced little difficulty in influencing the young and venturesome trapper to turn his back again on the doubtful attractions of the settlements. It was late November of that year, 1807, before Lisa selected a site for his trading post, at the confluence of the Yellowstone and Bighorn rivers, in what is now south-central Montana. Construction of the post was begun immediately. Lisa named it Fort Raymond after his son, but it was more generally known as Manuel's Fort. It was Lisa's objective not only to trap, but to engage in trade with the Indians, and to learn as much as possible about the trapping territory to the west. Of his men, Coulter was the best suited to seek out the tribesmen, encourage them to trade at the post, and survey the lands with an eye to its productivity and fur. Thus Lisa instructed him, outfitted him, and sent him forth. It could not have been earlier than late November when Coulter set out. His equipment must have been meager: snowshoes, his gun, ammunition, a blanket or robe, and little or no food, since he would have intended to live off the land, and his pack would likely not have exceeded 30 pounds, including gewgaws for the Indians he encountered. His exact route has long been a matter of conjecture among historians. He was to venture into country unknown to any other than the Indians. He carried no maps. He followed what must have appeared to him to be the route of least resistance, insofar as he could judge the terrain he traversed. He, from force of circumstance, must have followed the water courses and game trails, sought the lowest mountain passes he could find, pursuing a devious course which led him to the south and west. In the light of Coulter's own later attempt to trace his route for Captain Clark, and through our knowledge of today's maps, it can be assumed with a fair degree of reliability that he moved across country to Pryor's Fork, up that stream and down Gap Creek to its junction with the Bighorn, thence up the Bighorn to the Shoshone (Stinking Water). He followed the course of the Shoshone upstream to the vicinity of what is now Cody, Wyoming, and along the base of the Absaroka Mountains into the Wind River Valley, striking the Wind probably some distance south and east of present-day Dubois. It appears that it was on that Stinking Water that Coulter discovered the area which his contemporaries of the trapping fraternity derisively named Coulter's Hell, after Coulter's description of the thermal features there. Historians writing many years later, perhaps more romantically than accurately, attributed Coulter's reference to one or more of the now famous geyser and hot spring sections of the Yellowstone. It makes a better story thus, but the preponderance of evidence from the accounts of the trappers themselves places Coulter's Hell in the vicinity of the Damaris Springs near Cody. Geological indications are that the area was much more active, insofar as thermal phenomena are concerned, then than now. Two excellent early authorities confirm this location of Coulter's Hell. As set forth in Burton Harris's John Coulter, His Years in the Rockies, as late as 1848, the accomplished Belgian priest, Father de Smet, placed Coulter's Hell on the Stinking Water on the strength of information obtained from the few trappers who were left in the mountains at that date. The courageous priest, known as Black Robe to the Indians, was on his way to visit the Sioux in 1848 when he wrote the following account. Near the source of the river Puante, Stinking Water, now called Shoshone, which empties into the Bighorn, and the sulphurous waters of which have probably the same medicinal qualities as the celebrated Blue Lick Springs of Kentucky, is a place called Coulter's Hell, from a beaver hunter of that name. This locality is often agitated with subterranean fires. The sulphurous gases which escape in great volumes from the burning soil infect the atmosphere for several miles, and render the earth so barren that even the wild wormwood cannot grow on it. The beaver hunters have assured me that the frequent underground noises and explosions are frightful. Washington Irving, in the Rocky Mountains, 1837, says, The Crow country has other natural curiosities which are held in superstitious awe by the Indians, and considered great marvels by the trappers. Such is the burning mountain on Powder River, abounding with anthracite coal. Here the earth is hot and cracked, in many places emitting smoke and sulphurous vapors as if covering concealed fires. A volcanic tract of similar character is found on Stinking River, one of the tributaries of the Bighorn, which takes its unhappy name from the odor derived from sulphurous springs and streams. This last mentioned place was first discovered by Coulter, a hunter belonging to Lewis and Clark's exploring party, who came upon it in the course of his lonely wanderings, and gave such an account of its gloomy terrors, its hidden fires, smoking pits, noxious streams, and the all-pervading smell of brimstone, that it received, and has ever since retained, among the trappers, the name of Coulter's Hell. Upon reaching the Valley of the Wind, it would have been logical for Coulter's route to have been north and west over the Wind River Mountains through Union Pass, the easiest available, at an elevation of 9,210 feet. Here historians have indulged in a long-standing and unresolvable debate, some authorities contending that he would probably have followed up the Little Wind River, crossing the Wind River Mountains further north at Tagwotee Pass. Whichever route he used to the westward, Union Pass and the Grossventer River drainage, or Tagwotee Pass and Black Rock Creek, either brought him into Jackson Hole. There can be little doubt that in any event his course was a circuitous one, following the twistings and turnings of many watercourses, deviating along Indian trails to the winter encampments of the Crows. Attentive to his instructions from Manuel Lisa, quite probably the friendly Crows aided Coulter by directing him to routes of easy passage, perhaps accompanying him over parts of his journey, though history makes no mention of this. Entering Jackson Hole on its eastern margin, Coulter saw before him a scene of unsurpassed grandeur. At this season, which must have been well into December, the floor of the hole presented a broad expanse of snow-blanketed valley, broken only by the forested buttes, looming black against the glistening white, and the timbered water courses, marked by cottonwood, willow, and spruce. No smoke of Indian village lifted above thickets. The tribesmen had moved to areas of less rigorous climate, east, south, or west, weeks before. The soaring peaks, lifting their gleaming spires